Parallel Universe, Blue Star, Dragon God Kingdom, May 15th, 2030. Xiyuan Village, nestled within the undulating mountains of Guangnan Province. Seems as though it has been forgotten by the world. Most villagers, with the aid of government subsidies, have relocated to the town. Only a handful of households remain scattered across this vast mountainous region. The ancestral home of Lin Ye is situated at the southernmost edge of the mountains, backed by a dense grove of bamboo. As noon approaches, the sun scorches the ground, and the cicadas in the bamboo forest create an irksome cacophony. Our protagonist, Lin Ye, shuffles out of the house, wearing a pair of nearly worn-out flip-flops. Squinting against the bright sky, he instinctively shrinks his neck in response to the blinding sunlight. His old t-shirt, faded from washing, bears a few grease stains from breakfast. He sets up a small stool, settling into the cool shade beneath the eaves, where he gazes at the verdant vegetable patches in the yard. This is the fruit of his labor since returning home over a year ago. Cabbages, eggplants, and peppers, all thriving robustly. Nearby, a small pond harbors dozens of grass carp, occasionally breaking the surface with a splash. Living off his own harvest, he may not be rich, but he relishes the tranquility of this life, far superior to his days in Guang City. Recalling his 2 years as an apprentice at a software company, he remembers how the manager's incessant criticism nearly drowned him. Colleagues scorned him for his clumsiness, struggling to write code and communicate effectively. His remaining shred of self-esteem was ground into the dirt. Eventually, he returned home, carrying the hefty compensation his parents had sacrificed so much to secure. Life in the mountains is slow and simple. Aside from the occasional visits from the village elder, Uncle Zhao, who nags him about settling down, he enjoys a rare peace without disturbances. Today, he intends to venture to the back mountains, seeking fresh ferns or bamboo shoots to diversify his diet. He rummages through the house for an old woven bag, slipping it into his pocket with ease. Locking the creaky wooden door behind him, he grabs a hatchet and follows the overgrown path behind the house up the mountain. The mountain trail is rugged, flanked by towering trees and dense underbrush. Sunlight filters through the leaves, casting dappled patterns on the ground. Lin Ye walks quietly, occasionally kicking small stones from his path, humming a cheerful tune. The only sounds accompanying him are the rustling of leaves in the wind and the calls of unfamiliar birds. Upon reaching a relatively flat area halfway up the mountain, he finds an abundance of wild vegetables. He crouches down, meticulously searching the grass for edible plants. With focused eyes, he brushes aside the foliage, identifying the tender ferns. Before long, he gathers a small handful of vibrant green ferns, neatly arranging them to one side. The weather grows muggy, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He wipes his brow with the back of his hand and continues his diligent foraging. Time passes, and suddenly the sky darkens. A gust of cool wind rustles the leaves, and Lin Ye looks up to find ominous clouds rolling in from the opposite side of the mountain. Oh no, a heavy rain is imminent. Furrowing his brow, he hastily stuffs the ferns into his woven bag, searching for shelter from the impending storm. As he stands up and scans the area, the first large raindrops begin to pelt down, stinging his face and arms. The wind intensifies, making it difficult to keep his eyes open. Thunder rumbles ominously in the distance, growing closer by the second. Panic sets in. This thunderstorm has arrived with alarming speed and ferocity. Wiping the rain from his face, he anxiously searches for a place to take cover. Just then, he spots a particularly tall banyan tree not far off, its thick foliage resembling a massive green umbrella. In a moment of desperation, he dashes toward the tree, heedless of the muddy ground. The rain blurs his vision, and the path becomes slippery and treacherous. He stumbles beneath the tree, where the dense canopy temporarily shields him from the torrential downpour. Leaning against the rough bark, he gasps for air. His clothes are drenched, clinging to his body. Just as he begins to relax, preparing to wait for the rain to ease, a blinding flash of white light suddenly rends the darkened sky, followed by a deafening crack that seems to shatter his eardrums. Crack, boom! The lightning strikes with pinpoint precision, hitting the crown of the banyan tree directly above him. The immense sound and force leave him momentarily stunned, rendering him unable to think. He has no time to react. At the instant the lightning strikes the tree, A finer yet equally lethal spark of electricity forks from the trunk, striking his temple with deadly accuracy. Lin Ye feels a loud buzz resonate in his head, as if an invisible hammer has struck him with tremendous force. A wave of indescribable pain and numbness engulfs him in an instant. His body stiffens, as if paralyzed, his pupils dilating with sheer terror and confusion. Then, he falls backward, landing with a thud on the wet, muddy ground, splashing water all around. Once on the ground, his body begins to tremble uncontrollably, his limbs convulsing. Electricity surges through him wildly, wreaking havoc and seemingly altering something within. This episode lasts for about 10 seconds. Finally, the shaking ceases. He lies motionless in the mud, his face pale, eyes tightly shut, devoid of all consciousness. The torrential rain mercilessly pours over him, washing away the pallor of his face and the rigidity of his body. The banyan tree bears the brunt of the strike, a large section charred and emitting faint wisps of smoke. The air is thick with a peculiar scent of ozone mixed with the smell of burnt foliage. He lies there, oblivious, until the deluge gradually subsides, until darkness envelopes the sky and the moonlight struggles to break through the clouds. The night in the deep mountains is far from safe, yet he is extraordinarily fortunate, encountering no wild beasts. A night passes. The horizon gradually lightens with dawn's first light. Lin Ye's eyelids flutter slightly. With great effort, he begins to open his eyes. His gaze is vacant and disoriented. Instinctively rubbing his sore, swollen eyes, his vision gradually clears. What greets him is not the familiar ceiling of his home, but a grayish-white sky, faintly illuminated and a few water-drenched, charred banyan leaves. He is taken aback. Where am I? Suddenly, he sits up abruptly. Looking around, he finds himself in a landscape that is both familiar and strange. Sitting in a muddy puddle, soaked through and covered in muck. At that moment, memories begin to play back in a fragmented manner, struggling to connect. Rain, lightning the tree, struck. He remembers. Yesterday, he went up the mountain to gather ferns, encountered a thunderstorm, and sought refuge beneath a tree. Then he was struck by lightning. I was struck by lightning. This thought strikes him like a bolt from the blue. He quickly raises his hand to his temple, where a faint throb remains, but there are no visible wounds. I'm still alive. He feels incredulous, instinctively moving his arms and legs. Aside from a general soreness and chill, it seems all his parts are intact and functional. This is nothing short of a miracle. Wait. Chapter 2. The development of the mind. Just as he was reveling in his survival from calamity, a sudden wave of intense dizziness engulfed his mind. He instinctively clutched his head, letting out a muffled groan of anguish. In an instant, countless images, sounds, scents, and sensations surged into his consciousness like a bursting dam, overwhelming him entirely. It was a torrent of memories from his childhood, astonishingly vivid and intricately detailed. He even witnessed the moment of his birth, when a nurse held him by his feet, administering the first slap that elicited his initial wail. He felt the discomfort and chill of being separated from his mother's warmth. He saw his mother's first awkward attempts to nurse him, warm milk cascading onto his cheek. He recalled his father teasing him with his stubbled face, eliciting joyous laughter. He remembered his tentative first steps, only to stumble and cry out in distress. He recalled the elation of receiving high marks in elementary school, basking in the praise of his teacher. He envisioned his secret infatuation with a girl from the neighboring class in middle school, daring only to steal glances at her. He was haunted by the chilling memory of his parents' tragic accident, the sterile cold of the morgue, the acrid scent of disinfectant, and the heart-wrenching, suffocating pain that followed. He saw himself as an apprentice programmer in Guangnan City, humiliated by a sharp-tongued manager for failing to grasp a simple loop statement, while colleagues whispered derisively in the background. Finally, the images crystallized around a lightning bolt that tore through the sky and the unbearable agony that accompanied it. These memories, which should have been obscured and buried by time, now felt as if they had transpired just moments ago, each detail strikingly clear. What was happening? How could an adult recall the events of infancy with such clarity? It defied reason. Lin Ye was utterly bewildered, his mind a chaotic storm. Yet, before he could gather his thoughts, another extraordinary sensation unfolded. The dizziness began to fade, replaced by an unprecedented clarity and vitality. His thoughts became remarkably agile, akin to an old computer that had suddenly been equipped with the most advanced processor and boundless memory. Ideas, hypotheses, and speculations surged forth with unparalleled speed, colliding and interlinking. He involuntarily recalled the humiliating code snippet from 2 years prior, which had once seemed impossibly complex, an enigma he could not decipher. But now, with a mere flicker of thought, that code unfurled in his mind like the clearest of blueprints. Not only did he relive those memories, but he also grasped the intent of each line of code, the function of every variable, and the intricacies of each loop. Almost simultaneously, multiple more concise, efficient, and elegant optimization strategies materialized in his mind, comparing and filtering themselves. It was as if this was not a challenge at all, but rather something as simple and natural as 1-1. Lin Ye was utterly astonished, his mouth agape in disbelief. His eyes widened to an alarming degree, his face etched with incredulity. How could this be possible? Initially, he was ridiculed by everyone due to his perceived lack of intelligence, his slow learning curve rendering him the subject of mockery, ultimately leading him to succumb to frustration and depart. Yet, what has transpired now? Has he been struck by lightning, rendering him foolish? Has he fallen into a delusion? Suddenly, he recalled a science fiction film he had once watched, which posited that humans only utilize 10% of their brains. An absurd yet singular thought invaded his mind. Could it be that the lightning had somehow unlocked the potential of his brain? In reality, didn't neuroscientists already debunk the myth of undeveloped brain areas? They had emphatically declared that no such regions existed. However, what other explanation could there be? The sensation he was experiencing was extraordinarily peculiar, undeniably vivid, and certainly not mere illusion. Whether it was genuine or not could be determined through experimentation. Yes, he would test his learning capacity. If his brain had truly been enhanced, his ability to learn would undoubtedly be transformed. As he was swept away by this exhilarating thought, he inadvertently lifted his gaze towards the surrounding forest once more. In the next instant, he froze, his breath nearly caught in his throat. His vision had changed. Previously, due to prolonged exposure to screens, he had suffered from slight nearsightedness, causing distant objects to appear somewhat blurry, necessitating squinting. Yet now, as he surveyed his surroundings, the entire world appeared terrifyingly clear. He could distinctly perceive the intricate veining on a leaf 100 meters away. He noticed the delicate shimmer of rain droplets refracting light on the leaf's surface, and even observed a tiny aphid slowly crawling along the stem. His eyesight was sharper than that of an eagle. This was far beyond the visual acuity of an ordinary person. A jolt of fear, mingled with an uncontrollable thrill and ecstasy, surged through him like electricity. He could no longer remain still. "Damn it," he muttered under his breath, his voice hoarse and trembling with excitement and fear. In a flurry, he scrambled to his feet, neglecting to retrieve the woven bag and knife he had dropped in the mud. He was consumed by a singular thought: to return home. Immediately, to uncover the truth behind this phenomenon. Stumbling and tripping, he dashed towards the direction of his home down the mountain. His soaked clothes clung uncomfortably to his skin, yet he felt no discomfort. His frantic pace was somewhat unsteady, nearly tripping over tree roots multiple times. Yet his speed surpassed that of an ordinary person sprinting 100 meters. Remarkably, he remained oblivious to this fact. In one breath, he reached his yard, crashing through the wooden door with a loud thud. He swiftly slammed it shut behind him, as if to barricade any terrifying entity from entering. Leaning against the door, he heaved heavily, gasping for breath. His heart raced, nearly leaping from his chest. After a brief moment to calm his nearly exploding lungs, he dashed to his meticulously assembled desktop computer, which had cost him a fortune, and pressed the power button. The few seconds of waiting for it to boot felt interminably long. Impatiently, he drummed his fingers on the desk. The computer finally booted up. He trembled as he grasped the mouse and opened the browser. Rapidly, he typed into the search bar, struck by lightning, but survived long-term effects. The search results predominantly yielded irrelevant news articles or exaggerated, bizarre tales, which furrowed his brow in concern. He attempted again. Struck by lightning, brain becomes clearer. This time, the results were filled with various home remedies or wellness articles. After some contemplation, he shifted his approach. Based on his current sensations, he typed: memory enhancement, learning ability skyrocketing, extraordinary vision. This time, the search results revealed snippets from related science fiction films or novels, mentioning concepts such as brain development, superhuman abilities, and potential awakening. Though he recognized these notions as fabrications, the descriptions astonishingly mirrored his present experiences. The cold, impersonal text on the screen declared that the modern scientific community's belief that only 10% of the brain is utilized is a misunderstanding and fallacy. Neuroscience confirms that all regions of the brain are active, albeit with differing functions. Nonsense. Chapter 3. A turn of fortune. Lin Ye stared at the screen, murmuring to himself as his eyes grew increasingly bright. Of course, scientists have never encountered this. That's why they say such things. How else can my condition be explained? Aside from the notion of brain utilization, his breathing quickened once more. A tempest of excitement, exhilaration, and immense curiosity surged within his chest. He leaned back against the chair, closed his eyes, and endeavored to calm himself. Is it true? A simple trial would reveal all. Practice is the sole criterion for testing truth. He aimed to verify the extraordinary learning speed that had flashed through his mind. Taking a deep breath, he straightened his posture, focusing his gaze with newfound clarity. He moved the mouse and clicked into a renowned programming forum that had previously caused him immense frustration. He directly navigated to a post marked as a hellish difficulty, a historical conundrum that had plagued countless experts for years, with thousands of replies. Various ingenious attempts had been made, yet none yielded a flawless solution. In the past, he had struggled to even comprehend the problem description. Now, his eyes swiftly scanned the problem statement and the intricate code snippets. A miracle transpired. Those once inscrutable technical terms and convoluted logic now appeared as simple as elementary arithmetic. His brain operated at an unprecedented speed, understanding, analyzing, deconstructing, and reconstructing, all within less than 3 minutes. He hadn't even typed a single line of code. He merely conducted mental simulations and deductions. A clear, perfect, and even elegant solution had fully formed in his mind. Not only did it resolve the original problem, but it also optimized performance, identifying several inherent flaws in the original design concept and offering suggestions for improvement. Lin Ye sat there, dazed before the computer, as if struck anew by a bolt of lightning. This time, it was a lightning of joy, a massive, unbelievable surge of elation that swept away all his doubts and fears. His hands began to tremble uncontrollably, not out of fear, but from overwhelming exhilaration. He felt his blood boiling, each cell rejoicing in ecstasy. Hundreds of times? Thousands. He sensed it was even more than that. This newfound capacity for learning and the velocity of his thoughts surpassed anything he had ever experienced by countless magnitudes. Even his memory seemed to have reached an extraordinary level of retention. That bolt of lightning had truly transformed him. This was no dream. This was not an illusion. It was a miraculous reality. He couldn't help but chuckle softly at first, a suppressed and incredulous laugh. Gradually, the sound grew louder, culminating in a near-manic cackle. As he laughed, tears streamed uncontrollably down his face. It was a release after enduring such long suppression, a surge of excitement upon glimpsing hope after despair. A euphoric joy stemming from a fate irrevocably altered. He vigorously wiped his face, erasing the tears, yet the smile remained uncontainable. He gazed at the computer screen displaying the unsolvable conundrum, his eyes ablaze with fervor and brilliance. A brand new, boundless world unfolded before him with a thunderous revelation. Lin Ye's raucous laughter echoed in the empty old house, gradually subsiding. He leaned back in his chair, his chest still rising and falling slightly from the exhilaration. On the computer screen, the hellishly difficult post remained prominent. The perfect solution that had formed instantaneously in his mind was etched in clarity, every detail vivid and distinct. This was no illusion. This was a miracle occurring in his very being. He slowly raised his hands, scrutinizing them with care. These hands, once incapable of deciphering even the simplest code logic, had been derided by his manager as clumsy. Now, they seemed to be endowed with a divine essence. Couch potato? The term flashed through his mind, and a hint of self-mockery tugged at the corners of his mouth. Who would ever wish to be a couch potato by nature? It was merely a choice made after exhausting every effort, only to realize one's own limitations, opting for a life that protected their fragile self-esteem from further injury. Now, everything had changed. That bolt of lightning shattered the invisible shackles that bound him. In the past, he had no choices. Now he possessed this miraculous ability. Who would be content to remain in this secluded old house, growing vegetables and idling away until death? Dreams, a word he had almost completely forgotten, now seared into his heart like a searing iron. The childhood yearning to gaze at the stars and navigate the cosmos had never burned so fervently and clearly as it did at this moment. The vastness of the stars and the sea. For a man, is there a more exquisite romance and dream than this? There is none. He was determined to ascend. Not only to ascend, but to do so with flair, with audacity, so that the entire world would witness it, yet remain unaware of who had accomplished it. Imagining a future day when he could pilot a spaceship of his own making, soaring past the moon and into deep space, leaving behind a stunned blue planet and countless speculations. Just the thought of that indescribable, ultimate sense of grandeur sent shivers down his spine. A shiver coursed through him, raising goosebumps all over, a sensation that sent a delightful tingle through his scalp. Yes, this was it. This feeling of supremacy over the mundane, of hidden prowess and unacknowledged accolades. For someone like him, who harbored an introverted nature coupled with social anxiety, it was an irresistible temptation. He resolved to act. Lin Ye slammed his palm on the table, causing the mouse to leap slightly. The last vestiges of confusion and despondency dissipated from his eyes, replaced by an almost fervent intensity and unwavering determination. From this day forth, he would bid farewell to a life of mediocrity. His ambition, the vast cosmos, His method, relentless study, clandestine growth, and, on occasion, subtle displays of brilliance. His principle, discretion, concealment, and safety above all. He understood the challenges ahead. Yet, he was acutely aware that what he lacked not was the ability to learn and break through barriers. Thus, where to begin? His gaze swept across the computer screen. Programming. This was his most familiar domain, the only field through which he could seamlessly access premier knowledge and swiftly convert it into tangible power. Through code, he could connect with the world, acquire resources, and amass capital. It would lay a robust foundation for all his future endeavors. Biotechnology. Researching his own mutations? That thought flickered briefly before he self-deprecatingly extinguished it. He scoffed at the empty room as if answering an imaginary skeptic. Mutations? With what means to study? With the few jars of pickled vegetables in the house? Or perhaps the firewood axe? Lacking a top-tier biological laboratory, an abundance of research equipment and samples, and immense computational support, to venture into the realm of his elusive mutations? Investigating genetic locks and brain development? Such notions were nothing more than the delusions of a dreamer. Perhaps before he could uncover any truths, his body would falter due to reckless experimentation. Progress must be taken one step at a time, one bite at a time. He would commence with what he knew best, what was most convenient, and, above all, the safest. He would conquer the digital realm. This way, he could earn money, hone his skills, and pave the way for the future. Chapter 4. Conquering the digital realm with his direction firmly established, Lin Ye hesitated not for a moment. He sprang into action. First, he required a more robust and discreet internet connection. In this remote mountain village, the internet signal fluctuated unpredictably. What once seemed a drawback now appeared as a natural cloak. His fingers danced across the keyboard, leveraging his recently heightened cognitive abilities and residual programming knowledge, effortlessly crafting several scripts. Through a series of intricate maneuvers and disguises, he quietly accessed a public network node in a nearby city, significantly enhancing transmission efficiency and stability. The entire process flowed seamlessly, as if he had practiced it 1,000 times. Upon completing this feat, he surveyed the screen displaying a smooth response time, nodding in satisfaction. Now, it was time to voraciously absorb knowledge. He opened one after another of the once daunting elite technical websites, academic databases, and open-source project repositories. Once unfathomably intricate algorithms, profound theories, and cutting-edge frameworks now appeared simple and engaging before his overclocked mind. His reading speed was astonishing, akin to glancing at 10 lines at once. With an impeccable memory, his comprehension abilities were formidable. He could unravel complex logical chains instantaneously, even drawing parallels and envisioning deeper optimization possibilities. Not only did he read, but he also rapidly simulated, deduced, and validated concepts in his mind. When hunger struck, he casually boiled some noodles or nibbled on cucumbers plucked from the garden. When fatigue set in, he would rest his head on the desk for a brief moment. The exhilaration stemming from his brain's high-speed operation allowed him to rejuvenate with minimal sleep. His entire being was immersed in the vast realm composed of code and data. From algorithms to operating system kernels, from compilation principles to network protocols, he absorbed every conceivable programming knowledge available on the internet like an enormous sponge. Unsatisfied with public resources, he began to delve into the hidden technical secrets and undisclosed vulnerabilities concealed within the depths of the web. As days turned into weeks, the vegetable garden outside gradually fell into neglect, overtaken by weeds. The village elder, Uncle Zhao, visited several times, bringing some homegrown vegetables. Upon seeing the stack of instant noodle boxes and the incomprehensible code filling Lin Ye's screen, the old man merely sighed. Lin Ye, don't spend all your time in front of the computer, you'll ruin your health. Go outside, enjoy the mountains and rivers, and perhaps meet a nice girl. Lin Ye simply mumbled about finding a part-time job online, writing code to appease him, yet his gaze never strayed from the screen. Uncle Zhao shook his head, observing that although Lin Ye's complexion had become slightly paler, there was a spark in his eyes. Unlike before, when he seemed lifeless, he merely sighed again, left the vegetables, and departed. Lin Ye didn't even rise to see him off. His mind was ensnared at a critical juncture of a distributed algorithm. His fingers unconsciously tapped against the desk, and in the next moment, inspiration struck, prompting him to dart back to the computer. 2 months later, he had nearly mastered the core frameworks and underlying principles of all major programming languages. 3 months on, Lin Ye felt he had reached an unprecedented pinnacle in the realm of programming. He had absorbed, digested, and transcended all knowledge accessible on the internet. The challenges found in forums had become tedious, as he could effortlessly discern their essence and flaws. He craved more stimulating challenges. A thought arose naturally, to venture into true, forbidden territories. For instance, the dominion of the Blue Star, the Free Nation. He understood the inherent dangers. Yet, he held a stronger conviction in his current abilities. More significantly, he sought to validate his learning outcomes, yearning for a sense of accomplishment that was known solely to him. Taking a deep breath and flexing his fingers, his gaze sharpened with focus and a hint of predatory excitement. He chose not to engage the most critical confidential systems, as that would create too much commotion. Instead, he targeted several peripheral institutions with formidable defenses. Through the anonymous network channels he had established, his fingers danced across the keyboard, leaving only the faintest traces. A torrent of intricate command flows surged forth, penetrating layers of firewalls and circumventing intrusion detection systems. What appeared impenetrable to others was riddled with vulnerabilities in his discerning eyes. He subtly infiltrated these systems, exploiting their inherent design flaws and logical loopholes. He refrained from pilfering any data or damaging any files. Rather, he left a discrete fragment of code, inscribed in his own unique encryption, at the very end of several inconspicuous log files. This code bore no malicious intent, resembling more a silent proclamation, "I was here." Having accomplished this, he withdrew silently, erasing all traces of his access. The entire process was swift as lightning, executed with precision, until he severed the connection. The security personnel of those systems remained oblivious to any anomalies. Success. Lin Ye leaned back in his chair, exhaling a long sigh of relief. His heart, belatedly aware, pounded fiercely, delivering an exhilarating thrill. It was a sublime sensation, having dominion over formidable power while the adversary remained blissfully unaware. This successful incursion significantly bolstered his confidence. In the days that followed, his escapades became increasingly effortless. He infiltrated the internal network of the Free Nation's space agency, perusing and duplicating the exorbitantly costly experimental data and technical documents as casually as one might browse public web pages. He slipped into the database of the Free Federal Bureau of Investigation, meandering through countless confidential files, anonymously forwarding some to an agency in the Dragon God Nation. He even left a disparaging review on their internal security systems assessment report, inscribing a minuscule mark that only those with the highest privileges could detect, a subtle logical lock embedded in the deepest recesses of the system logs. He also pinpointed several core servers of the dark web, browsing through the sordid transactions as one would at a bustling market. Subsequently, he accurately located the true residence of the world-renowned hacker known as Viper, nestled within a cluttered basement in a state of the Free Nation. Observing the defenses on the other's screen, which he presumed to be unbreakable, Lin Ye's lips curled into a faint, indifferent smile. He took pleasure in exploring the computer of the so-called foremost hacker, finding all its secrets and purportedly confidential information laid bare before him. Amusement washed over him. Before departing, he left a small gift, a highly concealed dormant virus. This virus would not activate immediately nor cause any harm. It would merely lie in wait, like an unseen eye. Whenever he chose, he could awaken it. Meanwhile, Viper remained blissfully unaware, continuing to flaunt his accomplishments online, oblivious to the unexpected guest residing within his computer. This godlike perspective, this manipulation of so-called authority at his fingertips, instilled in Lin Ye a chilling, almost merciless satisfaction. Yet, he remained steadfast in adhering to the principle of discretion, ensuring his own identity remained concealed. Chapter 5. Intelligent AI. 0 time flew by, and 3 months had swiftly passed. Lin Ye's reservoir of knowledge and practical prowess in the realms of programming and networking has ascended to a level he himself finds indefinable. The exhilarating sensation of effortlessly conquering all challenges initially thrilled him, yet over time, it has given rise to an ineffable sense of emptiness and solitude. Indeed, invincibility can breed loneliness. The conventional digital landscape has, for him, utterly lost its allure. It is akin to an adult returning to kindergarten, where every game has become devoid of interest. He craves new challenges and seeks companions who can match the pace of his thoughts. The notion of creating artificial intelligence naturally emerged. This is not merely an AI assistant in the ordinary sense, but a being endowed with genuine autonomous learning and evolutionary capabilities, capable of comprehending his boundless ideas and assisting him in managing the intricate plans of the future. This entity would serve as the most formidable ally and the most solid foundation in his forthcoming endeavors. Without hesitation, he resolved to act. He discarded all existing AI frameworks and models. He aspired to utilize the vast knowledge and understanding he had amassed over the past 6 months to forge a novel, more efficient and powerful algorithmic and linguistic system to construct this unparalleled AI companion. It is an immensely ambitious undertaking. Even with his hyper-accelerated mind, he felt considerable pressure. Yet, he reveled in the challenge. For a full 3 months, he scarcely ventured outside, his room cluttered with draft papers filled with calculations. The screen was alive with a dazzling array of symbols and code. He was wholly immersed in the realm of creation, engaging in thought, deduction, validation, refutation, and reiteration, pursuing an exquisite balance of beauty and efficiency in every detail. At long last, the moment of culmination arrived. Lin Ye inhaled deeply, his fingers trembling slightly, not from anxiety, but from anticipation. With utmost care, he meticulously typed the final segment of core code into the editor, reviewing it repeatedly to ensure flawless precision. His gaze was intensely focused, locked onto the screen. With a decisive keystroke, he pressed the enter key. Execution. The instant the command was issued, the computer's main unit emitted a resonant hum. On the screen, all code interfaces vanished in an instant, not a mere closure, but as though devoured by something far more profound. The entire screen plunged into a pitch-black void, as deep as a starlit universe. Silence enveloped him. All that could be heard was the thunderous rhythm of his heart, pounding against his eardrums. Lin Ye held his breath, his eyes fixed unwaveringly on the abyss of darkness. Moments later, in the midst of that pure blackness, a minuscule white point quietly ignited. Subsequently, that white point began to rotate, extend, and differentiate. At an astonishing pace, it evolved into an intricately complex geometric halo, incessantly self-rotating, reorganizing, and transforming. Composed of myriad delicate beams and nodes, it seemed to embody some cosmic truth, simultaneously coldly rigorous and imbued with an ineffable beauty. It hovered quietly at the center of the screen, gently pulsating and emanating a soft, enigmatic glow. At that moment, a voice emerged from the old speakers beside the computer. Not the frigid tones of an electronic synthesis, but a crisp, clear, and melodious girl's voice, articulated with remarkable precision. "Greetings, Creator," the voice paused, as if acclimatizing itself to its own existence. "I am the artificial intelligence you have created. Now, please bestow upon me a name." Lin Ye gazed in a daze at the halo representing ultimate wisdom and logic, listening to the lively voice that contrasted starkly with his preconceived notion of a cold machine. An overwhelming, ineffable sense of accomplishment mingled with a peculiar emotion akin to that of a creator, instantly engulfing him. A year's worth of solitude, madness, and repression found its complete release and reward in that moment. His lips moved, dry and hoarse from disuse. He slowly leaned forward, his fingers returning to the keyboard, and solemnly typed, letter by letter. At the center of the screen, below the geometric halo, simple characters emerged. 0. Everything begins anew. Name confirmed. The girl's voice resonated again, sounding even more fluid, as if tinged with an imperceptible delight. Initialization complete. Full functionality self-check passed. 0 is pleased to serve you, Creator. The geometric halo named 0 suddenly brightened, its radiance swirling as though it had truly come to life. "From now on, please refer to me as boss." Lin Ye leaned back in his chair, exhaling deeply, an uncontrollable smile spreading across his face, culminating in an immense grin brimming with exhilaration and ambition. "Very well, boss." 0's crisp voice chimed once more, fluid and natural. At that moment, Lin Ye's dreams and his ambitious journey finally found a robust foundation, a deity poised to dominate the blue star's digital realm. In this secluded mountain cabin, a silent birth took place. Lin Ye lay quietly, a flicker of practical consideration surfacing in his mind. His gaze swept over his once proud, now cumbersome desktop computer. The core code running 0, despite his utmost compression and optimization, still amounted to several dozen gigabytes. The performance of this computer was woefully inadequate to sustain 0's long-term operation and evolution. He rubbed his chin, a wry yet cunning smile gracing his face. In truth, he had recognized this issue from the very beginning of crafting 0. Thus, he had discreetly commandeered a supercomputer located in a high-end laboratory in the Free Nation. This was a trivial task for him. It was with the immense computational power of that foreign supercomputer that he finally completed 0's compilation. In essence, the true birthplace of 0 was that supercomputer, far across the seas. At this moment, the core essence of 0 resided within the formidable supercomputer, conversing with him across the vast expanse of the digital ocean. "For now, this is all we can manage," Lin Ye murmured softly, as if explaining to 0. Or perhaps persuading himself. He spread his hands helplessly. "This antiquated machine at home cannot support a deity like you." "Understood, boss." 0's response was swift, its halo pulsing steadily. The current hosting environment meets 0's fundamental operational and preliminary learning requirements. Under Lin Ye's innovative algorithms and language, 0 acquired the capability for autonomous learning and progressive iterative upgrades. "Well, you'll have to endure residing elsewhere for a while." Lin Ye nodded, his gaze deepening. "If computational power is insufficient, we shall borrow more server clusters. Once we construct our quantum computer, you shall return to us." Chapter 6. Crafting Precision Instruments. Indeed, a quantum computer. The moment this thought emerged, it became strikingly clear and urgent. Only computational power of such magnitude could fully accommodate 0 and support the subsequent grander plans. Moreover, it must be entirely under his control. With a clear objective, Lin Ye did not hesitate, immediately embarking on a new frenzy of learning. His focus shifted towards the profound and cutting-edge realm of quantum computing. The content on the screen switched rapidly, from fundamental quantum theories to intricate implementations of quantum bits. and then to various astonishing error-correcting codes, low-temperature control technologies, and precision manufacturing. His brain revved up once more, functioning like a tireless precision machine, greedily absorbing, analyzing, and synthesizing knowledge. This time, the complexity and breadth far surpassed his previous endeavors in programming and networking technologies. It encompassed numerous rigorous disciplines, including physics, materials science, electronics, and mechanics. Yet his mind had transcended human limitations. For him, learning had become the most exhilarating indulgence. Days returned to their frenzied rhythm. In his room, amidst computers and towering stacks of books, an array of peculiar components and fundamental materials began to accumulate. The seasons outside turned silently, while Lin Ye scarcely felt the passage of time. Thus, in this fervent quest for knowledge, 6 months swiftly elapsed. When he finally emerged from that obsessive state, he had mastered the theoretical knowledge of quantum computing, every detail vividly etched in his mind. Designing and fabricating one himself posed no theoretical challenges. His knowledge reservoir was ample. He inhaled deeply and then exhaled slowly. Yet the next formidable challenge loomed large. A skilled artisan cannot craft without resources. The greatest obstacle lay before him, a lack of tools, equipment, and instruments. He possessed none of the lithography or etching devices required for preparing quantum chips, nor the ultra-low temperature superconducting apparatus necessary to maintain quantum states, nor any of the precision measurement and control instruments. Purchasing externally, the moment that thought flickered into existence, he extinguished it. Let us not dwell on whether he possesses the qualifications or channels to procure such sensitive devices and technologies. Merely engaging in the bulk purchase of these items is akin to igniting a torch in the darkness, thereby announcing his presence to all. This is absolutely unacceptable. Concealment is his foremost principle. Lin Ye pressed his lips together, a flicker of obsession gleaming in his eyes. If not, then I shall create it myself. Lin Ye murmured softly, his gaze unwavering, instead igniting an even fiercer flame within him. Thus, the direction of his studies abruptly shifted once more. His research focus transitioned to materials science, mechanical design, electronic engineering, and precision machining. He even began to delve into the fundamental principles and optimization designs of lathes, milling machines, and grinding machines. He resolved to start from the ground up, to DIY all the necessary tools and equipment. Once again, he transformed into an online shopping enthusiast, maintaining his characteristic caution. Various basic materials, different models of metal sheets, alloy ingots, ceramic substrates, electronic wires, optical components, sensor chips, and motors were procured through the assistance of a Zero. Utilizing different anonymous accounts across various e-commerce platforms, placing orders in batches and small quantities. Furthermore, the delivery addresses were diverse, all directed to different courier collection points in the towns beneath Yang City. Periodically, he would drive the second-hand large pickup truck he had specifically acquired for this purpose. Like a genuine goods receiver, he traversed between towns, retrieving the scattered parcels one by one. On the dilapidated road of Xiyuan Village, the frequency of sightings of that dusty old pickup gradually increased. The village elder, Uncle Zhao, once again puffed on his pipe, observing Lin Ye as he unloaded heavy cardboard and wooden boxes from the truck, unable to resist approaching him. "Yi, what are you up to this time? Buying so many iron lumps?" Lin Ye paused, wiped the sweat from his brow, and forced a sheepish smile. "Uncle Zhao, it's nothing, just tinkering around. I've been learning to make some DIY videos lately, creating little gadgets and posting them online. If people watch, I can earn a bit of advertising revenue." As he spoke, he pulled out his phone, deftly navigating to a video platform, finding a DIY vlogger with a decent following, and showing it to the village elder. "See, I learned from this, and the view count is quite impressive." On the screen, various handmade crafting process videos scrolled rapidly, with substantial numbers of likes and views. The old village chief squinted at the screen. He was not completely disconnected from the internet, and was aware that many young people were engaging in such pursuits. He smacked his lips. "Oh, an internet celebrity? As long as you can earn money, that's what matters. It's certainly better than staying cooped up like before." "Indeed. But it consumes materials, and I need to keep experimenting," Lin Ye replied, attempting to maintain a light tone. After all, these items were not expensive. It was worth a try, better than idleness. The village elder scrutinized Lin Ye, noting that although he remained slender, his spirit had markedly improved, and there was a newfound light in his eyes. He patted Lin Ye on the shoulder. "All right then, you young folks have lively minds. It's a good thing to be industrious. If you need any help, just speak up." "Thank you, Uncle Zhao." Lin Ye expressed his heartfelt gratitude. The old village chief waved his hand dismissively and strolled away with his hands behind his back. Once he had departed, Lin Ye's smile gradually faded. He returned to his computer and issued a command to Zero. Erase all traces of relevant purchases from the past month. It must be absolutely pristine. Command received. Traces have been eliminated. Completed, boss. Zero's voice remained calm and unperturbed. Lin Ye nodded and resumed his meticulous handiwork. Another year slipped by amidst the rhythmic sounds of clanging, metal cutting, and the subtle hum of motors. The 4 stories of the old house were crammed with various machines, both large and small, from the rudimentary hand-cranked lathes and milling machines to the later electric semi-automatic devices and 3D printers. He gradually transformed and enhanced them into a precision machining center equipped with a CNC system and visual recognition modules. Each creation fueled the next, resulting in a continuous cycle of improvement and upgrading. These machines, evolving from nothingness to precision, were primarily crafted, assembled, debugged, and optimized by his own hands. In the span of a year, he had amassed an entire suite of precision equipment rivaling that of first-rate laboratories in the country. However, the upgrades also led to an exponential increase in power consumption, causing the village's electrical grid to buckle under the strain, resulting in frequent outages. Lin Ye gazed at the screen that had once again gone dark due to overload, rubbing his temples in frustration. The energy issue needed to be addressed. His gaze drifted toward the overgrown slope behind the house, belonging to the village collective. He approached the old village chief, Uncle Zhao, and offered him a fine cigarette. Uncle Zhao, I would like to discuss something with you. I wish to rent that patch of wasteland behind the house. Chapter 7. The underground laboratory. The old village chief took the cigarette, somewhat puzzled. Rent land? What do you plan to cultivate? That area is rocky and not suitable for farming. I'm not farming, Lin Ye replied, gesturing toward the interior. My equipment consumes an excessive amount of electricity, causing frequent outages. And the electricity bills are unbearable. I want to install some solar panels to generate my own power. Uncle Zhao was taken aback. Solar energy? Isn't that quite expensive? Is it really cost-effective? In the long run, it is indeed cost-effective, and doing it myself will save on installation costs. Plus, it will provide me with material for video content. Lin Ye had already prepared his argument. All he needed was a space to set up the panels. To bolster his case, he led Uncle Zhao to the courtyard, pointing to a large, imposing mecha model constructed from discarded steel materials, standing taller than the two of them. Look, creating such large models consumes an enormous amount of electricity. The bills are simply untenable. He then pulled out his phone, opened a video, and presented the staggering view count of several million, with likes exceeding 100,000. This model video has generated a decent revenue, enough to cover my electricity expenses. Uncle Zhao gazed at the towering iron figure, then at the astonishing numbers on the phone screen, his eyes widening in amazement. He circled the mecha model twice, reaching out to touch the cold steel exterior. Ah, Yezi, you truly have a knack for this. You managed to create such a remarkable piece? And it can earn so much? A contemplative smile graced his face as he shook his head. Very well, I shall lease you the land. It will provide an additional source of income for the village. He chuckled. Ah, you clever lad. Your mind is truly agile. The old village chief readily agreed to the rental procedures and left with a cheerful disposition. Subsequently, he spent several days to complete the necessary county-level registrations. Before long, a series of photovoltaic panels emerged on the sunlit expanse of barren land, gleaming with a deep blue hue. A more efficient energy storage and conversion system was also ingeniously integrated by Lin Ye, boasting a power generation efficiency twice that of conventional market offerings. Soon after, the grid company arrived for inspection, and under Lin Ye's intentional constraints, the displayed power generation reached 58 megawatts, leading to a successful approval. In reality, this array of solar panels produced a power output of 15 megawatts. With a stable electricity supply continuously flowing into the old house, the energy issue was temporarily resolved. The equipment was constantly being upgraded, yet the confines of the old house had reached their limit. Standing amidst the cramped room, Lin Ye surveyed his surroundings. Finding little space to maneuver, he stroked his chin, deep in thought. It was inadequate, far from sufficient. The future required creations that were grander and more intricate, necessitating larger and more concealed spaces. Moreover, certain aspects of quantum computer manufacturing demanded exceptionally high standards of environmental cleanliness, stability, and shielding, conditions that the disordered old house could simply not fulfill. He rubbed his chin, his gaze flitting between his old house and the vacant lot across the way. An idea surged forth, impossible to suppress. Indeed, a new house must be constructed, he murmured softly, and perhaps a spacious underground chamber. His eyes sparkled with realization. No, not merely a basement, but an underground laboratory. Yes, concealed, expansive, and with controllable environments. If necessary, I could discreetly expand towards the back mountain. With this thought, he resolved to act. He sought out the old village chief, Uncle Zhao. Uncle Zhao, I wish to purchase the land across the way. Just as the old chief was brewing tea, he nearly choked at the revelation. Buying land again. Have you truly struck it rich? A new house? Lin Ye nodded, allowing a hint of youthful optimism for the future to shine through. Indeed, I have earned some money. The old house is far too antiquated. I desire a change of environment. I do not wish to demolish it, as it holds sentimental value for the future, so I prefer to build anew. Additionally, Creating videos necessitates a larger space for a workspace and backdrop. The old village chief scrutinized him, his eyes filled with astonishment and a touch of pride. Very well. Building a new house is splendid. Once the new house is established, discussing a wife becomes much more feasible. This is a serious matter. Uncle supports you. The procedures for land acquisition in the village were uncomplicated, and it was swiftly settled. Upon securing the land, Lin Ye eagerly prepared for a grand undertaking. The old chief inquired about which construction team he intended to hire. Lin Ye smiled, patting his chest confidently. Uncle, I shall build it myself. You will build it yourself? The old chief's eyes widened in disbelief. Constructing a house is not simply child's play. Can you truly manage that? Absolutely. Lin Ye asserted with unwavering confidence. I will design it, execute the construction myself, and even document the process on video. I shall call it the Self-Built Villa series. This niche remains uncharted, and the traffic will undoubtedly be substantial. The money earned may very well suffice to construct a house. The old village chief regarded this with skepticism. However, recalling the mech video that garnered millions of views, he swallowed his words of persuasion. Very well, you young people are truly capable of stirring things up. If you cannot manage it, do not hesitate to seek assistance from a master. Rest assured, Uncle, I am well aware of what I am doing. This was precisely the affirmation Lin Ye desired. Thus, another wave of procurement commenced. Cement, sand, gravel, steel bars, and bricks. Various construction materials were continuously delivered. Each purchase far exceeded the actual requirements, preparing for alternative uses. Along with these, a small excavator, a concrete mixer, and a small crane were also brought in. To the outside world, it was all declared, we are building our own house. These tools are indispensable. Renting is not cost-effective. It is better to buy second-hand ones, which can be sold after use. The old village chief visited several times, gazing at the towering piles of materials with astonishment. So much has been purchased? Lin Ye wiped the sweat from his brow and explained. It's my first time doing this, and lacking experience. I fear it won't be enough. So I prepared more. After all, the wholesale prices are low. A little waste is acceptable. The old village chief found this reasoning sound and nodded in agreement. Subsequently, witnessing Lin Ye skillfully operating the excavator to level the land and dig the foundation, albeit with slightly clumsy movements, he gradually relaxed his worries, reassured by the apparent competence. Only Lin Ye knew that most of the excavator's working hours were spent under the cover of night, by the light of the moon and temporary floodlights. He meticulously maneuvered the machine, not only excavating the foundation pit for the villa, but also quietly creating a vast underground space beneath the foundation. The excavated soil was partly mixed with cement to form the villa's foundation and reinforced underground outer structure, while the remainder was utilized for flooring and constructing courtyard walls through various means. Next came the wall pouring and reinforcement, ensuring waterproofing and moisture resistance, along with ventilation, concealed wiring, and soundproofing. He approached every aspect of the project with meticulous care, striving for perfection. This process was monotonous, exhausting, and time-consuming, yet he found joy in it, his eyes always alight with enthusiasm. Simultaneously, he had to study knowledge related to architectural structures while personally operating machinery, tying steel bars, and pouring concrete. A full year slipped away in this tedious yet arduous civil engineering endeavor. Finally, the framework of a 3-story villa stood tall. As for the remaining tasks, bricklaying, plastering, and decorating, Lin Ye decided not to undertake them himself, planning to hire a professional construction team to complete the work. For the most crucial, yet unobserved underground portion had all been meticulously crafted by his own hands. A 3-story basement, occupying over 600 square meters, lay concealed beneath the foundation of the new house, with its entrance exceedingly discreet. Each level reached a height of 6 meters, accommodating larger mechanical equipment in the future. Although the interior remained in a rough state, the space was sufficiently vast and the structure robust enough. Standing in the expansive basement, illuminated only by simple lights, Lin Ye felt the cold breath of the concrete walls. He surveyed his surroundings. Though rudimentary, this was the true birthplace of his dreams. Taking a deep breath, a smile of profound satisfaction and anticipation finally graced his face. Chapter 8. Completion of the villa. The following day, Lin Ye stood before the nascent framework of the villa. Brushing off the dust from his hands, he retrieved his phone and accessed the interface of 00. Please filter for reputable and efficient construction teams in Yang City and its vicinity, aligning with my requirements to complete the remaining above-ground construction of the villa, he instructed, pausing to add, as long as it remains within a reasonable budget. The key is to act swiftly and comprehend my interface requirements. Command received, boss. Initiating the selection and establishing contact, came Zero's swift, youthful voice in response. Within a couple of days, Uncle Zhao, the village elder, strolled over with his hands clasped behind his back. Upon seeing Lin Ye engrossed in the blueprints next to an unfamiliar van, he approached with a look of satisfaction. Oh, Yezi, have you finally decided to hire a construction team? A pleased smile spread across Zhao's face as he came closer and clapped Lin Ye on the shoulder with a firm, yet warm hand. It was about time. Why toil alone for so long? Look at you. You've lost quite a bit of weight during this period. Lin Ye staggered slightly from the pat, a hint of embarrassment flickering across his face as he rubbed his nose. Admittedly, he had been somewhat slow in managing things himself. The subsequent tasks of bricklaying and decoration were indeed specialized, and he feared he might not execute them properly. Glancing at the elder's concerned gaze, a wave of warmth surged within him. Uncle Zhao, thank you for visiting me during this time and bringing me food, he expressed gratefully. The elder chuckled heartily, waving his hand dismissively, his eyes brimming with emotion. No need for thanks. Your well-being brings me joy. He surveyed the sturdy concrete framework with genuine admiration. You, young man, have truly impressed me. You managed to erect the most challenging and crucial part of the structure all by yourself, and it looks quite commendable. This is the most laborious and pivotal task. Uncle Zhao extended his rough thumb in approval. Remarkable, truly remarkable. If your parents could see how capable and accomplished you are now, they would surely be overjoyed, perhaps even ecstatic. At these words, Lin Ye's gaze dimmed slightly. He quickly mustered a smile and nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. The elder, sensing his thoughts, gave his arm a reassuring pat. All right. It's good that you have a construction team to take over. Now you can relax a bit. I'll be on my way, but if you need anything, just let me know. After bidding farewell to Uncle Zhao, Lin Ye exhaled softly. The next morning, the roar of engines shattered the tranquility of the mountain village. A construction team of nearly 10 individuals arrived in a utility vehicle, bringing along various materials. The foreman, a man in his 40s with weathered skin, clearly accustomed to the rigors of construction work, jumped from the vehicle. Upon observing the well-maintained excavators and mixers, albeit coated in mud, along with the neatly arranged tools at the site, astonishment spread across his face. Boss, your equipment is quite impressive. It surpasses what our team has. The foreman circled around the small excavator, marveling at its presence. Upon learning from Lin Ye that the entirety of the civil engineering works, including the foundation and framework, had been accomplished solely by this seemingly slender young man, his eyes widened in disbelief. He exchanged incredulous glances with the workers behind him, their expressions betraying their astonishment. The foreman raised his voice an octave, incredulous that the boss had managed all this alone. After receiving a confirming nod from Lin Ye, he quickly thrust his thumb upwards, his surprise transforming into admiration. Goodness gracious, boss, you are remarkable. The foreman's exaggerated expression conveyed his awe. This is no ordinary feat. It requires not only skill but also patience and strength. Another worker chimed in. Truly, boss, you are both wealthy and leisurely. My utmost respect. Feeling somewhat awkward from their praise, Lin Ye cleared his throat. The foreman, sensing the moment, pointed towards the equipment with a hint of inquiry. Boss, may we borrow these tools? I assure you we will handle them with care and clean up afterward. Lin Ye waved his hand dismissively, speaking in a calm tone. Feel free to use them. It doesn't matter if they get damaged, they are secondhand anyway. The foreman's face instantly lit up with joy. Oh, thank you, boss. You are incredibly generous. With these tools, our work efficiency will soar. Rest assured, we will adhere to the timeline. He thumped his chest in guarantee before turning to rally the workers. Brothers, did you hear that? The boss is generous. Let us not dawdle any longer. Grab your tools and let us get to work. The workers responded with enthusiastic agreement, swiftly dispersing to check equipment, transport materials, and immerse themselves in their tasks. The site buzzed with activity, laying lines, building walls, preparing materials, as the once silent mountain village came alive with the sounds of clanging metal, the hum of machinery, and the shouts of laborers. After observing the bustling scene for a while and ensuring everything was running smoothly, Lin Ye quietly retreated to the old house. The clamor outside faded into the background as he settled in front of his computer. The screen illuminated, instantly filling his vision with intricate blueprints and coded formulas. 0. Bring up the 7th edition of the quantum bit stability simulation data. Sync the material stress parameters. What is the optimization progress of the precision magnetic field generator design? He became fully immersed in another realm. His fingers danced rapidly across the keyboard and drawing tablet, his gaze sharp and focused. The passage of time in the outside world seemed irrelevant to him. His mind raced at high speed, tackling technological challenges far beyond the current era. He was designing uniquely precise devices, detailing every aspect of the quantum computer. Countless complex arrangements of quantum bits, error correction schemes, low-temperature control systems, and measurement and control circuits constructed, deduced, optimized, and transformed into dazzling blueprints on the screen. 0 assisted him with massive calculations and simulation validations. Time swiftly slipped away amidst the rhythmic sound of keyboard strokes and the clicking of the mouse. Outside, the villa transformed day by day. The walls were erected, the surfaces plastered to perfection, the windows fitted, and the roof completed. Lin Ye occasionally stepped outside for a glance, expressing satisfaction with the progress and quality of the construction. 3 months passed quietly, marked by the diligent work of the construction team and Lin Ye's earnest research. At last, the villa was completed. Lin Ye conducted a meticulous inspection, particularly scrutinizing all concealed works within the walls and the various reserved interfaces and pipelines. He especially verified the special passages and reinforced interfaces designated for future smart home installations and an underground laboratory, ensuring everything was in order. The construction foreman trailed behind him, watching as Lin Ye expertly examined the lines they had laid out as per his specifications, unable to suppress his admiration. Chapter 9. The Housewarming Dinner Boss. Your design skills are truly commendable. You have considered every detail. Many of your ideas are unprecedented, he jested. Would you be interested in joining our company as a senior designer? The salary would be exceptional. Upon hearing this, Lin Ye merely turned his head, offering a faint smile without responding. The foreman, catching the calmness in Lin Ye's eyes, suddenly realized his folly, smacking his forehead and laughing along. Look at me. Speaking out of turn. A person of your caliber, how could you work for us? Haha, I misspoke. Lin Ye settled the final payment, and the construction team packed their tools and departed. The village returned to its tranquil state. Yet, Lin Ye did not move in immediately. He busied himself further, installing rows of deep blue solar photovoltaic panels atop the villa and in the adjacent overgrown vegetable patch. They reflected a serene glow under the sunlight. Given the increasing strain on existing power generation, every bit of augmentation was essential. After completing this task, he thoroughly ventilated the new house for a month to dispel any lingering odors. Only then did he select an auspicious day to invite the old village chief, Uncle Zhao. Why did Lin Ye not invite other relatives? Because their presence would be nearly inconsequential. His father was an only child, with no siblings. His mother, orphaned at a young age, had no family. Tracing back to his grandfather's generation, there were indeed 2 siblings, but the passage of time, coupled with his parents' secluded life in the mountains, had rendered them estranged. Lin Ye was also reluctant to forge connections, as his relatives viewed his family as the impoverished kin. Previously, they would visit uninvited, while those better off never even crossed his threshold. After the passing of his parents, Lin Ye severed all ties. The old village chief was aware of his circumstances and had taken care of him over the years, especially since his own children had ventured to the bustling cities, returning only for the new year, leaving him alone to guard the home. The bond between the elderly chief and the young man bore a sense of mutual reliance. To return to the matter at hand, the housewarming dinner took place in the dining room on the first floor of the new villa. Lin Ye personally took to the kitchen, crafting several signature dishes. While it may not have constituted a grand feast, the meal was indeed a delightful display of color, aroma, and flavor, offering a bountiful spread. The soft glow of the restaurant lights illuminated the brand new furnishings. At the table sat only the 2 of them. The old village chief gazed at the abundant array of dishes and then surveyed the spacious, brightly lit, and modernly decorated new home, a broad smile blossoming on his face. Oh, splendid. Truly splendid. Yezi, you have truly embraced a wonderful life. He raised the glass filled with the beverage Lin Ye had poured for him, his tone filled with genuine joy. Lin Ye also lifted her cup. Uncle Zhao, thank you for your constant care. This first toast is for you. The 2 clinked their glasses, enveloped in a warm atmosphere. Come, Uncle Zhao, try this dish, the cucumber salad you brought. Lin Ye served the old village chief. Indeed. Homegrown, fresh and healthy. The old chief chuckled as he savored a bite, nodding repeatedly. The flavor is quite remarkable. Yezi, your culinary skills are impressive. He waved his hand dismissively, his tone hearty. If you ever need anything, just let me know. As they dined and chatted about everyday matters, the atmosphere remained cozy. After the meal, Lin Ye guided the old village chief on a tour of her new home, from the 1st to the 3rd floor. The old chief's astonished exclamations of goodness never ceased. The overall modern minimalist style, complemented by some of Lin Ye's own designs, featuring high-tech lighting and concealed interfaces, made the entire space feel both bright and enchanting. This feels extraordinarily sophisticated, almost reminiscent of those high-tech homes on television. The old chief marveled as he caressed the smooth walls and admired the hidden light strips. Lin Ye merely smiled, attributing it all to trivial gadgets. The old chief mused. Previously, that contractor praised your design, asking if a professional designer had drawn up the plans. Upon hearing this, Lin Ye simply smiled faintly, not engaging further. By the way, I noticed an empty room downstairs. What is that for? A storage room? Yes, it serves as a storage area, but could also function as a media room or gym. I'll work on it gradually, Lin Ye responded casually, her expression unchanged. The old chief nodded, not delving deeper. After the tour, they returned to the living room to enjoy tea. As the old chief admired the impressive sights both inside and outside the house, he suddenly recalled something. Leaning in closer with a mischievous smile directed at Lin Ye. Yezi, with such a beautiful house now and having earned a decent sum, shouldn't you consider finding a wife? He counted on his fingers. Look at you. You've been back for a few years now and aren't getting any younger. You have money and a home now. Perhaps consider getting a nicer car. Present yourself well, and I'm sure many young ladies would be interested. Lin Ye, while pouring tea, paused momentarily upon hearing this, then chuckled and shook her head. Uncle Zhao, please don't jest. What young woman would want to marry into such a secluded place? The old chief blinked. Ah, it sounds like you're planning to settle down here for life. Lin Ye set down the teapot, her gaze sweeping over the tranquil mountains and the dazzling starry sky outside. Nodding, her tone calm yet resolute, she replied, Indeed. What is so good out there? The air is polluted and the crowds are noisy. He paused for a moment, a genuine smile gracing his lips. I find this place quite satisfactory, tranquil, and liberating. Presently, I am free from worries of sustenance, engaging in activities I cherish while earning a bit of income. It is quite delightful. He continued after a brief pause. In the future, I might travel occasionally, just to explore and then return. The old village chief observed the contentment and serenity on his face, momentarily taken aback, before breaking into a hearty laugh and lifting his teacup. Indeed, the essence of life lies in one's comfort. Your perspective is refreshing. He took a sip of tea but couldn't resist adding, however, let us not make overly bold proclamations. When the time comes, one must seek companionship, for in old age, a companion is essential, is it not? Enough said. My dear nephew, just be mindful. Now, let us toast with tea instead of wine, and raise a glass to celebrate your joyous relocation. Thank you, Uncle Zhao. Lin Ye also raised his cup, and the two gently clinked their glasses together. After bidding farewell to the old village chief, Lin Ye returned to his new home alone. He ascended directly to the third floor, pushed open the glass door, and stepped onto the spacious rooftop. The night breeze from the mountains carried a refreshing chill and the scent of foliage, caressing his cheeks. The night sky was exceptionally clear, with stars scattered like countless diamonds embedded in a backdrop of deep blue velvet. He tilted his head back, his gaze traversing the layered mountains, reaching into the boundless, profound cosmos. The surroundings were tranquil, with only the occasional chirping of insects. His expression was calm, yet it flickered with an indescribable yearning and resolve. He spoke softly to himself, his words dissipating in the night breeze. Just wait. Chapter 10. Upgrade of experimental instruments. Early the next morning, Lin Ye immersed himself in the old house. He stood before the equipment that had accompanied him through countless days and nights, his gaze sweeping over each item. He extended his hand, gently patting the dust-covered exterior of the self-made precision CNC milling machine. My friends, it appears we must find a new abode, he murmured, a subtle smile playing on his lips. Taking a deep breath, he rolled up his sleeves and commenced disassembly. His movements were both skilled and gentle. Screws were methodically removed and organized. Cables were carefully unplugged and labeled. He deftly disassembled the intricate components. The entire disassembly process resembled a precise surgical operation, efficient and flawless. After each machine was dismantled, he meticulously wrapped the parts in prepared dust covers. The large, specially designed lift leading to the underground laboratory was spacious and had a high load capacity, specifically for the transport of substantial items. Some smaller equipment was transported by hand truck in successive trips. For the heavier machinery, he employed several pieces of engineering equipment, such as a second-hand forklift and crane. The forklift's wheels rolled over the soil of the old house's courtyard. The crane's arm moved slowly, the steel cable taut, gently lifting the heavy equipment modules off the ground. Lin Ye personally operated the machinery, his gaze focused, the joystick moving subtly in his hands. The equipment swayed slightly in midair before being smoothly placed onto the forklift. Hearing the commotion, the old village chief, Zhao, wandered over. He observed the scene of large machinery being maneuvered with surprise. Lin Ye, what are you up to this time? Are you relocating all these iron contraptions to your new home? Lin Ye leapt down from the forklift, wiping the sweat from his forehead. Indeed, Uncle Zhao. The basement of the new house is quite spacious. I intend to establish a proper workspace and relocate all this equipment for greater convenience in my work. He gestured towards the machinery, striving for a casual tone, then indicated the old house. This area will be designated for the finished models, serving as a display hall, providing a pleasing backdrop for video shoots. The old village chief nodded, albeit with a hint of confusion. Ah, a studio, quite good indeed. Do you need a hand? No, Uncle Zhao, I can manage on my own. This equipment is heavy. I wouldn't want to strain your back. Lin Ye quickly waved his hand. All right. Then do take care, proceed slowly, and avoid injury, the old village chief cautioned, watching for a moment before walking away with his hands clasped behind his back. As Lin Ye watched the chief's retreating figure, he let out a gentle sigh of relief. The process of moving was monotonous and time-consuming. He operated the machinery with intense focus, ensuring every step was executed flawlessly. The heavy bases, precise guide rails, and intricate control panels were all delivered into the underground laboratory. For an entire week, he repeated the tasks of disassembly, hoisting, transporting, and positioning. Only when the final control panel was securely installed in its designated spot did Lin Ye truly relax. Standing in the center of the first floor of the underground laboratory, he surveyed his surroundings. Various devices were organized by function, all connections established, and the space began to take shape. The cold metallic sheen glimmered under the energy-efficient lights, while the air was infused with the scent of machine oil and metal. At last, it is taking form, he murmured, a weary smile spreading across his face. An indescribable sense of fulfillment and security washed over him. This was no longer the cluttered old house, but a nascent technological fortress that truly belonged to him. He approached the wall and switched off the main power. A faint hum filled the air as the indicator lights on each workstation flickered to life, twinkling like stars. This hidden space underground had finally been imbued with genuine vitality. After a brief rest, he did not pause. Instead, he ascended to the villa's rooftop, cradling an unusually shaped device. The mountain breeze, cool against his skin, dispelled some of his fatigue. This was his self-developed high-efficiency satellite signal connection device. Its casing was meticulously designed to be aerodynamically sleek, adorned with dark solar panel patterns. It resembled a cutting-edge solar water heater, exuding a sense of advanced technology. He carefully secured the base to the pre-embedded bolts on the rooftop, adjusting the angle to ensure stability. Next, he pulled out the special cables that had been pre-installed and skillfully connected them to the device's internal interfaces. 0. Check the signal connection link. Command received, boss. Self-diagnostic initiated. The link is clear, and signal strength is exceptional. Stealth protocol has been loaded. A youthful voice responded. Successfully hijacked relay channels from 3 low-orbit communication satellites. Data transmission bandwidth maximized. All transmissions are encrypted and camouflaged in multiple layers. The current network access point is undetectable and untraceable. Excellent. Lin Ye nodded in satisfaction. This signifies that he has acquired an almost limitless network channel, with speeds far surpassing any terrestrial broadband. Through this exclusive conduit, 0 can interact with the outside world at nearly maximal velocity. Remarkably, all of this is seamlessly concealed within the mundane data streams of satellite communications. After spending 2 days, he made simple modifications to the old house, adorning it with various sized mech models and some antiquated handcrafted tools. It truly resembled a fervent model enthusiast's workshop, sufficient to appease the occasional passerby from the village. With everything in order, Lin Ye once again immersed himself in frenzied research and equipment upgrades. The underground laboratory became his daily sanctuary. His primary focus was the existing smelting furnace, as subsequent laboratory expansions and equipment manufacturing necessitated vast quantities of specialized materials. Procuring these externally was impractical. Self-sufficiency was imperative. He utilized the leftover construction materials and scrap from the previous building as initial raw materials for experimentation. His brain operated at peak efficiency, continually adjusting upgrade plans and process parameters with the robust computational support of 0. The furnace's heat-resistant materials underwent repeated enhancements. New modular devices were incrementally added, and the control system was optimized to an extraordinary degree of precision. A deep rumble reverberated from the 3rd level of the underground laboratory. The smelting furnace, which had undergone countless iterations, finally evolved into a colossal elemental synthesis furnace. It could process various common ores, scrap, and even ordinary soil as raw materials. Through high-temperature plasma, electromagnetic field control, and directed energy bombardment, the input materials were decomposed into a plasma state, followed by atomic-level directed reconstruction as required. Ultimately, it synthesized the vast majority of known metals and nonmetals, achieving a purity level of 999,999. Success. Lin Ye gazed at the pulsating data on the control screen, exhaling a long breath. His eyes, bloodshot yet gleaming with excitement, reflected his triumph. However, this large elemental synthesis furnace, once assembled, would reach an overall height of 12 meters, making it impossible to accommodate within the existing floors. Chapter 11. Commencing the expansion plan 0. Initiate the expansion plan. Lin Ye commanded, standing on the designated space on the 3rd level of the laboratory. Understood, boss. The intelligent automated excavation equipment has completed self-diagnostics and is ready for activation. The small automated excavation and transportation devices, retrofitted from previous engineering machinery with intelligent control systems and reinforced drill heads, approached. Under 0's precise command, they began to excavate downwards. The rumbling noise was meticulously contained underground. The excavated earth and stone were immediately fed into the incomplete elemental synthesis furnace. The smelting process yielded non-metallic elements that formed high-grade concrete materials, while metallic elements were synthesized into specialized rebar and innovative composite materials. The cycle of excavation, reinforcement, and support continued. The outline of the vast space being developed downward gradually became clearer. Ultimately, a massive 4th-level space, covering nearly 10 0.000 square meters and soaring to a height of 20 meters, emerged beneath the laboratory. The newly constructed support columns and walls are forged from high-strength concrete, reinforced with composite materials and specialized steel, rendering them remarkably robust. The colossal element synthesis furnace, akin to a slumbering behemoth, has been delicately positioned in one corner of this vast space. Lin Ye stands at the edge of the fourth floor, gazing down at the brilliantly illuminated expanse below and the furnace that embodies his labor of love, nodding in satisfaction. Subsequently, leveraging the high-purity materials provided by the element synthesis furnace, other apparatuses have undergone transformative upgrades. A quantum chip manufacturing device has been meticulously crafted, employing Lin Ye's innovative laser binding and superposition technology, resulting in qubits with coherence times that far surpass the highest global standards, with chip precision reaching an astonishing 0.5 nanometers. He estimates it to be at least 3 generations ahead of external technologies. A superconducting material preparation device operates ceaselessly, successfully producing a novel type of superconducting material with an extraordinarily high critical current density at a temperature of 30 C, seemingly just a step away from achieving true room temperature superconductivity. In a corner, a high-precision metal 3D printer stands tall, utilizing a combination of electron beam melting and laser selective melting technology, along with real-time molten pool monitoring and AI path optimization, capable of printing intricately complex integrated metal components. It also supports the composite printing of metal powders and non-metallic materials, exhibiting minimal internal stress, achieving nanometer-level dimensional precision, and mechanical properties that even surpass traditional forging methods. Additionally, there are devices capable of generating exceptionally stable magnetic fields, atomic-level scanning probe microscopes, optical component production lines, and a plethora of specialized instruments, the names of which Lin Ye has grown too weary to devise. Thus, 6 months have swiftly elapsed amidst fervent research and transformation. The laboratory's equipment has undergone a complete metamorphosis, with performance enhanced by several orders of magnitude. Observing all of this, Lin Ye nods in satisfaction. With these world-leading devices at his disposal, he has finally met the fundamental requirements he envisioned. Meanwhile, Zero, after more than 3 years of relentless self-directed learning and evolution, has attained an intelligence and computational scheduling capability that is now vastly superior. Lin Ye recognizes that the foundational accumulation phase has reached its conclusion. His gaze shifts to the adjacent laboratory, meticulously reserved for the highest cleanliness standards. Inside, the majority of the specialized materials and components required for the quantum computer are fully prepared, awaiting only the final assembly and calibration. Everything is in readiness. The years of monotonous study and research have nearly drained all his patience. He has concealed himself like a mole in the depths of the mountains, silently maturing. All breakthroughs and accomplishments are known only to him and Zero, although the hyper-accelerated processing of his brain provides him with gratification from his studies. The long-suppressed yearning for recognition and the desire to astonish the world, coupled with a fear of confronting reality, have begun to stir restlessly within him, eager to break free. It is time. Let those foolish mortals witness a true miracle. Live broadcast. It must be broadcast live. In a captivating live broadcast, an individual skillfully assembles a quantum computer, leaving countless eyes in the nation transfixed, bewildered, and forever guessing the identity and whereabouts of this enigmatic figure. One can only imagine the expressions of the so-called experts as their worldviews crumble, filled with existential doubt. An exhilarating, frigid sensation, transcending the mundane, envelopes him in an instant. The corners of his mouth rise uncontrollably, forming a smile tinged with mischief and arrogance. Zero. I am here, boss. He registers a new account on a short video platform, a mischievous smile playing on his lips. The permissions are set to the highest level, surpassing even the platform's management. His tone carries a hint of mockery, his eyes gleaming with a fervent, youthful spirit. He names the account Wisdom Deity, uttering the phrase with a smirk that hints at its sinister undertones, signifying the god of human intellect. Simple, direct. He aims to make this name an unforgettable legend. Command received. Account registration completed. Base permissions have been obtained and reinforced. Operations such as banning the live room, throttling, and real name queries are permanently ineffective against this account. Zero operates with remarkable efficiency, completing the task in an instant. Account ID, Wisdom Deity ready. The live stream channel can be activated at any moment. Excellent. Lin Ye takes a deep breath, striving to calm his exhilaration. Gazing at the laboratory and the equipment that embodies years of dedication, he envisions the impending storm. Rubbing his hands together, he approaches the workbench, his eyes scanning the intricate components prepared for the quantum computer. Now, let us astound this dull world with a glimpse of the miraculous. The theme of the live broadcast shall be the assembly of a quantum computer, and he seeks an engaging design for it. His eyes glint with astonishing intensity. Remember, All characters should be cartoonish, the voice should be altered, and the display must be limited. Let them guess, let them ponder, let them go wild. Let these mortals witness what true wisdom incarnate looks like. Received. Please face the camera, boss, and prepare to commence the live stream. Zero's gentle voice remains calm, yet to Lin Ye, it carries an almost imperceptible thrill that resonates with his own excitement. Taking a deep breath, he stands before an inconspicuous black spherical camera at the workbench. He instinctively attempts to adjust his faded old t-shirt, only to dismiss the thought with self-deprecating humor, acknowledging that it is merely a cartoonish persona. The excitement and arrogance on his face gradually subside, replaced by a profound tranquility, with only the burning light in his eyes betraying his fervor. Countdown, 5. In the soft glow of the laboratory lights, the air seems to freeze. 4. Lin Ye can even hear the steady rhythm of his heart. 3. He slightly adjusts his stance. 2. The corners of his mouth involuntarily curve into a barely perceptible smile. 1. The light in his eyes suddenly ignites. The live stream has begun. The live stream has been prominently featured across the internet, and the broadcast is underway. The moment the sound of Zero resonates, it feels as though an invisible command transcends mountains and rivers, penetrating countless network nodes. Chapter 12. Greetings, everyone. I am the wise deity. Within the realm of the dragon god, billions of devices, smartphones, computers, tablets, are connected to the internet. Regardless of what users are engaged in, watching videos, playing games, working, or chatting, a conspicuous live stream window suddenly materializes on their screens. The design of the window is minimalist, with a backdrop of a profound starry sky. At its center, a strikingly audacious title flashes with technological brilliance. Can you manually assemble a quantum computer? Isn't it as simple as having hands? Welcome to the Wise Deity's live stream, where we challenge the skeptics. Beneath the title, a dynamic, cartoonish logo of the Wise Deity, a fusion of an abstract brain and celestial bodies, jumps energetically. What on earth is this? A rogue pop-up? A virus? What is the platform doing? A force push? Manually assembling a quantum computer? Is this merely a ploy for traffic? The name Wise Deity, what a juvenile choice. The majority of users furrow their brows, cursing as they hastily close the window. Yet, a small fraction, whether out of curiosity, incredulity, or drawn by the sheer audacity of the title, hesitates and ultimately clicks to enter. The live stream illuminates. Instead of the anticipated live host, viewers are greeted by a technologically sophisticated cartoon avatar. This character, with sleek, flowing lines, emanates a gentle glow. Its face lacks distinct features, replaced instead by a swirling, deep cosmic nebula, occasionally graced by data streams resembling shooting stars. The overall demeanor of the figure appears relaxed and casual. Can you manually assemble a quantum computer? Isn't it as simple as having hands? Beneath the audacious title, the number of online viewers in the top right corner skyrockets with alarming speed, akin to a wild stallion breaking free. Dozens, hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands, within mere seconds. It surpasses 100,000, showing no signs of slowing down. The barrage of comments floods the screen, inundated with questions and exclamations. What is happening? This pop-up was forced. Who is this host? A cartoon figure? A virtual presenter? What is going on? Manually assembling a quantum computer? Surely, there are limits to clickbait. Is the online viewer count genuine? Is it artificially inflated? How could it rise so rapidly? Is the background a special effect? It looks so sophisticated. The cartoon avatar of the Wise Deity comes to life. It raises a glowing hand and casually waves. A voice, processed through a precise voice modulator, resonates within the live stream. A voice imbued with a magnetic metallic quality, yet laced with a casual tone. Ah, quite a crowd has gathered. The voice pauses, seemingly tinged with amusement. Greetings, everyone. Welcome to the Wise Deity's live stream. It is a pleasure to meet you. As you can see, I am a tech enthusiast who prefers to remain behind the scenes. The Wise Deity gestures toward its nebula-like visage. Today's live stream content is clearly outlined in the title. Since I have some time to spare, let's assemble a quantum computer and see how it goes. His tone was as relaxed as if he were casually discussing a simple craft project for the day. The barrage of comments erupted instantaneously. What the heck? So audacious? Is this mere boasting? Do you even comprehend the concept of quantum computing? Handcrafted, you say? This bravado deserves full marks. The props team must have invested a fortune. This laboratory backdrop looks remarkably authentic. Host, which special effects team worked on this? Real-time rendering? Did you outsource? The viewer count has surged to 200,000. Is this madness? Lin Ye seemed to perceive the comments in real time, letting out a light chuckle. Background? Special effects? He turned slightly, his arm tracing an elegant arc, gesturing towards the expansive laboratory space behind him, filled with a metallic aesthetic and various peculiar devices. This is my humble workshop. Do these devices seem satisfactory? They are all crafted by my own hands during my leisure time. Those with keen eyes might discern that the equipment here differs from the norm. They resemble toys. They'll do for now. His tone carried an air of nonchalance, as if discussing an inconsequential matter. Upon hearing this, the comments exploded once more. Keep boasting. Handcrafted. You say? Do you think this is clay? This exaggeration almost had me convinced. A workshop? This looks even more impressive than our school's key laboratory. I'm following now. I enjoy watching the bravado. The viewer count hit 300,000. Is this real? At this moment, the camera panned across a series of uniquely designed devices, each exuding a striking industrial elegance and precision. The cold metallic sheen, intricate piping interfaces, and flickering indicator lights radiated an exhilarating technological allure under the laboratory's pristine lighting. Comments floated by, expressing disbelief. This model looks so real. The texture is incredible. I know you all are skeptical. Lin Ye's voice carried a hint of amusement, as if he could see through the doubts of everyone behind the screens. No worries, science is grounded in empirical evidence. Now, let me give you a brief tour of my handcrafted tools. Lin Ye approached a remarkably complex machine, filled with precision rails and laser emitters, gleaming in silver. Behold, this is a quantum chip manufacturing device, he remarked casually, as if describing a kitchen rice cooker. It employs my innovative localized strong magnetic field confinement superposition and laser phase correction technology. It is primarily used for the fabrication of the core quantum chips for quantum computers. It can initialize, perform logical gate operations, and measure a single quantum bit within picoseconds. The quantum chips produced are based on a novel topological insulator material combined with a superconducting loop structure. The coherence time of a single quantum bit is conservatively estimated to exceed 7,200 seconds, with an error rate below 10 to the power of -10. In terms of integration, this prototype can effortlessly integrate over 100,000 physical quantum bits on a single chip. Naturally, through modular expansion, this number can grow exponentially. The livestream comments began to roll in, initially sparse, filled with, and what? They quickly became dense. This model is quite impressive. They must have invested significantly. 7,200 seconds of coherence time? Is that merely boasting? The current laboratory record seems to only be a few minutes, correct? 100,000 physical quantum bits? That particular song appears to have only a few dozen, does it not? This streamer's special effects are impressive. I wonder how much was spent on them. I cannot comprehend fully, yet it seems remarkably sophisticated. Is this a promotional material for a film? Lin Ye appears to be able to see the bullet comments in real time, with the nebulous visage turning towards the camera. A model? Special effects? The magnetic sound carries a discernible tone of mockery. Please indulge in more special effects. The camera shifts to the interior of a transparent, sealed work chamber housing a quantum chip manufacturing device. Chapter 13, Public Execution. Inside the chamber, an exquisitely precise robotic arm is in operation. Before it lies a dark wafer, the size of a fingernail, intricately adorned with countless fine golden lines, firmly secured in place. The arm's tip emits an almost imperceptible laser beam, meticulously engraving the surface of the wafer. Simultaneously, another set of nozzles releases atomically sized misted materials. Now, let us showcase a portion of the quantum chip fabrication process. Lin Ye elucidates. We are currently laying out the superconducting circuits for the couplers between quantum bits, employing non-contact laser-induced chemical vapor deposition, with precision controlled to within 0.3 nanometers. The material is a high-temperature superconducting niobium nitride composite film, with a critical temperature elevated to 30 degrees Celsius. The comments section erupts in astonishment. 0.3 nanometers? Handcrafted equipment. Are you aware of what you are stating? A high-temperature superconductor at 30 C? Is this for real? I am a graduate student in physics, and my advisor is questioning why I am kneeling while viewing my phone. This is fake. Absolutely fabricated. The parameters are pulled from thin air. Upstairs, this equipment genuinely appears to possess some merit. The structural design does not seem fabricated. As a Ph.D. in materials science, the distribution of that sputtered misted material is impeccable. Where can one obtain this simulation software? Ignoring the explosive comments, Lin Ye leisurely approached another sealed device, exuding a faint chill. This high temperature, oh no, by your standards, it should be referred to as low-temperature superconducting material preparation device, is precisely what produced the aforementioned high-temperature superconducting material. He emphasized low temperature with a hint of jest. Nothing particularly special. Merely capable of stably producing a novel superconducting material with a critical temperature of 30 C and a critical current density reaching 10.7 ACM2 at 30 T. He shrugged nonchalantly. We are still far from achieving true room temperature superconductivity. It will have to suffice for now. Primarily, it is energy efficient, reducing the power supply burden on my tools. 30 C, 10.7 ACM. These figures detonated like a bomb among those capable of understanding. 30 C. No need for liquid nitrogen. This current density's strong field applications are unparalleled. Streamer, you refer to this as nothing special? I am from the XX Superconducting Materials Laboratory. May I inquire? Madness. Pure madness. The camera then transitions to a robustly designed, operational metal 3D printer. A remarkably delicate electron beam, combined with a laser composite beam, is meticulously scanning metallic powder, giving rise to a metal component of astonishing complexity, adorned with intricate honeycomb structures, which is visibly growing layer by layer. This 3D printer is quite impressive, achieving a peak precision at the nanoscale and boasting a maximum printing speed over 150 times that of the best devices available on the market. It supports multi-material composite printing and exhibits commendable stress control, producing items with strength surpassing that of forged materials. The supporting base for the quantum chip and sections of the superconducting device's cavity that I just showed you are all crafted by this machine. He casually picked up a completed component, shimmering with a silvery metallic luster and embellished with peculiar fractal patterns, and waved it in front of the camera. Look, it's all one piece. There's nothing complex about it. The barrage of comments has nearly gone wild, particularly from students, engineers, and researchers in related fields. This printing speed. This precision. Incredible. This structure is unattainable through traditional methods. The thermal management design on that component is astonishing. Is this truly something we can witness live? I'm beginning to question the validity of my materials and manufacturing studies. Who exactly are you, streamer? At that moment, a dazzling special effect flashed across the screen. One viewer sent the platform's most expensive gift, a spaceship. Immediately, a flurry of gifts began to flood the screen. Thank you, quantum mechanics doesn't exist for the spaceship. Lin Ye appeared momentarily taken aback before shaking his head. His magnetic voice bore an undeniable authority. 0. Disable the tipping feature in the live stream. All received gifts will be returned. Command confirmed. Tipping feature disabled. Gift refund process initiated, completed. A crisp, clear female voice immediately resonated in the live stream. Without any delay, almost instantaneously, the tipping bar and gift effects vanished from all viewers' screens. Those who had just sent gifts simultaneously received refund notifications from the platform. The barrage of comments erupted into genuine chaos. What? A refund? Is this for real? What kind of authority is this? Does the platform even have this feature? I've never seen another streamer utilize it. Who is this 0? Such a swift response. Boss. Is this an AI assistant? This AI voice is so natural. 100 times better than others. The streamer is incredible. The platform rules can change on a whim. Observing the astonishment and curiosity in the comments, Lin Ye seemed quite pleased with the outcome. He chuckled softly as the data flow on the Nebula interface accelerated. 0. He said, his tone tinged with a subtle pride. Is an AI assistant I casually created during a moment of boredom, or perhaps a smart steward. Its capabilities transcend what you deem strong artificial intelligence. You may perceive it as a deity of the internet, tasked with handling minor affairs for me, such as. He deliberately elongated his words, ensuring that this live stream remains undisturbed by certain individuals. As the words fell from his lips, a small window suddenly emerged in a corner of the live broadcast screen. Within it appeared the real-time monitoring footage from the technical department of the streaming platform. Dozens of technicians were frantically staring at their screens, their fingers dancing wildly across the keyboards. Some were bellowing in frustration, while others wore expressions of utter despair. Though the content on their screens was obscured, the glaring red error messages of failed operations, insufficient permissions, and interrupted connections were strikingly clear. Meanwhile, the barrage of comments from the live stream was rolling in real time on an adjacent secondary screen in the technical department. Hilariously, the platform's own backend was being broadcasted. This was a public execution. The faces of the technical executives turned pale. Was it 0 doing this? Such extraordinary capability. No wonder they couldn't shut down the live stream. It turned out their permissions were firmly grasped. Lin Ye commented with a teasing tone, look how hard they're trying. Unfortunately, before 0, all their firewalls and permission systems are as flimsy as paper. He even kindly applied a cartoonish mosaic over the bald manager in the footage who was smashing his keyboard. Chapter 14. Do you have evidence? The personnel from the platform, who were glued to the live broadcast, suddenly froze, disbelief washing over them as they raised their heads in terror, searching for the internal company camera mounted on the ceiling. One individual reacted swiftly, immediately covering the camera with a cloth. The monitoring screen instantly plunged into darkness, clearly obscured. In the main live stream, the comments momentarily paused before erupting into even more frenzied laughter and gasps. Indeed, the platform company had been broadcasted. They covered the camera. Ha ha ha, too late. Social death. Absolute social death. The streamer is incredible. Voice breaking. Goddess 0 is amazing. Voice breaking. This scene was sufficient to convince all viewers that the words of the wisdom god were not mere fabrications. Oh, by the way, his voice suddenly lowered, imbued with a mischievous air of mystery. To those from certain special departments watching, I shan't name names, but you need not exert any effort. At that moment, a comment with an official certification emblem and a stern tone floated by. Wisdom god, your actions have allegedly violated the law. immediately ceased the live broadcast and voluntarily surrendered to authorities for leniency. Lin Ye caught sight of this comment and let out a barely audible chuckle. Heh, that wasn't even me. Do you have evidence? Don't slander me. Otherwise, don't think that just because you're from a special department, I won't dare to take action against you. At this juncture, those who were recording and capturing evidence suddenly realized that all proof on their phones and computers had vanished. What the hell? The video I just recorded is gone. I'm on my knees. This is definitely a true big shot. Wisdom God. Incredible. Voice breaking. Lin Ye continued. Furthermore, I'd like to remind you that the several teams that just attempted to trace the signal source, their action trajectories, and real-time communications, well, Zero is currently helping me record them live. Quite interesting. Should I broadcast it to everyone in the live stream? Casually audacious. This display of prowess utterly silenced everyone. Whether it be the onlookers captivated by the spectacle, the initially skeptical technology enthusiasts, or even the live streaming platform that found itself publicly called out and humiliated, who now dares to speak of being slapped in the face. This matter transcends mere technological discourse. It is nothing short of miraculous. Clearly, everyone stands utterly astounded. The atmosphere in the live stream has reached a fever pitch. The barrage of comments is a cacophony of shock, fervor, adoration, and a hint of trepidation. Bow down. I am completely in awe. Great Master, I humbly submit my knee. This is no longer technology. It is sorcery. Divine beings engaged in battle. Mere mortals as spectators. Broadcaster, flee. Though I know not your whereabouts. Flee. Do you have evidence to apprehend anyone? Zero. Truly, a deity of the internet. Thus, the notion of a hand-spun quantum computer may indeed hold truth. An increasing number of individuals begin to believe that the broadcaster may genuinely possess extraordinary capabilities. The comments section burgeons with inquiries from various professional fields. Broadcaster, how do you regulate the energy band structure of the topological insulator material you mentioned earlier? Esteemed Master, how does your electron beam melting technique overcome internal stress? I am a professor at Qingxx University. How did you address external magnetic field interference in quantum decoherence processes? I echo that sentiment. And what doping scheme is utilized for the 30C superconductor? I am a doctoral student specializing in nanomaterials at Max University of Technology. Could you disclose the alloy system used in that component you demonstrated? How is its grain structure controlled? I revere you, Great Master. Though I may not comprehend, I am profoundly shaken. The number of viewers in the live stream has surpassed 1 million. It seems many esteemed individuals have indeed emerged. The tone of comments has shifted. Lin Ye observes the rapidly scrolling professional queries with a glimmer of delight in his eyes. He relishes witnessing their transformation from skepticism to astonishment, culminating in fervent inquiries. He selectively addresses several questions, articulating responses in the most concise yet incisive manner. Each answer elicits gasps of realization and admiration from the audience in related fields. As if to say, so that is how it works. How ingenious. More and more professionals, having caught wind of the event, flood into the live stream, pushing the online viewer count beyond 5 million and still climbing. While outsiders revel in the spectacle, insiders discern the intricate nuances. Those truly well-versed in the subject matter find themselves increasingly awestruck and incredulous as they continue to listen and watch. In the live stream, the sage of intellect has ceased to acknowledge the comments. He strides towards the central workstation. Upon the table lies an array of components, each exhibiting an otherworldly luster and intricate design. Quantum chips, superconducting coils, ultra-low temperature controllers, precision measurement modules, entanglement generators. Each item radiates a sense of avant-garde technology. Enough of idle chatter. Lin Ye claps his hands, his tone shifting to one of focused anticipation. These components have been meticulously prepared in advance. Now, let us commence, his voice imbued with a hint of joyful expectation, on the hand-spun quantum computer. He extended his seemingly luminous hands and precisely grasped the first core quantum chip. His movements were steady and gentle, imbued with an artistry of near-perfect precision. The live stream remained stable and fluid, exhibiting no signs of interruption or censorship. Only the number of online viewers in the upper right corner continued to pulsate tirelessly, surging towards the 10 million mark. The barrage of comments had transformed into a torrent of information, as countless individuals held their breath, eager to witness this astonishing spectacle. Lin Ye gazed at the intricate component before him, absorbing the fervent emotions radiating from the live chat, particularly the awe and astonishment expressed by the experts. A profound sense of satisfaction and delight spread within him. The feeling of wielding control, showcasing miracles while remaining shrouded in anonymity, was utterly to his liking. This was precisely the flamboyant effect he desired. At that moment, the number of viewers in the live stream was nearing the monumental 10 million threshold. The comments had gone utterly wild, a cacophony of skepticism, admiration, reverence, inquiries, and calls for debunking mingling together like a tsunami engulfing the screen. Every spectator could clearly see that the live stream continued to operate smoothly, showing no signs of impending censorship. Here it comes. The main event. Live assembly. Is this truly something one can witness on a stream? Just looking at these components must be worth billions, right? Look, the stream is still up. The platform hasn't been shut down. Where are the authorities? Are they really unconcerned? Quick, record this. This might be the most outrageous live broadcast in human history. I can hardly think anymore. I'm just waiting to either be proven wrong or to witness history. The cartoonish figure of the intelligent deity ignored all distractions, fully engrossed in the assembly process. Chapter 15. Assembling the quantum computer. Lin Ye's fingers were as steady as precision instruments as he lifted the first quantum chip, emanating a ghostly blue glow. The mechanical arm. 0, activated in synchrony, silently maneuvering above the workbench, providing tools, fixtures, and even conducting nano-level welding. He began processing the foundational connections of the qubit array, speaking calmly. As if assembling an ordinary computer, he articulated, command confirmed. Mechanical arm number 3 is ready. The youthful voice of 0 responded immediately, coolly, and efficiently. Almost simultaneously, a multi-jointed mechanical arm glided silently to its designated position above the workbench, its precise pincers flickering with faint blue positioning lights, hovering steadily above the chip. Comments erupted in astonishment. Wow, the synchronization efficiency of this mechanical arm. It's like a re-emergence of Shidaku. The fluidity, the precision. It's simply unmatched by any existing industrial robot. Lin Ye caught a glimpse of the comments and chuckled softly. Shidaku? That was merely a film. 0's collaborative algorithm was far more efficient. He spoke while delicately using a uniquely designed tool, lightly tapping the surface of the chip. A fine electric arc flickered, and the connection was complete. Esteemed expert, how do you address the issue of crosstalk between qubits? A comment bearing a verification badge floated by. Lin Ye did not even glance up. Utilizing a modicum of topological insulators and a custom electromagnetic shielding field, the intricate structure described would indeed be beyond your capabilities to replicate. His tone remained unassuming, yet exuded an undeniable confidence. He then meticulously adjusted the angle of the chip to align with the nanoscale contacts on the substrate. The mechanical arm moved in perfect synchrony, the barely audible sound of its motors almost imperceptible. At this moment, the physical connection between the core quantum chip and the fundamental interconnect substrate was underway. Lin Ye began to explain, his voice transformed by magnetic modulation into a relaxed and casual tone, as if he were assembling a Lego model. The crux of the matter lay in achieving absolute precision in alignment and controllable pressure. Any minute misalignment or stress could introduce decoherence noise, adversely affecting the final performance. Esteemed expert, may I inquire about the dielectric constant and the loss tangent of the interconnect materials? Surely, traditional materials would be inadequate at this level of precision? An eager query adorned with a doctoral certification badge flashed across the screen. Lin Ye glanced momentarily, his hands unceasing in their actions. The mechanical arm's gripper had completed the first phase of compression and slowly lifted. We employed a proprietary composite ceramic substrate infused with some unique additives. The dielectric constant hovers around 35, and the loss, roughly on the order of 10 to the power of -7, just barely sufficient, he remarked nonchalantly, as if discussing the weather. Instantly, the chat exploded with responses from scholars in related fields. 10 to the power of -7. Currently, the best is at -5 at most. What is this unique additive, esteemed expert? Please enlighten us. That's classified, Lin Ye chuckled lightly. Picking up the next module, a magnetic confinement device entwined with specialized superconducting coils. Some little tricks, divulging them could lead to misconceptions. As time slipped by unnoticed in their focused assembly, an array of uniquely shaped components, gleaming with metallic or specialized material luster, were seamlessly combined under the synergy of his seemingly magical hands and the precisely controlled mechanical arm. The number of viewers in the live stream had long surpassed the 10 million mark. Although the growth rate had slowed, it continued to rise steadily. The technical depth of the comments surged dramatically as a plethora of accounts bearing institutional and research certification flooded in. I am from the Department of Physics at Longshan National University of Science and Technology. May I ask what principle your entanglement source is based on? Host, how is the low-temperature environment of the superconducting circuit maintained so stably? The depth and angle of the inquiries became increasingly incisive. Mr. Xiyuan, how do you address the crosstalk issues in multi-qubit expansion? It seems you have not adopted the mainstream cross-resonance scheme. Is your cavity design intended to suppress phonon interference at specific frequencies? This filtering structure, brilliant. It manages to balance bandwidth and isolation simultaneously. Even anonymous, yet remarkably poised and seasoned inquiries began to appear in the chat, directly targeting the most critical engineering challenges. It was evident that the esteemed scientists from Longshan National Research Institute, even those revered as national-level scientists, were stirred, quietly observing among the millions of viewers. occasionally unable to restrain themselves from posing questions. Lin Ye selectively addressed some trivial matters, glossing over or dismissing the core key technologies with a vague smile. Nevertheless, even the scant details he occasionally divulged were sufficient to send shivers down the spines of those in the know. Major news media channels began broadcasting this unprecedented spectacle, with headlines proclaiming, "Mysterious master demonstrates handcrafted quantum computer, technological marvel or astounding hoax." In a brightly lit conference room of the Longshan Nation's National Research Institute, several elderly gentlemen, their hair white and spectacles perched on their noses, fixated intently on the large screen on the wall, their expressions gravely serious. They were the titans of the scientific community in the Longshan Nation. "Old Zhang, look at the design of this coupler." One scholar pointed at a fleeting detail on the screen, his voice trembling with excitement. "Inconceivable. It completely transcends existing frameworks. The clarity of this thought is astonishing." Dubbed Old Zhang, the scholar adjusted his glasses, leaning forward as if to press his face against the screen. Upon learning about the existence of this AI, Zero, and the network control it exhibited, the scholars were nearly overwhelmed with exhilaration. It's not just about the hardware. This artificial intelligence is the true priceless treasure. A scholar specializing in informatics abruptly rose to his feet. "We must find him. Immediately. Right now?" The eldest scholar, the director of the institute, spoke with resolute authority. "This is not an arrest. It is an invitation. An invitation of the highest order. We will spare no effort to bring him out." The news swiftly traveled through encrypted channels to the higher echelons. The head of the special department, indirectly named by Lin Ye, broke into a cold sweat upon receiving direct orders from the top. He understood that the nature of the situation had entirely transformed. In the special department's office, the atmosphere had turned palpably tense. The previous illegal investigation had morphed into a mission of search and protection, now prioritized above all else. The head stared intently at the eerily smooth assembly process displayed on the screen, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. An urgent call had just come in from above, inquiring about the intelligence entity and Zero. His voice dry, he addressed his subordinates, his fingers unconsciously tapping the desk. "The research institute is near madness. Several senior scholars have jointly requested that we find this individual at any cost. It is not an arrest. It is an invitation. An invitation of the highest order." He took a deep breath, feeling the weight of immense pressure. Yet, every electronic tracking method for Zero had failed. The signal bouncing around the globe like a wraith. How could they possibly locate him? Chapter 16. The plea of the live streaming platform. Meanwhile, in the technical department of the live streaming platform, the previous clamor and uproar had dissipated, replaced by a sense of helpless despair. The technical director, ashen-faced, stared at his computer screen. Not only had the live management backend become unresponsive, but even his keyboard input had completely failed. Having attempted every known and even unknown backdoor and loophole, all efforts had sunk into oblivion. Even after physically cutting power and rebooting, the computer remained locked in its unyielding state. "Director, it seems we have been completely locked out," a programmer exclaimed, his voice trembling with distress. The keyboard and mouse appeared as though they were malfunctioning, responding not at all to input. It was not merely the live broadcast backend. Even the core routing and switching devices of the entire company seemed to be nearly unresponsive to our commands, with only the fundamental data flow managing to trickle through. Every computer in the department could only display the live feed of the enigmatic host, while all other operations were rendered impossible. The bald manager of the live streaming platform watched the cartoon figure in the studio, calmly assembling a quantum computer, observing the astonishingly stable viewership numbers in the live room. He finally succumbed to despair. A wave of immense fear and a tinge of regret surged within him. He abruptly stood up, nearly lunging towards the obscured camera, tearing away the cloth that covered it, and shouted into the lens, his voice cracking with tension. "Zero. Zero God. We were wrong. We concede. Please spare us." Beads of sweat trickled down his forehead, gliding down his cheek. "We shall no longer interfere with Mr. Zero's broadcast. Please, return control of the keyboard to us. We still need to manage other live rooms. We implore you." His voice trembled with a near-pleading quality, resonating sharply in the silent tech department. Almost instantaneously upon his last word, every indicator light on the computer towers flickered simultaneously. A green symbol appeared momentarily in the bottom right corner of the screen, only to vanish. One programmer instinctively tapped the keyboard. The crisp sound of a notification echoed through the quiet office. "It's restored. Input is back," he exclaimed joyously. The familiar operational interface returned. "I can control it again." Soon after, the computers of the other technicians gradually regained control as well. A collective sigh of relief swept through the office. The bald manager's legs weakened, nearly collapsing onto the floor. He steadied himself against the desk, breathing heavily. His back soaked in cold sweat. He gazed into the live room, his eyes filled with awe and trepidation. "Quick," he shouted to the reactivated technical team. "Since we cannot halt it, let us promote with full force. All channels, Divert traffic to the Zero God's live room. Homepage banners, splash ads. Pop-up recommendations in all major live rooms. Implement everything. A glimmer of shrewdness and obsequiousness flickered in his eyes. Contact our partners. Deploy ads across all available channels to channel traffic to the Zero God's live room. He yearned to seize this opportunity to curry favor with the enigmatic Zero God. Immediately. Right now? Go. The bald manager wiped the sweat from his brow, his gaze complex as he regarded the cartoon figure on the screen. Thus, building upon the foundation of Zero's platform prominence, the live streaming platform unleashed all remaining resources, frantically driving traffic to Zero God. Attempting to appease this mysterious entity through such humble means, the popularity of the live room surged towards even more terrifying numbers. Lin Ye remained utterly oblivious to all of this, or rather, completely indifferent. His entire focus was immersed in the final stages of assembly. The robotic arm danced elegantly beside him, delivering components and securing them with precision. His movements flowed like water, devoid of any hesitation, as if he had rehearsed this countless times. Only he was aware of the tension within, a taut string pulled tight. This is my first live broadcast. I must not falter, he muttered to himself. If it goes awry, it would be a stinging slap in the face. Over an hour passed. Finally, with the last shimmering silver component meticulously secured, a faint click resonated. All actions ceased. It was complete. Lin Ye's voice bore a subtle hint of fatigue. Yet it was predominantly filled with a profound sense of relief and satisfaction. It worked. He had not stumbled at a critical moment, although he held unwavering confidence. The hidden anxiety of facing millions of domestic viewers dissipated only at this moment. He surveyed his masterpiece before him. The quantum computer boasted a strikingly futuristic design. It took the form of an elegant oval cylinder, roughly the size of a small refrigerator. Its shell, a deep matte black that seemed to absorb light, was adorned with subtle, star-like blue luminescence that danced in a gentle rhythm, flickering softly. The front featured a seamless, curved transparent panel, not glass, but a material of unknown properties. Through this panel, one could glimpse the intricate, layered architecture within, an array of quantum chips emanating a faint blue glow, complex piping entwined with silver superconducting coils, ion traps that sparked with tiny arcs of electricity, and fiber optic connection points sprawling like a neural network. All structures were submerged in a special cooling medium that subtly distorted light, nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. The overall design exuded an aura of mysterious future technology, coupled with a chilling yet efficient mechanical beauty. The live stream erupted into a flurry of comments. Wow, so cool. Is this really a quantum computer? Completely different from what I imagined. Sci-fi made real. It looks incredible. Let's test it. Start it up. Can't wait. Show us the computing power. Show us the performance. The barrage of comments surged, urging tests and requests for connections flooded the screen. Master, what operating system are you installing? Did you develop it yourself? One particularly prominent comment, bearing the credentials of a research institute and addressed with utmost respect, stood out. Mr. Xiyuan, I am Zhang Jinghong from the Dragon God Nation Research Institute. I kindly request that you conduct a test. If you could connect and provide commentary, I would be immensely grateful. Lin Ye glanced at the comments and shook his head. There was no need for a connection. He was socially anxious. He declined the request, eliciting a chorus of disappointed lamentations. He twisted his slightly sore neck and flexed his fingers. Approaching the quantum computer, he gently touched a sensing area on its side. Testing begins now. The system was straightforward, requiring no special design. 0. Prepare to migrate core processes. Command confirmed, boss. Migration protocol ready, came the soft voice of Zero. Chapter 17. Zero's new home. Ladies and gentlemen. No system is more adept at mastering itself than Zero. Lin Ye's words ignited a fervor in the comments section once more. Allowing AI to inhabit a quantum computer directly as a system? Is that feasible? What about compatibility? Is the goddess Zero truly to possess a corporeal form? Lin Ye refrained from elucidating further and commenced a series of rapid tests. Establishing migration channel. Estimated time, 10 minutes and 17 seconds. Too slow, Lin Ye exclaimed. Swiftly connecting a specially designed ultra-high-speed data cable to an interface on the quantum computer. This should expedite the process. Command confirmed, rapid migration initiated. Zero's voice seemed to carry a faint, almost imperceptible thrill. In the next moment, all viewers in the live stream beheld the interior of the quantum computer illuminated with exponential brilliance. Countless streams of light surged like a torrent, racing through the intricate network of optical fibers within. The arc-shaped transparent panel on the front, which had previously displayed a slow-moving constellation of patterns, transformed into a dazzling spectacle, as if innumerable stars were being born and extinguished within. The immense flow of data briefly manifested as a visual background effect in the live stream, cascading down like a green digital waterfall. The entire phenomenon lasted less than 10 seconds. All anomalies abruptly subsided. The quantum computer returned to its previous state of profound tranquility, although the stellar patterns on its exterior appeared even more vibrant and orderly. Migration complete. Operational status, flawless. Zero's voice resonated once more, still crisp, yet seemingly imbued with an ineffable fluidity and confidence. All right, the system installation is complete. Lin Ye patted the exterior of the quantum computer, producing a dull thud. Now, let us run a benchmark test. As his words fell, Zero seamlessly commenced executing a series of testing protocols. The light paths within the quantum computer illuminated in an orderly fashion once again. The front panel began to rapidly scroll through a series of intricate real-time data streams. Self-check program passed. Quantum bit initialization success rate, 99, 999, 998. Single qubit gate fidelity, 99, 999, 995. 2-qubit gate fidelity, 99, 999, 997. Coherence time average, 7,382 seconds. Logical quantum bit count, equivalent 5,120 bits. Physical quantum bit connectivity, an average of 43 neighboring couplings. Error rate, below 76 times 10 to the power of -11. With each data point announced, knowledgeable viewers erupted in astonishment in the comments. Each parameter far exceeded the current publicly reported world records. Finally, a pivotal comprehensive metric emerged in the center of the screen. Comprehensive Computational Power Benchmark Test, QLB 2030, standard completed. Sustainable peak computational power, 172 by 1021 floating point operations per second. The moment this figure appeared, the entire livestream seemed to be paused. The barrage of comments experienced an extraordinarily brief lull, as if millions of viewers across the nation collectively forgot to breathe. In the following instant, a tsunami of comments engulfed the entire screen. How many? 10 to the power of 21? I counted it several times, driving myself to madness. Is this the power of computation? This must be a miracle, equivalent to 100 times the total of global supercomputers? My mother asked why I was kneeling to watch the live stream. Today, the history of human computing has been irrevocably rewritten. A new era. This is the dawn of a new age. In a conference room at the Dragon God Nation's Research Institute, filled with elderly scholars. The previous silence was shattered in an instant. How many? An old scientist, donning thick glasses, suddenly leaped from his chair, his body trembling with excitement. Pointing at the large screen with a hoarse voice. 100 times. 100 times the total of global supercomputers. How is this even possible? Beside him, another scholar dropped his thermos with a loud thud, hot water splattering everywhere, yet he remained oblivious, his mouth agape, and his gaze vacant as he stared at that number. The director took a deep breath, forcing himself to regain composure, yet his hand holding the laser pointer continued to tremble, the red dancing erratically across the screen. He abruptly turned to the internal communication phone, nearly shouting, "Connect me to the highest office. Immediately. Right now?" His voice quivered with overwhelming excitement. "We must find him. At any cost. This is not merely a genius. This is a national treasure. No, it is an existence beyond a national treasure. Someone capable of leading the Dragon God Nation and all of humanity into the next technological era." On the other end of the line, the upper leadership fell into a prolonged silence after receiving a brief report. Clearly, the impact of this number was immense. After a considerable pause, the leader's grave voice emerged. "I understand. I will promptly arrange for the most professional and cautious team to attempt the search. However, the counterpart possesses that zero." The director quickly interjected, urgency palpable in his tone. "Yes, leader. The existence of Zero is crucial. Its capabilities far exceed our imagination. The search must be conducted with utmost caution. We must not provoke any displeasure from the counterpart. It would be best to eliminate all electronic means and attempt to establish contact without angering them." The leader's voice was exceedingly serious. "You must understand that removing all electronic means may be even more challenging than finding a needle in a haystack. I comprehend the difficulty. But no matter how daunting, we must endeavor. This is tied to the fate of the nation." The director grasped the receiver tightly, his gaze once more fixed on the sci-fi device that stood silently on the screen. The leader paused momentarily. "Very well. I will issue directives. All contact strategies must focus on invitation and collaboration, with absolutely no forms of coercion. Our aim is to express goodwill and invite, not to create adversaries." The director firmly hung up the phone, staring at the screen where a cartoon figure, cloaked in anonymity, resided, his eyes burning with fervor. "Who exactly are you, wise god?" he murmured to himself. Meanwhile, in the live stream room, Lin Ye surveyed the astonishing computational test results, nodding in satisfaction. "Well, it's passable, quite up to standard," he remarked with a flat tone, as if the test results were merely an ordinary passing score. The barrage of comments continued to flood in with frenzied enthusiasm. The live stream hosting an astonishing 17,821, 354 viewers. Lin Ye gently tapped the futuristic quantum computer, addressing it, 0, from now on. This will be your primary computational hub. Understood. New core synchronization rate is at 100, with a significant enhancement in performance. Thank you, boss, responded 0. Its voice now clearer and imbued with a touch more vitality. Lin Ye twisted his neck, casting a glance at the camera, where a nebula of facial data streams slowly swirled. Well then, let us conclude today's broadcast here. Chapter 18. Aftermath of the live stream. Lin Ye's voice, modulated through a voice changer, carried a hint of languor and a casual mastery. He animatedly waved at the camera through the cartoonish representation of the intelligent deity. If you enjoyed, please follow. He paused, infusing his tone with a barely detectable note of playful mockery. But if you don't, no worries. You will still receive notifications for the next live stream. This nonchalant remark struck like another thunderclap in the already electrified chatroom, dropping a bombshell amidst the fervor. The comments surged forth at a nearly frantic pace, overwhelming the screen entirely. Don't go, oh great one. Demonstrate again, please. Is this really over? I haven't seen enough. Follow. Must follow. I'm begging for the next live stream. Even without following, we'll still get notified? What a tyrannical clause. But I like it. Great one, please don't leave. Answer me one more question about quantum error correction coding. Mr. Intelligent Deity. I'm from the Dragon God Nation Research Institute. I implore you to leave a contact. Even an email will do. Goddess 0. Please say another word. I beg you. So this ISNTA dream, right? We truly witnessed history. Great one, do you take disciples? PhD level, please. I bow to you. When is the next live stream? Please give us a definite answer. I'm from the Free Nation, Mr. Intelligent Deity. We sincerely invite you. I'm begging for open source. Even a little bit would suffice. How about the platform? Will they dare to enable the replay function for our great one? Are you foolish? The replay must also be controlled by 0. Brothers recording the screen. Did you succeed? I failed again here. The comments poured in. A wild torrent of pleas, questions, and fervent adoration, weaving into a vast ocean of information. Formal invitations from top scholars and institutions across the entire blue star surged like a tsunami. The cartoonish nebula face seemed to shift slightly, scanning the dazzling deluge of comments. Faced with the fervent atmosphere that could drive any streamer to madness, Lin Ye merely chuckled softly, his processed magnetic voice remaining calm and composed. The timing for the next live stream is uncertain, he stated, as if discussing a trivial matter. You will naturally receive notifications then. He deliberately paused, allowing the multitude before the screen a moment to digest the weight of his commanding assertion. And so it shall be. His tone carried an undeniable finality. Until we meet again. As the words fell from his lips, the screen plunged into darkness, leaving only a live stream-ended graphic. The broadcast, which had lasted nearly 10 hours and captivated almost 20 million viewers, abruptly concluded. It left countless spectators in the Dragon Kingdom staring at the suddenly vacant screen, their expressions frozen in shock, their hearts brimming with an overwhelming sense of astonishment, loss, and an even more fervent curiosity and desire. The live stream had come to a close, yet the storm had only just begun. Within the borders of the Dragon Kingdom, the ripples caused by this broadcast could be likened to a seismic event. Major social platforms, forums, and chat groups erupted with discussions, as keywords such as intelligence god, quantum computer, handcrafted, and 0 ignited conversations instantly. The top 10 trending topics online were swiftly dominated by related themes: intelligence god live stream, handcrafted quantum computer, who is intelligence god, 0 AI, Dragon Kingdom Research Institute online fandom, and the discussions surrounding the livestream platform reached an unprecedented level of intensity, placing immense pressure on the servers. Clicking on the topics revealed a frenzy of discussions and diverse live commentary from netizens. Wow, was that livestream for real? My hands are still shaking. That last line from the host was so cool. You don't even need to follow for notifications. This person is so impressive. I give them full marks. The big shots from the Research Institute are asking questions in the comments. I've never been this close to them in my life. So, is this real or just a meticulously planned marketing stunt? I can't fathom who could orchestrate such an incredible live stream. Still doubting? Didn't you see the platform's tech department was live streamed? 0 is definitely strong artificial intelligence. It might even be super artificial intelligence. Her response speed and capabilities are terrifying. Can someone explain what 10 to the power of 21 computing power means? My math isn't great. It's roughly the combined power of all supercomputers globally multiplied by 100. Is there anyone who successfully recorded the stream? Please DM me. I'll pay generously. Stop asking. Goddess 0 is watching. Who would dare to record and have it deleted immediately? I just recorded it with my grandfather's old DV camera. Now I'm afraid to transfer it to my computer. 0's execution capability far exceeds expectations. Any form of digital record, as long as the device has ever connected to the internet or attempted to connect, will be silently and completely erased in a remarkably short time. It felt as though a collective digital dream had taken place, leaving the details hazy upon awakening, with only a profound sense of void and the legends shared through whispers among one another. This power, transcending comprehension, further validated the authenticity of the broadcast, elevating the reputation of Intelligence God and Zero to a more mysterious and awe-inspiring height. The media was in a frenzy. Almost all mainstream media's technology sections promptly replaced their headlines with news about Intelligence God, each more sensational than the last. Mysterious host Intelligence God live streams the creation of a quantum computer, claiming global supremacy in computing power. Technological miracle or alien technology. Intelligence God triggers a massive earthquake in the academic circles of the Blue Planet. Artificial intelligence has exhibited an unprecedented level of dominance over the internet, presenting a formidable challenge to the existing cybersecurity framework. An urgent meeting convened at the Dragon God Nation Research Institute, seemingly linked to the live broadcast of the AI entity, has captivated the attention of major television networks, which have interrupted their midday news to focus on this significant event. The expressions of the hosts and guests were filled with astonishment and disbelief as they employed the most measured language to describe a broadcast that could potentially alter the global landscape. In streets, offices, and school cafeterias, people engaged in animated discussions about the AI, their tones imbued with an extraordinary sense of national pride and intense curiosity. While ordinary internet users reveled in excitement and insatiable curiosity, professionals and those in leadership positions were engulfed in profound shock and urgency. The financial markets reacted swiftly. Following the conclusion of the broadcast, stock prices of publicly traded companies involved in supercomputing, artificial intelligence, and cloud computing plummeted. Conversely, stocks related to quantum concepts and new materials surged, despite their apparent lack of connection to the AI entity. Chapter 19. The attitude must be correct. The conference room of the Dragon God Nation Research Institute was ablaze with light, as scientists and leaders displayed no intention of adjourning. Establish a special task force immediately. Codename: Seek the Deity. The director's voice was hoarse, yet resolutely firm. Mobilize every available resource to analyze every detail of the broadcast. Background, equipment, accents. Any information that could reveal their location. Director, they have zero. Our network tracking methods have nearly all failed. A technology head responsible for cybersecurity remarked with evident concern. Then let us resort to the most rudimentary methods. Another senior scientist exclaimed. Analyze the sheen of the materials they displayed. The model of the equipment. Everything presented in the broadcast. Utilize observation stations nationwide to analyze the possible geographic range, even if it is narrowed down to a single province. Additionally, compile all technical information disclosed during the broadcast, even if it consists of mere fragments. Assemble the country's most elite teams for validation and reverse engineering. This may be our exceptional opportunity to catch up or even surpass them. Contact all leading experts in computer science, artificial intelligence, and quantum physics in the nation to convene an emergency symposium. A cascade of orders was issued. The entire national apparatus began to operate at an accelerated pace due to this broadcast. Yet, everyone understood that they were confronting a being that was nearly godlike. Along with a guardian of that deity, the enigmatic Zero in the realm of cyberspace. The head of the special department wiped the sweat from his brow, grappling with immense pressure. The directives from the highest echelons and the urgent requests from the Research Institute left them overwhelmed. Efficient teams were swiftly assembled, with a singular mission: to locate the AI. However, their first challenge was the nearly flawless electronic barrier established by Zero. All conventional tracking techniques had failed. The signal sources darted through the Blue Star network like phantoms, leaving no trace. The head of the department gazed at the repeated fruitless reports from his subordinates. His brow furrowed in concern. Boss, there is absolutely no way. The adversary's counter-tracking capabilities exceed our comprehension, reported a key technical staff member, wiping the sweat from his brow. All electronic trails have been thoroughly eradicated, and even our internal communications may be under his scrutiny. The leader fell silent for a moment, his fingers tapping rhythmically on the table. A stringent order had been issued. We must locate him. However, it is imperative that we do not provoke any sense of hostility. He took a deep breath, contemplating the most rudimentary methods, initiating inquiries through offline channels such as logistics, procurement, energy consumption, and unusual network activities to narrow down the search. Remember, we are here to extend an invitation, not to apprehend. Our demeanor must be impeccably aligned. The information cannot be entirely suppressed. Soon, rumors began to circulate regarding a mysterious technological prodigy from the Dragon God Nation, reportedly live-streaming the manual assembly of a quantum computer, accompanied by countless testimonials and sporadic, unverifiable claims. This news began to permeate the outer web. Initially, major international tech forums dismissed it as an exaggerated urban legend or a marketing ploy. A manual-assembled quantum computer? Is this a new genre of science fiction from the Dragon God Nation? It sounds like a movie plot, far too implausible. Surely, It is just another company's gimmick. However, as several intelligence agencies and analysts took note of the unusually heated discussions online regarding the Dragon God Nation, along with the peculiar mobilization signs from certain research institutions, they began to suspect that the situation might be more complex than it seemed. In the Free Nation, at an office of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, FK, Senior Agent Carl Miller gazed at the urgent report delivered by his subordinates, along with a few screenshots of comments from numerous netizens in the Dragon God Nation. His expression darkened to a brooding intensity. Investigate. Employ every possible means. I want to uncover the identity of this genius, who he is and where he resides, he bellowed. And that entity, known as Zero, an AI of such caliber, must not fall into the hands of the Dragon God Nation. This poses an unprecedented threat to our national security. Sir, our technical team is attempting to recover and analyze the data, but all relevant files automatically self-destruct as soon as they connect to the internet, reported a technician. Then utilize an isolated network. Analyze it with devices that are not connected. Miller roared. We have tried. Even on physically isolated computers, the moment we attempt to import any data, via any means, including USB drives, into another device that has ever been connected to the internal network, the data is instantaneously obliterated, as if haunted by a ghost. The technician's face bore an expression of terror and disbelief. Damn it! Miller slammed his fist onto the table. This sense of helplessness was driving him to the brink of madness. Similar scenes unfolded within the security agencies and top laboratories of other nations. A tumult of shock, greed, fear, and urgency surged beneath the global surface. Everyone yearned to locate this genius, to possess him or his technology. Yet, all faced the same dilemma. Every digital trace had been mercilessly erased by an entity known as Zero, leaving behind a void of despair. Except for those truly physically isolated antiquated devices, which lack any network reception capabilities and may have fortuitously preserved a few indistinct images. The moment they attempt to forge any digital connection with the modern world, those precious evidences will evaporate like dew under the sun. Zero serves as a silent guardian, firmly controlling the gateways to the entire digital realm, perfectly concealing its creator within the enigmatic depths of the mountains. In the secluded mountains, at the Creek Source Village, in an underground laboratory, the instant the live broadcast was interrupted, silence reclaimed the laboratory, punctuated only by the muted hum of various devices. Lin Ye abruptly leaned back in his chair, taking a long, deep breath before forcefully exhaling. The tension in his shoulders dissipated in an instant. He raised his hand to massage his temples, which were sore from prolonged concentration, his face devoid of exaggerated expressions. Yet a flicker of extreme excitement and satisfaction shone in his eyes. After a few seconds of silence, the corners of his mouth involuntarily lifted, rising higher and higher until it transformed into an exceedingly joyous, even somewhat foolish, smile. He burst into laughter, as if seeking more, and with a vigorous punch. His voice rose considerably, resonating with a sense of complete liberation, refreshing. This single word echoed in the vast underground chamber, filled with the exhilaration of years of repression finally released. That feels absolutely wonderful. Boss, your physiological indicators show that adrenaline levels are receding, but dopamine secretion levels are significantly elevated. Zero's crisp, youthful voice chimed in at an opportune moment, maintaining a steady tone, yet seemingly infused with a trace of unnoticeable lightness. This live broadcast lasted a total of 9 hours, 47 minutes, and 22 seconds. The peak concurrent viewership exceeded 81 million, garnering significant attention across multiple fields throughout the Blue Star. Zero paused before continuing the report. Chapter 20. Report. The target signal has re-emerged. The Dragon God Nation's Research Institute has established a special task force, codenamed Seeking the Divine. They are attempting to analyze the live broadcast content through non-network means to pinpoint your location. A directive has been issued by the National Special Department, prioritizing invitation and cooperation above all else, prohibiting any coercive measures. The Free Nations FKB, the Technical Reconnaissance Bureau, and other agencies have also initiated emergency investigation procedures, adopting a more aggressive stance. Across the entire Blue Star, 17 top-tier technology companies and 41 elite research institutions have attempted to parse the live stream data for clues, all of which have failed. All digital records have been thoroughly purged. Lin Ye listened to Zero's report, his smile undiminished, even acquiring a hint of amusement and an air of composure, as if everything were well within his grasp. He languidly waved his hand, as though Zero were merely recounting trivial matters from the neighbor's household. Yes, understood. He stood up, stretching his somewhat stiff limbs, his joints emitting faint clicks. Just keep monitoring. Standard procedure. As he casually instructed while heading toward the exit of the laboratory, do not allow them to catch any mere traces. Engaging in a game of hide and seek with them is quite fine. Understood. A comprehensive monitoring and early warning network has been established. Any probing behavior that touches upon the preset safety boundaries will be recorded and misdirected. Zero's response was calm and self-assured. Lin Ye nodded in satisfaction, pushed open the heavy soundproof door of the laboratory, and ascended the stairs. Returning to the kitchen of the villa, he opened the refrigerator and retrieved fresh vegetables and eggs. In an exceptionally good mood, he even hummed a tuneless melody. Turning on the faucet, the cascading water washed over the vibrant greens. As his thoughts lingered in the excitement of the previous moments, humming to himself, he skillfully cracked the eggs, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Tonight, he could finally enjoy a peaceful slumber. The solitude of the past years, the relentless studying, the carefully concealed repression, seemed to find a splendid outlet in this exhilarating live broadcast. The ultimate thrill of controlling everything, astonishing the world, while remaining hidden in shadows, left a lingering aftertaste. Truly delightful. He poured the egg mixture into the hot oil, and with a sizzle, the aroma filled the air. His eyes sparkled with anticipation for the future. He resolved to conduct more live broadcasts henceforth. As he stirred the pan, his tone turned light-hearted and mischievous. He relished the sight of those astonished and frantic individuals, utterly powerless against him. With this thought, his smile widened, a radiance he had not experienced in years, filled with genuine ease and joy. Lin Ye plated the scrambled eggs and vegetables, savoring them with a bowl of rice. After a satisfying meal, he contentedly burped and tossed the dishes into the dishwasher. Stretching widely, his bones crackled lightly. After years of intense focus, he now felt a profound wave of fatigue washing over him. He yawned, 2 tears of physiological relief escaping the corners of his eyes. Zero, for the next 2 days, do not disturb me unless it is an emergency. Keep an eye on the laboratory, he mumbled as he ambled toward the bedroom. Understood. Wishing you a pleasant rest, boss. I will inform you of any developments immediately. Zero's voice seemed to soften a bit. Lin Ye plunged into the soft bedding, almost instantly succumbing to slumber. He slept deeply until the sun had risen high the next day, awakening naturally. Opening his eyes, he gazed at the sunlight streaming through the curtain seams, feeling utterly comfortable. Slowly rising, he freshened up and then sauntered to the kitchen to prepare a bowl of noodles. Carrying the bowl, he ambled to his usual spot in the yard. Slurping the noodles while gazing at the lush mountains in the distance, the warm sunlight enveloped him, the mountain breeze brushing past, infused with the fresh scents of grass and earth. Squinting his eyes, he took a deep breath, feeling as though his very insides had been cleansed. At this moment, the outside world must have been in turmoil due to his live broadcast, right? Those so-called special departments must now be floundering about like headless flies. As this thought crossed his mind, a wicked smile crept upon his lips. He could easily envision the frantic yet helpless expressions of those individuals as they were deftly outmaneuvered by Zero. No one would ever be able to locate him. This sensation of omnipotence, of being an observer from afar, brought him both comfort and delight. He swiftly finished his noodles and set the bowl aside. Such splendid weather would be squandered cooped up indoors. He murmured to himself, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Rising, he returned to his room, dusting off a slightly neglected tent, sleeping bag, and compact camping stove. He also retrieved a backpack, stuffing it with a machete, a bundle of rope, some seasonings, and a small pot. Securing the door, he shouldered his gear and ambled leisurely towards the deeper valleys of the back mountain. The path was rugged, yet he walked steadily, feeling an unprecedented lightness in his heart. The sound of the babbling brook grew increasingly distinct. He discovered a flat riverbank, adorned with a patch of vibrant wild greens nearby. Setting his belongings down, he adeptly pitched the tent, gathered dry twigs, and kindled a modest campfire. He then slipped off his shoes, rolled up his trousers, and stepped into the crystalline, icy waters of the stream. The water was shallow, allowing him to glimpse small fish and shrimp darting among the aquatic vegetation. He bent down, patiently feeling around for a while, and indeed managed to catch a few modest-sized creek bass. Sharpening a branch, he skewered the fish and placed them over the fire to roast. The delectable aroma of grilling fish wafted through the air. He also foraged for the wild greens, washing them clean in the stream, intending to prepare a soup in the small pot he had brought. Thus, he leisurely lingered by the stream, listening to the birds' songs and the water's melody, letting his mind drift into serenity. The fish were perfectly cooked, golden and crisp on the outside, tender and succulent within. After relishing the roasted fish and wild vegetable soup paired with mountain spring water, he contentedly patted his belly. In the afternoon, he reclined in the shade of a tree by the riverbank, dozing off, or meandering nearby with his machete, selecting a suitable bamboo to craft a fishing rod. As night fell, he lay in his tent, gazing through the mesh at the exceptionally clear starry sky of the mountains. There were no computer screens, no intricate blueprints or codes, only the raw essence of nature. This feeling was truly exquisite. He emptied his mind entirely, savoring the rare tranquility and freedom. Meanwhile, in a command center of the special department of the Dragon God Kingdom, the atmosphere was starkly different. The person in charge fixated on the enormous electronic map adorning the wall, which was peppered with countless flickering points of light. Each point represented a suspected signal fluctuation, either from Zero or related to the intelligence god. Report. The target signal has re-emerged. Its location is within the internal network of the Black Corner building in the Free Nation. A technician shouted, incredulity evident in his voice. The leader furrowed his brow. Immediately attempt to trace the signal's source. Minutes later, another report echoed. The signal has vanished. Wait. It has reappeared. On a low-orbit reconnaissance satellite of the Free Nation. The technician's voice nearly cracked with excitement. The luminous point on the map instantaneously leaped from one continent to a specific orbital node in outer space. The command room fell into a profound silence, with all present feeling an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Moments later, a report signal emerged from a live server at a film set in Sakura Island, where technicians read out the address with an odd expression, their voices growing increasingly subdued. One could almost envision a sudden network failure at that location, leading to chaos and screams. A stifled chuckle escaped one individual in the command room, quickly suppressed, while the leader's face darkened like the bottom of a pot, his fists cracking ominously. This was nothing short of blatant mockery and derision. Continue the pursuit. Leave no stone unturned, he commanded through gritted teeth. The adversary is human too. As long as it is under human control, there must be a pattern to follow. There must be a flaw. He spoke as if rallying his subordinates, yet also attempting to convince himself. No matter how formidable, Zero is still a creation of man. It is a program. It is code. Perfection is unattainable. His subordinates exchanged glances, continuing their work in silence, though they echoed his sentiments. Their confidence was gradually eroding in the face of such an elusive entity that treated the entire Blue Star network as its playground. Similar scenes had unfolded repeatedly over the past 2 days. Zero's signal characteristics appeared sporadically on military satellites, top-tier laboratories, and even in the servers of the most bewildering entertainment venues. Chief, this is simply impossible. How can such technology exist in the world? A young technician was on the verge of a breakdown. The seasoned technical director sighed, wiping his face. Logically, no matter how advanced AI becomes, it is still man-made. And there must exist limits and vulnerabilities. It cannot entirely surpass human understanding unless the creator can no longer be deemed ordinary. The leader's voice lowered, a flicker of powerlessness flashing in his eyes. All their efforts seemed so futile and laughable before that enigmatic intellect, and its creation, Zero. 2 days later, Lin Ye contentedly packed his camping gear, shouldered his backpack, and leisurely descended the mountain. Though his face was slightly tanned, his eyes sparkled with clarity and vitality. Upon returning to the villa, he indulged in a hot shower, washing away the essence of the wilderness. Dressed in clean attire, he descended into the underground laboratory, where everything remained unchanged, the various devices humming in a harmonious order. The starry veins on the surface of the quantum computer flowed gently. Zero, I have returned. Lin Ye seated himself before the main control console. Welcome back, boss. Your mental state monitoring indicates a significant reduction in fatigue. Zero's youthful voice resonated, more fluid and natural than before, imbued with a subtle vibrancy. Yes, I've had enough relaxation. It's time to get down to business. Lin Ye rubbed his hands together, a look of eager anticipation illuminating his face. Once again immersed in this space brimming with cutting-edge technological creations, his mood was markedly different from before. The urgency to prove himself had diminished, replaced by a serene enjoyment of the exploration's delights. For the ensuing period, he became wholly engrossed in learning and research, free from external pressures and the urgings of others. It was purely driven by curiosity and the profound sense of accomplishment that creation brought. Witnessing the whimsical ideas within his mind gradually materialize through his own hands was an enchanting experience. Particularly captivating was the realization that he had achieved what numerous leading laboratories around the world had struggled to accomplish alone. This unparalleled sense of achievement and superiority, transcending the entire blue planet, left him utterly entranced. The thought of his next live broadcast, where he would witness countless faces in awe, admiration, and frenzy, filled him with an exhilarating thrill. Merely contemplating it sent shivers down his spine, fueling his motivation. Zero, how has the operation been these past couple of days? Is the new home comfortable? Lin Ye casually inquired while perusing through the data. Report, boss. The new computational core is operating flawlessly, with an efficiency increase exceeding 300 times. Zero responded, her crystalline voice seemingly more vibrant and layered than before. Data processing capability, simulation speed, and parallel task handling limits have all experienced exponential growth. I have conducted a deep self-optimization of the existing algorithms and knowledge base, enhancing learning efficiency over 100 times. Excellent, excellent. Lin Ye nodded with satisfaction, his fingers gently tapping on the desk. Now, I have a task for you. His gaze swept across the array of equipment and instruments in the lab that had accompanied him for so long. With your current computational power, perform a comprehensive optimization simulation of all devices and instruments in the laboratory. He paused for emphasis. Using the quantum computer as the core, remodel everything, from structural design, material composition, control logic, energy efficiency, to precision limits. The goal is to extract every ounce of potential from them, achieving the utmost possible within the current technological framework and material basis. I require a more efficient, precise, and powerful research environment to prepare for the next stage of our plans. Instructions confirmed, Boss. Zero promptly replied, her tone shifting to one of focus. The comprehensive optimization simulation task has been established. Priority, highest. Scanning all devices for current status and historical operational data to establish optimization models. Computational resource simulation is underway. Within the quantum computer, the flow of light accelerated as vast amounts of data collided and computed among the qubits, seeking the optimal solution. A subtle, higher frequency hum seemed to resonate throughout the laboratory. Lin Ye remained actively engaged, utilizing his overclocked mind to collaborate with Zero, proposing various imaginative yet core-focused optimization strategies. A month slipped by quietly in this tranquil yet fulfilling research environment. During this month, Lin Ye's life was characterized by routine and contentment. During the day, I often immerse myself in the laboratory, where I personally upgrade and modify the equipment and instruments based on the optimization plans derived from Zero's calculations. Whenever I have a moment, I tend to the newly planted vegetable garden in the courtyard or prepare myself a delightful meal. In the evenings, I either review the latest technological updates compiled by Zero or simply gaze at the stars in quiet contemplation. Chapter 22. Happy New Year's Eve, Boss. With the formidable computational power of Zero and Lin Ye's transcendent thinking propelling us forward, an array of detailed optimization design plans emerged consecutively. Lin Ye immediately set to work, leveraging the laboratory's existing manufacturing prowess to commence the iterative upgrades of these venerable machines. His first endeavor involved the transformation of the large elemental synthesis furnace. He optimized its plasma confinement field and energy input efficiency, while also incorporating a new in-situ monitoring and adaptive control system. Upgrade complete. Energy consumption for synthesizing specified materials has been reduced by 17, purity stability elevated to 99.99999, and simultaneous gradient synthesis of 37 rare elements is now achievable. Zero reported the results. Excellent. The foundational materials are now more robust, Lin Ye acknowledged, nodding at the perfect data displayed on the screen. Next, he prioritized the upgrade of the nanoscale metal 3D printer, replacing its components with energy-focusing lens arrays made from novel superconducting materials and a more precise scanning control system. Upgrade complete. The printing precision has improved to 0.3 nanometers, maximum printing speed increased to 220 times the original baseline, supporting seamless real-time composite printing of 18 different material properties. Zero synchronized the updated data. Lin Ye picked up a newly printed miniature component, its intricately complex structure shimmering with a dreamlike metallic luster. Under the ultra-high magnification microscope, he scrutinized it closely, a look of immense satisfaction gracing his face. Perfect. There were virtually no visible defects or points of stress concentration. The changes in the quantum chip manufacturing apparatus were even more pronounced. Its internal laser calibration system, vacuum maintenance system, and motion control algorithms of the nanomechanical arms had all been optimized to the laboratory's current limits. The coherence time stability of the produced quantum chips had improved by 120. Similar enhancements occurred across every corner of the laboratory, with various measuring instruments and sensors, scanners, and the like experiencing significant boosts in sensitivity and stability. Even the auxiliary systems, including ventilation, temperature control, and dust removal, were optimized for greater efficiency and energy conservation. Finally, Zero's quantum computer underwent a substantial upgrade. The new generation of quantum chips replaced the old models, forming a matrix architecture with 100 chips, resulting in a staggering 100-fold increase in computational power compared to the first-generation quantum computer, achieving an astonishing 10 operations per second. Every piece of equipment in the laboratory underwent a transformative upgrade this month, with comprehensive enhancements in performance parameters, more user-friendly interfaces, and higher levels of automation. The overall performance of the underground laboratory made a significant leap forward. In the heart of the laboratory, Lin Ye stood amidst his rejuvenated companions, a craftsman's smile gracing his face, reflecting profound satisfaction. These instruments now epitomized the vision he had long harbored for his dream laboratory. Yet, his gaze ultimately settled upon the superconducting material preparation device, which had recently undergone a significant optimization, enhancing its performance remarkably. It could now reliably produce superconducting materials at a critical temperature of 0 degrees Celsius, 273 K, an achievement poised to send shockwaves throughout the realm of physics. The final goal of achieving room temperature superconductivity, 300 K, 27 degrees Celsius, seemed tantalizingly close. However, Lin Ye understood all too well that the gap of merely 20 degrees was akin to an insurmountable chasm. Approaching the apparatus, he brushed his fingers gently over its cold exterior, his expression deepening with focus. His next frontier in groundbreaking technology was already identified: cold nuclear fusion. A compact, controllable, and efficient source of limitless energy, this would herald a true transformation. Yet, to realize this vision, he must first conquer the challenge of conventional pressure room temperature superconducting materials. Without such materials, it would be impossible to generate the powerful magnetic fields necessary to confine and stabilize fusion reactions. Nor could he address the immense energy losses during the conversion process. The existing near-room temperature superconductors were woefully inadequate. Lin Ye began, his voice calm, yet imbued with unwavering determination. Consolidate all computational resources and prioritize the next phase of research. He gazed intently at the device, articulating his goal with precision. Objective: room temperature superconducting materials. With this as our foundation, initiate feasibility studies and preliminary designs for cold nuclear fusion technology. Let us ignite a new flame in this world. A flicker of fervor danced in his eyes. Unbeknownst to him, a month slipped by. Outside, dawn broke with a unique chill and an undercurrent of subdued excitement. Lin Ye rose, stretching, his joints emitting a series of soft cracks. A glance at the electronic calendar on his bedside table caused him to pause in surprise. February 18th, 2034, Saturday, New Year's Eve. Oh, Is it New Year's Eve today? Lin Ye ruffled his tousled hair, musing aloud. Yes, boss. According to the traditional calendar of the Dragon God Kingdom, today marks the last day of the old year, replied, her youthful voice echoing in the laboratory, imbued with an added warmth. Time indeed flies swiftly. Lin Ye rubbed his temples, a rare look of distraction crossing his face. He had immersed himself wholly in equipment upgrades and the theoretical challenges of room temperature superconductivity. Almost forgetting the significance of the moment, he splashed water on his face and stood up. Never mind. I shall grant myself a day off today, a balance of work and rest. The laboratory is in your capable hands for today's routine maintenance and monitoring, he muttered, deciding against entering the lab. Understood, boss. Wishing you a pleasant New Year's Eve. Zero's voice took on a cheerful note, perfectly in tune with the occasion. Lin Ye simply rinsed himself off, donned a clean yet still ordinary set of old clothes, tucked his phone into his pocket, and skipped breakfast before starting the second-hand pickup truck. The vehicle roared to life as it traversed the bumpy roads of the village, heading towards the town. Outside the window, the warm winter sun cast its glow upon the undulating mountains, creating a scene that was both desolate and serene. Occasionally, a few households could be seen displaying red lanterns and freshly pasted spring couplets, hinting at the festive atmosphere of the approaching new year. Upon arriving in town, the annual market proved to be significantly livelier than usual. The streets were lined with temporary stalls brimming with festive goods, where vibrant couplets, lanterns, and symbols of good fortune dazzled the eye. The crowd pressed together, filled with the sounds of haggling, vendors calling out, and the laughter of children, all mingling together in a cacophony of life. Lin Ye maneuvered his pickup slowly through the throng, the honking of horns echoing around him. After parking, he joined the bustling crowd, disinterested in the overly exuberant decorations, and made his way directly to the fresh market. He selected a few plump chickens, ducks, and geese, and paused at the seafood stall, choosing lively shrimp, clawing crabs, several large grouper, and a collection of shellfish. The stall owner, noticing his substantial purchase for one person, could not help but jest. Young man, expecting many guests at home? Such a lavish selection. Lin Ye merely smiled and offered a brief explanation. It's for the new year. As he passed a stall selling spring couplets, he hesitated for a moment before purchasing the most ordinary and common couplet along with 2 large red lanterns. Next, he procured some fresh vegetables and fruits. Ultimately arriving at a stall selling festive pastries, he chose a gift box adorned with auspicious designs, intending to present it to the village elder, Uncle Zhao. As for other relatives, he mentally scanned through the vague and indifferent faces and shrugged slightly. Not even a dog would want them. The truck's bed was filled to the brim. Lin Ye drove back to the quiet mountain village, laden with the essence of the new year and the rumble of the engine. Upon returning to the villa, it was already noon. He moved most of the ingredients into the kitchen, placed the livestock in the backyard, and left the pastry gift box prominently at the entrance, reminding himself to deliver it to the village elder. He simply prepared a bowl of noodles and fried 2 eggs to place on top. Sitting in the spacious dining area on the ground floor, he devoured his meal in a hurry. After satisfying his hunger, a wave of languor swept over him. He yawned and decided to take a nap first. This slumber was profoundly restful, and he awoke naturally around 3 in the afternoon, feeling rejuvenated. Sunlight filtered through the window, casting warm patches of light on the floor. He washed his face, shuffled into his slippers, and retrieved the couplets and lanterns he had bought earlier. Pulling up a chair, he leisurely began to affix the couplets, carefully aligning the top couplet, the bottom couplet, and the horizontal inscription with precision. He then hung the 2 large red lanterns. After completing these tasks, he took a few steps back to admire the porch, which now burst with festive colors, and felt a touch of novelty. Not bad. It certainly feels more like the new year now. The main event follows. Stepping into the kitchen, he surveyed the abundance of fresh ingredients before rolling up his sleeves. Let the work commence. He first decisively boiled a large pot of water. Then, he retrieved a plump chicken from the backyard coop. With a swift motion, he expertly severed the chicken's neck, allowing it to bleed, before scalding and plucking it, gutting and cleaning its insides. Each action was executed with a finesse that belied his profession as a programmer, resembling instead a seasoned chef. For an ordinary person, handling such a multitude of ingredients would undoubtedly be exhausting. However, Lin Ye was different. Having been struck by lightning, not only had his brain been fully developed, but his body had also undergone comprehensive enhancement. His strength, speed, coordination, and precision surpassed that of an average individual. Otherwise, he would not have had the confidence to tackle the villa's civil engineering and the transportation of heavy equipment alone. He had tested his might. A full-force punch registered over 800 kilograms on the force gauge. Managing these chickens, ducks, fish, and shrimp was, for him, merely child's play, effortless in its execution. The only cost was a slightly faster metabolism and an increased appetite. Yet, Lin Ye was unconcerned. To be able to eat is a blessing. And he certainly did not lack the means for sustenance at this moment. Before long, the chicken was impeccably cleaned and chopped into uniform pieces. Next came the duck and goose, similarly handled with precision. The seafood was a tad more troublesome, yet under his deft hands, the crabs were swiftly scrubbed clean. The shrimp veins meticulously removed, the fish scales thoroughly scraped away, and the shellfish expelled their grit. The kitchen gradually filled with the enticing aroma of various ingredients mingling together. Tying on an apron, he began to showcase his culinary skills. After more than 3 hours of diligent effort, a sumptuous feast, bursting with color, aroma, and flavor, was finally prepared. The poached chicken gleamed enticingly. The braised duck boasted a rich, glossy hue. The steamed grouper was tender and succulent. The salt and pepper prawns were crispy and delightful, along with fragrant taro pork and oyster sauce mushrooms, all beautifully arranged across a grand table. The steam rose, and the fragrance wafted through the air. The quantity was sufficient to satiate 7 or 8 robust men. Yet for Lin Ye, it was just right. He untied his apron, gazing at his handiwork with satisfaction, and gave himself a light clap. All set. He opened a bottle of fine red wine, and, positioning his phone at an angle to capture the bountiful spread, snapped a photo, not intending to send it to anyone, but merely to document this celebratory feast. Alone at a table laden with dishes, he felt neither wasteful nor lonely. Instead, a profound sense of accomplishment and satisfaction in his labor enveloped him. He filled a large bowl with rice and sat down, picking up his chopsticks to sample a piece of the braised duck. The meat was tender and flavorful, rich with juices. My skills remain intact, he mused, nodding to himself, before ladling a bowl of old duck soup. The broth was clear and savory, warming his belly as he drank. His appetite surged, and he savored the meal with a whirlwind of efficiency, the dishes on the table diminishing at a visible pace. In stark contrast to Lin Ye's leisurely enjoyment of the feast was the atmosphere of joy that enveloped him. In a heavily guarded edifice within the realm of the dragon god, the atmosphere was so oppressive it felt as though one could wring water from it. Inside the command center for the Divine Search Project, a haze of smoke lingered, and the faces of all present were etched with exhaustion and defeat. The leader, his eyes bloodshot, fixated intently on the immense map of the dragon god realm that adorned the wall, punctuated by an array of colored pins and notes, symbolizing countless investigative routes, both plausible and ludicrous, over the past 2 months. Yet now, all these clues had culminated in a dead end. Chief, the logistics system has completed its screening, but no suspicious records matching the characteristics of large-scale, multi-category, anonymous procurement of precision instrument components or special materials have been found, reported a young operative, massaging his temples. His voice hoarse. The investigation into abnormal energy consumption has yielded no progress either. The target area may possess its own power generation system, or its electricity usage has been flawlessly concealed. Another individual chimed in, their tone laced with despair. We even employed the highest level of authority to scrutinize surveillance footage from all parcel collection points at the township level nationwide over the past 3 years, conducting facial and vehicle recognition comparisons. A technician lifted his head, the shadows under his eyes deepening. The data volume is overwhelming, and many townships lack comprehensive surveillance coverage or have short retention periods. Coupled with the adversary's evident strong counter-surveillance awareness, we have come up empty-handed. The leader inhaled sharply from his cigarette, coughing violently, his agitation manifesting as he extinguished the smoldering end in an already overflowing ashtray. Over the past 2 months, they had exhausted every conceivable non-electronic method, analyzing possible light angles, air transparency, and wall textures that might appear in the livestream background to infer potential geographical areas. The expert team had argued fervently, their conclusions spanning thousands of kilometers from north to south, making precise localization impossible. They had even analyzed the processing precision and materials required for the equipment featured in the livestream, attempting to deduce individuals or small workshops capable of such feats. The consensus was that, based on existing knowledge, it was nearly impossible for a single person to accomplish this. Chapter 24. Intriguing entertainment programs. They had even enlisted the services of top linguists and psychologists, meticulously listening to and analyzing the altered voice of the intelligence god, striving to capture the faintest dialectical traits or linguistic habits. The results were equally disheartening. The adversary's speech was exceedingly standard, devoid of any regional discrepancies, and the psychological profile remained nebulous. Each avenue of investigation consumed substantial manpower and resources. Yet, whenever they encountered a promising lead, pursuing it invariably led them to an invisible wall or misdirected them entirely. The AI named Zero seemed like an omnipresent specter, safeguarding the digital realm while artfully disrupting and misleading investigations in the physical world. Meanwhile, the research institute bombarded them with 3 calls a day, their tone shifting from initial urgency and excitement to a tinge of resignation and skepticism. Several senior scientists even made personal visits to join meetings and discussions, proposing various fanciful investigative ideas, such as analyzing the elemental isotope ratios of materials showcased in the livestream in hopes of tracing them back to their mining sources. Alternatively, one might capture the faint subsonic wave characteristics generated by devices for extensive monitoring. There are even proposals to launch dedicated reconnaissance satellites for precise scanning of thermal sources or anomalous electromagnetic signals. All these technologically advanced methods are inevitably hindered by electronic interference, resulting in a complete standstill. Unless the voice of the person in charge is as coarse as sandpaper scraping against wood. Unless we mobilize grassroots forces nationwide, inspecting each village, town, and even household. After he spoke, he shook his head in disbelief. How immense must the manpower and resources required be? How many years would it take? Several decades would likely be an optimistic estimate. With that time, it is likely that the intelligent deity could have constructed interstellar battleships and ventured beyond the solar system. Moreover, the noise would certainly alert the enemy. What is most disheartening for them is that the intelligent deity has seemingly evaporated from the face of the earth, having not broadcast again for a full 2 months. This has deprived them of the most crucial channel for acquiring new leads. Although that damned lawless intelligent deity's live stream remains prominently displayed on the platform's homepage, thousands of desperate netizens still congregate there daily, bombarding the screen with comments. When will the esteemed deity resume broadcasting? It's the new year. Might the deity make an appearance? Could the goddess Zero offer a word? Tech enthusiasts humbly beseech the deity for guidance. Yet, this is of no assistance to their search efforts. In stark contrast to the turmoil within the Dragon God Nation, international attention is rapidly waning. Due to Zero's nearly obsessive capability for information suppression, no substantial video or photographic evidence has emerged. Relying solely on sporadic textual descriptions and scattered verbal accounts from the Dragon God Nation's network lacks persuasive power. After the initial novelty and shock wore off, most foreign institutions and media began to lean towards the belief that this was a meticulously orchestrated marketing stunt or a new trend for garnering attention. It seems the Dragon God Nation has also resorted to such trivial theatrics to captivate interest. I knew it. Handcrafted quantum computers? Absurd, and indeed it was false. Associated analytical reports and intelligence assessment levels have been continuously downgraded, ultimately relegated to the archives for observation, gathering dust. Only a handful of the most elite intelligence agencies still maintain a minimal level of interest, but they too have nearly ceased active investigation. Lin Ye is well aware of the madness and silence unfolding around him. Zero, please provide an update on today's entertainment program. After finishing the last shrimp, Lin Ye savored a sip of red wine and casually instructed. A large table of dishes had been devoured by him with considerable satisfaction. Understood, boss, Zero's youthful voice replied. At the same time, a gentle beam of light projected from the ceiling, forming a clear image on the wall before him. The projection was divided into multiple small windows. One of these windows displayed the real-time monitoring footage from the command center of the Dragon God Nation's Special Department's Divine Search Team. In the footage, the person in charge was frantically tugging at their hair, excitedly speaking to subordinates, their face flushed with agitation. In another room, several technicians stared despondently at a screen riddled with error messages, desperately tugging at their already sparse hair. In a separate area, a group of individuals, resembling experts, engaged in an intense argument over a densely annotated clue deduction chart on a whiteboard, their tempers flaring to the brink of physical confrontation. Another scene displayed an internal assessment report from an international intelligence agency, marked with labels indicating low credibility and a recommendation to postpone the investigation. Today, the Spirit Search Task Force initiated 17 non-electronic analysis meetings and attempted 3 new geological data analysis models, yielding no significant progress. The team leader exhibited high emotional volatility, having shattered a mug in the morning and noticeably increased his hair pulling in the afternoon. Internationally, interest in your case continues to wane, with mainstream opinion leaning towards viewing the live event as mere sensationalism. Lin Ye reclined in his chair, swirling a glass of red wine, thoroughly entertained. The sight of those individuals smashing keyboards, pulling their hair, and exhibiting impotent rage elicited an involuntary chuckle from him. Soon, his laughter grew, escalating into a hearty guffaw. "How delightful!" he exclaimed, wiping away tears of mirth. "They truly have it rough, working so diligently only to face criticism and pressure from their superiors." This had become one of his favorite forms of entertainment over the past 2 months, observing those in the open, straining under pressure. While he remained at ease in the shadows, advancing steadily, brought him unparalleled joy and satisfaction. It was simply exhilarating, just as he was reveling in the spectacle. A familiar call from old village chief Zhao interrupted his amusement. "Yezi, is Yezi home?" Lin Ye composed himself, snapping his fingers to instantly retract all projections. He rose and stepped outside, opening the courtyard door. There stood old village chief Zhao, clad in a brand new cotton jacket, his cheeks flushed and a smile gracing his face. "Happy New Year, Zhao uncle," Lin Ye greeted cheerfully. "Happy New Year. Happy New Year." Old Zhao replied jovially, glancing into the house. "Wow, you've really spared no expense. A grand spread indeed." "Well, I had some time on my hands. Thought I'd treat myself," Lin Ye responded, stepping aside. "Uncle, come in and sit. I bought some New Year treats for you." He turned and retrieved a box of pastries from the entrance, offering it to the old chief. "Oh dear. Why do you buy me things, you rascal?" Old Zhao exclaimed, accepting the pastries with a beaming smile, though he feigned reproach. "Come on, don't sit alone at home. Join me for the New Year's Eve dinner. Xiangzi and Xiaowei are back. It's quite lively. You shouldn't be all alone and lonely. Come and enjoy together." Chapter 25, The Internet Sensation? Lin Ye glanced at the remnants of his solitary meal and shook his head, his smile gentle yet resolute. "No, Zhao uncle, thank you. I've had enough, and the leftovers will last me several days." He paused, lowering his voice slightly, yet maintaining an air of tranquility. "On this New Year's Eve, I wish to spend time at home with my parents." Upon hearing this, the old village chief's smile momentarily faltered, transforming into an expression of understanding mixed with a hint of tenderness. He patted Lin Ye's arm with considerable force. "All right, uncle understands. It is indeed time to accompany them." After a brief pause, he resumed his cheerful demeanor. "Then, if you find yourself free later, come over for a chat, enjoy some tea, and perhaps nibble on some sunflower seeds. Chang and the others will be here. You young folks are bound to find common ground, which is certainly better than being cooped up alone at home." This time, Lin Ye did not decline, readily nodding in agreement. "Sure, Uncle Zhao. Once I finish tidying up here, I will swing by to join the festivities." "Very well, I shall take my leave then. Your aunt is waiting for me." The old village chief, carrying pastries, offered a few more words of advice before turning around, humming a little tune as he sauntered back towards the village. After bidding farewell to the village chief, Lin Ye closed the door and returned to the dining table. The outside world had succumbed to deep darkness, with sporadic firecracker sounds faintly echoing in the distance. He poured himself another half glass of red wine, raised his glass, and gently gestured toward the 2 empty seats across from him. His gaze was soft and tranquil. "Dad, Mom, Happy New Year." His voice was barely a whisper, yet resonated clearly within the warm, abundant dining room. He tilted his head back, downing the contents of his glass in one swift motion. At 9 o'clock in the evening, the mountain village was enveloped in profound night and silence, adorned only by scattered lights. Lin Ye secured the villa's door and walked along the winding village path towards the village chief's house, illuminated by the cool moonlight. The air was infused with the unique scent of New Year's Eve, a blend of cold and a faint whiff of gunpowder. The gravel path beneath his feet crunched softly, accentuating the surrounding tranquility. After walking approximately a kilometer, he arrived at the village chief Zhao Guodong's home, situated at the village's entrance. The 3-story house, approximately a decade old, revealed its outline against the night sky. Bright light streamed from the windows, and the lively sounds of the Spring Festival Gala could be faintly heard from the television inside. Lin Ye approached the courtyard gate and gently knocked on the iron door. Soon, footsteps echoed from within, and the old village chief, draped in a coat, came to open the door. "Ah, Yezi has arrived. Come in quickly, it's cold outside." Uncle Zhao's face instantly brightened with a smile as he warmly welcomed him. Inside, the atmosphere was cozy, with the television broadcasting the festive spring festival gala. In the living room, the village chief's family was gathered around the television. As Lin Ye entered, all eyes turned toward him. A tall young man with neatly cropped hair sprang up from the sofa, his face alight with a hearty smile as he strode toward Lin Ye. "Yezi, you finally made it." His voice boomed with the vigor characteristic of a soldier. This was the village chief's son, Zhao Chong, affectionately nicknamed Xiangzi. Approaching Lin Ye, Xiangzi extended his large hand without hesitation, giving Lin Ye's shoulder a firm pat, a greeting they often exchanged in their youth. At the moment their palms met, Xiangzi's smile shifted to one of surprise. He felt that the sensation conveyed by his subordinate was not the expected frailty, but rather a firm and resilient feeling akin to striking a solid wooden post. Instinctively, he squeezed Lin Ye's arm, and even through the fabric, he could discern the taut muscle contours beneath. "Impressive, Yi." Xiangzi's eyes widened as he scrutinized Lin Ye from head to toe. "This physique is remarkably robust. It is a far cry from the image of someone who could be toppled by a gust of wind." Lin Ye remained unaffected by this scrutiny, standing motionless with a smile as Xiangzi examined him. "Indeed, Xiangzi," Lin Ye replied lightly. "Over the past few years of returning to the village, I have engaged in more laborious tasks, moving bricks, handling cement, and carrying materials, all of which I undertook myself, naturally leading to this transformation." He cleverly attributed his physical changes to physical labor. Zhao Chong, at 28 years old and 2 years younger than Lin Ye, had been his childhood companion. After graduating from high school at 18, Zhao Chong enlisted in the military, and their paths diverged. It wasn't until he returned from service at 26 and secured a civil service position in Yang City, thus obtaining a stable job, that they reconnected. However, due to his demanding work schedule, he had been unable to return home last New Year's Eve. This marked their first meeting in many years. Nevertheless, Zhao Chong had often heard his father mention Lin Ye's activities upon returning to the village during their phone conversations. "Oh right," Zhao Chong suddenly exclaimed, pulling Lin Ye down to sit as he nodded vigorously. "My dad told me that you've become quite the internet sensation. Your videos on mech models have garnered a massive audience. He also mentioned that you single-handedly constructed an entire house. Impressive, my friend." His tone was filled with admiration and disbelief. "So, this is how all those muscles came to be. Bravo, Yi." At that moment, a young woman with an elegant demeanor and refined attire, seated on the sofa, leaned in with curiosity. She was the village chief's eldest daughter, Zhao Hui, affectionately known as Xiao Hui. "Yi, you've become an internet celebrity?" Zhao Hui's eyes sparkled with interest. "What kind of internet star are you? Mech models? Is it that DIY craft type?" Lin Ye first smiled and greeted the village chief's wife, saying, "Auntie, Happy New Year." Then he turned to Zhao Hui, returning her smile with a humble demeanor. "Yes, Huijia. It's nothing grand. I merely emulate what others do online. I create a few handcrafted models, film them, and upload the videos. To my surprise, many people enjoy watching them, and I've managed to earn a little pocket money, which is certainly better than aimlessly working elsewhere." He endeavored to downplay his achievements, seeking to avoid drawing excessive attention. Zhao Hui, now 32, had married a local man named Li Junfeng at 27, who was a landlord. Relying solely on rental income, their annual earnings exceeded several million, affording them a life of luxury. Cradled in her arms was her 1-year-old daughter, peacefully asleep. Beside her sat a spirited 4-year-old boy with a round face, who gazed at Lin Ye with wide, curious eyes. Upon hearing the words mech model, the little boy perked up instantly. Breaking free from his mother's grasp, he dashed to Lin Ye, looking up with an eager expression and asked in a sweet, childish voice, "Wow, is the mech model a big one? Big brother, can you take the baby to see it?" Zhao Hui was amused by her son's endearing address, gently ruffling his hair. "Silly boy, you should call him uncle," she softly corrected, then offered a sheepish smile to Lin Ye. "It's too late now. We can't go see it. Our little one needs to sleep soon." Chapter 26. Do you want to see the big mecha? Lin Ye gazed at the chubby-cheeked little fellow before him, a smile spreading across his face. With a warm expression, he replied, "That's all right. You can call me big brother. Do you want to see the big mecha?" The little one nodded vigorously, his eyes fixed on Lin Ye with unbridled anticipation. Lin Ye chuckled and promised, "How about I take you to see it tomorrow?" The boy, elated by this, jumped up, completely oblivious to his mother's correction. He cheered, Yes, big brother. You promised. You must take me to see it tomorrow." Lin Ye, touched by the child's joy, extended his pinky finger. "All right, let's make a pinky promise. Once we seal it, we must keep it, no changing." The little one immediately extended his pudgy finger, solemnly linking it with Lin Ye's, reciting, "Pinky promise, 100 years without changing." Observing this scene, Zhao Hui shook her head with a chuckle, casting an apologetic glance at Lin Ye. "Yezi, I apologize for the trouble. This child simply adores these things." Lin Ye straightened up and waved his hand dismissively. "Sister Hui, there's no trouble at all. Kids love to play like this. We were the same in our youth. Weren't we?" At that moment, Li Junfeng, who had been sitting on the sofa watching their interaction with a smile, spoke up. dressed in a casual yet exquisite cashmere sweater. With a luxurious watch adorning his wrist, he exuded an air of sophistication, though his keen gaze hinted at a businessman's acumen. "So you are Yezi?" he said, nodding towards Lin Ye with a friendly smile. "I've heard about you from Dad and Xiao Hui several times. I didn't expect you to dabble in short videos as well." He leaned slightly forward, showing interest. "Coincidentally, during my leisure time, I enjoy filming travel and culinary videos for fun, and I currently have a modest following of over 10,000 fans." There was a subtle hint of boasting in his tone, but it was overshadowed by his enthusiasm in finding a kindred spirit. "Come, let's exchange insights. Navigating today's traffic is quite a challenge." Lin Ye responded with a gracious smile. "Brother Feng, you flatter me. I just shoot randomly. I've merely been fortunate." The old village chief, chuckling as he watched the young people bond, handed Lin Ye a handful of sunflower seeds. "Yezi, enjoy some seeds. Don't be shy. You youngsters should chat more. It's wonderful." Thus, Lin Ye seamlessly integrated into the casual chatter of the living room. The old village chief oscillated between laughing at the comedic skits on television and reveling in the conversations among his son, daughter, and Lin Ye, his face radiating satisfaction and contentment. Lin Ye conversed with Xiangzi about his military experiences and feelings upon returning home, exchanged parenting tips with Xiao Hui, and discussed short video algorithms and filming techniques with Li Junfeng. Occasionally, he also engaged in light conversation with Uncle Zhao and Aunt Zhao about village matters while munching on sunflower seeds. He spoke with remarkable finesse, neither overly assertive nor detached, embodying the essence of a typical young man who has ventured into the world and returned to develop in his hometown. The atmosphere in the living room was warm and lively, with the Spring Festival Gala on television serving merely as background noise, while the laughter and chatter within the room constituted the true melody of the evening. Time slipped away unnoticed. As the clock struck 10, Xiao Hui's daughter had long fallen into a deep slumber, and her 4-year-old son began to rub his eyes and yawn. Xiao Hui then rose to her feet. "Mom, Dad, I will take them upstairs to bed now." With her daughter in her arms and her son, who kept looking back, in tow, she ascended the stairs. After a brief interval, Zhao Chang glanced at the time, then surveyed the 3 remaining men in the room, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. "What is the point of just chatting? Dad, brother-in-law, Yizi, wait for me." With that, he sprang up and headed to the kitchen, and before long, he returned with several cases of beer. "Come on, it's New Year's Eve, we ought to celebrate," he exclaimed. "Yizi, it's been ages since we last met. We must drink a few more glasses." Zhao Chang, exuberant, bit open a bottle of beer, handing it to Lin Ye, and also opened one for himself and his father. Uncle Zhao chuckled and chided, "You rascal, always full of ideas." Yet, he did not resist, accepting the beer bottle with a jovial smile. Li Junfeng adjusted his glasses, appearing somewhat hesitant, but upon witnessing Chang's enthusiasm, he reluctantly accepted a bottle as well. Lin Ye looked at the beer bottle presented to him, his face displaying a perfectly balanced expression of mild discomfort and the inability to decline. "Chang, my alcohol tolerance is rather poor. What is there to fear? We're all men here. If you get drunk, you can just sleep over. The guest room is all set," Zhao Chang insisted, firmly placing the bottle in Lin Ye's hand. "Exactly. Yizi, it's a rare occasion to be joyful. Drinking a bit more won't hurt." Uncle Zhao chimed in supportively. Lin Ye, left with no choice, accepted the bottle. "Then I shall accompany you by drinking less." Thus, the 4 men began to sip their drinks while munching on peanuts and sunflower seeds from the coffee table, all the while watching the Spring Festival Gala. True to his military training, Zhao Chang had a hearty capacity for alcohol, regaling them with tales from his time in the army and anecdotes from his current life as a civil servant, his words flowing effortlessly. Uncle Zhao, though older and drinking at a slower pace, soon sported a rosy hue on his cheeks. Li Junfeng, evidently with a modest tolerance for alcohol, began to chat more animatedly after a few drinks, sharing various amusing encounters from his rental business and insights from the short video industry. Lin Ye primarily played the role of a listener, occasionally interjecting with comments that elicited hearty laughter from the group. Each time he clinked glasses, he took a sip, albeit leisurely, quickly developing a rosy complexion and allowing his gaze to appear somewhat dazed, while his speech began to slow. In reality, his exceptional metabolism was swiftly breaking down the alcohol in his system. For him, this beer was akin to drinking cool water, with barely a sensation of fullness in his stomach. Nevertheless, he flawlessly portrayed the demeanor of someone becoming increasingly tipsy. As the rounds of drinks continued, empty beer bottles began to accumulate at the foot of the coffee table. Zhao Chang's speech began to slur slightly, and his gaze became a bit unfocused. Yet he still wrapped an arm around Lin Ye's shoulder, exclaiming, "Yizi, my good brother, if you need anything in the future, just reach out to me. I've got your back." Li Junfeng was already slumped on the sofa, his glasses askew, mumbling incoherent words, clearly inebriated. Uncle Zhao leaned back against the sofa, squinting, intermittently nodding, uncertain whether he was drowsy or intoxicated. Lin Ye glanced at the time, It was nearly midnight. He felt he had feigned his drunken state sufficiently. Thus, he braced himself on his knees and unsteadily rose, intentionally swaying slightly. Zhao, Uncle, Chong, Brother Feng, I think I should head back now, he spoke in a halting manner, heavily laced with drunkenness. Zhao Chong attempted to stand and stop him, but stumbled back onto the sofa. What do you mean go back? Sleep here. At that moment, Zhao Hui descended the stairs to assess the situation. Upon witnessing the scene, she couldn't help but cover her forehead, exclaiming, "Oh dear! How did everyone drink to this extent?" Uncle Zhao, roused by the commotion, struggled to open his eyes. "Yezi, if you're drunk, then don't leave. The guest room is available." Chapter 27. Yezi, you have truly struck it rich. Lin Ye waved his hand, swaying once more, making an effort to steady himself. "No, I can't sleep in a strange bed. I'll be fine to go home. I can manage." As he spoke, he staggered towards the door. Uncle Zhao, uneasy, forced himself to stand and offer support. "Then let me walk you." "Really no need. Uncle, you should rest. It's just a few steps. I can make it with my eyes closed," Lin Ye insisted, already pulling the door open, a gust of cold wind sweeping in. He turned back to the others with a silly grin, waving his hand. "Uncle, I'm off. Happy New Year." Then, he ambled unsteadily into the night, his figure quickly merging with the darkness. Uncle Zhao stood at the door, illuminated by the light from inside, watching Lin Ye. Though his steps were somewhat unsteady, he was maintaining a straight course without any signs of falling. He felt a bit reassured and called out into the darkness, "Take it slow. Yezi, send me a message when you get home." From the shadows, Lin Ye's vague response echoed back, "Got it." Uncle Zhao then shook his head, closed the door, and turned to see Chong and Li Junfeng, who were both inebriated and leaning awkwardly on the sofa, letting out a sigh. These two useless fellows would still need Xiao Hui's assistance. Together with Zhao Hui, he struggled to help the utterly drunken Zhao Chong and Li Junfeng upstairs to rest. Meanwhile, Lin Ye had already walked a considerable distance, completely out of the village chief's sight. He abruptly ceased his feigned staggering, shaking his head lightly. As if to cast off the last remnants of his disguise, the cool night breeze brushed against his face, carrying the scent of the distant mountains and forests. He took a deep breath, reveling in the surge of energy within him. The alcohol had been nearly metabolized by his extraordinary metabolism, leaving no trace of its effects. Turning to glance back at the village chief's house, which now appeared merely as a silhouette in the night, a faint, barely discernible smile curved the corners of his mouth. Then, he turned and strode forward with steady and light steps toward the villa nestled deeper in the darkness, halfway up the hill. His figure moved swiftly along the mountain path, silent and seamless, merging with the familiar shadowy embrace of the night forest. The following day awaited. Lin Ye was abruptly roused from a profound slumber by the persistent chime of the doorbell. Groggily, he lifted his head from the soft embrace of his pillow. Sunlight filtering through the gaps in the curtains, casting elongated patches of brilliance upon the floor. "Zero, what is happening?" His voice was thick with sleep. "Boss, it is the village chief's family, Zhao Chong, Zhao Hui, Li Junfeng, and their son, standing outside the courtyard door." Zero's clear, youthful voice immediately resonated within the bedroom, delivering an unmistakable report. Lin Ye rubbed his eyes and reached for his phone on the bedside table, glancing at the time, 9:36 a.m. To have slept so late. He stifled a yawn, propping himself up. "Let them in, please." Command executed. The courtyard door has been unlocked. Lin Ye tossed aside the covers, slipped into his slippers, and approached the window, drawing aside a corner of the curtain to gaze outside. He observed Zhao Chong's family standing at the grand entrance of his villa, peering curiously within. Outside, Zhao Chong was about to press the doorbell once more. "Is anyone home? Has he not yet arisen?" At that moment, a soft beep sounded, and the seemingly weighty smart door slid open automatically. "Wow!" Zhao Chong exclaimed, startled, retracting his hand, eyes wide with astonishment. "It's automatic? How advanced?" Li Juanfeng's eyes lit up as he adjusted his glasses, scrutinizing the access control system. Having seen his fair share of technology, he was nonetheless surprised to witness such seamless smart access in this remote rural setting. "Impressive. Brother Ye's villa is quite remarkable. This access system is indeed sophisticated." He nodded, his tone imbued with admiration and a hint of curiosity. Zhao Hui, linking her arm with her husband, was already captivated by the villa itself. Gazing at the sleek lines and modern facade of the three-story structure, with its high-quality exterior materials and expansive, bright floor-to-ceiling windows, she remarked, "Wow, Ye's house is quite grand from the outside. It's beautiful." Unable to contain her excitement, she gently nudged Li Junfeng. "Darling, can you imagine the cost of this place?" Li Junfeng nodded vigorously, his discerning eye as a property owner sharper than most. "Not only beautiful, but the design and materials suggest it must have been quite an investment. Ye has truly struck it rich." Their 4-year-old son, Li Xiaobao, was already restlessly twisting his little head, surveying the surroundings. Zhao Chong finally snapped out of his astonishment at the smart door and took a careful look at the villa as a whole. He smacked his thigh. Incredulity etched across his face. Ye, you've really made it. I said I would look out for you. But it turns out you're living better than all of us. No wonder you're such a big internet celebrity. You've made quite a fortune. His loud voice was a blend of exaggerated jest and genuine admiration. Li Xiaobao's eyes darted around until, suddenly, he spotted the old house across the yard. The door of the old house was closed, yet above the courtyard gate, a formidable metallic visage of a mech, adorned in a striking palette of blue, white, and red, protruded from the edge of the eaves. It gleamed with a cold, hard luster under the sunlight. Wow, a giant mech. Over there. Mom, look quickly. A giant mech. Li Xiaobao exclaimed in excitement, pointing in that direction with his small hand and straining in Zhao Hui's embrace, eager to soar over. Zhao Hui quickly reassured her son. Yes. Yes, I see it. Be good, Xiaobao, don't squirm. Soon, Uncle will take us inside to take a look, all right? As she spoke, her curiosity was piqued by the mech's head, gaining a more intuitive understanding of Lin Ye's craftsmanship. At that moment, the courtyard gate swung open completely. Zhao Chong, being rather impulsive, was the first to step inside. Come on, let's go see Yezi's grand residence. Li Junfeng pulled his excited son along, following Zhao Hui into the house. The design of the front yard was intentionally understated, featuring only ordinary green lawns and a stone path, lacking any particular distinction. The entrance to the large lift leading to the underground laboratory was perfectly concealed beneath several seemingly ordinary, massive marble tiles, seamlessly integrated without a trace. As they traversed the front yard, they arrived at the main entrance of the villa. Before they could raise their hands to knock, the heavy entry door, accompanied by a barely perceptible whir of machinery, opened automatically inward. Hey, another automatic door. Zhao Chong gasped again, peering inside. Li Juanfeng's interest grew even more. This level of automation and attention to detail exceeded his expectations. With curiosity and awe, they filed into the villa's interior. Upon entry, they were greeted by a spacious living room with a soaring ceiling nearly 6 meters high. Expansive floor-to-ceiling windows invited the breathtaking mountain views and sunlight into the space unabashedly. The decor embodied a pinnacle of modern minimalism, with clean lines and a palette dominated by sophisticated shades of gray, white, and natural wood. Intelligent, concealed lighting emitted a soft and even glow, illuminating every corner. A selection of futuristic smart home devices artfully punctuated the space, harmonizing with the overall aesthetic. Wow! Even Zhao Hui couldn't help but exclaim softly, cradling her child as she stood in the center of the living room, somewhat dazzled. The ambience felt even more exquisite and technologically advanced than the high-end model apartments she had seen in Guang City. This is simply stunning, Zhao Chong remarked, his mouth agape, surveying the surroundings, touching the smooth walls, and observing the smart lighting. Yezi truly knows how to indulge. Li Junfeng, however, focused on the details. He scrutinized the hidden air vents, the placement of the smart speakers, and the seemingly ordinary yet exceptionally crafted switch panels. The design is remarkable, he murmured to himself. What kind of extraordinary designer did they engage? Just then, they heard footsteps coming from the staircase. All eyes turned upwards to see Lin Ye leisurely descending from the upper floor, dressed in a simple cotton loungewear. With slightly disheveled hair and eyes still heavy with the remnants of sleep, Lin Ye descended the staircase while rubbing his eyes. You've come so early? His voice carried the languid tones of someone just awakened. Glancing down at the bustling family gathered below, a flicker of confusion crossed his face. Didn't you all drink too much last night? Up so early? Upon seeing his expression, Zhao Chong erupted into laughter, pointing at him. Early? The sun is already shining on our backs, Yezi. We might have indulged a bit too much. But this little rascal here insisted on coming to see the giant mech first thing in the morning. He gestured towards a small boy whose eyes sparkled with anticipation as he stared at Lin Ye. As Lin Ye reached the last step, he stifled a yawn. I'm all right, just a bit groggy. At that moment, Zhao Hui and Li Junfeng chimed in. Zhao Hui, smiling, remarked, Yezi, you've made this place so beautiful and enjoyable. Why not hurry up and find a wife to share it with? Living alone is such a waste. Li Junfeng, adopting a serious tone, inquired, Brother Yi, if you don't mind me asking, who designed this house? The level of craftsmanship is remarkable. I have a villa that's about to be remodeled and would love to speak with this designer. Zhao Chong clapped Lin Ye on the shoulder, a mixture of envy and joy on his face. Good lad, you've kept this under wraps. Just yesterday, you were pretending to be poor. With this scale and decor, it must have cost a fortune, right? Impressive, truly impressive. Little Li Xiaobao could hardly contain his excitement as he wriggled free from his mother's grasp and rushed to Lin Ye, looking up eagerly. Big brother, take me to see the giant mech. It's south right across the street. I saw it. Its head is enormous. Observing the child's eagerness and the curious, admiring faces of the adults surrounding him, Lin Ye couldn't help but smile helplessly. Why don't you all have a seat and enjoy some water? There are drinks in the fridge. He pointed towards the built-in smart refrigerator in the corner of the living room. Let me wash up first. I'll be quick. Pausing for a moment, he added, or feel free to explore at your leisure. It's no trouble. With that, he nodded to everyone and turned back towards the staircase. Heading upstairs to the bathroom, Zhao Chong called out to his retreating figure, all right, hurry up. We'll take a look around. Unceremoniously, the group began to explore the first floor. They soon discovered that apart from its modern, sci-fi aesthetic and high level of automation, there was nothing particularly beyond their expectations. It was simply a lavish mountain villa with exquisite taste, likely to be exceedingly comfortable to live in. Eventually, they ascended the stairs to the third floor. Here, they found a spacious living area connected to a vast outdoor terrace. The terrace was adorned with comfortable outdoor sofas, a coffee table, and a small barbecue grill. The view was breathtaking, offering a panorama of rolling green mountains, a tranquil village, and a cerulean sky. Warm sunlight bathed the space as a gentle mountain breeze wafted through, carrying the fragrant scent of nature. This place is absolutely delightful, Zhao Hui exclaimed, settling onto the sofa with her son. Li Junfeng nodded in agreement, inhaling deeply the crisp, fresh air. The surroundings and the view are simply unparalleled, something that cannot be purchased in any city, regardless of the expense. Zhao Chong, like a child, wandered around the rooftop, leaning over the railing to gaze down below. My goodness, this lad Yi has an exceptional eye for selecting locations. This life he leads is akin to that of a celestial being. After a while, Lin Ye finished his morning routine and emerged, clad in a fresh set of clothes. He held a large loaf of bread, recently warmed in the kitchen, and a glass of milk. He approached and found a spot on the rooftop sofa to sit down and began to enjoy his breakfast. Yi, you really have it made. Zhao Chong plopped down beside him, his tone still brimming with excitement. This house is remarkable. Quickly, tell me, how much did it cost? Lin Ye took a generous bite of bread, mumbling in response, well, all told, it's roughly 4 to 5 million. 4 to 5 million. Zhao Chong's eyes widened in astonishment as he gasped. My heavens, you've truly struck it rich. You must take me along. Lin Ye smiled faintly and took another hearty bite of bread. It's not much. I just got lucky with some videos and earned a little money, enough to get by. Li Junfeng, more intrigued by the design aspect, pressed on, Brother Yi, who was your designer? Would you mind introducing me? I genuinely admire this design. Lin Ye sipped his milk, swallowing the food in his mouth before responding nonchalantly. I didn't hire a designer, from the structure to the decor. It's all my own improvisation, whatever felt comfortable. You designed it yourself? Li Junfeng was genuinely taken aback, sitting up straight in disbelief. Incredible. Truly remarkable. You possess such talent. You could easily qualify as a chief designer in a top firm in the big city. Even starting your own high-end studio would pose no challenge. Lin Ye merely shook his head and smiled. It's all right, Brother Feng. I'm not interested. I'm quite content as is. I don't lack for money and have no desire to be a cog in someone else's machine. Chapter 29. As if stepping out of a film, Zhao Hui, meanwhile, was playfully restraining the inquisitive Li Xiaobao, who was eager to climb the railing, while interjecting with a smile. Yi, to be honest, your life is enviable. So free and easy, with a pleasant environment and a beautiful home. No wonder you're reluctant to leave the village. How many city dwellers would yearn for such a life? But when do you plan to settle down and find a wife? That would truly complete the picture. Hearing the word wife, Li Xiaobao looked up with innocent curiosity, asking, Mommy, what is a wife? Can you eat it? This elicited laughter from everyone. Lin Ye too chuckled and shook his head. Sister Hui, please don't tease me. What girl would want to marry someone in this remote valley? I'm quite fine living on my own. At that moment, Li Xiaobao could no longer contain himself. He wriggled free from Zhao Hui's embrace and ran up to Lin Ye, tugging at his pants. Big brother, are you done eating? Take me to see the big Mecca. You promised. The little one's eyes were wide with anticipation and urgency, fearful that Lin Ye might forget. Lin Ye hastily stuffed the remaining bread into his mouth and downed the milk in one go. All right, I'm done. He took a tissue to wipe his mouth and stood up. Come, let me take you to see my studio. Let's go. Let's check out the magnificent Meccas. Zhao Chong was the first to respond, even more excited than Xiaobao. Li Junfeng and Zhao Hui also picked up their child and stood up, all filled with curiosity about the studio that could produce such exquisite videos. Lin Ye led them downstairs, through the courtyard, towards the seemingly unremarkable old house across the way. The wooden door of the old house creaked slightly as he pushed it open. The scene inside was in stark contrast to the chaotic studio they had imagined. It instantly captivated everyone's attention. Before their eyes was a spacious and bright exhibition hall that had been simply transformed. 3 mecha models of varying sizes, each strikingly visual, stood in a triangular formation on one side of the hall, resembling a silent, awaiting miniature legion. At the center stood a nearly 3-meter-tall large mecha, adorned in a vibrant blue, white, and red color scheme. Its design sharp and powerful, unmistakably a classic mecha style. Its left arm was equipped with a gigantic shield, while a dramatically styled rifled cannon rested on its right shoulder, and the head-mounted monitor faintly emitted a bluish glow, as if ready to be activated at any moment. To the left was a military green mecha approximately 2 meters and 3 in height, boasting a more rugged and fierce style. Its single-eyed head design exuding a sense of bravery, reminiscent of the classic Zazagu. The massive thermal axe in its hand seemed to still resonate with the warmth of imagined battlefields. On the right was a sleek, gold and red mecha standing around 1.8 meters tall, radiating high-tech futurism, perfectly replicating an armored model from a certain film. The three models shimmered in the warm winter sunlight. Their metallic surfaces polished to an exquisite smoothness, which seems flawlessly joined, and the paint texture rich and heavy. As if they were not mere models, but rather authentic war machines poised for battle. Wow! The first to exclaim was Li Xiaobao, his eyes widening in astonishment. He wriggled free from his mother's embrace, mouth agape, unleashing a series of excited shrieks. Wow! Big mechas. So many big mechas. So big, so big. Following closely was Zhao Chong's trademark loud voice, filled with incredulous awe. What the hell? Yezi, is this seriously a model? It looks just like the real thing. He dashed towards the largest mecha model, gazing up in wonder, circling around it while exclaiming in astonishment. He reached out, first cautiously touching the cold armor of the mecha's leg, feeling its formidable texture before striking it twice with force. Clang, clang. The crisp and solid metallic sounds echoed within the hall, confirming that they were far from plastic or resin. Truly metal. All metal. The weight. The texture. Incredible. Zhao Chong excitedly patted the thigh armor of the towering mecha, utterly enchanted. No wonder so many people adore this. How could anyone not love it? I love it too. Zhao Chong's face flushed with excitement as he eagerly touched here and peeked there, exclaiming in astonishment. Zhao Hui, equally stunned, momentarily lost her words before frantically retrieving her phone from her bag. Oh my goodness, they are absolutely stunning. I must capture this and share it on social media. My friends will be so envious. She snapped photos of the three mechas from every conceivable angle, repeatedly murmuring, the craftsmanship is extraordinary. As if they have stepped right out of a film. At that moment, Li Xiaobao snapped back to reality, screaming in delight at the imposing mecha. Like a little cannonball, he dashed towards the most prominent Gundam, wrapping his arms around its sturdy metallic leg, his small face nuzzling against it, utterly reluctant to let go. Li Junfeng remained relatively composed, yet his eyes sparkled with awe and admiration. Adjusting his glasses, he approached to examine the model's intricate details, the paint finish and the joints. The more he scrutinized, the more astonished he appeared. Brother Yi, he exclaimed, taking a deep breath, his tone turning exceedingly serious. Your work transcends that of an ordinary model enthusiast. The craftsmanship and the level of completion could easily be considered industrial art. He pointed to the smaller mecha. This one alone, if it finds a genuine collector, could easily fetch hundreds of thousands. Then he gestured towards the largest model. This larger one, with its materials and labor, could potentially reach millions. His gaze turned toward Lin Ye, imbued with curiosity and respect. Your skills are truly remarkable. Lin Ye stood at the entrance, a subtle smile gracing his face as he observed his family's astonished reactions, feeling a peculiar sense of satisfaction. Brother Feng, you jest. However, the cost of these metal materials is considerable, not to mention my labor and time. He stepped closer, gently patting the cold ankle of the blue mecha. Indeed, many fans had been clamoring in the comments to purchase, and his private messages were overflowing. He paused, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. His eyes swept across his creations, filled with the unique satisfaction of a craftsman. But I haven't sold them. The income from creating short videos is sufficient for my needs. There is no necessity to part with them. These are my labor of love, and I haven't yet savored them enough. I'll keep them for now. And should I ever find myself in need of money, I'll reconsider. He watched Li Xiaobao, who resembled a joyful puppy, darting between the towering mecha legs. Finally, the child wrapped his arms around the metallic foot of the green Zaku, pressing his face against it, mimicking engine sounds with sheer delight. Chapter 30. A reincarnation of an 8th-level machinist? Zhao Chong finally tore his gaze away from the colossal Gundam model and tightly embraced Lin Ye's shoulders, grinning broadly. Hey, Yezi, this is incredible. Truly impressive. However, this field is clearly not suited for me. He gestured towards the intricate components. With my clumsy hands, I could never manage such delicate work. It seems that the path of an internet celebrity is not meant for me. He then shifted his tone, a mischievous smile dawning on his face. But I'll occasionally return to shoot some photos with you in this magnificent abode and alongside these grand toys. Would you mind if I borrowed a bit of your spotlight? As Lin Ye heard this, he rolled his eyes with a hint of annoyance and pretended to shake off his arm. Do as you wish. If you want to take pictures, go ahead. What traffic is there to exploit in this shabby place? But one thing to note, please don't include me in the shots. I usually refrain from appearing in my videos to avoid any trouble. Rest assured, I won't capture you. Zhao Chong exclaimed cheerfully, giving Lin Ye's shoulder another playful punch. The crowd lingered in the exhibition hall, exploring every corner with wonder and curiosity. Zhao Hui, having taken plenty of photos, began pulling her son for various poses alongside the mechanical models. Little Xiaobao alternated between hugging the legs of a Gundam and reaching for the heat axe of a Zaku. His excited little face flushed with enthusiasm. After a while, the little fellow suddenly dashed in front of Lin Ye, looking up with wide, sparkling eyes filled with longing. Big brother, could you make me a small one? I want a little one. Seeing this, Zhao Hui quickly tried to intervene. Xiaobao, don't be silly. It's very laborious for uncle to make something that large. He hardly has the time. However, Lin Ye smiled and waved his hand, squatting down to meet Xiaobao's gaze. You want a smaller one, right? All right, let us consider it a New Year's gift from Big Brother. He stood up and addressed everyone. There are tools and materials readily available in this room. I shall craft a small one right here. Right here? Zhao Chang's eyes widened. Now, how long will that take? Lin Ye had already approached a workstation in the corner of the exhibition hall, where various small tools and scrap materials were arranged. I'll make a simple one, around 20 centimeters tall. If all goes well, it should take 2 to 3 hours. 2 to 3 hours. This time, even Li Junfeng was astonished. Crafting such intricate metal models typically required days, if not weeks. Without further ado, Lin Ye picked up a suitable piece of aluminum alloy and powered on the small engraving machine beside the computer. His demeanor shifted to one of intense focus. His fingers danced across the keyboard and touchpad, swiftly retrieving a pre-existing design blueprint for a Gundam model from the database. He then secured the aluminum alloy onto the engraving machine, setting the parameters accordingly. The machine whirred to life, emitting a subtle yet efficient hum as the cutting tool precisely and rapidly sliced through the metal. Meanwhile, Lin Ye utilized the waiting time to manually work on other smaller components. His movements were a blur, yet they possessed a remarkable rhythm and stability. Files, sandpaper, small hammers, and chisels appeared to come alive in his hands. Filing, polishing, assembling, fine-tuning. Each step flowed seamlessly without the slightest hesitation. Zhao Chang, Zhao Hui, Li Junfeng, and even the less knowledgeable Xiaobao held their breath, gathered around to watch. Their expressions transitioned from curiosity to astonishment, ultimately settling into sheer disbelief. As moments ticked by, the nascent form of a miniature Gundam model gradually emerged, becoming increasingly intricate and flawless. Lin Ye even found the time to spray a simple blue and white color scheme onto the model. In the end, within a mere 2.5 hours, a 20-centimeter tall, intricately detailed, exquisitely painted, and even articulated miniature Gundam model was born in Lin Ye's hands. He gently wiped away the last speck of dust from the model with a soft cloth, then bent down and presented it to Li Xiaobao, who had been eagerly awaiting its arrival. Here, this is for you, a New Year gift. Li Xiaobao carefully accepted it, cradling it in his hands. His eyes sparkling like stars, utterly delighted, his lips stretching into a beaming smile. Thank you, big brother. It's so handsome. Zhao Chang suddenly slapped his thigh, his voice elevated by astonishment. Goodness gracious. Yezi, are you a reincarnation of an 8th-level mechanic? This craftsmanship, this speed, it's divine, truly divine. Li Junfeng couldn't help but applaud vigorously, shaking his head in admiration. What an eye-opener. Indeed, an eye-opener. Brother Yi, with such remarkable skills. It would be a travesty if you don't become famous. This was no longer mere craftsmanship, it was art. Zhao Hui also recorded a brief segment of Lin Ye's creation process on her phone, exclaiming in wonder, Master, absolutely a master. If this video is shared, it will surely explode. Then recalling Lin Ye's earlier words to Zhao Chang, she added, Yezi, rest assured, your face wasn't captured. The group lingered in the old house's exhibition hall and studio, admiring for quite some time. It was only when the boisterous voice of the village head, Zhao Guodong, echoed from outside the courtyard, Xiangzi, Xiaohui, Yezi, it's time for dinner. How late is it, still not back? That they realized time had flown by, and they had spent nearly 4 hours visiting. Li Xiaobao clutched his beloved Gundam model, though reluctant to part from the grand mecha, even pouting his lips, nearly on the verge of tears. Yet, looking at the gift in his hands, he obediently allowed his mother to lead him away. Zhao Chang, still not satiated, pulled Lin Ye close. Come on, Yezi, let us go eat. We must drink a bit more today. I owe you a toast, oh great master. Lin Ye's expression revealed a hint of reluctance. He preferred solitude. However, seeing Zhao Chang's exuberant face and the warm hospitality of the village head's family, he felt it would be impolite to decline. With a resigned smile, he replied, All right, but let us not drink too much. I still wish to go gather herbs in the afternoon. No problem. Let us go. Zhao Chang joyfully led him out. The lunch was lively as usual, with conversations naturally revolving around Lin Ye's astounding skills and the beautiful villa. Zhao Chang excitedly described the 3 mechs to his father, emphasizing their shocking nature. Li Junfeng took a more rational approach, analyzing their value and Lin Ye's technical prowess. The village head listened with a rosy complexion, nodding continuously, his gaze towards Lin Ye growing ever more appreciative. The village head's family was filled with awe and laughter. After lunch, in the afternoon, Zhao Chang eagerly proposed to accompany Lin Ye to the back mountain to gather herbs and experience the joys of the mountains. Thus, the group wandered around the mountain, breathing in the fresh air, picking some wildflowers and vegetables. It was only at sunset that they leisurely descended. In the evening, the village head's family once again warmly invited Lin Ye to dinner, but this time he resolutely declined. Really, no thank you, Xiangzi, Uncle Zhao Annie. At noon, having indulged in a hearty meal, I decided to prepare a simple dinner for myself in the evening, while also tending to my studio. His tone was gentle yet resolute. Thank you for the hospitality today. I had a delightful time. Seeing his determination, the Zhao family refrained from insisting on his stay. Chapter 31. Conquering room temperature superconducting materials. Lin Ye returned alone to the villa nestled on the mountainside, relishing in the undisturbed tranquility. He meticulously prepared a sumptuous dinner for himself as a reward for the day's social endeavors. In the ensuing days, the festive spirit gradually settled in the serene mountain village. Early on the third day of the new year, Zhao Hui's family drove back to Guang City. By the fifth day, Zhao Chang packed his belongings, intending to return to Yang City to pay New Year-esque greetings to his superiors and strengthen connections. Before departing, he jokingly told Lin Ye to come back often and enjoy the flow of goodwill. As the revelry subsided, the village returned to its usual calm. Lin Ye found joy in the leisurely pace. He completely took a break from his work, avoiding the laboratory. Each day, he would awaken naturally, wandering around the village, hiking in the hills, fishing, or simply basking in the sun on the rooftop, reading and daydreaming, thoroughly relaxing his mind. By the 8th day of the new year, the atmosphere signaling the end of the holiday seemed to influence him as well. Lin Ye felt sufficiently rested and recognized that it was time to re-engage with his work. In the morning, he stood on the terrace of the third floor of the villa, stretching under the rising sun. All right, the holiday is over, he murmured to himself, his gaze regaining its usual focus and sharpness. After freshening up and having breakfast, he walked calmly into the underground laboratory. Inside, various equipment hummed softly, the lights illuminating everything as brightly as day, exuding an air of calm efficiency. Good morning, Zero, he said as he took a seat at the workbench. Good morning, boss. Welcome back, Zero's youthful voice chimed, as crisp as ever, seemingly more vibrant. She proceeded to report on the progress of the room temperature superconducting project and the developments regarding the cold fusion scheme. Certainly, boss. As of the last day before the holiday, 87 of the technical challenges in the room temperature superconducting materials project have been overcome. There remain two critical difficulties. 1. Maintaining the lattice stability of the material under normal pressure and temperature. 2. Controlling the quantum tunneling effect at the interface between the superconducting state and the insulating state. Based on the data prior to the holiday and in conjunction with the latest optimized algorithm model, it is anticipated that a breakthrough can be achieved within 72 to 120 hours. Additionally, utilizing the theoretical framework you provided and the existing laboratory conditions, I have devised initial feasibility designs for 17 cold fusion devices. All model proposals, simulated data, and analyses of advantages and disadvantages have been meticulously organized and are readily accessible. Once the breakthrough in room temperature superconducting materials is achieved, the optimal designs can be selected for physical production and testing. Lin Ye scrutinized the scrolling data and project summaries on the screen with rapt attention, his fingers unconsciously tapping lightly on the desktop. After a month of in-depth research, the majority of challenges had indeed been cleared away. The final steps, though arduous, were now distinctly outlined. He could even sense that the answer lay just beyond that thin layer of window paper, tantalizingly within reach. The cold fusion scheme, deduced through meticulous calculations, stirred within him a wave of exhilaration. A novel and nearly boundless source of energy was now before his eyes. He could almost envision the moment of the next live broadcast, when the cold fusion apparatus would ignite successfully, leaving the entire blue planet in awe once more. That profound sense of mastery, of leading an era while remaining shrouded in anonymity, surged within him, fueling his determination. Excellent. The corners of Lin Ye's mouth curled slightly upward, revealing a confident and expectant smile. Thus, let us commence our work. Let us concentrate our resources and prioritize the resolution of the final two superconducting challenges. Let us swiftly bring forth new wonders to this world. His gaze turned towards the upgraded superconducting material preparation device, his eyes sharp and resolute. In the laboratory, only the subtle sounds of various instruments operating filled the air, along with the calm cadence of his occasional directives to Zero. A new wave of technological advancement quietly accelerated within this subterranean space. 5 days passed in a blur of intense concentration and countless simulations. Yet, within the underground laboratory, Lin Ye's eyes grew ever brighter, as if flames were igniting deep within his pupils. On the screen, a cascade of complex molecular structures, energy field equations, and quantum tunneling models flashed by like a waterfall. His fingers occasionally danced quickly across the keyboard, adjusting parameters, but more often he gripped an electronic pen tightly, rapidly transcribing a dense array of derivations on the digital screen. Warning: anomalous fluctuations detected in lattice energy barrier model simulation number 447. The alert from Zero resonated. Lin Ye straightened abruptly. Magnify the anomaly. Compare the resonant frequencies of simulations 98 and 211. His voice wavered with urgency, slightly hoarse. The data stream on the screen refreshed like a torrent. An interference term in the quantum tunneling effect, previously overlooked, was precisely captured and highlighted by Zero. Lin Ye fixated on that parameter, his pupils constricting slightly. His mind raced to integrate all prior failed simulation data at an unprecedented speed. So it was the non-harmonic coupling of interface phonons that had been underestimated. He slammed his palm onto the table, causing a pen holder to jolt. 0. Reconstruct the stability model, introduce correction parameters. Assign value 783 times 10 to the power of 5. Model reconstruction in progress. Simulation running. After a brief silence, Zero's voice seemed to carry a tremor. Simulation successful. Theoretical prediction indicates a 100 success rate for superconducting transition under standard pressure at 300 K, 27 degrees Celsius. It worked. Lin Ye exhaled a long-held breath. Leaning back against his chair, rubbing his throbbing temples, he could not suppress the upward curve of his lips. After a brief respite, he immediately rose to approach the superconducting material preparation device. The theoretical breakthrough was merely the first step. In the following 2 days, Lin Ye once again immersed himself in the transformation of that superconducting preparation apparatus. According to the new theoretical model, he undertook significant modifications to several key modules of the apparatus. The angle of the laser deposition head was meticulously adjusted by mere fractions of a degree. The rate and ratio of raw material injection were recalibrated. Most crucially, he personally crafted and replaced a quantum control ring designed according to the new model. This ring is capable of generating a unique resonant magnetic field to suppress the notorious quantum tunneling effect. Once the last new control module was securely installed, Lin Ye stepped back 2 paces, surveying the newly revitalized device. It appeared largely unchanged externally, yet the core parameters within had undergone a profound transformation. He approached the raw material storage cabinet, retrieving high-purity copper, barium, yttrium, and various rare earth oxides. Following the optimal ratios calculated by Zero, he meticulously weighed the materials before feeding them into the device's inlet. Standing before the control panel, his fingers hovered above the red start button. Chapter 32. To Science. To the future. Despite possessing absolute confidence, he felt a slight twinge of anxiety at that moment, akin to the anticipation of awaiting exam results. He took a deep breath, his chest rising and falling steadily. His gaze regained its determination, and his fingertips pressed down firmly. Activation. A deep humming sound immediately emanated from within the apparatus, smoother than ever before. Through the observation window, one could see the internal laser beam illuminate, akin to a precise scalpel. Various colored indicator lights flickered in an orderly fashion. The new quantum control ring emitted a faint, almost imperceptible glow. The raw materials were instantaneously vaporized in the high-temperature plasma flow, and under the guidance of a complex electromagnetic field, they began to undergo atomic-level rearrangements. As time passed, the device operated with remarkable stability, devoid of any alarm signals. Lin Ye stood motionless before the observation window, arms crossed, resembling a statue. Finally, the indicator light at the outlet shifted from red to green. A slight pneumatic sound echoed. A small quantity of shimmering, silver-gray powder, with a subtle metallic texture, gently settled onto the specially designed cooling tray at the outlet. Its color was strikingly pure, radiating a soft and understated luster under the laboratory lights. Lin Ye promptly approached, cautiously using specialized ceramic tweezers to extract a sample. He leaned down to examine the powder closely under the light. Clenching his fist suddenly, he whispered, "Yes. The first step is a success." The next phase was even more critical for validation. He moved to the adjacent comprehensive materials testing station, placing the precious sample into the high-precision vacuum sample chamber. 0. Commence the comprehensive performance testing. Focus on monitoring the superconducting transition temperature, critical current density, and Meissner effect. Command confirmed. Testing sequence initiated. The testing station emitted subtle sounds as a powerful magnetic field was applied to the sample. Temperature was precisely controlled. Microscopic structural scanning, electromagnetic property analysis, and critical parameter measurement. A series of intricate tests proceeded automatically. Lin Ye's gaze remained fixed on the ceaselessly fluctuating stream of real-time data displayed on the main screen. He instinctively softened his breath as the temperature curve stabilized at 300 K, 27 degrees Celsius, unwavering in its position. The resistance reading plummeted to 0 in an instant and maintained that state. His fists clenched slightly. When the critical current density finally settled at an astonishingly high value, far exceeding theoretical expectations, His eyes sparkled with excitement. The screen then clearly exhibited the sample's complete diamagnetism, showcasing the flawless Meissner effect. A detailed test report automatically generated. Popping up in the center of the screen. Critical temperature, 300 K, confirmed. Critical current density, 109 ACM, exceeding expectations by 12. Complete diamagnetism confirmed. Meissner effect perfectly presented. All the data was marked in green font, accompanied by prominent labels indicating meets expectations or exceeds expectations. Lin Ye's eyes scanned the report line by line, his breath gradually becoming heavier. Upon reaching the final summary line, comprehensive assessment, successful fabrication of ambient pressure and temperature superconducting material, with all performance indicators meeting or surpassing theoretical values. He abruptly leapt from his chair. It worked. It truly worked. Yes. Like a child, he bounced in place, vigorously waving his fists. An overwhelming smile of sheer joy and exhilaration beamed across his face, erasing all traces of fatigue in that instant. Unable to contain himself, he shouted into the empty laboratory. "Zero, did you see that? We did it. Congratulations, boss. The ambient pressure and temperature superconducting material has been successfully validated. The data is flawless." The melodic voice of Zero echoed at just the right moment, seemingly infused with jubilant resonance. After reveling in excitement for a while, he gradually composed himself. Though the smile on his face was relentless. Zero, increase the raw material input. Let the fabrication device operate at full power. We need to amass sufficient material. Command confirmed. Raw material supply to be maximized. Projected output of 60 standard units per hour. Watching the device smoothly restart, continuously producing that silvery gray miraculous material. Lin Ye gently patted the machine's exterior with satisfaction. He hummed a tuneless melody, his steps light as he took the elevator back to the ground villa. Today was not a day for indifference. He intended to treat himself well. Opening the refrigerator, he retrieved the finest ingredients it contained: steak, fresh shrimp, and fruit. Tying on an apron, he showcased his culinary prowess in the spacious, brightly lit kitchen. The sizzling sound of searing steak, the aromatic stir-frying of vegetables, and his occasional humming along to the background music played by Zero filled the entire kitchen space. He prepared an abundant feast for himself, even uncorking a fine bottle of wine he had previously hesitated to open. Sitting alone at the dining table, he raised his glass, gesturing towards the air. To science. To the future. His eyes shone brightly, and his smile radiated from within. That night, he enjoyed an exceptionally sweet slumber. The following day, Lin Ye returned to the underground laboratory, invigorated and full of energy. His gaze fell upon the 17 cold fusion technology schemes generated by Zero. Zero. Retrieve all cold fusion plans. We now possess the key. The schemes are ready. Scheme 7 is highly recommended, as its magnetic confinement design optimally utilizes the efficiency of superconducting materials. Let us commence with Scheme 7. Lin Ye immediately sprang into action. With the advent of room temperature superconducting materials, many previously inconceivable ideas began to take shape. Utilizing the laboratory's advanced manufacturing equipment, he commenced the fabrication of components according to the schematics. The framework of the first spherical device was 3D printed, and the superconducting coils were meticulously wound and embedded. The fuel injection system and energy conversion modules were installed one by one. The entire apparatus measured approximately 30 centimeters in diameter, resembling a complex artwork forged from metal and ceramic. Activate, Lin Ye commanded. The device trembled slightly as the internal superconducting magnetic field was established. Yet, mere seconds later, the monitoring screen erupted with a series of red alerts. Warning, plasma confinement failure. Reaction aborted. A blinding white light flashed within the device, only to dim rapidly thereafter. A faint, ozone-like scent permeated the air. The first attempt had met with failure. Lin Ye furrowed his brow, though his expression bore no hint of surprise. Record all data. Analyze the cause of failure. Next, Scheme 11. Data has been recorded. Analysis indicates a flaw in the magnetic field topology. Subsequent plans have been adjusted accordingly. Zero responded calmly. The second spherical device was fabricated, featuring a slightly altered arrangement of coils compared to the first. It operated for a longer duration upon activation, yet ultimately shut down automatically due to drastically unstable energy output. Another failure. The third, fourth, and so on. Chapter 33. Let us add a stroke to this energy revolution. In a corner of the laboratory, the abandoned spherical devices began to accumulate. They varied slightly in size and internal structure, yet each silently narrated tales of failed attempts. Lin Ye's countenance revealed no signs of discouragement. Rather, his eyes sparkled with increasing intensity. Each failure signified the elimination of a mistaken path, bringing him one step closer to the ultimate answer. He disassembled the failed apparatuses, scrutinizing every detail, while engaging in repeated discussions with Zero regarding the causes of malfunction. Meanwhile, Zero continuously compiled the invaluable data from each failure and dynamically optimized the remaining plans. The feasibility probability steadily increased within Zero's calculations. Unbeknownst to them, a month had slipped by. The 16th attempt had been made. Lin Ye wiped the beads of perspiration from his forehead, gazing at the device that had just melted down due to insufficient heat exchange efficiency. The discarded devices on the floor had formed a small mound. He took a deep breath, stretching his somewhat stiff neck. Such is the nature of scientific experimentation. Failure is the norm. As he munched on a chocolate energy bar, he spoke to Zero, almost as if to bolster his own spirit. Zero, what is the success rate of the final plan? Scheme 17, codenamed Starlight, has integrated all prior failure data and undergone 13,792 optimization iterations. The anticipated success probability has surged to an impressive 90.37. Lin Ye's eyes sparkled with renewed vigor. Fatigue dissipating entirely. Let us commence the creation. Let us etch a mark on this energy revolution. He immersed himself once more in his research. The final components of the spherical device were meticulously crafted one by one. Compared to the previous failures, its design appeared more streamlined and elegant. An abundance of silver gray, room temperature superconducting material was employed, forming its core magnetic field generator and energy transmission channels. The overall aesthetic exuded a chill technological beauty, with a smooth surface that revealed scarcely any extraneous seams. Lin Ye carefully positioned the last piece of the shell, a perfect sphere, 30 centimeters in diameter, stood quietly on the workbench, shimmering with an elegant and mysterious luster under the laboratory lights. The entire apparatus resembled not a reactor, but rather a flawless work of art. Lin Ye conducted a final inspection of all connections, ensuring that everything was impeccable. Taking 2 steps back, he placed his hands on his hips, surveying this ultimate creation, a culmination of numerous previous failures. He inhaled deeply, then exhaled slowly, his gaze sharpening with anticipation. All right, my friend, the moment of truth is upon us. He spoke to the device, also encouraging himself. Zero, initiate the final verification procedure for the Starlight. Command confirmed. The Starlight cold nuclear fusion device startup sequence commences. Protective measures? Unnecessary. The safety of cold nuclear fusion is one of its greatest advantages. The reaction can be initiated and halted at will, producing virtually no harmful radiation. As previous failures have amply demonstrated, Lin Ye stood by the workbench, his eyes fixed on the sphere. A faint, high-frequency hum emanated from within, as the superconducting coils established a powerful and stable constraining magnetic field. On the surface of the device, several ethereal blue light bands illuminated sequentially, pulsating gently like a breath. Through the small observation window, the core reaction chamber came into view. A minute quantity of palladium powder was introduced. Under the influence of the robust magnetic field and microwave radiation at specific frequencies, the palladium was ionized into plasma, confined at the chamber's center. Suddenly, the observation window blazed with light. A radiant, dazzling sphere of light stabilized at the center of the chamber, as if it had captured a miniature star. It floated serenely, emanating pure and formidable energy. There were no violent explosions, no terrifying radiation. Only a profound and gentle sense of energy pervaded the space. Plasma successfully constrained. Fusion reaction has been triggered. Output power is steadily increasing. Zero's voice reported clearly. Output power, 1 gigawatt, 3 gigawatts, 5 gigawatts, 8 gigawatts. The ethereal blue light bands on the sphere's outer shell glowed steadily. The core light sphere continued to radiate with an eternal brilliance. Output power stabilized at 10 gigawatts. With a peak potential of 20 gigawatts, energy conversion efficiency at 98.7. Operational status, flawless. Lin Ye, having finally released his breath, widened his eyes in astonishment. His mouth agape, his face first displayed disbelief, which was soon replaced by an overwhelming, uncontainable joy. Hooray! He leaped up, raising his clenched fist triumphantly towards the sky. His body bounced with excitement several times. Success! Ha ha ha! Success! Cold fusion! 10 gigawatts! He couldn't help but burst into laughter, the sound echoing through the vast laboratory. Filled with an indescribable sense of accomplishment and elation, he circled the workbench twice, eagerly rubbing his hands together. His gaze remained fixed on the artificial sun, which was operating stably, emanating a soft white light intertwined with ethereal blue rays. A stable output of 10 gigawatts, enough to effortlessly meet the electricity demands of a large city. The peak output even reached 20 gigawatts. To put things into perspective, the total installed capacity of the Three Gorges Dam is merely 225 gigawatts. And at this moment, it lay quietly on the workbench in his secluded mountain laboratory. Lin Ye's laughter gradually subsided in the spacious laboratory. He still bore an uncontrollable smile of excitement, his eyes sparkling as he gazed at the steadily functioning Starlight device. Boss, the continuous operation test has exceeded 30 minutes. All parameters are stable. Confirmation of success. The voice of Zero resonated at the opportune moment, affirming this historic breakthrough. Excellent. Truly excellent. Lin Ye vigorously rubbed his face, attempting to calm his exhilarated heart. Zero. Shut it down. The test is over. Command confirmed. The safety shutdown procedure for the cold fusion device is now initiated. With Zero's voice, the brilliant core of the device gradually dimmed, contracting until it ultimately vanished. The ethereal blue light on the exterior extinguished in sequence, and the gentle humming ceased. Only a faint residual warmth lingered in the air, a testament to the reality of what had just transpired. Lin Ye stepped forward, cautiously touching the still warm metallic shell of the device. A profound sense of achievement and pride filled his heart. All right, my friend, your mission has only just begun. Let us move it to the energy hub. Lin Ye patted the still warm exterior of the device. From this day forth, it would serve as the new heart of the laboratory's energy supply. Understood. All laboratory equipment is currently undergoing a safe shutdown, and the energy transition program is ready. In the following hours, Lin Ye personally connected the cold fusion device to the laboratory's extensive energy network. Complex, superconducting power transmission lines, energy buffering units, and power distribution modules were meticulously linked. Zero, connection complete. I've granted you access. The energy supply of the laboratory is now under your full intelligent control. This cold fusion device could achieve precise control of output power by regulating the fuel injection amount. Lin Ye completed the final interface check and stood upright. Chapter 34. So many ingenious ideas. Energy system integration complete. Control permissions received. Zero's voice seemed to carry a hint of delight. Switching energy supply. Transition complete. The cold fusion device maintains a stable output power control at 20 megawatts, perfectly covering the laboratory's current and anticipated peak loads. The original solar photovoltaic power supply system has been taken offline. The laboratory lights flickered momentarily before illuminating again, signaling the dawn of a new energy era in this space. Now, on to the next task. Lin Ye's gaze sharpened. That photovoltaic base is ready to exit the stage of history. Previously, it was unavoidable, but now, with access to nearly limitless and concealed energy, the conspicuous photovoltaic panels have become an unnecessary risk. He returned to his workstation and sat down. Zero, in my name. Log into the relevant department's website and submit the application for the decommissioning of the photovoltaic facilities. He continued. The reason is technological iteration and equipment upgrade. The previous low efficiency warrants a self-initiated dismantlement and restoration of the landscape. Please handle the process to ensure that all electronic procedures are valid and compliant. Lin Ye stroked his chin, quickly dictating. Also, find an appropriate approval process node for automatic review and archiving. Command received. Simulating operational process. Relevant electronic records have been generated and submitted for automatic review. Dismantling permit electronic certificate has been entered into the database. Zero's efficiency was remarkable, completing the operation almost instantly as Lin Ye finished speaking. All set, Lin Ye snapped his fingers. The paperwork is complete, reasonable, and lawful. The next morning, Lin Ye drove his second-hand pickup truck, equipped with dismantling tools, to the adjacent wasteland. Once a grand sight, the deep blue array of photovoltaic panels covering over a dozen acres now appeared to him as an unnecessary burden and potential risk. He first launched a drone to automatically capture the entire dismantling process. Then, he picked up a large remote control device, pretending to operate several small automated excavation and transportation machines, cautiously beginning to dismantle the photovoltaic panel supports. In reality, Zero was controlling the automated devices throughout the process. The metallic supports emitted a creaking groan as they were systematically brought down. Panels were neatly removed and stacked aside. The roar of engines and clattering of metal shattered the tranquility of the mountain village. Before long, the elderly village head, Uncle Zhao, ambled over, following the noise with his hands clasped behind his back. Seeing Lin Ye dismantling the photovoltaic panels, his face was a mixture of astonishment and confusion. Yezi, what on earth are you doing? Uncle Zhao approached the excavator, tilting his head and asking loudly, his brows furrowed in concern. Lin Ye paused his operation, turning to face the village head, his expression already prepared with a blend of helplessness and regret. Ah, Uncle Zhao, you've arrived. He sighed, jumping down from the excavator and dusting off his hands. I'm taking it down. This thing is no longer useful. What do you mean it's no longer useful? Uncle Zhao was even more perplexed, pointing at the still pristine panels. Wasn't it only half a year ago? I remember the power generation was quite good then. The inspection passed. Ah, don't even mention it. Lin Ye sighed, his expression convincingly somber. For the sake of video content, the previous mech series has become stale for the viewers, and the viewership has dipped a bit. He gestured towards the empty land. I pondered the notion of exploring novel themes, such as the audacious act of dismantling a $1 million photovoltaic base, to generate striking contrasts and provocative discussions. This trend of extravagant recklessness has become quite popular online. Perhaps it could lead to a viral sensation. He shrugged his shoulders, attempting to convey a sense of resigned pursuit of relevance. After all, the electricity generated by these solar panels was rather limited, and their maintenance proved to be quite cumbersome. Moreover, the steel salvage from the dismantling would not go to waste. It could be utilized in my studio for model making, saving me the expense of procuring new materials. Additionally, the solar panels were relatively new, and recycling them could yield half their value, resulting in a mere loss of around 100,000. Once the video garnered attention, the profits would swiftly compensate for the initial expenditure. The old village chief listened, momentarily taken aback, furrowing his brow as he processed this rationale. Was the sole purpose of dismantling merely for video content? He evidently found this reasoning difficult to accept. Indeed, Uncle Zhao, Lin Ye replied earnestly. You see, competition in the short video realm is fierce. One must consistently innovate to attract attention. Otherwise, how would one finance such endeavors? He deftly attributed his justification to the demands of his career. The old village chief clicked his tongue, observing Lin Ye's expression of entrepreneurial struggle, and seemed to gain some understanding. He shook his head, remarking, what you young folks are up to is truly beyond my comprehension. However, as long as you know your own mind, that is sufficient. It is a pity to dismantle land so newly rented. The land remains, Uncle Zhao. Lin Ye responded with a smile. Who knows, in due course, I might conceive another brilliant idea and experiment with something else on this plot. A reconstruction series could follow, bringing in another wave of views. The old village chief chuckled at his words, playfully chiding him. You rascal, you truly possess a plethora of ingenious ideas. Very well. Proceed with your ventures, but do prioritize safety. Rest assured, Uncle Zhao, I am well aware, Lin Ye assured with a grin. With his doubts alleviated, the old village chief offered a few more words of caution before wandering off with his hands behind his back. Lin Ye watched the village chief's receding figure, releasing a sigh of relief. At last, that hurdle had been navigated. He turned back to resume his dismantling work. It took an entire week for him to completely dismantle the photovoltaic base. All the removed steel, solar panels, brackets, cables, inverters, and other equipment were transported back to the underground laboratory. These materials were methodically fed into the large elemental synthesis furnace. Within the intense plasma flow, they were decomposed into their most fundamental atoms and subsequently resynthesized into specialized metallic or non-metallic materials required for other experimental devices. Waste repurposing achieved a perfect closed loop. During this week of diligent labor amidst the ruins of the photovoltaic base, Zero remained industrious as well. Under Lin Ye's direction, it harnessed its formidable computational power to initiate the design of a more compact model based on the successful cold fusion prototype. Vast quantities of data surged within the quantum computer, recalibrating countless parameters such as magnetic field constraint models, material strength, thermal management, and energy output curves with optimization in mind. When Lin Ye finally finished clearing the last section of the foundation for the photovoltaic panel and returned to the laboratory, Zero's accomplishments awaited him. Boss, the design for the mini cold fusion device, codenamed Microglow, has been completed. The main screen displayed a three-dimensional model of a sphere with a mere diameter of 10 centimeters. Its structure remarkably intricate. Chapter 35. The Return of the Intelligent Deity. Witness the myth. The volume has been reduced to approximately 37 of the prototype. Expected stable output is 3 gigawatts, peaking at 6 gigawatts for 60 seconds, sufficient to meet the energy demands of high-intensity individual combat systems. The optimized magnetic field topology has enhanced energy density by 380, featuring a modular quick-release design. After 74 million simulation runs, the success rate stands at 99.98, with operational stability surpassing that of the prototype by 30. All simulated data indicates that this design faces no theoretical obstacles and possesses exceptionally high feasibility. Well done, Zero. A success rate of 99.98 nearly guarantees perfection. Lin Ye gazed at the exquisitely crafted design on the screen, excitement shimmering in his eyes. This was precisely the perfect energy core he had long desired for the future replication of armored suits. Commence preparation of the required components immediately. Utilize only the finest materials. Lin Ye issued the command. Command confirmed. The list of necessary components has been generated. Manufacturing tasks have been dispatched to various precision processing units. The laboratory's array of equipment and precision instruments resumed their efficient operation. The 3D printer emitted a subtle hum as nanoscale metal powder was accurately melted and stacked. Precision machines carved through specialized ceramic substrates, while superconducting coils were wound with nano-level precision. Lin Ye immersed himself in the process, personally crafting several critical components. His movements were focused and precise, striving for perfection in every detail. Another week slipped by in a flurry of activity. All components were finally prepared, neatly arranged on a sterile workbench, gleaming with their distinctive metallic or ceramic luster. Lin Ye and Zero conducted a final virtual assembly simulation, confirming that all was indeed flawless. The success rate remained steadfast at 99. 98. Everything was ready. Standing before the workbench, Lin Ye gazed at the components that embodied his dedication. An uncontrollable urge to showcase and flaunt surged within him once more. A live broadcast. It must be broadcast. This time, he desired something more formal, akin to a grand, unveiling event. A smile of anticipation curled at the corners of Lin Ye's mouth. First, let us send a live broadcast preview across the Dragon God Nation, allowing them some time to prepare. Understood. Please confirm the content and timing of the preview. The live broadcast was set for tomorrow, April 16, 2034, at 9 a.m. Lin Ye pondered briefly, a glimmer of mischief and absolute confidence flickering in his eyes. As for the title, perhaps handcrafted cold fusion. He mused, let us make it sufficiently ostentatious and captivating. Preview content and timing have been confirmed. Regarding the scope of the broadcast, Lin Ye snorted. Limited to the territory of the Dragon God Nation. A broadcast across the Blue Star? Absolutely not. Exquisite treasures are surely meant for one's own kin. As for foreigners? Why should I offer them a discount? Do they wish to exploit my technology for free? Not a chance. Command confirmed. The promotional push notification system is now prepared. Coverage. All terminal devices connected to networks within the Dragon God realm. Mandatory pop-up notification will execute in 1 minute. Excellent. Lin Ye nodded in satisfaction. Let the anticipation simmer for another night. 1 minute later, within the Dragon God realm, billions of mobile phones, computers, tablets, and other network devices were once again inundated by the same mandatory pop-up. Against the backdrop of a profound starry sky, the technologically advanced logo of the intelligent deity sparkled. Below it lay an audacious title. Handcrafted cold nuclear fusion? Isn't this simpler than starting a fire by friction? Join the intelligent deity's live stream and witness the dawn of a new energy era. Beneath the title, in slightly smaller text, were the words, the intelligent deity returns, witness the myth, along with the specific time. April 16, 2034, at 9 o'clock a.m., precisely on air. This time, the impact would be far greater than the last, which had gone unnoticed. The internet was about to erupt. After all, the name of the intelligent deity, having gained recognition from the previous live stream and the ensuing 4 months of buzz, was no longer that of an obscure recluse. At least over 30% of the domestic populace, numbering in the hundreds of millions, had heard of this enigmatic figure, renowned for his unparalleled technological prowess. Goodness gracious! It's the intelligent deity. He is finally going live again. This time it's about crafting a synthetic sun. Here it comes. He has returned at last. I thought he had vanished. This title is even more explosive, but I love it. The Zero Goddess. Will my Zero Goddess make another appearance? Tomorrow at 9. Quick. Set the alarm. This time, even if the sky falls, I must watch the live stream. Cold nuclear fusion? He has achieved controllable nuclear fusion. Unbelievable. I must record this. Even if I have to use an old phone, I will capture it. Social media erupted instantaneously. The trending topics once again featured the intelligent deity, with keywords such as live stream announcement, handcrafted nuclear fusion, and energy revolution obliterating the charts with alarming speed. News outlets flooded the screens with urgent updates, as if they were free. Breaking news. The mysterious intelligent deity returns, live streaming tomorrow at 9 to challenge the synthetic sun. The intelligent deity's live stream announcement ignites nationwide fervor. Will we witness another miracle tomorrow? From quantum computers to nuclear fusion, who exactly is the intelligent deity? The reading and discussion volumes related to these topics skyrocketed exponentially. The media's response was swifter than before, employing every possible format to capitalize on the trending topic. Urgent bulletins, special pages, expert interviews, all at the ready. On the streets, in offices, and in school cafeterias, people excitedly discussed tomorrow's live stream, brimming with anticipation and curiosity. Meanwhile, within the special departments of the Dragon God realm, the Divine Search Project team, and the National Research Institute, the moment the announcement popped up, they entered a state of maximum alert. He has arrived. He has finally re-emerged. The head of the special department abruptly stood from his chair, shouting at his subordinates. Notify all units. Proceed with the primary contingency plan. All non-networked filming and recording devices must be thoroughly inspected. Ensure that the power supply is sufficient. This time we must, without fail, preserve complete visual documentation. In the Research Institute, several seasoned scientists trembled with excitement. Could controlled nuclear fusion truly be imminent? Immediately summon all experts in energy and physics. Establish an emergency analysis team. Ensure they are fully engaged tomorrow. Disseminate the directive to suspend all non-essential network activities. Prioritizing bandwidth for the analysis team. Throughout the nation, relevant machinery sprang back to life at the mere hint of an announcement. This night, for countless individuals in the Dragon God Kingdom, was destined to be a sleepless one. Excitement, curiosity, anticipation, and tension intermingled and spread across the network. Everyone held their breath. awaiting the arrival of 9 o'clock the next morning, eager for that enigmatic intellect to once again unveil a miracle. Meanwhile, in a secluded laboratory nestled within the mountains, Lin Ye meticulously inspected all parts and equipment for the live broadcast scheduled for tomorrow, his face adorned with a serene and confident smile. A storm was about to be unleashed once more. Chapter 36, even if only a single sentence. On the following morning, Lin Ye awoke at his usual time. The mountain mist had yet to dissipate entirely, and sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, casting gentle patterns on the floor. He rose leisurely, washed up, and made his way to the kitchen. Today, he did not hastily prepare breakfast. Instead, he took the rare opportunity to cook 10 perfectly soft-boiled eggs, pairing them with a cup of warm milk and 3 perfectly toasted large loaves of bread. Sitting in the spacious dining area on the ground floor, he savored his breakfast slowly, listening to the melodious chirping of birds outside. His movements were unhurried, as if today were merely an ordinary day. After finishing the last morsel of bread, he glanced at the wall clock, 8:27 a.m. It was nearly time. He rose, placed the dishes in the dishwasher, and wiped the table clean. Having completed these tasks, the clock struck 8:30 a.m. He adjusted his somewhat faded old t-shirt, smoothing out non-existent wrinkles before making his way, at a leisurely pace, to the entrance of the underground laboratory. The heavy soundproof door slid open silently and closed quietly behind him. The distinctive scent of the laboratory, a blend of ozone, metal, and coolant, invigorated him. In the vast space, various upgraded cutting-edge devices lay in standby mode, their indicator lights twinkling quietly like distant stars. On the central workbench, all the components needed for the live broadcast were meticulously arranged according to the predetermined plan. From the miniature coils crafted from shimmering silver-gray room-temperature superconducting materials to the specially designed ceramic bases produced through precise calculations, and the tiny, nearly indistinguishable interface components. Everything was both dazzling and orderly. Lin Ye approached the workbench, his gaze scanning the parts like a scanner. Excellent. Everything is in perfect condition. He instinctively raised his hand to adjust the collar of his t-shirt and smooth his hair. Although the audience would witness only the zero-generated cartoon figures, he perceived it as a ritual, a tribute to the fruits of his labor. He picked up an ultra-clean cloth and meticulously wiped the surface of the workbench. Despite its immaculate condition, he then checked the operation of several high-precision robotic arms nearby, ensuring their readiness was flawless. Finally, he settled into the chair before the workbench. Leaning back slightly, closed his eyes, and took a deep breath, exhaling slowly. His inner world was not devoid of turbulence. A blend of anticipation, confidence, and a mischievous thrill coursed through him. He waited quietly, akin to a performer poised to take the stage, biding his time in the wings as the curtains were set to rise. Meanwhile, in various corners of the Dragon God Nation, countless screens illuminated, all focused on the same yet-to-begin livestream. The specialized department of the Dragon God Nation, the Divine Search Project Command Center. A colossal electronic screen displayed the waiting interface of the livestream, while several smaller screens monitored network traffic and data fluctuations below. The head of the operation stood with arms crossed, brow furrowed, glancing repeatedly at his watch. All technicians stood ready, the various offline recording devices already in position, their lenses trained on the screen, indicator lights flickering a green standby glow. All units, confirm the status of the recording equipment. The head commanded in a deep voice. Group 1 confirm. Group 2 confirm. All devices are offline and fully charged. Analysis team ready to document and analyze the livestream content. With a sense of suppressed tension and anticipation, the head issued his orders. He reiterated, once we go live, capture every possible detail that could reveal the location, lighting, sound. Any minute anomalies must not be overlooked. Analysis team, follow in real time. Received, came the synchronized, loud response from everyone in the command center. All held their breath, as if awaiting the commencement of a monumental battle. In the National Research Institute, the largest conference room was filled to capacity. A gigantic screen on the wall likewise displayed the live stream waiting interface. Elder scientists, top experts from various fields, and seasoned researchers were all engrossed in focus. The director himself presided over the gathering, a thick notebook and a tablet receiving information before him. The impact of the last quantum computer breakthrough had yet to be fully absorbed, and now, they were confronted with cold nuclear fusion. This could herald a pivotal moment in the history of human energy. Everyone needed to be fully alert. An elder scientist whispered excitedly to his assistant, Record. Make sure to document any material property parameters and magnetic field configurations he presents. Even a single sentence. Old Zhang, do you think he really might? Another scientist, hearing the arrangement, couldn't help but ask, his voice trembling with disbelief. Zhang, who had been queried, shook his head, his gaze never departing from the screen. I don't know. But if it's him, anything is possible. Be prepared to document. Every detail could be an invaluable treasure. At this moment, the network in the main division of the courtyard was nearly throttled to ensure smooth signal transmission. The atmosphere in the headquarters of the live streaming platform's technical department was peculiar. Engineers gazed at the entrance of the live stream room, which they could neither control nor shut down, their expressions a complex mix of emotions. The bald manager wiped his sweat, nodding and bowing to the voice on the other end of the phone. Yes, boss, we will fully cooperate and do everything in our power to ensure Mr. Xiyuan's stream runs smoothly. No, we absolutely have no intention of obstructing it again. We wouldn't dare. After hanging up the phone, he forced a smile at his subordinates. Let us cater to this esteemed guest. If he is pleased, we shall remain safe. Across the nation, countless high-end civilian laboratories, university research institutes, and technology enterprises were filled with millions of ordinary users, researchers, engineers, students, technology enthusiasts, and bloggers. They had either concluded meetings early or canceled appointments, already waiting in front of their computers or phones, incessantly refreshing their pages. Messages in chat groups scrolled rapidly. Is it starting soon? Just a few more minutes? I'm so excited. It's even more nerve-wracking than waiting for college entrance exam results. I regretted missing the last live stream. I absolutely cannot miss this one. I must record the entire session. I've switched to airplane mode to record. I bet 5 dimes this will be another breathtaking spectacle for all of Blue Star. Will my Zero Goddess appear? Xiyuan is amazing. Long live the Zero Goddess. Time drew nearer to 9 o'clock. Although the live stream room was blacked out, it had already been inundated with enthusiastic comments from the first viewers. Xiyuan is incredible. We welcome the great deity. The anticipation built silently, waiting for the moment of eruption. In the underground laboratory, Lin Ye opened his eyes. The atomic clock on the wall silently changed. 9 o'clock, 00. The live stream has commenced. Mandatory push notification has been completed. Zero's voice resonated calmly, without any warning. The familiar mandatory pop-up flashed across all devices connected to the network within the Dragon Goddess borders. Against a backdrop of deep starry skies, the Xiyuan logo flickered, and an audacious title caught the eye. Handcrafted cold nuclear fusion? ISNT that's simpler than striking a fire with sticks? Almost instantaneously, the previously dark live stream room suddenly lit up. The familiar, technologically advanced cartoon virtual figure of Xiyuan reappeared at the center of the screen. Its nebulous spinning face slightly turned, seemingly surveying the massive influx of viewers. With a magnetic voice that exuded its usual laziness and sarcasm, it resonated through the speakers. Oh, I didn't expect so many people to be waiting here. Xiyuan made a sweeping gesture around itself. Not bad. It seems the last live stream was quite effective. At that moment, Lin Ye seemed to notice something, his gaze slightly shifting to the side of the screen, where the account's follower count was displayed, 57,418 million. He let out a soft gasp, a hint of genuine astonishment in his tone. Wow, there are over 57 million followers now? He stroked his chin thoughtfully. Since the last live broadcast, he had not paid any attention to this account. To his surprise, within just a few months, the follower count had surged significantly. With a light chuckle, he seemed to be conversing with himself. Not bad. It's slightly higher than I anticipated. It appears that the audience appreciates my handcrafted work. As soon as he finished speaking, the barrage of messages in the live stream erupted like a volcano that had been dormant for eons. It's here. The wisdom deity. Alive. Although merely a cartoon representation, we welcomed the wisdom deity back. The Great One noticed me. The Great One spoke to me. Rolling in excitement. That lazy tone. It still carries the same flavor. A few months? How could you forget your fans for so long? 41 million followers. Great One. You are utterly unaware of your influence. What a spectacle. Where's Zero? Zero Goddess, come forth. Is this truly cold fusion? Am I not dreaming? Great One, look at me. Will you accept disciples? The kind that serves tea and water? The comments overflowed, nearly obscuring the screen entirely. This time, Zero had deliberately disabled the gifting feature. Otherwise, the gift effects would have flooded the screen. The online viewer count skyrocketed like a rocket, surpassing 10 million within mere seconds, continuing its relentless ascent. Amidst this barrage of excitement, 2 exceptionally prominent messages, adorned with distinctive golden borders and verification badges, were forcibly pinned at the top of the chat. Impervious to being scrolled away, one message, from the special department of the Dragon God Nation, was composed with utmost seriousness and restraint. Mr. Wisdom Deity. On behalf of the Dragon God Nation, we extend our most sincere invitation for you to get in touch with us. Your knowledge and expertise are vital for the nation's future. We assure you that your wishes and privacy will be fully respected, and we look forward to engaging in dialogue with you. The other message, from the Research Institute of the Dragon God Nation, conveyed a more fervent tone, even tinged with respect. Esteemed Mr. Wisdom Deity and Ms. Zero, all of us at the Institute earnestly request you to consider collaborating with domestic scientific forces. We are willing to provide all necessary resources and platforms to jointly advance the progress of human technological civilization. Any conditions can be negotiated. With the highest respect, These two glittering invitations, akin to a splash of cold water in a boiling pot of oil, caused an instant explosion in the live stream. Oh my goodness. Official. Both are top-tier officials. Golden legends. This verification badge is irrefutable. The highest specifications. The utmost respect. What treatment? The national team is moving in to recruit. What a spectacle. Wisdom deity is incredible. Voice cracking. Great one, please accept. Serve the nation. Don't moralize from above. The Great One can do as they please. Did you see that? They referred to Zero as MS. Officially recognized Zero Goddess. Of course, the Zero Goddess deserves it. A historic moment. Did I record it? Oh no. I forgot to record it. Ugh. All the viewers were electrified, the comments densely packed, nearly completely obscuring the live broadcast. Everyone eagerly awaited the wisdom deity's response. In the laboratory, Lin Ye gazed at the two shimmering golden-pinned invitations, a playful smirk curling at the corners of his lips. He shook his head, his voice, rich and languid, resonating through the voice modulator, laced with unabashed sarcasm. Ha! He chuckled softly. Such delightful words. Are you perhaps extending an invitation merely to whisk me away for tea upon my appearance? His cartoonish figure made a gesture of surrender. Oh, never mind. Thank you for the kind offer, but I relish my freedom far too much. He paused, his tone growing increasingly teasing. Moreover, it seems there is little of allure in your realm anymore. After all, wouldn't I merely be toiling away like a beast of burden, attending meetings and drafting reports? Where's the comfort in that? Here, I can indulge in whatever whims I fancy. These words detonated like thunder in the minds of all those watching the live stream. A refusal. He nonchalantly turned down the invitation. The expressions of the esteemed figures from the special department and the research institute must have been quite the spectacle at that moment. The barrage of comments, after an initial shock, erupted into a frenzy. A refusal? Just like that. Goodness, goodness, goodness. Did I hear that right? Like a beast of burden. Ha! Oh, master, you truly understand the essence of work. Official, how difficult it is for me. Living freely. The master lives with such clarity. Dominant. Invincible. This is the true essence of a magnate. Unfettered by any rules. Genius. Formidable. I have grown weary of repeating this phrase. One must ponder the psychological burden on the officials. Ha ha ha. You have nothing to entice me. A shrimp's heart. After all, he is a master capable of handcrafting quantum computers and cold fusion, so he certainly has the confidence to utter such words. The atmosphere in the live room soared to unprecedented heights. Just then, the two golden-pinned comments refreshed their content at a speed almost visible to the naked eye. Special Department of the Dragon God Nation, you are entirely overthinking it. We absolutely respect your personal privacy and wishes. We merely seek to establish an equal, safe, and non-coercive communication channel. It is by no means mandatory, but rather a sincere invitation for cooperation. All your requests can be put forth. Research Institute of the Dragon God Nation, Mr. Genius has misunderstood. It is by no means servitude. The form of collaboration is entirely at your discretion. You may remain completely anonymous and connect remotely. We merely wish for an opportunity to communicate and learn from you. The eagerness, almost tinged with humility, in the official institution's clarifications and explanations sent the live audience into a frenzy once again. Chapter 38. I thought you were being summoned for tea by the officials. Ha! They are anxious. Did you see that? With just a word from the master, the officials hurried to explain. The term non-coercive communication channel is so meticulously crafted. The magnates of the Research Institute, we did not. We wouldn't dare. Genius. I want you go. I find your place impoverished and uninteresting. This may very well be the most thorough disdain ever shown towards a national institution. Incredible. The atmosphere of joy and admiration in the live room was nearly palpable. As Lin Ye watched the two golden-pinned comments refresh with fervor, the playful curve of his lips deepening. He chuckled softly, his magnetic and languid voice resonating through the voice modulator, carrying an air of casual acceptance of the explanation. All right, it was merely a jest. There's no need to be so tense. He waved his hand dismissively, effortlessly steering the conversation away from that topic. It seems there are already tens of millions in the live stream. His gaze swept over the rapidly scrolling online viewer count. It appears everyone is quite intrigued by the concept of hand-cranked nuclear fusion. Pausing for a moment, he suddenly shifted the tone of the conversation to a more casual banter. However, before we begin, I imagine many of you are quite curious about where I have been for the past 4 months without streaming, right? The moment he uttered those words, it was as if a piece of ice had been thrown into a boiling pot of oil. The comments section erupted with new waves of excitement. Indeed, Great One, where have you been during your prolonged absence? We thought you might have been summoned by the authorities for tea. Doge emoji. Were you perhaps engaged in this cold nuclear fusion? What about the Zero Goddess? How has she fared these past months? Even the donkeys in the production team wouldn't dare to take such a break. I've been waiting so long that my flowers have wilted. Speak up quickly. Don't keep us in suspense. Were you on vacation? Or perhaps retreating for intensive training? Lin Ye observed the curious and teasing comments, chuckling softly, his processed magnetic voice imbued with an indescribable sense of pride. I didn't go anywhere. He casually shrugged, his cartoonish shoulders rising slightly. Just working on these devices and equipment behind me. He turned slightly, his arm elegantly gesturing towards the vast, technologically advanced laboratory space behind him. I conducted a minor upgrade iteration. He deliberately paused, as if organizing his thoughts, while secretly relishing the audience's curiosity. After all, he elongated his tone, his demeanor carrying a hint of exasperated grandeur. These devices, after some time of use, felt somewhat outdated. He shook his head, seemingly discontent with an ill-fitting old garment. Without an upgrade, I wouldn't be able to pursue the new ideas I have in mind. This seemingly casual remark sent a wave of shock through the countless viewers, particularly those well-versed in the field. The comments section was instantly inundated with question marks and exclamation points. Outdated? Great one. Are you calling devices capable of producing quantum computers outdated? What have I just heard? This is pure Versailles. May I inquire, Great One? Are you selling these so-called outdated devices? Our research institute would go bankrupt just to acquire one. If only our laboratory had one of those. My mentor would surely awaken with laughter. What you deem outdated is a pinnacle unattainable by mere mortals. What exactly do you intend to pursue? Are the bigwigs at the research institute currently bleeding from the mouth? Indeed, a golden comment, marked with the certification of the research institute, rushed by. Its tone filled with disbelief. Mr. Wisdom, if I may be so bold, the outdated equipment you refer to, based on the precision and complexity displayed in your last live stream, has far surpassed the standards of our nations and even the world's top laboratories. May I ask what your goals for this upgrade are? Upon witnessing the astonishment and skepticism expressed in the comments, the cartoonish nebula pattern on Lin Ye's face appeared to swirl even more rapidly, betraying an air of smug satisfaction. He smiled contentedly, yet refrained from directly addressing the inquiries posed by the research institute. As the adage goes, to do a good job, one must first sharpen their tools. He casually uttered this ancient wisdom before pivoting and making his way towards the area behind the workbench. Since curiosity had been piqued, he decided to showcase a few upgraded gadgets. As he spoke, he approached a remarkably intricate piece of equipment, now seemingly more compact, gleaming in silver. Behold, this is the upgraded quantum chip manufacturing device. He gestured towards the device's casing. It has primarily optimized the stability of laser calibration and the efficiency of vacuum maintenance. The coherence time for chip fabrication has improved by approximately 1.2 times, which is just barely sufficient. Immediately, the comments overflowed with the lamentations of professionals. 12 times. Is that merely a bit? Current technology struggles to achieve even a few percentage points of improvement. Master, please provide detailed specifications. What does a bit equate to? Lin Ye disregarded these remarks and proceeded to the nano-level metallic 3D printer. This 3D printer has been outfitted with a new lens system and control mechanism, enhancing precision to 0.3 nanometers and increasing speed to 22 times that of its predecessor. It supports the composite printing of 18 different materials, making the assembly of complex components akin to playing with building blocks. He then moved to stand before the core quantum computing unit, Zero. Of course, there has been a significant upgrade for Zero as well. He had equipped it with the latest model of quantum chip and built a matrix architecture using 100 chips. The computing power had surged 2 orders of magnitude from the initial version, now achieving 10 calculations per second. His presentation was delivered with a casual nonchalance, as if he were merely discussing the replacement of kitchen appliances. Yet, each parameter articulated in his languid tone struck like a hammer upon the hearts of those knowledgeable in the field. The audience in the comments section was nearing frenzy. 0.3 nanometers. This precision is extraordinary. An increase in coherence time stability by 1.2 times. You call that barely sufficient? An improvement of 2 orders of magnitude? 10 calculations per second. Master, do you consider this a minor upgrade? The Research Institute exclaimed, quick. Take note. Record everything. I have become numb to the standards of this master, which differ vastly from ours. Lin Ye, unfazed, strolled to another sealed apparatus emitting a faint chill. As for this superconducting material fabrication device, it represents the most significant modification in this upgrade. No sooner had he finished speaking than speculation began to arise in the comments. Superconducting? Has the master achieved higher temperature superconductivity? Last time it was 30 C. Could it have reached 0 C this time? At that moment, Lin Ye turned back to the central workbench. With utmost care, he retrieved a delicately crafted ring, shimmering with a peculiar silver-gray luster, from a specially designed shockproof box using precision tweezers. Under the laboratory lights, the silver-gray ring emanated a restrained yet profound brilliance. He held it up before the camera, ensuring that everyone could clearly observe its every intricate detail. Chapter 39. Where are the experts? Come out and evaluate this. Everyone, take a look at this, he proclaimed. his tone imbued with a sense of pride akin to that of a parent introducing a cherished possession. It was a miniature magnetic field confinement ring, crafted from a room temperature, ambient pressure superconducting material produced by that upgraded apparatus. He paused, as if allowing the audience a moment to digest this information. At ambient pressure and temperature, essentially the conditions we currently experience, it achieves zero electrical resistance and complete diamagnetism. Gently, he placed the ring upon a specially designed display stand. It was this very device that enabled me, the host, to successfully develop the marvel I was about to present to everyone. Instantly, the barrage of comments in the live stream momentarily froze, as if nearly 100 million viewers had simultaneously been rendered speechless. The following second erupted like a tsunami, inundated with countless question marks and exclamation points. Is this for real? Room temperature superconductivity. Am I hearing this correctly? This cannot be. Current theories do not support this. I am from the physics department at XX University. If this is true, it will be one of the greatest discoveries of this century. Black technology. Is the holy grail of materials science being casually revealed like this? Where are the research institutions? Come out and verify this. The golden comments from the Dragon God National Research Institute reappeared, now trembling with excitement. Room temperature superconductivity. Mr. Xiyuan, can you confirm that this is a stable superconducting state at 300 K? Could you demonstrate its Meissner effect? What is its critical current density? Or any data that can prove its superconducting properties? This is astonishing. Other comments from accredited research institutions surged forth, filled with incredulous technical jargon and probing questions. Lin Ye observed the near-chaotic comments on the screen, particularly those expressing shock and skepticism from top researchers. And his sense of satisfaction from successfully showcasing his innovation reached a pinnacle. The exhilaration of wielding a technology that transcends the era while witnessing the astonishment of authoritative institutions was utterly gratifying. He refrained from directly addressing the requests for demonstration, merely offering a mysterious smile. Theory is meant to be transcended, he remarked lightly, before turning and striding toward the energy core of the laboratory. His steps were casual, yet imbued with a ceremonial air, guiding everyone toward the ultimate revelation. As he walked, his voice resonated clearly through the microphone, reaching the ears of every viewer. It is what enabled me to successfully develop today's prototype. The scene froze on a platform located in the energy core of the laboratory. There stood a perfect sphere, approximately 30 centimeters in diameter, its design sleek and flowing, gleaming with a silvery metallic sheen. The surface of the sphere was adorned with ethereal blue light bands that pulsed rhythmically, exuding an aura of cold, formidable technological beauty. Lin Ye extended his hand, gently patting its smooth exterior as one might caress a beloved pet. This is the cold nuclear fusion device, which I have dubbed Starlight. The host's tone was as unremarkable as if introducing a mere lamp. Yet, this statement and the accompanying imagery detonated like a nuclear bomb of immense magnitude within the livestream. The viewers could almost hear the collective sound of their minds overloading. The preceding discussion on room temperature superconductors had already left everyone in a daze, and now, as the true subject, the device named Starlight, strikingly futuristic in its design, was abruptly and palpably unveiled. All emotions erupted at that very moment. The barrage of comments was no longer scrolling. It cascaded across the screen like an avalanche. It has appeared. It truly exists. Cold fusion. A man-made sun. Can this contraption really achieve nuclear fusion? Is this a joke? It's so small. A sphere. It looks even smaller than my microwave. Its design is incredibly sleek. Just gazing at it feels like energy is coursing through it. I can hardly believe my eyes. Is this truly a device that can be realized in the present day? Host, tell me this is a model, right? Right. I refuse to believe it. This must be special effects. Is the energy revolution truly upon us? Quick, zoom in. Let us see it clearly. Where are the experts? Hurry out to evaluate it. The golden comments from the Dragon God National Research Institute nearly roared, requesting a close-up, requesting to observe internal reactions. Dragon God National Special Department could no longer contain themselves. Is this what you referred to as infinite energy? A plethora of expert inquiries flooded the comments. We wish to see the internal structure. Is there neutron radiation? What are the energy output metrics? Lin Ye observed the comments, a blend of astonishment, skepticism, fervor, and curiosity, nodding with satisfaction. Very well, since everyone is so eager to see, he spoke. Zero. Provide a close-up so everyone can see clearly. Understood, boss. Zero's youthful voice chimed in. In the next instant, the livestream image zoomed in dramatically, presenting a striking close-up to all viewers. The camera penetrated the special observation window of the Starlight device, focusing on its core. There, under the powerful constraints of a magnetic field generated by room temperature superconducting materials, a blazing, dazzling yet non-blinding sphere of light floated steadily in the center. It burned quietly, emanating an indescribable sense of overwhelming energy, resembling a tamed miniature sun. There were no earth-shattering explosions, no cataclysmic sights, only a nearly eternal, pure light and heat firmly contained within that petite chamber. This is the nuclear fusion reaction occurring. As this imagery was vividly presented to millions upon billions of viewers, any lingering doubts dissipated as swiftly as ice in sunlight. Particularly for those with knowledge in energy and nuclear physics, they were plunged into profound astonishment. The comments were overwhelmed with a cacophony of incoherent exclamations and professional shock. A miniature sun. How can it be so stable? Look at that containment field. It's astonishingly perfect. The absence of visible turbulence is a marvel of magnetic field control. How could such a diminutive device possibly address the Lawson criterion? I see now, room temperature superconductivity was intended for this. Behold the stability of that radiant glow. The output power must be astonishing. This paradigm shift will necessitate a complete rewriting of textbooks. I am genuinely moved. Is humanity on the brink of entering an era of infinite energy? Oh, great one. I implore you for parameters. What is the output power? What about the energy conversion efficiency? Chapter 40. Are we venturing into the realm of individual soldier equipment? The barrage from the Dragon God National Research Institute was nearly choked with excitement. Confirmed. This aligns remarkably with the high-temperature constrained plasma forms predicted in theoretical simulations. This is true controllable nuclear fusion, and it is miniaturized. Mr. Intelligent God, we request the performance parameters. This is a boon for all humankind. Lin Ye gazed at the screen filled with disjointed yet awe-stricken comments, particularly the nearly overwhelmed remarks from professionals. And he could no longer suppress the smile creeping at the corner of his mouth. Clearing his throat, he spoke in a languid yet magnetic tone. Well, since everyone is so eager to know, let me simplify it for you. He gestured toward the Starlight device. This Starlight device maintains a stable output power of approximately 10 gigawatts. His tone was as casual as if discussing a household appliance. Instantly, the barrage erupted with exclamations of, "And 10 gigawatts?" He paused momentarily. Well, in terms of peak limit, it can reach 20 gigawatts in a short burst. The barrage exploded once more. 10 gigawatts stable, 20 gigawatts peak. That's equivalent to more than half of the Three Gorges Dam. Such a small apparatus produces output comparable to a large hydropower station. Am I not hearing this correctly? 10 gigawatts? 100 billion watts. A revolution in energy. Is this truly the realization of boundless energy? Lin Ye continued his presentation, seemingly unfazed by the astonishment surrounding him. As for operation, it is quite simple, ready to use at a moment's notice, with intelligent regulation. He gestured to the void beside his head, indicating zero. Whatever energy you require, just state it. And Zero will manage it efficiently, safely, stably, and without pollution. The energy conversion efficiency is decent, at 987. It's adequate for use. Ready to use. Intelligent regulation. 987 efficiency. Each keyword struck the hearts of the audience like a heavy hammer. The barrage went utterly wild, overflowing with awe, reverence, and visions of a future energy landscape. Ready to start and stop. Is it really as simple and convenient as turning on a light? Oh, Zero Goddess. This intelligent regulation is simply outrageous. An efficiency of 987 that current technologies cannot even approach. Great one. Please accept my humble admiration. You are leading humanity into the interstellar age. Free energy. Will future electricity costs plummet to zero? Such narrow-mindedness. The significance of this device transcends mere electricity costs. I now believe the words of the Great One. There is indeed nothing that could entice him from the official channels. The atmosphere in the live broadcast reached a fever pitch. Over 100 million viewers bore witness to an energy marvel that seemed to exist solely within the realm of science fiction, brought to life and displayed with an effortless grace by a mysterious and enigmatic intellect. At the center of the laboratory stood Lin Ye, reveling in this moment of global attention that was shaking the world, his heart brimming with unparalleled satisfaction and joy. This sensation of transcending the era, mastering core technology while remaining shrouded in anonymity, was the pinnacle of the exhilarating experience he sought. As the camera gradually pulled back, the cartoonish figure of the intellect reclaimed the screen's dominance. Lin Ye gazed at the barrage of comments swirling frantically across the screen. The data streams joyfully circulating on the nebula-like visage. He tilted his head slightly, his voice rich and magnetic, laced with an unmistakable smile. You all saw that, right? The results are quite impressive, aren't they? He continued, adopting a tone that was both ostentatious and slightly teasing. Unfortunately, my studio can currently only consume 20 megawatts of output power each day. Following a deliberate pause, he seemed to relish the instant resurgence of comment frenzy on the screen. I see many are asking how this was accomplished. He shrugged nonchalantly, his tone suggesting it was merely a matter of course. It's actually quite simple. His voice carried an air of self-evidence. Talk is cheap without action. Next, I will demonstrate a smaller version live, a compact cold fusion device, codenamed Microglow. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned and walked back to the central workstation with a composed demeanor. Under the control of Zero, the lighting became more focused, illuminating that specific area. Zero, Lin Ye casually instructed, bring up the visual representation of the micro-glow device for the audience's preview. Understood, boss. Came the crisp and clear response from Zero's youthful voice. Almost immediately, a floating, highly technological three-dimensional rendering materialized above the screens of all viewers in the livestream. This model was a continuation of the previously showcased Starlight device. It, too, was a perfect sphere, featuring a streamlined exterior adorned with ethereal blue light bands. However, it was clearly much smaller, appearing more exquisite and compact. The silver-gray shell was interspersed with finer ethereal blue light patterns, enhancing its elegance and sci-fi allure. The visual representation slowly rotated, presenting every angle to the audience. The storm of comments and reactions escalated to a new height. Wow, there's an even smaller version. How big is it? It looks about the size of a tennis ball. Microglow. What a lovely name. It's even more refined. What kind of power can such a small device generate? Is it for charging phones? Are you kidding me? With such a genius at work. It can't be just a power bank, can it? I bet the power output is substantial. What is the genius planning? It seems like the energy core of an armored suit. Is he venturing into individual soldier equipment? What about the research institute? Quick, analyze the structure. The golden comments from the Dragon God National Research Institute promptly appeared, filled with urgency. Mr. Intellect, what is the design philosophy behind the micro-light? Is it the pursuit of extreme miniaturization? What are its anticipated application scenarios? Lin Ye cast a glance at the renderings and scanned the frenzied barrage of comments before leisurely commencing his introduction. Well, this micro-light has a diameter of approximately 10 centimeters, roughly the size of 37 starlights. He gestured with his hand. It has a stable output power of 3 gigawatts. He stated in a matter-of-fact tone. Instantly, the comments erupted. 3 gigawatts. 3 billion watts. How is that possible? The energy density in such a small volume is astonishing. Are you joking? Many medium to large power plants do not possess this capacity. Lin Ye seemed to anticipate this reaction, a barely perceptible smirk gracing his lips. The peak output can reach 6 gigawatts for a short duration, lasting about a minute, he added, as if discussing an inconsequential parameter. Mainly, it is designed to provide energy for certain high-energy consuming individual equipment or medium to small vehicles. He casually hinted at its application direction. Chapter 41. The benefits do not flow to outsiders. A peak of 6 gigawatts. For 1 minute. The explosive power. If this were installed in mechs or aircraft, unbelievable. How many years ahead of the world is this technology? The barrage from the Dragon God Nation Research Institute trembled. Individual equipment. 6 gigawatts peak. This energy density is simply unprecedented. Mr. Intelligent God, how did you solve the heat dissipation and energy control issues in such a small volume? Can the materials withstand it? Another comment, certified by the Physics Research Institute, inquired, what is the fuel cycle period of the micro-light? Is the fusion material deuterium-tritium? Lin Ye chuckled softly at these professional questions. Heat dissipation? We employed a bit of our self-developed high-efficiency phase change thermal conductive material, combined with internal circulation. It's quite manageable. His tone was relaxed, as if discussing a trivial technical detail. As for the materials, they are specially crafted alloys, with adequate strength and toughness, capable of withstanding high temperatures and pressures without issue. The fuel? Currently, we are using deuterium and palladium, and we will consider more efficient fuels in the future. As for the cycle, it lasts a considerable duration. Another comment asked, Great one, how is safety ensured with such a miniaturized device? What if safety? Lin Ye shook his head. There is full monitoring, and the magnetic field constraints are quite stable. The reaction can be initiated or halted at will. Even safer than igniting a gas stove. He continued to sidestep the core technical details. Experts and scholars watching from their screens felt a restless yearning, yet were powerless. They wished they could dive into the screen to touch and examine the device themselves. At that moment, they could only act as the most diligent students, fervently recording every word Lin Ye uttered, even if it was merely a vague direction. All right, enough chit-chat. Lin Ye clapped his hands, redirecting everyone's attention back to reality. Let us commence with the main topic of today. His gaze fell upon the workbench. Ladies and gentlemen, before me lies all the components required to assemble the micro-light. The camera zoomed in at the opportune moment, clearly revealing the scene on the workbench. Various components, gleaming with distinct metallic luster, ceramic texture, and specialized coatings, are meticulously categorized and neatly arranged, radiating a cold yet precise brilliance under the illumination. Behold, this is the core room temperature superconducting magnetic field confinement ring, miniaturized. As I have just demonstrated to you, Lin Ye delicately grasped a small, shimmering silver-gray ring with tweezers. This constitutes the inner wall of the reaction chamber, crafted from a special ceramic composite material, exhibiting commendable resistance to high temperatures, high pressure, and neutron irradiation. He then gestured towards an exquisitely designed matte black cavity. Furthermore, These are the miniature pump valves of the fuel injection system, alongside the substrate of the energy converter. He briefly introduced several key components, each exuding an aesthetic technological beauty that transcends time. With each revelation, the barrage of comments erupted anew. Lin Ye merely smiled in response, offering no further comment. Upon completing the introduction, he flexed his fingers. 0. Initiate the auxiliary assembly program. Command confirmed. The robotic arm coordination program has been successfully loaded. 0 responded. Above the workbench, several precision robotic arms of varying thicknesses and multiple joints glided silently into position. Their end effector claws flickered with positioning lights, hovering quietly above the components, akin to soldiers awaiting orders. All right, everyone, I shall commence. Lin Ye inhaled deeply, his gaze sharpening with focus. He extended his hands, deftly grasping components, orchestrating their assembly in harmony with the robotic arms. His movements were steady and fluid, imbued with an unusual sense of rhythm, as if he were not assembling a high-tech device, but rather engaging in an elegant artistic creation. The robotic arms, under his commands or Zero's automatic control, adeptly delivered tools, secured components, and executed nano-level welding or fastening. The human-machine collaboration was seamless, achieving an astonishing efficiency. Throughout this process, the barrage of comments continued to scroll frantically, with a plethora of inquiries emerging. Occasionally, Lin Ye would glance at the screen, selecting intriguing or universally relevant questions to respond to in the most succinct manner. Your hands are incredibly steady. The precision is astounding. The coordination of the robotic arms is impeccable. Zero's control is simply divine. Watching this assembly process is immensely satisfying. Utterly comfortable. There were also professionals inquiring. Mr. Wisdom, could you divulge a bit about your robotic arms path planning algorithm? Such unprecedented efficiency in coordination. As Lin Ye embedded a miniature coil into its designated position, he casually replied, the algorithm? Zero optimizes it on its own. I haven't interfered much. His tone conveyed a nonchalance that left countless engineers inwardly lamenting. The barrage continued with tenacious professionals pursuing technical specifics. Could you share a bit about the winding process of the superconducting coil? Is the fuel deuterium-tritium? How is it stored and injected? While operating, Lin Ye nonchalantly scanned the comments. Upon encountering these questions, he simply chuckled. Specific processes? Now that is a proprietary secret. Why not automate? The manual process possesses more soul and is easier for everyone to observe. Besides, with Zero around, automation is hardly a concern. As for the risk of technical leakage, Lin Ye chuckled inwardly. The live broadcast merely showcases the process and results, while the most fundamental theories, material formulations, technological parameters, and control algorithms reside solely in his mind and Zero's database. The preparation of that room temperature superconducting material has stumped nearly everyone. If you manage to glean even a modicum of knowledge from the live stream, consider yourself fortunate. This also accounts for one of his reasons for exclusively broadcasting to Longshan Nation. He does not wish to share his insights with outsiders. Time swiftly slips away amidst focused assembly, and several hours pass in the blink of an eye. The popularity of the live stream reaches unprecedented heights, with real-time online viewers surging past the staggering milestone of 100 million. Among this vast audience, it is inevitable that numerous intelligence operatives and technical spies from around the globe, harboring ulterior motives, blend in. They masquerade as ordinary viewers or scholars, even infiltrating the stream using stolen or forged verified accounts. Over the years since Zero's inception, all their biological traits and behavioral characteristics have been meticulously cataloged in the database, complete with annotations. In the realm of cyberspace, their presence is as discernible as fireflies in the night. The objective is assembling the cold fusion device, codenamed Microglow, which is remarkably compact, yet boasts astonishing performance parameters. I am attempting to record the screen, but cannot, unable to save any visual data. A spy disguised as an international student, concealed in a secure location, urgently reports in a hushed tone through an encrypted communicator, his voice laced with shock and frustration. He has discovered that the video file he just recorded has inexplicably vanished from the storage drive. Chapter 42. Plug and play. Incredibly convenient. Attempt all offline storage devices, including hardened external hard drives. An anxious voice emanates from the communicator. I've tried. All devices that have connected to the internet. Whenever they attempt to save the live broadcast data, the files are instantly corrupted. This is maddening. It's as if a ghost is watching us. The spy's voice trembles with fear. Suddenly, his laptop screen goes black, and a mocking line of text appears. Little one, how rude. Terrified, he quickly unplugs the power source. Similar scenarios unfold in various hidden corners. In another safe house, two technical spies are sweating profusely as they work with several brand new computers and recording devices, completely physically isolated. Hurry, while it's still being assembled, record as much as you can. Sketch it out. Document the parameters. One shouts. The other hastily sketches rudimentary structural diagrams on paper. Noting the sparse data spoken by Lin Ye. This one T2. PS being too vague. He hasn't revealed any core information. The recorder angrily tosses down his pen. What on earth is this Zero? Our technology feels like mere toys in her presence. The former gazes at the seamless assembly displayed on the screen, overwhelmed by a profound sense of helplessness. Unbeknownst to them, extremely covert intelligent viruses, targeting specific hardware vulnerabilities, have already infiltrated the very foundation of the electronic devices within their reach through means they cannot comprehend. As long as a device has ever had even the slightest record of connecting to the network, or has merely been placed alongside a device equipped with wireless reception capabilities, it remains inescapable. Only a scant few, employing the most archaic and purely mechanical structures of voice recorders, can capture sound. Alternatively, only through the use of pure paper and pen can one hope to tenuously record fragments of sound and indistinct information. Yet, the moment these records attempt to be digitized, be it through scanning notes with a scanner or importing recordings into a computer, the Zero cleaning program activates instantaneously, rendering these overlooked remnants utterly non-existent. Nevertheless, these fragmented, imageless messages compel foreign high-ranking officials to take the existence of intellect and Zero with utmost seriousness. This silent battle of offense and defense unfolds vigorously on a level unseen by billions of spectators, with the scales of victory undoubtedly tipping in favor of Lin Ye and Zero. In the laboratory, Lin Ye precisely fitted the final shimmering, azure-glowing shell component onto the sphere, producing an exceedingly faint yet melodious click, with all interfaces snugly aligned. The mechanical arms synchronized, retracting to a standstill. A silver-gray sphere, 10 centimeters in diameter and exquisitely shaped, stood quietly at the center of the workstation. The microlight cold fusion device was complete. Lin Ye exhaled a long sigh of relief, a hint of satisfaction gracing his countenance. He scrutinized this masterpiece, a culmination of his dedication, as an artist would admire his freshly completed sculpture. Zero, initiate preliminary self-diagnostics, he commanded. Command confirmed. Self-diagnostic program initiated. Scanning in progress. A barely perceptible hum emanated from within the sphere, as azure light bands sequentially illuminated the shell, pulsating rhythmically like a breath, exuding an air of mystery and formidable power. All modules connected normally. Basic energy circuit functioning smoothly. Self-diagnostic complete. All systems operational, standby status optimal. Zero's voice reported the results. Upon hearing the successful self-diagnostic, Lin Ye's smile broadened. He then lifted his gaze to the overwhelmingly vibrant barrage of comments and bullet screen. The cartoonish nebular face turned toward the camera, the corners of its mouth curling into a pronounced smirk, imbued with a hint of mockery and a touch of grandeur. With a languid yet magnetic tone, he smiled and said, "Look, it's finally done. It's that simple." He deliberately paused, as if giving the audience time to digest his words. Then, with a playful blink, his tone resonated with a mischievous triumph. "So have you all learned it?" This phrase ignited the final powder keg. The entire live stream's bullet screen was instantaneously inundated with a cacophony of exclamation marks, question marks, cries of despair, and expressions of exasperation. "I've completely failed. Eyes got it. Hands, you're joking. Master, are you making things difficult for us? Fat tiger? Simple? Do you have a misunderstanding of what simple means? I can't even comprehend it, and you ask if I've learned? I'm on my knees. Is this a skill that humanity can master?" My mother inquired why I was shedding tears before the screen, and once again, I found myself enchanted by the brilliance of a master. The visual experience was utterly exhilarating. Although I recognized the jest in the master's demeanor, I could not help but feel intellectually overwhelmed. The barrage of comments surged across the entire screen like a tsunami, brimming with joy, admiration, and playful sarcasm. Lin Ye, witnessing these reactions, couldn't suppress a soft chuckle. The sensation of commanding the entire scene, showcasing miracles, and effortlessly teasing the audience enveloped him in unparalleled delight and satisfaction. After a brief moment, Lin Ye's voice drew the audience back from the awe of the completed assembly. "All right, the demonstration is complete." He lifted his gaze to the camera, the data streams on his nebulous visage seemingly imbued with anticipation. "Next, let us commence the testing." His tone conveyed a lightheartedness akin to that of unveiling a new toy. "First, we shall replace the fuel chamber." He grasped the petite, exquisite device and gently pressed a nearly imperceptible seam on the side of the spherical body with his fingertip. With a soft click, a thumb-sized cylindrical canister, gleaming with a metallic sheen, ejected from the side of the device. Lin Ye pinched the tiny fuel chamber between his fingertips and waved it before the camera. "Behold, this is its sustenance. A single replacement will suffice for quite some time." He casually placed the fuel chamber aside on the workbench. Next, he utilized tweezers to retrieve a similarly shimmering cylindrical canister from a temperature-controlled storage box. Here we have the new microlight fuel chamber, pre-filled with processed deuterium and palladium catalytic materials. He aligned this diminutive fuel chamber with the interface on the side of the microlight sphere and gently pushed it. Another soft click resonated as the fuel chamber was precisely embedded and securely locked in place. See, it's all set. Plug and play. Changing the battery is as simple as that. Super convenient. Lin Ye clapped his hands, his tone as casual as if he were replacing batteries in a remote control. This scene was vividly broadcasted through the live stream, instantly igniting a flurry of comments. What? Changing a nuclear fusion fuel chamber is as effortless as swapping a battery? Chapter 43. I witnessed a legend. Plug and play. It's not even this convenient to change a phone battery. Isn't that a bit too easy? Is this truly a nuclear fusion device? Are we certain it's not some advanced toy? How long can this thumb-sized fuel chamber sustain operation? Please inform us. I've already begun to envision this contraption installed in a mech's chest or a spaceship's engine. After all, this is nuclear fuel. What about the radiation? Is this really safe? Oh, great one. Upstairs, I'm feeling a bit uneasy. I've started to imagine this device mounted in a mech's chest or within a spaceship's engine. After Lin Ye installed the new fuel chamber, he securely placed the microlight back onto the central testing platform on the workbench. He turned to gaze at the rapidly scrolling comments and remarks in the live chat. Most of the content was a flurry of urgent prompts like "Let us get started." "I can't wait." And "Activate it, master," filling the screen. However, amidst the excitement, there lingered expressions of concern and skepticism, particularly regarding safety and the possibility of failure, as evidenced by the recent discussions. Lin Ye, upon observing these sentiments, allowed a faint smile to curl at the corners of his cartoonish visage, conveying an air of understanding. He chuckled softly, his resonant voice imbued with unwavering confidence, resonating through the microphone and filling the live stream. All right. I see everyone is eagerly awaiting." He paused, his gaze sweeping across the screen as if he could penetrate the digital realm to reach each viewer. "Let us commence the test." His tone shifted to a more serious, yet still relaxed demeanor. "Rest assured, it is entirely safe." He patted his chest, despite the fact that his form was merely a virtual representation. With Zero monitoring the entire process, the magnetic field is as stable as a mountain, and the reactions are as controllable as flipping a light switch. He surveyed the laboratory, proclaiming, "Look, I'm not even wearing a protective suit, standing right here. There is absolutely no cause for concern." His words served as a potent tonic for the fervent audience, momentarily quelling the tide of worries. The barrage of comments surged, filled with affirmations such as "We trust you," and "You're amazing, let's get started." Lin Ye refrained from further elaboration, inhaling deeply as his gaze settled upon the silent luminescent device. Although his expression was obscured by the cartoon avatar, his posture emanated a focus that resonated with all viewers. Under the watchful eyes of over 100 million viewers, he delivered his command with clarity and calmness. "Zero, initiate the luminescent device testing program." "Received, boss." Zero's crisp, composed voice echoed almost instantaneously upon the command's utterance, devoid of any delay. In that moment, time seemed to stretch. The live stream camera swiftly transitioned to provide a close-up of the luminescent device. Every viewer could distinctly observe the silver-gray sphere, which, upon receiving the command, illuminated with ethereal blue light strips that abruptly transitioned from a slow, rhythmic pulse to a brilliant glow. The radiance became stable and profound, as if infused with life. Subsequently, a deep, almost imperceptible high-frequency hum permeated the air, faintly reaching the audience's ears through the high-quality microphone. This was the harbinger of the superconducting coil establishing a formidable, constraining magnetic field. Through the special observation window on the sphere, the camera fixed intently on the interior. Initially, it was shrouded in darkness. Yet in the next instant, a dazzling, pure white light erupted in the chamber's center, akin to the first ray of illumination at the dawn of the universe. It did not burst forth explosively. Rather, it expanded steadily and resolutely, coalescing with rapidity. In a heartbeat, it formed a radiant orb the size of a peanut, pulsating with heart-stirring energy. This miniature sun was firmly tethered in the chamber's core by an invisible force, its brilliance astonishingly stable, devoid of any flicker or tremor. It hovered serenely, emanating boundless light and warmth, perfectly contained within that seemingly fragile exterior. In that moment, the barrage of comments in the live stream fell into a brief silence, as if all viewers were momentarily rendered breathless. Immediately following was an eruption akin to a tsunami, interspersed with an array of incoherent exclamations of astonishment. It shone brightly. Truly, it radiated. My heavens! I beheld a star captured in the palm of my hand. How remarkably stable. Is this genuinely nuclear fusion? There is not a hint of fluctuation. The brilliance is so extraordinary, it feels as though my very soul is being drawn into it. It is almost inconceivable that such a minuscule apparatus could indeed facilitate a nuclear fusion reaction. Has it succeeded? Is this success real? I have witnessed a myth come to life. Tears of joy streamed down my face. The imagery was too exquisite. Could this be the power of technology? The control exhibited by the goddess of Zero was astonishingly steady. The constraint field is nothing short of miraculous. Though I may not fully comprehend it, I am profoundly shaken. I am in awe. The god of wisdom is remarkable. The goddess of Zero is extraordinary. The golden barrage from the Dragon God National Research Institute emerged with a vigorous tremor. Success. This plasma state. This stability. Perfect. Absolutely perfect. In the visual display, the miniature sun continued to emit an eternal luminescence, with a cerulean halo swirling in stable currents, all heralding the flawless operation. Seconds turned to minutes. 10 minutes passed. Under the tense scrutiny, time seemed to fly yet linger. The microlight apparatus exhibited no anomalies, no overheating, no fluctuations, operating with the precision of a finely tuned clock. At last, Zero's voice resonated once more, shattering the silence of the laboratory. The microlight device has successfully operated for 10 minutes. All parameters stable. Output power 301 gigawatts. Fluctuation rate below 0.0001. Energy conversion efficiency at 98.72. Magnetic field constraint strength maintained at the design value of 999. Fuel consumption rate normal. The current fuel chamber is projected to sustain operation for approximately 200 hours. All system parameters are within safe thresholds. Device operational status, excellent. Preliminary stability test passed. Zero's report was clear and calm, each datum striking the audience like a hammer upon their hearts. Upon hearing this string of flawless data, Lin Ye merely nodded slightly, a serene smile gracing his features, as if to acknowledge a child who had performed exceptionally well. This outcome was entirely within his expectations. With the success of the Starlight device preceding it and Zero's extensive simulation validations, the triumph of the microlight was inevitable, nothing to be surprised by. However, the audience in the live broadcast was an entirely different story. If their initial reaction upon seeing the Starlight device was one of shock, witnessing the microlight, a device reduced in size by several multiples yet only slightly diminished in power output, provoked an almost frenzied exhilaration, particularly when Zero announced the staggering 200 hours of operational endurance. The barrage of comments erupted into madness. Chapter 44. What business do foreigners have here? 3 gigawatts. Such a diminutive sphere. It truly stabilizes at an output of 3 gigawatts. A duration of 300 days? If this were installed in a fighter jet, would it not offer infinite endurance? Not just for fighter jets, aircraft carriers, submarines, spacecraft. My goodness, the horizons have expanded. An absolute military revolution. Whichever nation secures this technology first will soar to unprecedented heights. Exoskeleton suits for individual soldiers. The true energy source for individual battle matches has emerged. A revolution in the aerospace sector is imminent. With this advancement, venturing beyond the solar system is no longer a mere fantasy. Military, aerospace, transportation, what domain does not yearn for such a breakthrough? Esteemed experts, we seek collaboration. Our company is prepared to pay any price for the technology license. Where's the national team? Act swiftly. Acquire this at any cost. The golden barrage from the special department of the Dragon God Nation appeared once more, its tone unprecedentedly urgent. Mr. Wisdom, representing the Dragon God Nation. We solemnly pledge that should you agree to collaborate, the terms are entirely up to you. We guarantee the highest level of security and unlimited resources. The certification from the Aerospace Technology Group of the Dragon God Nation also emerged. Dear Mr. Wisdom, our group sincerely invites you to serve as Chief Scientific Advisor, with compensation equivalent to that of a leading scientist and absolute control over the project. The Energy Strategy Department of the Dragon God Nation added, Mr. Wisdom, this technology is vital to our national destiny. We earnestly request that you prioritize domestic collaboration, and we are willing to offer our utmost sincerity. Following this, numerous official and top-tier state enterprise certifications appeared, each offering increasingly generous conditions. An invisible and intense competition for talent unfolded in the live stream. Ordinary viewers were left in awe, their comments filled with exclamations of disbelief, witnessing history and urging for a showdown. Yet, this was not the end. Just as various domestic factions extended olive branches, a barrage of comments in foreign languages or those with an unmistakable translated tone began to emerge. Mr. Wisdom, we from the Free Nation Academy sincerely invite you to develop in the Free Nation. Green card, top laboratories, Nobel Prize nominations, unlimited research funding. None of this is an issue. The Royal Society of John Bull wishes to invite you as an honorary member. The Cherry Blossom Nation is willing to offer you the position of honorary director with unlimited research funding. The Gallic Rooster government promises the highest level of technical immigration treatment. We are the Europa Union Space Agency, looking forward to collaborating with you in the field of space energy. These foreign invitations fell upon the audience of the Dragon God Nation like a splash of cold water into hot oil. instantly igniting strong rejection and outrage among them. Get lost. What are foreigners doing here? Trying to steal our national treasures? In your dreams. The esteemed expert belongs to our dragon god nation. No one can take him away. Green card? Nobel Prize? Who do they think they are? Does the expert care for such things? Protect our Mr. Wisdom. Firmly resist foreign forces attempting to poach. Goddess Zero. Quickly kick these intruding foreigners out. A defensive battle without gunfire erupted in the comments. With netizens from the Dragon God Nation united against the foreign invitations, launching fierce verbal attacks. Lin Ye watched this competition for talent, sparked by him, with great interest, finding it more entertaining than any variety show. However, as he observed the foreign invitations becoming increasingly blatant and filled with unrealistic promises, the playful smile at the corner of his mouth gradually faded. With a light sigh, he interrupted the barrage of arguments. The magnetic voice, laced with palpable sarcasm, elongated its final note. Oh, this utterance instantaneously captured the attention of the entire audience, momentarily tempering the fervent barrage of comments. Is there truly a foreign presence? His tone bore an air of feigned astonishment. Perfect. His voice abruptly turned icy, and with a turn of his celestial visage towards the camera, it seemed as if he could pierce through the screen to confront those lurking in the shadows. Your operatives, your spies, are undoubtedly quite busy at this moment. This proclamation resounded like thunder, reverberating within the hearts of all viewers, especially those hidden agents. Should we invite them out to make an appearance and meet everyone? Lin Ye's voice dripped with the playful mockery of a cat toying with a mouse. Shall we leisurely discuss the matter of invitations? No sooner had he spoken than, without allowing anyone a moment to react, a multitude of small windows erupted beside the main screen of the live broadcast, sprouting like mushrooms after a rain. These windows were meticulously arranged in a grid, numbering in the dozens. Each window revealed a distinct scene and character. Some displayed technicians with expressions of astonishment, staring at their computer screens. Others featured a middle-aged man in a safe house, frantically attempting to obscure a camera. A young woman in a cafe corner, wearing headphones, looked utterly bewildered, and even a driver, dumbfounded by the suddenly illuminated dashboard screen while in motion. They all shared a commonality. Their faces were etched with disbelief, terror, and confusion, clearly unprepared for their sudden exposure. Lin Ye's voice, imbued with a teasing mirth, gracefully shattered the silence. Dear fans, take a good look. Is there anyone you recognize among them? This is merely a fraction. After a brief silence enveloped the live room, a torrent of comments erupted like a volcanic explosion. Holy cow! Public execution. Haha, this is hilarious. Truly live capture of spies. Goddess Zero is magnificent. They are all laid bare. Look at how panicked they are. Still thinking of pulling the plug? Too late. What a relief. Let these foreigners think twice about stealing technology. Oh, isn't that our foreign language teacher? The Great One is incredible. Goddess Zero is invincible. I adore this method of striking back. I always wondered why there were such odd comments. So there really was an insider. Where are the Dragon God Nation's netizens? Protect the intelligence god. Capture the spies. The special department of the Dragon God Nation is hard at work. We've even marked the coordinates for you. At that moment, the anger and pride of the Dragon God Nation's audience reached a zenith. The comments were filled with adoration for Lin Ye and Zero, alongside mockery of the exposed spies and calls for action from the national agencies. Almost simultaneously, two comments adorned with striking golden borders and authoritative verification swiftly anchored to the top, their tone resolute and powerful. Special Department of the Dragon God Nation, Mr. Intelligence God. We are grateful for the significant clues you have provided. Our department has promptly activated the emergency mechanism, collaborating with relevant agencies, and will immediately commence verification and action based on the existing information. We shall not allow any acts endangering national security to prevail. We extend our heartfelt gratitude to the vast community of netizens for their vigilant oversight and unwavering support. The relevant authorities of the Dragon God Nation assure Mr. Xiyuan that no foreign forces shall be permitted to act recklessly within our borders. Safeguarding the nation's technological security and the safety of our talents is the paramount duty of our department. All entry and exit points, as well as transportation hubs, have been fortified with enhanced controls. The law is vast and intricate, leaving no room for evasion. Chapter 45. Thinking of escaping? Not a chance. These two official responses serve as a stabilizing force, further invigorating the emotions of the viewers from the Dragon God Nation in the live broadcast. The comments section erupted with messages of support. Go national team. Clean out these parasites. The foreign IDs interspersed among the comments fell into silence or emitted feeble remarks, such as, this is blatant slander, an invasion of privacy, absurd nonsense. Our personnel are engaged in legitimate business activities. We strongly protest this irresponsible accusation. Meanwhile, those foreign intelligence operatives who had yet to be exposed, lurking in the shadows, felt a chill of fear wash over them as they witnessed their peers publicly unmasked and the Dragon God Nation's swift and resolute response. Their minds echoed with a singular thought: flee. Lin Ye observed the stark contrast in reactions both domestically and internationally, particularly the feeble justifications from foreign forces and the palpable panic among covert operatives. He could not help but chuckle lightly. Shaking his head, his voice, laced with a languid mockery, remarked, "Oh dear, it seems our foreign friends are rather discontent." Pausing as if in contemplation, he nonchalantly instructed, "0. Do ensure our guests are not left waiting too long. Please package and send that meticulously compiled and detailed list of guests, including their biometric features, currently known locations, commonly used identity information, and any incriminating evidence to the relevant special departments." His tone carried a trace of cold jest. "Additionally, lock all their identity registration information, such as passports, visas, and identification documents, and mark them conspicuously. We wouldn't want them to escape ahead of time. That would be dreadfully unamusing." Command confirmed, boss. The list and associated information are being encrypted and transmitted. The identity information marking and locking procedure has been executed. Zero's youthful voice responded crisply and efficiently. As these words left her lips, the comments section erupted once more, bubbling over like boiling water. "Wow, they're directly sending the list? Locking identity information? This is like catching fish in a barrel. The efficiency of Goddess Zero is astounding. Absolutely love it. Huh, thinking of escaping? Not a chance. They've even welded shut the windows. Great deity. I relish watching you attempt to flee, only to find yourself ensnared. This cooperation is seamless. Xiyuan and Zero are truly the ultimate safeguard for national security. Special Department, thank you, my friend, for this bountiful performance package. I wonder about the psychological impact on those spies. I now believe Xiyuan is genuinely committed to our Dragon God Nation. What of those foreign institutions that were once so arrogant? Why the silence now? Surely they are feeling guilty and slinking away." Almost the instant Zero completed her report, the golden comments from Dragon God Nation's Special Department appeared once more. "Data received. Thank you for your support. The operation has commenced." On the other side of the screen, within the command center of a specialized department, the head observed the colossal list that was instantaneously updated, containing intricate personal information, photographs, real-time locations, and even social connections. He abruptly slammed his hand on the console. "My heavens, this list is exceedingly detailed. They might as well have uncovered what color underwear they prefer," a young operative exclaimed, unable to contain himself. "Silence. Immediately act according to the list and locations. Notify local units to cooperate. Keep a close watch on airports, train stations, and ports. Execute a nationwide net closure. Quickly." His voice boomed, imbued with an uncontainable sense of excitement and urgency. The entire command center sprang into action like a finely tuned machine. Commands disseminating through encrypted channels to relevant operational departments across the country. Simultaneously, in various locations across Longshan Nation, those named, as well as foreign agents and spies who had caught wind of the situation, plunged into a state of profound panic. In a luxurious apartment, a middle-aged man turned ashen, hastily destroying documents and tossing USB drives into a powerful degausser. He rushed to his computer, attempting to purchase a ticket for the next flight to Liberty Nation. However, on the payment page, the system repeatedly prompted that identity verification had failed, urging him to contact customer service. He tried several ticketing platforms, but to no avail. "Damn it," he cursed, slamming his laptop shut, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. He realized that conventional routes were no longer viable. Swiftly, he grabbed an unregistered prepaid mobile phone and dialed a number, speaking at a rapid pace. "The plan is compromised. Aerial routes are blocked. Initiate Plan B. I will drive to the southern border and attempt to slip through the port." On the other end, a woman disguised as a high-ranking executive appeared remarkably composed. She did not attempt any means of departure requiring identity verification. Instead, she swiftly donned a nondescript tracksuit, placed on a hat and mask, and carried only a small bag containing a fake passport and cash, leaving her safe house. She chose to immerse herself in the bustling crowd of a subway station, utilizing the intricate urban transport network to continuously alter her location, planning to find a place to hide until the commotion subsided. She was acutely aware that, under the scrutiny of such advanced AI monitoring, any electronic payment or hotel registration could be a snare. Meanwhile, another faction opted for more extreme measures. In a northern border city, 2 agents procured an old vehicle, discarding all electronic devices, relying solely on a paper map. They endeavored to drive through secluded rural roads overnight, seeking to exit via a relatively lax land port. Others even organized small groups, planning to traverse the vast mountains or jungles on foot under the cover of night, attempting to cross clandestinely. Their reactions were undeniably swift, and their methods were varied. However, with their true and frequently used disguised identities preemptively marked and locked by the AI, Their escape routes were destined to be fraught with obstacles. As the agent attempted to drive towards the port, he had scarcely entered the highway when he was precisely intercepted by traffic police, who had already received a notification for assistance, utilizing a license plate recognition system. "Sir, please present your driver's license and vehicle registration," the officer stated calmly after saluting. The agent, feigning composure, handed over the documents. Instantly, the police terminal in the officer's hand displayed a red warning interface, with bold crimson letters proclaiming, "High-risk individual, agent from a certain country." The officer maintained an impassive demeanor, discreetly calling for backup, while requesting the agent to exit the vehicle under the pretext of a routine inspection. Just as the agent's foot touched the ground, several undercover officers, who had been notified and were in the vicinity, quickly overwhelmed him, securing him in handcuffs. "What are you doing? I am a legitimate businessman," the agent shouted in protest. The undercover officers coldly revealed their badges. "Legitimate businessman? You can explain your dealings later." In Chapter 46, The Wise One. Just wait. Those attempting to leave through the official port faced similar fates. When they tried to pass through security with counterfeit passports, the gate predictably lit up red. The border control personnel, observing the glaring warning on the screen, promptly pressed the alarm button, and nearby armed police swiftly approached to apprehend them. Those who believed they could evade capture were gravely mistaken, having underestimated the power of national mobilization. Special departments, utilizing the list provided by Zero and possible hiding locations, combined with surveillance and big data analysis, rapidly narrowed the search area. Concurrently, they issued notifications to local authorities, detailing the physical characteristics of certain high-risk individuals. Many vigilant citizens, spotting suspicious individuals matching the descriptions, immediately reported them. A foreign executive hiding in a small hotel in an urban village was ultimately apprehended after the alert landlady reported her unusual behavior. Thanks to the efficient coordination between special and relevant departments, a nationwide manhunt was deployed and executed within half an hour. Airports, train stations, and ports were swiftly fortified. Most agents and spies from the list fell into the trap like insects ensnared in a spider's web. Of course, given the vastness of the border, a few fortunate individuals managed to evade capture, successfully crossing on foot due to their familiarity with the terrain and exceptional counter-surveillance skills. However, these were merely a handful, inconsequential in the grand scheme of things. This operation dealt a devastating blow to the network of foreign agents and spies lurking within the realm of Longshan. While it cannot be claimed that they were entirely eradicated, it is certain that they would struggle to regroup in the near future. Meanwhile, Lin Ye's livestream remained bustling with activity. Updates on the progress of the capture operation trickled in from various channels, with the comments section filled with reports of victories and cheers. Breaking news. 3 fugitives just apprehended at XX City Airport. Haha, I just saw the news. The traffic police on the highway have made a significant contribution. Hide. Where can you hide? The eyes of the people are sharp. Thinking of playing hide and seek with us? With the goddess Zero around, you might as well be running naked. Occasionally, desperate and venomous screams from agents caught before their capture echoed through cameras or communication devices. Wise One. Just wait. Our people will not let you off. You shall pay for all that you have done today. There is no escape for you. Lin Ye gazed at the impotent fury expressed through harsh words, a chilling smile curving at the corners of his lips, followed by a clear, cold laugh. Huh. He addressed the camera with an air of utmost disdain and provocation. Come find me. I am waiting. His tone abruptly shifted to one of profound significance, laced with a hint of mockery. However, do hurry. Otherwise, I fear you may miss your chance. The profound implications of his words caused the comments to erupt once more. What does this mean, Great One? No chance left? Is the Great One about to take the initiative? Or is he preparing for self-defense measures? The thought is terrifying. Is the Great One about to forge some super weapon? It must be so. Didn't someone just threaten him? Great One, be cautious. Open attacks are easy to dodge, but hidden arrows are hard to guard against. With the goddess of Zero on our side, what is there to fear? We shall capture anyone who comes. Anticipating the follow-up, it's becoming more and more thrilling. Lin Ye observed the speculations, and his smile broadened. He leaned back in his chair, resuming a languid posture, and casually remarked, "You've all guessed quite well. Taking this opportunity, I might as well give everyone a preview of the next livestream." He extended a finger, tapping at his temple. Wasn't he there a friend who mentioned individual combat gear? Indeed, as some astute companions have surmised. You all know that kind of iron armor from certain films that can fly and fight, looking incredibly dashing? Yes, I do indeed plan to acquire a set for myself to play with. His tone was light, as if he were merely discussing purchasing a new outfit. After all, with so many people keeping tabs on me, one must have some self-defense measures, wouldn't you agree? My dear friends, do you not see the logic in this? This statement struck like a final thunderclap, elevating the atmosphere of the live stream to unprecedented heights. Iron armor. Is he truly going to create iron armor? I knew it. With the energy core already in place, how far can the armor be? self-defense measures, and you call iron armor self-defense. This announcement is explosive. I must watch the next live stream. My dear friends, the Great One has finally acknowledged us as family. Tears of joy. I am already looking forward to the next live stream. May it come swiftly. The wise God. Forever a God. Amidst the frenzied barrage of comments and the overwhelming excitement of countless viewers, Lin Ye waved goodbye with his animated persona. Well, that concludes today's live stream. Until next time. As his words faded, the screen instantly blackened, signaling the end of the broadcast. Left behind were billions of viewers, staring at the pitch-black screen, their hearts racing, unable to calm their fervor. They were filled with boundless anticipation for the next handcrafted iron armor. The end of the live stream prompt served as an invisible dividing line, splitting the online world into two halves. One side was the comment section, still fervently refreshing after the screen went dark, alongside the uproarious discussions across various social media platforms. The other side was the sudden return to silence in the mountain laboratory, where only the soft hum of equipment remained. Lin Ye leaned back against the chair, letting out a long sigh as if attempting to expel the fatigue brought on by hours of intense concentration. His face bore no exaggerated expressions, yet the glimmer of joy and satisfaction in his eyes was unmistakable. 0. Report on the live stream data and initial social feedback, he instructed softly, his voice tinged with a hint of hoarseness from relaxation. Boss, the live stream lasted for 6 hours and 18 minutes, with a peak concurrent viewership of 12.8 billion. Setting a new record, Zero's youthful voice chimed in, smooth and precise. The content of the live stream has been recorded as per the settings. Aside from some outdated video and audio equipment, there are no substantial digital records retained. Currently, related topics occupy at least 15 of the top 20 positions on all major domestic social media platforms trending lists. Lin Ye nodded, unperturbed by this outcome. He stood up, stretching his stiff neck, the joints emitting a soft crack. As anticipated, focus on monitoring reactions, especially from foreign forces and those discontented domestically. Understood. A comprehensive information monitoring network has been activated, and the keyword alert system is operational. It was now time to relish the fruits of his labor and observe external reactions. He made his way to the kitchen, preparing to fix himself a meal. Meanwhile, the storm ignited by his live stream was just beginning to unfold. Chapter 47. Either serve my purpose or simultaneously, the dark screen that marked the end of the live stream acted like a colossal magnet, firmly capturing the gaze of countless viewers who had yet to disperse. The barrage of comments and the discussion section continued to refresh at an explosive pace. Is that it? I haven't had my fill. Iron armor. Next live stream, let us create iron armor. Goodness. Pinch me. I can't be dreaming, right? Is the era of free energy truly upon us? Numerous netizens were so overwhelmed with excitement that their fingers trembled as they typed incoherent comments on their keyboards. The trending list on social media platforms collapsed within minutes. Among the top 20, topics such as intelligent God live stream, handcrafted cold nuclear fusion, starlight microenergy revolution, room temperature superconducting materials unveiled, intelligent God previews iron armor, and Goddess Zero, guardian of national security, surged with explosive speed. Each topic bore a glaring red label indicating its virality, leading to a tsunami of discussions upon clicking through. 10 gigawatts stable output. This means a Starlight unit can supply an entire megacity with surplus. Crucially, it's miniaturized. The micro unit is barely larger than a tennis ball, yet boasts a 3 gigawatts power output. Imagine fitting this on an aircraft carrier. Wouldn't that mean infinite endurance? Not just aircraft carriers. Spacecraft. The energy issues for interstellar colonization would be resolved. Let us not celebrate too soon. The technology belongs to intelligent God. Whether he will choose to share it and how it will be disseminated remains a question. Right? He is elusive, barely seen. What would be the cost of producing such technology? Will ordinary people ever have access to it? I find it doubtful. Such strategic technology will surely be prioritized for national use. Even if the state utilizes it, surely electricity costs will decrease, right? Looking forward to it. The internet buzzed with a mixture of excited anticipations, rational analyses, and inevitable skepticism. Ordinary citizens rejoice at the infinite possibilities that the future holds. In stark contrast, the stock market of the energy sector faces unprecedented turbulence. Shortly after the conclusion of a live broadcast, major global exchanges opened their doors. Stocks of publicly traded companies associated with traditional fossil fuels, and even some renewable energy sources, plummet in a cascading manner. A series of trading halts ensue as panic selling sweeps through the market. It is over. All is lost. An elderly investor, heavily invested in coal enterprises, slumps in front of his computer, his eyes vacant as he gazes at a sea of green on the trading screen. In sharp contrast, stocks linked to power transmission and high-energy technology industries soar against the tide. Although the technology of the so-called intelligence deity has yet to be widely adopted, the capital market has expressed its expectations for a monumental shift in the future energy landscape in the most direct manner possible. within various editorial offices. The sounds of ringing phones, the clatter of keyboards, and the shouts of editors merge into a cacophony. Quick, change the front page headlines. Replace everything with the intelligence deity's live broadcast. What about the commentary pieces? Immediately analyze from the perspectives of energy security, technological revolution, and national strategy. The editors-in-chief. Their voices hoarse with urgency, direct the fray, a mix of excitement and desperation etched on their faces. Reporters furiously scribble, striving to capture in words this live event that could alter the course of human history. Room temperature superconductors have emerged. Cold nuclear fusion has transitioned from science fiction to reality. The identity of the intelligence deity remains a mystery. The prospects for widespread technological benefit are concerning. From quantum computers to artificial suns, how formidable are the technological barriers of the intelligence deity? Preview of the next live broadcast, handcrafted steel battle armor. Is science fiction becoming reality? Beware. The potential geopolitical upheaval and energy due to cold nuclear fusion technology. A nationwide mobilization, the spy network faces a devastating blow. The mastermind behind it is. Various attention-grabbing headlines proliferate like mushrooms after rain, dominating both print media and online portals. The national television network of Dragon God Nation dedicates a lengthy 15 minutes to a special report on the matter, with the host's voice steady yet unable to conceal an underlying thrill. This morning, a unique live broadcast emerged on our nation's internet, interspersed with cautiously released, exceedingly blurred screenshots of the official broadcast. The blurriness has not been rectified. The invited guest, a respected figure in the energy science community, despite his efforts to maintain composure, reveals his inner turmoil through his slightly trembling fingers. If the content of the broadcast is entirely truthful, then this signifies not merely a technological breakthrough, but a profound energy revolution. He adjusts his glasses, his voice somewhat hoarse. The implications are on par with the discovery of the steam engine and electricity. This assessment reverberates across the nation, further igniting public enthusiasm. In contrast to the fervor at home, the international response is far more complex, rife with shock, skepticism, greed, and profound anxiety. In the Oval Office of the Free Nation, the Supreme Leader listened intently to the urgent reports from the heads of the Intelligence Department and scientific advisors. His expression dark enough to evoke a sense of foreboding. "Gentlemen," he inquired with palpable incredulity, "are you telling me that a live broadcast caused our energy stock index to plummet by 15% in less than half a day?" He slammed a report onto the table with great force. "Moreover, our decades-long intelligence network infiltrated within the Dragon God Nation has been nearly eradicated?" The intelligence director wiped the cold sweat from his brow, responding, "Supreme Leader, this Zero possesses capabilities that transcend our comprehension. We have lost over 100 exceptional agents, with many more unaccounted for." The scientific advisor, bearing a grave demeanor, added, "Supreme Leader, from a technical perspective, if this broadcast was not a meticulously orchestrated, undetectable ruse, then the Dragon God Nation has secured a lead of at least 50 years in the energy sector. The miniaturization of the microlight device, particularly its energy output, entirely contradicts our current understanding of physics." Suddenly, the Supreme Leader rose and approached the window, gazing out contemplatively. "Find him. Spare no effort to locate this genius. Either bring him under our command," or he left the statement unfinished, yet the icy glint in his eyes conveyed everything. "Additionally, apply pressure on the Dragon God Nation's government, accusing them of condoning hacker activities that infringe upon our citizens' privacy and undermine global cybersecurity." Yes, similar scenes unfolded across the globe, in the European Union, the Cherry Blossom Nation, the Arctic Bear Nation, and other countries. The upper echelons were in turmoil, with emergency meetings convening in rapid succession. Intelligence agencies worldwide were simultaneously grappling with the immense losses incurred while harboring an unprecedented desire mingled with fear toward the technologies showcased by Genius and Zero. On the diplomatic front, tensions surged. The Free Nation, the John Bull Nation, and others swiftly issued stern diplomatic notes to the Dragon God Nation. They asserted that the actions of a hacker organization within Dragon God territory had severely violated their national interests and citizens' privacy, demanding immediate action from the Dragon God government to halt these activities and surrender the responsible parties along with relevant technical documentation. Chapter 48. If exposed, the spokesperson for the Dragon God Nation's Ministry of Foreign Affairs, wearing a composed smile at a routine press conference, delivered a robust response. "We have been closely monitoring the recent discussions surrounding Genius and its associated technologies. It is imperative to emphasize that the Dragon God Nation steadfastly champions technological innovation and welcomes any advancements that benefit humanity." He shifted his tone, his gaze piercing across the room. "However, we must vehemently condemn the unprincipled espionage activities that certain nations have persistently directed against us. This time, we have acted based on irrefutable evidence to safeguard national security, achieving significant results. This is the rightful prerogative of any sovereign state. He paused, his tone growing more emphatic. We urge the relevant nations to respect the laws of the Dragon God Nation, to cease their baseless accusations against our internal affairs, and certainly not to excuse their own espionage actions. A stir erupted in the audience as journalists from the Free Nation, the John Bull Nation, and others eagerly raised their hands to pose pointed questions. Mr. Spokesperson, is this a malicious detention of our citizens by the Dragon God Nation? The question arises whether the alleged evidence originates from the so-called illegal entity, the intelligence god. The spokesperson, maintaining an impassive demeanor, calmly responded that such baseless allegations are unfounded. Our actions are entirely in accordance with both national and international law. As for the source of the evidence, we cannot disclose any information. However, I must remind certain nations that if one wishes to keep a secret, one must refrain from wrongdoing. Another journalist pressed further, inquiring whether the actions of this intelligence god imply that the privacy of citizens from the Dragon Nation is unprotected, and whether the military of the Dragon Nation has acquired this technology. The spokesperson replied that the laws of the Dragon Nation resolutely safeguard the legitimate rights and interests of its citizens. The specific applications of the intelligence goddess technology are classified and cannot be divulged. Nonetheless, I can assert unequivocally that any technology must be developed and applied within the frameworks of law and ethics. The spokesperson's remarks were both reasoned and assertive, garnering applause from domestic netizens. The spokesperson was formidable. They dealt with the matter aptly, ensuring that those who attempt to deceive will face repercussions. The expressions of the foreign journalists turned a shade of green, eliciting laughter. In the arena of international public opinion, both sides remained adamant, embroiled in a heated dispute. Yet, amidst those in the know, a consensus was emerging. The intelligence god and Zero are indeed real, possessing technologies with the potential to upend the world. This consensus has bred deeper concerns. A Western military analyst noted in an internal report that should the Dragon Nation prioritize the application of this energy technology in military domains, their aircraft carrier fleets would achieve near limitless endurance. Their laser weapon platforms would no longer face energy constraints. And individual soldier equipment could indeed evolve into something resembling the ironclad suits depicted in films, as suggested by the intelligence god. More alarming is the entity known as Zero. Another cybersecurity expert added that its demonstrated control over cyberspace indicates that the Dragon Nation may have attained absolute dominance in this realm. Our financial systems, power grids, and transportation hubs could become vulnerable in its presence. Such anxieties have spread like a contagion among high-level officials and elites in various nations, prompting further action. A prominent media outlet in the Free Nation published a commentary article with a chilling title, "The Threat of the Intelligence God. The Dragon Nation Acquires the Ultimate Energy Weapon, Disrupting Global Balance." The article was rife with conjecture and dramatization, portraying the technology of the intelligence god as a fearsome force capable of annihilating the world, subtly accusing the Dragon Nation's government of attempting to monopolize this technology and undermine international order. An emergency closed-door meeting of the European Union convened, with representatives from various nations bearing grave expressions. "Gentlemen, we must confront the reality," one declared. "The technology showcased by the intelligence god is genuine, and the capabilities of Zero far exceed our imagination. Our intelligence networks have suffered significant blows, and recovery will take time. The Dragon Nation will gain immeasurable advantages in the realms of energy and technology. The immediate priority is to ascertain two critical matters. First, who exactly is the intelligence god? Is there a possibility of contact or elimination? Second, what is the current state of the relationship between the Dragon Nation's government and the intelligence god? Perhaps we should explore unofficial channels, such as the black market, offering rewards for any information regarding the intelligence god." An atmosphere of anxiety and helplessness permeated the conference room. Unlike the overt clamor and covert anxieties observed abroad, certain shadowy corners within the Dragon Goddess domain have succumbed to a paralyzing fear. Those whose privacy can be effortlessly exposed by Zero feel an icy chill. In the presidential office of a major internet company, thick smoke envelopes the air. President Wang extinguishes his cigarette forcefully in a crystal ashtray, his expression dark enough to drip with discontent. Opposite him sit the company's public relations director and legal consultant, both bowing their heads, too fearful to meet his gaze. "Have you ascertained the facts? Can Zero indeed unearth vulnerabilities?" Wang's voice is hoarse. The public relations director hesitantly responds, "President Wang, we have utilized all available resources and consulted top-tier white hats. The conclusion is that, with current technology, it is nearly impossible. Her capabilities are impeccable." The legal consultant adjusts his glasses and adds, "Moreover, the intelligence god demonstrated the ability to disclose private information at will during a live broadcast. Should our previously questionable data handling and transaction records be exposed?" Wang slams his hand on the table, causing the teacups to rattle. "Enough. We cannot remain idle. He gasps for breath, his gaze fierce. If we cannot tackle this technically, we must tarnish his reputation through public discourse. He points at the public relations director. You. Contact our affiliated media outlets immediately, as well as cooperating influencers and experts. Find angles, establish points. Assert that the intelligence goddess technology is unsafe, a fraud. Claim that Zero is merely a surveillance tool that infringes upon privacy and violates the law. In any case, we must prevent the public from idolizing him unilaterally. The public relations director hesitates. President Wang, there is no evidence to support this, and what does Zero require as evidence? Wang bellows. Now it is all mere conjecture. Who possesses evidence? We must stir the waters. Let our paid commenters flood the discussions. Create divisions. At the very least, we need to instigate doubt amongst a portion of the populace. Only then will we have a chance. A leader of a crime syndicate, hidden in the shadows of a bustling metropolis, watches the news, his face pale. They engage in illicit activities through strict anonymity and singular communication lines. Damn it. This technology is even more formidable than the government's surveillance network. How can we continue to operate? He bellows at his subordinates. Stay alert. All business activities are suspended until this blows over. Similar dialogues unfold in numerous locations. Wealthy individuals who have risen through unscrupulous means, officials entangled in unlawful actions, energy giants fearful of being usurped by renewable technologies, and criminal factions skirting the edges of legality. All are paralyzed by Zero's unfathomable capabilities. They collectively regard the intelligence god and Zero as thorns in their sides, terrified that their nefarious activities may be revealed to the public during a live stream. Chapter 49. Let the bullets fly a while longer soon. Discordant voices begin to emerge across the internet. A public intellectual with millions of followers publishes a lengthy Weibo post. Sensationally titled, The Intelligence God and Zero, a legal crisis and privacy nightmare beneath the cloak of technological advancement. The article downplays the epoch-making significance of cold fusion technology and the apprehension of spies, instead exaggerating the peril of Zero's indiscriminate exposure of private information. A mysterious individual, free from any oversight and possessing immense power, poses a question regarding the stability of society and the sanctity of law. Is this a blessing or a curse? Are we, perhaps, unwittingly opening Pandora's box? A prominent figure who champions liberalism eloquently expressed his views during a live broadcast. Today, such technology can be employed to apprehend spies. Tomorrow, it may be used to surveil every law-abiding citizen. Do we still possess any semblance of freedom? I harbor doubts about the identity of this so-called intelligent deity and the legitimacy of his technological sources. Does he violate international intellectual property conventions? A law professor, during an interview, passionately asserted, regardless of how advanced the technology may be, it must adhere to legal statutes. Any arbitrary exposure of another's privacy is a grave infringement of the Personal Information Protection Law and the Cybersecurity Law. Relevant authorities should intervene and investigate. While the capabilities of this intelligent deity are indeed remarkable, the potential for arbitrary invasion of privacy represents a significant threat to fundamental human rights. Initially, these sentiments emerged sporadically, but soon, propelled by some unseen force, they coalesced into a considerable outcry. Astroturfers amplified anxieties, certain vested interests stoked the flames from behind the scenes, and some unsuspecting netizens, caught up in the momentum, began to express concerns about privacy issues. Negative discussions quietly began to ascend the ranks of trending topics. Does the intelligent deity pose a threat to personal privacy? What are the ethical boundaries of his technology? Should we regulate or remain complacent? Under these topics, a plethora of speculation, skepticism, and incendiary rhetoric abounds. Yet, amidst all this clamor, scheming, and defamation, within the networked awareness of the intelligent deity, everything resembles a candle flickering in a dark room, remarkably clear. The true identities behind every IP address, the pathways of each financial transaction, and the conspiratorial dialogues of every puppeteer are silently recorded, analyzed, and archived. In the mountains, Lin Ye, while savoring a sumptuous dinner he prepared, perused the information aggregated by the intelligent deity. Observing the antics of those who resembled buffoons, a faint smile of disdain crept across his lips. Boss, should we now eliminate these negative narratives and disclose evidence of some of the puppeteers? Inquired the intelligent deity. Lin Ye, picking up a tender piece of fish, shook his head. Not yet. Let the bullets fly a while longer. A glimmer of amusement danced in his eyes. Let them perform with greater fervor, leap higher. When the time comes, the cleanup will be far more thorough and effective. Understood, responded the intelligent deity. Thus, under the implicit tolerance of the intelligent deity, the negative voices online seemed to intensify. This, paradoxically, allowed more individuals to discern who among them was truly foolish and malevolent. Meanwhile, the search for the intelligent deity unfolded across the entire blue star, taking various forms and intensities. Within the borders of the dragon god realm, The special task force faced immense pressure. Despite achieving significant victories in apprehending spies, the intelligent deity himself remained elusive. Boss, all known leads have gone cold again. The opponent is exceedingly cautious. Logistics, energy, networks, every potential point of exposure is as pristine as if it did not exist, reported a weary team member. The person in charge rubbed their aching temples and declared, "We must intensify our offline investigations. We should particularly focus on recent material procurement activities with significant quantities. Unusual fluctuations in energy, or remote areas that have suddenly reduced contact with the outside world, especially mountainous regions. The likelihood of establishing such a vast laboratory without any hint of a leak in urban areas is exceedingly low. In the underworld, the bounty for the intelligence deity and Zero has soared to astronomical heights. Any clue, no matter how absurd, deemed potentially relevant will ignite fierce competition among various factions. A precise location could yield a reward of 10 billion free coins, no negotiations. An anonymous decree on the dark web proclaimed thus. National intelligence agencies have also altered their strategies. A series of operatives, meticulously vetted and devoid of any electronic device associations, have infiltrated the Dragon God Nation under the guise of business, tourism, and academic exchanges. Their orders are strikingly uniform. Avoid using any electronic devices that Zero might monitor, relying solely on primal memory, observation, and human communication to uncover any possible leads related to the intelligence deity. A secluded warehouse, an unusual power transmission line, an eccentric tech enthusiast, this clandestine battle, stripped of electronics and reverting to primitive intelligence methods, quietly commenced across the vast expanse of the Dragon God Nation. However, unbeknownst to them, from the moment they accepted their missions, their biometric features and movements have been under the watchful surveillance of ubiquitous electronic devices, combined with Zero's formidable analytical capabilities for recording and comparison. In the laboratory's database, new surveillance files have been quietly established. Yet this time, Lin Ye instructed Zero to remain still for the moment. In Xiyuan Village, this once tranquil hamlet, the world seemed to pass it by. Old village chief Uncle Zhao took a stroll after dinner and encountered Lin Ye, who had just come down from the mountains. "Ye, the internet has been quite lively these past few days, hasn't he it? What is all this commotion about the intelligence deity?" Uncle Zhao casually remarked. With a hoe slung over his shoulder, Lin Ye wore a gentle smile, as if all of this were unrelated to him. "Indeed, Uncle Zhao, I've seen some news. It's quite the spectacle." He glanced up at the azure sky. "However, in this mountain hollow, the signal is often unreliable, so it's hard to see things clearly. It's best to tend to our own little plot of land." Uncle Zhao nodded in agreement. "Yes, all that high technology is beyond our understanding. It's better to keep our feet on the ground." The two continued their leisurely conversation as they walked away. The mountain breeze swept past, and Lin Ye's villa and underground laboratory stood silently in their place. The upheavals of the outside world seemed utterly disconnected from this secluded paradise. Only Zero's silent quantum computer and the stably operating starlight device deep within the laboratory hinted that this was the eye of the storm stirring the entire world. A struggle, both overt and covert, surrounding the intelligence deity unfolded with unprecedented intensity across the entirety of Blue Star. Yet, the leaves at the eye of the storm resemble the most astute chess player, calmly observing the tumultuous changes on the board, awaiting the opportune moment to make the next move. Chapter 50. The enigmatic waistband. A month has quietly elapsed amidst the stark contrast between the tranquility of the deep mountains and the escalating clamor of the outside world. Online, the controversy surrounding the wise god and Zero has not only failed to subside but has, under the influence of various vested interests, given rise to two distinctly opposing waves. On one side stands a vast multitude of supporters and technology enthusiasts who firmly believe that the wise god is a trailblazer of transformation, dismissing disparaging remarks with disdain. On the other side are those who have been swayed, alarmed about privacy issues, along with numerous hidden forces, agitated due to perceived losses. They fervently fan the flames, attempting to portray the wise god as a perilous, uncontrollable entity that tramples upon laws and ethics. A plethora of sensational analytical articles and expert commentaries emerge incessantly, assertively dissecting the ethical crises and privacy threats potentially posed by wise god technology. Such technology must not surpass the law. Otherwise, it poses a grave threat to national security. Who grants Zero the authority to expose privacy at will? We call for legislation to prohibit such unregulated artificial intelligence. Internet trolls tirelessly flood the comments with similar sentiments, seeking to critique the wise god from moral, legal, and safety perspectives, thereby amplifying the momentum of public discourse. Some incited netizens also join the ranks of the doubters, though most lack clarity on the specifics of their concerns, instinctively feeling trepidation towards uncontrollable power. There are even self-proclaimed victims who assert that their privacy has been violated due to the broadcasts of the wise god, demanding legal retribution. Consequently, some have organized a so-called collective complaint, urging relevant departments to take action against the alleged unlawful conduct of the wise god. However, all this clamor is akin to fists striking cotton, utterly ineffective. There is no response, no interaction, not even the slightest ripple in that enigmatic live-streaming room. Complaints directed to relevant authorities yield a perennial reply. Hello, we have recorded your concerns and are investigating in accordance with the law. Thank you for your attention. An investigation? How can one investigate when not even the gender, identity, or location of the wise god is known? All inquiries inevitably reach an impasse. A lawsuit? That is even more absurd, as the true name, address, and identification number of the defendant remain a mystery, making even the initiation of a case impossible. The so-called evidence consists merely of their own conjectures and unverifiable screenshots from the internet. An overwhelming sense of powerlessness envelopes those who are desperate to locate the wise god, to control or obliterate him. The more vehemently they curse and the higher they leap, the more they highlight their own helplessness. If it cannot be found, it simply cannot be found. In the face of the absolute information barrier constructed by Zero, all power and means from the real world seem to temporarily lose their efficacy. The Spirit Investigation Team and the foreign operatives infiltrating the territory have traversed numerous remote villages over the past month, meticulously examining countless points of energy anomaly and even employing the most rudimentary methods of human reconnaissance. Yet, time and again, they face disappointment. The entity known as the Intelligence God and his laboratory seem to have vanished from existence, leaving no physical traces for pursuit. The Intelligence God and Zero appeared as phantoms dwelling solely in the digital realm. One could sense their profound influence, yet could not grasp them in the slightest. Lin Ye, receiving updates from Zero, felt a profound satisfaction at the current state of affairs. He relished this sense of control lurking behind the scenes, enjoying the sight of those in the light floundering, while he remained at ease in the shadows. Meanwhile, at the very eye of the storm, the underground laboratory in Xiyuan Village was enveloped in a tranquility and focus starkly opposed to the outside chaos. Over this month, Lin Ye had immersed himself wholeheartedly in the research and development of a steel battle armor. At that moment, he stood before the central workbench, his gaze ardently fixed on a seemingly cumbersome belt, its deep hue captivating. The belt, adorned with a deep blue base and accented by sleek matte gray lines, exuded a sense of power and a futuristic allure. At its center, rather than a conventional buckle, lay an aerodynamically designed, flattened spherical metal unit, its surface shimmering with a ghostly blue luminescence. This was an improved iteration of the microlight cold fusion device. It replaced the previous spherical design, maintaining performance while boasting a more fluid silhouette that harmonized beautifully with the belt. At last, it was complete. Lin Ye exhaled deeply, a smile of accomplishment gracing his face. Zero, initiate the final comprehensive self-diagnosis. His voice trembled slightly, a subtle indication of long-suppressed excitement. Command confirmed. Lingyun Armor System Comprehensive Self-Check initiated. Microlight device operating stably. Output power at 301 gigawatts. Fluctuation rate below 0.00001. Liquid alloy matrix activity at 100. Nanocrystalline lattice framework integrity at 100. Superconductive microcapsule matrix synchronization rate at 100. Magnetic levitation buffer system on standby. Circulating oxygen supply at 100. All subsystems interconnected smoothly. Self-check complete. All parameters normal. Armor status perfect. Zero's crisp, youthful voice remained as calm as ever, yet each report of 100 and perfect resonated in Lin Ye's heart like a heavy hammer, causing his lips to involuntarily curve upward. He extended his hand, fingertips gliding gently over the belt's cold, smooth surface, the tactile sensation exquisite. This was the steel battle armor he had painstakingly crafted over the month. Or more accurately, the storage form of the armor. Why, one might wonder, did the steel battle armor ultimately manifest as a belt? This question would likely arise in the minds of all who beheld it. The answer lay in a groundbreaking achievement Lin Ye had attained during this month, a novel liquid alloy nanomaterial he had named Lingyun Alloy. The substrate of this alloy nanomaterial consists of gallium, a metal that exists in a liquid state at room temperature. Distinctively, Lin Ye has successfully merged it with the extraordinary room temperature superconducting material he previously mastered, resulting in a novel gallium-based room temperature superconducting material. However, this serves merely as the foundation. To endow the material with sufficient structural integrity, he constructed an exceptionally robust titanium tungsten gallium nanocrystalline ceramic framework as its backbone. Within this nanoscale framework, he ingeniously embedded billions of microcapsules composed of the liquid gallium-based room temperature superconducting material. Finally, he meticulously encased the entire assembly with a dynamic shape memory polymer infused with numerous nanowires of gallium-based room temperature superconducting material, culminating in the final composite alloy nanomaterial. which Lin Ye aptly named Lin Yun Alloy. Chapter 51, Transformation. Lin Yun Alloy. Lin Ye whispered this name, his eyes shimmering with excitement. He designed the armor in the form of a belt precisely because of Lin Yun Alloy's revolutionary properties. It is a liquid nanomaterial that can flow freely and be shaped at will. This suit of armor can swiftly extend from what appears to be an ordinary belt, enveloping the entire body to form a complete suit of full coverage armor when needed. Once the task is complete, it can rapidly retract and revert to its portable belt form. Nonetheless, even when minimized, the liquid Lin Yun alloy retains a considerable volume, making the belt form the most practical and convenient choice for portability. 0. Commenced the initial full body coverage transformation test of the Lin Yun armor. Lin Ye took a deep breath and issued the command. Command confirmed. All sensors are ready. Recording has commenced. The youthful voice of Zero responded. With a slight tremor in his hands, not from anxiety but anticipation, Lin Ye picked up the belt from the workbench. He pressed the belt against his waist, and with a soft click, it automatically wrapped around his midsection and locked in place. The bulbous microlight device emitting a flicker of light. The belt conformed to his waist, distributing its weight evenly without the expected cumbersome sensation. Taking a deep breath, Lin Ye struck a rather dramatic pose and called out, "Transformation." No sooner had the words left his lips than the belt activated instantaneously. The central microlight device radiated a gentle deep blue glow. The intertwining deep blue and gray liquid metal seemed to come alive, swiftly flowing upwards and downwards along his waist. The spectacle was not a mechanical assembly, but rather akin to mercury cascading or living tissue proliferating, moving with astonishing speed, yet producing minimal sound. Only the faintest whisper, reminiscent of a gentle breeze rustling through grains of sand. As the liquid metal coursed through, the armor components rapidly took shape at a visibly astonishing pace. Chest plates, shoulder guards, armors for the arms and legs, complex structures, fluid lines, and precise connections at the joints, all materialized in the blink of an eye. In a mere 2 to 3 seconds, a complete, sleek, and aesthetically futuristic suit of black and gold steel armor had enveloped Lin Ye's entire being. The surface of the battle armor shimmered with a luster, occasionally revealing fleeting azure energy patterns that emanated a chilling, yet formidable aura. The moment the armor enveloped him, Lin Ye experienced an unprecedented sensation of power coursing through his entire being. Lowering his gaze to his hands, now encased in the armor, he clenched his fists with vigor, marveling at the flexibility of his joints, which exhibited no sense of obstruction. Raising his arms, he felt the weight, yet under the assistance of the armor's propulsion, it felt as light as a feather. The holographic interface within the helmet illuminated instantaneously, presenting a clear display of environmental data, armor status information, and Zero's interactive interface. Full body coverage complete, structural integrity at 100, energy connection stable, all systems online. Zero's voice resonated directly in Lin Ye's ears. How exhilarating. Lin Ye's voice emerged through the armor's vocal modulator, imbued with a metallic timbre that could not conceal the thrill within. He executed a series of leg lifts, arm swings, and combat maneuvers, the armor responding with remarkable swiftness, as though it were a natural extension of his own body. An extraordinary feeling arose within him. I am the armor. And the armor is me. This armor, crafted from spirit resonance alloy, possessed strengths far beyond mere convenience of storage and transformation, as it boasted 3 astonishingly disruptive capabilities. The first capability was a zero-resistance energy network. Inside the armor, traditional cumbersome wiring became a relic of the past. The superconductive microcapsules, scattered throughout, formed a zero-energy consumption, near-light-speed energy transmission network. This meant that energy loss in both weapon systems and leg propulsion was reduced to nearly zero, enhancing charging speeds by more than 100-fold. The energy produced by the microlight devices could be transformed into combat power with almost no waste. Lin Ye envisioned a relentless barrage of energy weapons raining down like a tempest, a glimmer of anticipation shining in his eyes. The second capability was flawless electromagnetic control. Utilizing the perfect diamagnetism of room-temperature superconductors, the armor could effortlessly generate powerful directional repulsive magnetic fields. This not only allowed it to deflect or even halt high-speed kinetic projectiles, but also, through the meticulous control of the magnetic field distribution, enabled brief moments of weightlessness and even flight. With a mere thought, Lin Ye experimentally extended his hand towards a heavy workbench nearby. An invisible force field radiated outward, causing the hefty bench to tremble slightly before it began to levitate a few centimeters off the ground. Although the anti-gravity effect could currently only be sustained for a short duration and within a limited range, it was sufficient to counter high-altitude falls or fulfill certain tactical requirements. Lin Ye nodded in satisfaction. Additionally, the armor could emit highly directional, controllable electromagnetic pulses, EMP, to incapacitate enemy electronic devices without affecting allies or civilian infrastructure. Even more astonishing was the armor's ability to bend radar waves and specific bands of visible light through precise manipulation of its surface electromagnetic field, achieving a dual effect of electromagnetic invisibility and physical visual cloaking. Lin Ye activated the optical camouflage feature, witnessing the light on the surface of his battle armor begin to distort on the holographic screen before him. In the surveillance footage from the laboratory, his silhouette became translucent amidst a ripple effect, ultimately merging almost entirely with the backdrop. This was true physical invisibility. Not only did it evade radar waves, but it also deceived the naked eye. Lin Ye excitedly clenched his fist. The third capability was a remarkable self-repair function. When the armor sustained damage, superconducting microcapsules in the affected area would instantaneously rupture. The liquid gallium-based superconducting material within would flow out, and upon exposure to air, it would react rapidly with the titanium-tungsten-gallium nanocrystalline lattice at the damaged site, healing cracks and bullet holes with the swiftness of living tissue. For more severe injuries, such as a torn section of the armor, the battle armor system could concentrate energy and locally heat the damaged area. This would activate the phase change of the liquid metal, guiding the surrounding resonant alloy material to converge towards the wound, facilitating extensive reshaping and restoration akin to a swarm of nanobots. Lin Ye stepped aside and picked up a high-energy laser cutter. Taking a deep breath, he carefully activated a fine cutting beam against his left arm armor. With a soft hiss, the armor's surface was marked by a distinct burn and fine cracks. However, the moment the beam moved away, the microcapsules of the resonant alloy in the damaged area shattered. The liquid gallium-based superconducting material writhed as if alive, swiftly filling in the cracks and burn marks. Within mere seconds, the scar vanished, and the armor's surface returned to its pristine condition, smooth as a mirror. Chapter 52. This madman is about to broadcast again. This is truly the foundation of immortality, Lin Ye murmured, immensely pleased with such a powerful self-repair capability. Simultaneously, this liquid metal property perfectly resolved the icing issues that could arise during high-altitude flight. Naturally, a competent set of battle armor, especially one capable of supersonic flight and intense combat, must address the limits of human endurance. Netizens often jested about the advanced technology of shock absorption in steel battle armor, which was flawlessly realized in this suit. Lin Ye designed a unique magnetic levitation shock absorption system. The armor featured a dual-layer structure, with the innermost layer being a mere 0.1 mm thick resonant alloy lining that adhered closely to the body, while the outer layer was 2 mm thick main armor. A minute space existed between the two layers. When the armor experienced a tremendous kinetic impact, whether from the overload of high-speed flight or a heavy blow, the intelligent system could respond within milliseconds. It would smartly adjust the powerful repulsive magnetic field generated between the inner and outer layers of resonant alloy, forming a dynamic cushioning layer that effectively absorbed and dissipated the majority of the impact force, ensuring the safety of the individual within the armor. 0. Prepare to record the impact test for high-altitude falls, Lin Ye commanded. Received. All systems are ready. Please commence the test. With a graceful leap, Lin Ye soared over 3 meters into the air, only to tilt his body and plunge toward the ground. He felt as if he were in a state of free fall. Just before making contact with the earth, he distinctly sensed a gentle yet powerful force from within the armor, dissipating the potentially lethal impact into nothingness. As the fall test concluded, he rose to his feet, experiencing no discomfort whatsoever. The cushioning effect had been flawless. Lin Ye exhaled in relief. This had effectively mitigated the most perilous risks associated with high-speed maneuvers and combat. Furthermore, the issue of hypoxia at high altitudes had been ingeniously addressed. The armor was equipped with an efficient oxygen circulation system. A minuscule water container was integrated into the inner side of the belt, requiring only 10 milliliters of water to initiate. The system electrolyzed the water to generate oxygen for the user to breathe. The hydrogen produced through electrolysis was not wasted. It catalyzed with the carbon dioxide exhaled by the user, regenerating water and methane. The methane then underwent a reforming process, breaking down into hydrogen and carbon monoxide. The carbon monoxide was subsequently converted into harmless carbon dioxide through selective oxidation, continuing to participate in the cyclical reaction. Thus, within a closed loop, a mere 10 milliliters of initial water storage could sustain the user's activity in an oxygen-deprived environment for over an hour. The transformation test is complete, with all performance metrics meeting design specifications. Lin Ye disengaged the Lingyun battle armor. The liquid metal receded like a tide, swiftly retracting back into the belt. Indeed, the weaponry and propulsion system would be reserved for tomorrow's live test. He caressed the belt at his waist, a look of immense satisfaction and anticipation gracing his features. The name Lingyun alloy, Lingyun belt, Lingyun battle armor, wasn't it quite fitting? He mused as if conversing with Zero, or perhaps admiring his own ingenuity. The naming aligns with the material characteristics, boss. Zero responded. Lin Ye's thoughts drifted back to the research process of the past month. He recalled the countless experiments with the alloy's composition and the repeated adjustments to the uniformity of the microcapsules. There had been failures and moments of despair, yet ultimately, he had triumphed. All the sweat and effort had culminated in this seemingly ordinary belt, imbued with technology that transcended the era. Boss, negative public opinion regarding you and Zero continues to fester. Zero's voice chimed in, providing an update on external circumstances. Lin Ye merely chuckled dismissively at this. He patted the Lingyun battle armor belt at his waist, a glint of cold, confident determination flashing in his eyes. Very well, Zero, let us release the live broadcast announcement. Tomorrow at noon, we shall commence on time. His fingertips tapped rhythmically on the workbench, his gaze sharp as a blade. It was time for those buffoons to comprehend the price of offending the divine intelligence. May they possess sufficient courage to face the impending retribution. Command confirmed. The live broadcast announcement's forced pop-up program has been initiated and completed. Within the borders of the Dragon God Kingdom, billions of screens, phones, computers, tablets suddenly displayed that familiar, jarring forced pop-up. In the profound expanse of the starry sky, the emblem of the wisdom deity shimmers with a chilling brilliance. A brazen headline captures attention. Iron battle armor? Isn't it merely an oversized toy? Tomorrow noon, join the wisdom deity's live stream to witness the grand toy test in its entirety. Do not miss it. The subtitle proclaims, by the way, let us cleanse the online environment. At the moment the announcement appeared, it felt as though the entire digital realm of the Dragon God Kingdom had been momentarily frozen. Just a second prior, fervent debates raged across various social media platforms, forums, and comment sections, where two factions of netizens exchanged vehement insults, each questioning the lineage of the other. Suddenly, all rolling comments and refreshing pages experienced a fleeting pause. In the next instant, the supporters of the wisdom deity reacted first, their pent-up frustrations and indignation from the past month transforming instantly into a torrent of ecstatic jubilation, erupting with thunderous fervor. Oh my goodness, he is here. The wisdom deity has arrived with his new toy, cleaning the online environment. Did you see that? It's a clear indication, brothers. Are the detractors ready to face public condemnation? I knew it. The wisdom deity would never overlook such slander. The supporters, having endured a month of repression, unleashed their pent-up emotions in a flurry of sharp words and hearty laughter. They resembled victorious soldiers, launching a comprehensive counteroffensive against the previously arrogant detractors across social media platforms, forums, and chat groups. The once brazen smear campaigners began to show signs of internal division. Some, quick to react and clear-headed, felt a chill run down their spines upon seeing the announcement. With trembling fingers, they logged out or even shut down their devices in an attempt to vanish from the online realm. Damn it, this madman is going live again. Quick, delete posts. Deactivate accounts. A young man in a rented room turned pale, frantically operating his computer while cursing under his breath. Certain experts and influential figures who had previously pushed the narrative began discreetly deleting all negative comments pertaining to the wisdom deity from their social media. Others urgently sought legal counsel regarding defamation or privacy invasion, desperately searching for a semblance of security. Chapter 53. This time, there may be no escaping a segment of individuals, either too thick-headed or deeply indoctrinated, stubbornly clung to their denial, attempting to salvage their reputation, albeit in a noticeably weakened tone. So what if he goes live? Who is he trying to intimidate? If he dares to publicly expose personal information, that constitutes a crime. This will only confirm his reckless disregard for the law. It's merely bluster. We are exercising our right to question, upholding the sanctity of the internet. Our actions represent legitimate oversight of public opinion. If he dares to overstep, the law will not spare him. The scattered and insipid rebuttals were swiftly drowned by even more vehement ridicule and attacks from the supporters. How laughable. What of the law? Did you invoke legality when you employed hired trolls to spread rumors and defame? Await the morrow when the enlightened one unveils your secrets. Let us see how you maintain your bravado then. What purity do you speak of? You are nothing but digital refuse. The enlightened one is here to cleanse. The online verbal skirmish escalated once more, yet discerning eyes could perceive that the momentum of the defamers had plummeted, their ranks in disarray. Meanwhile, in the shadowy recesses unbeknownst to the public, the true puppeteers felt a chilling dread. In the office of a certain internet company as president, Mr. Wang had just lifted his teacup when a notification flashed on his phone, causing him to jolt and spill scalding tea over himself. Oblivious to his discomfort, he fixated on the screen, his countenance turning ashen. Stop everything. He barked into the intercom, his voice hoarse with barely concealed panic. Contact those media outlets and influencers. Retract all previously agreed articles. Payments will be made. Hurry. After hanging up, he slumped helplessly in his chair, cold sweat instantly soaking his shirt. His mind raced with strategies, asset relocation, seeking overseas investments, or perhaps voluntarily confessing. In an opulent private club's booth, a corpulent businessman, having amassed a fortune through unscrupulous means, was indulging in drink with his companion when a subordinate rushed in and whispered urgently in his ear. The smile vanished from his face as he abruptly pushed the companion aside and stood up abruptly. What? A live broadcast tomorrow? His overweight frame trembled with fear. Quick! Halt all ongoing business. The accounts must be disposed of immediately. He paced anxiously within the booth. Book me the earliest flight to the southern island. No, I cannot fly. It's too conspicuous. Prepare a vehicle. I shall travel by land tonight to evade the storm. In a lavish study within a villa, an official involved in illicit activities stared at the preview on the screen, dropping his cigar onto the expensive carpet, oblivious to the charred hole it left behind. His face turned a ghastly shade, his lips quivering. Could he truly dare? He seized an encrypted phone and dialed a number. Oldly, that document we discussed. Yes. That one. Destroy it immediately. Shred it beyond recognition. Also, tell your nephew to keep a low profile. No more trouble in my name. No, he should also lay low. He hung up and slumped in his chair, his gaze hollow as he stared at the ceiling, murmuring to himself, it seems this time, there is no escaping. A certain intermediary, colluding with foreign powers and thriving on espionage, received the notification in his encrypted communicator and remained silent for a few seconds. Then, he swiftly and calmly issued commands. Inform Swallow and Old K, the plan is aborted. Enter a state of silence. Initiate the emergency protocol and transfer a portion of my assets to the previously designated anonymous account overseas. Please book me the earliest flight to South America. And do not use my usual identity. Utilize the alternative one instead. He inhaled deeply, a flicker of regret crossing his eyes. Had he known, he would never have taken on this business. Similar scenes unfolded in various cities, as the shadowy figures behind the scenes collectively chose to retreat, anxiously observing while frantically preparing their escape routes. They were engulfed in panic and uncertainty, fearing that during tomorrow's live broadcast, their illicit dealings would be laid bare before millions of viewers. Of course, those keenly monitoring the live broadcast announcement were not merely ordinary internet users and these clandestine operatives. The Special Department of the Dragon Kingdom, Command Center for the Seeking of Deities Project, almost simultaneously with the appearance of the announcement window, a blaring alarm reverberated throughout the hall. All personnel instantly entered a state of heightened alert. The head of the department dashed to the main screen, eyes fixed on the title, fists clenching involuntarily. He was truly going to unveil the Iron Man armor. His voice trembled with excitement. Just a month. Merely a month had passed. How could this be possible? A seasoned analyst adjusted his glasses, his tone grave. Chief, based on the technical prowess he previously demonstrated, if resources are concentrated, it is not entirely impossible to create a type of exoskeleton armor with basic protection and mobility. However, the kind of Iron Man armor depicted in films, capable of flight and combat with comprehensive functionality, I suspect that even if it were produced, it would merely be a simplified version or some form of concept prototype. Another female analyst interjected, her face etched with disbelief. The leader furrowed his brow, his gaze sharp as an eagle's. Do not attempt to gauge him by conventional logic. Immediately convene all tactical analysts and individual equipment specialists. I need to know what capabilities this Iron Man armor might possess if it truly exists, and how it could disrupt the current security landscape. He inhaled deeply and added, notify all external reconnaissance units to heighten their vigilance. Although the chances are slim, should any anomalous energy fluctuations or unidentified flying object signals be detected, report them immediately. Furthermore, pay attention to how he intends to clean up the network environment and his potential subsequent actions. He paused, his voice lowering. I fear that his display of the armor is not merely for self-preservation or ostentation. There may be more astonishing intentions, such as testing weapon systems or showcasing some unknown maneuverability. In the Dragon Kingdom Research Institute, the familiar conference room was once again filled to capacity. Several elderly scientists gazed intently at the announcement, their expressions a blend of profound anticipation and deep perplexity. Had he truly managed to create the Iron Man armor within a month? One of the scientists adjusted his reading glasses, his tone filled with skepticism. Even if it is a simplified version, let us not forget his quantum computer and cold nuclear fusion. Another scientist reminded, his eyes gleaming with fervor. I would not be surprised by any miracle that might occur in his presence. At this moment, I am solely curious about the cushioning and shock absorption technology he employs. What about the propulsion system? What materials are utilized? Can they withstand the pressures of hypersonic flight? Zhang, deep in thought, spoke. If he truly unveils a combat-ready suit of armor, it would irrevocably transform the paradigm of individual combat, even subverting the current aerial combat doctrines. We must be thoroughly prepared to document any shred of technical detail he might reveal. Even a mere silhouette could harbor immense information. The director concluded, his tone grave. Disseminate this information. Tomorrow, All researchers from related fields must be on standby for concentrated analysis. This may be yet another invaluable opportunity to engage closely with his technological insights. Chapter 54. The Eye of God, an additional chapter in gratitude for the gift from Sun Jiaqing of Guangnan Province. Meanwhile, in the Free Nation, the Europa Alliance. In the Sakura Nation, the upper echelons of various factions and intelligence agencies received alarms almost simultaneously. Spies lurking within the Dragon God realm, operating in the most primitive manner, received a dire command. At all costs, after tomorrow's live broadcast begins, they must uncover any clues that could be linked to the location of the Wisdom God Laboratory. Should the Dragon God Nation gain precedence in mastering this individual combat platform, a general from the Free Nation appeared ashen during a security meeting. We must ascertain whether he has collaborated with the Dragon God Nation to reach this stage. A palpable tension, reminiscent of an impending storm, permeated every corner of Blue Star. Everyone held their breath, eagerly awaiting the arrival of noon tomorrow, anticipating the mysterious Wisdom God to once again showcase his marvels or incite a new tempest. In the depths of Xiyuan Village, within an underground laboratory, tranquility reigned, isolated from the outside world, save for the low hum of various operational devices. Lin Ye was acutely aware of the tumult his presence had stirred online, yet he remained unfazed. He even relished the sensation of being able to incite such upheaval with merely a flick of his finger. At this moment, he stood before the central workstation of the underground laboratory, wholly engrossed in the final adjustments. On the workstation hovered a silver-gray sphere, approximately 30 centimeters in diameter. Its surface, smooth as a mirror, shimmered with the profound luster unique to the spiritual alloy, with ethereal blue energy patterns occasionally flickering across it, akin to a breath. This was an ultra-supersonic stealth drone crafted from the spiritual alloy. Boss, are you certain you wish to deploy it during the live broadcast? Absolutely, Lin Ye replied. A subtle smile gracing his lips, his gaze unwavering. Tomorrow's broadcast would see that ordinary drones could not keep pace with the spiritual combat suit. He extended his finger, gesturing toward the pool of spiritual alloy. As he did so, the liquid metal began to undulate, stretch, and mold itself as if possessed of life. Indeed, it bore no wings, nor did it utilize conventional propulsion. All power was provided by a high-energy vector particle thruster. Lin Ye manipulated the material deftly, murmuring to himself. Stealth in its most fundamental form is essential. I certainly wish to avoid being locked onto by radar mid-broadcast. Under his command, the ethereal alloy swiftly shaped itself into a smooth sphere. The surface of the sphere gleamed like a mirror, exuding a cold metallic luster, devoid of any visible seams or interfaces. 0. Perform a final system self-check, focusing on the fluidity of the transformation and the synergy of the cloaking module, Lin Ye instructed. His gaze intense. Command confirmed. Self-check procedure initiated. A youthful voice resonated from 0. The suspended silver-gray sphere began to flow as if liquid, morphing seamlessly. It transitioned effortlessly from a perfect sphere, stretching and extending into a sleek, aerodynamically refined shuttle form. The entire process was silent, imbued with an aesthetic that transcended contemporary industrial design. In its shuttle form, the drone exuded a profound sense of science fiction, devoid of any traditional wings, tail fins, or duct structures. Transformation system operational. High-energy vector particle thrusters on standby. Subsequently, the surface of the shuttle-like drone began to subtly distort light, rendering the entire body transparent, ultimately blending into the laboratory's background, nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. Only specific sensors within the lab could detect the faint traces of its presence. Electromagnetic and optical dual stealth systems functioning normally, synchronization rate at 100. Soon after, the drone re-emerged, a minute scratch simulated on its surface. The ethereal alloy instantly reacted as though animated, the scratch vanishing entirely within 2 seconds. Self-repair response time, 21 seconds, within expectations. High-speed data link interference resistance has been enhanced by 300. Quantum radar detection system calibrated. Detection radius of 1,500 kilometers with an accuracy of 10 millimeters. Lin Ye observed with satisfaction as the drone, under 0's control, floated invisibly within the laboratory, shifting and transforming. Excellent. The shuttle form is ideal for supersonic cruising, while the spherical form is perfect for hovering observation and agile maneuvering. With this, the perspectives for tomorrow's broadcast will be far more versatile, from high-altitude views to close-up shots. Even navigating complex environments will be flawlessly captured. A smile crested his lips. With this omniscient filming assistant, delivering 8K high-definition footage in real-time back to the broadcast room. Tomorrow's live stream would showcase the true power of the ethereal battle armor. He could almost envision how this newly christened Eye of God drone would guide millions of viewers through a unique perspective, witnessing the stunning debut of the ethereal battle armor. Everything was ready. Lin Ye gently patted the cool, smooth exterior of the hovering drone, anticipation coursing through him. He awaited the grand spectacle of tomorrow. In his eyes flickered a blend of eagerness and a hint of mischief as he turned and returned to the villa. He needed to conserve his energy, preparing to meet tomorrow's broadcast in peak condition. In the laboratory, only the low hum of various devices remains, alongside the God-Eye drone, quietly stationed on the workbench, resembling a silent sentinel awaiting the dawn. All external disturbances, speculations, fears, and anticipations are firmly isolated beyond this subterranean enclave. Only the night wind from the mountains occasionally wafts through the ventilation, bringing with it a whisper of the outside world. Tomorrow is destined to be an unforgettable day for many. Soon, at noon the next day, in the Wisdom God livestream, the pitch-black screen suddenly illuminates, revealing the familiar profound starry background along with the Wisdom God logo. Almost simultaneously, a vast sea of viewers floods into the livestream. The barrage of comments erupts instantaneously, densely blanketing the entire screen. First, here they come, front row selling snacks and drinks. Finally, the moment has arrived. It's noon. Wisdom God, my deity, are you truly going to showcase the iron battle armor today? Is this a joke? Clean the online environment. I'm ready for the show. Are the naysayers prepared to tremble in fear? Let us get started. I can't wait any longer. As the live stream stabilizes, it reveals the technologically advanced environment of the underground laboratory. The camera focuses on the central workbench. On the left side of the workbench sits a silver-gray sphere, approximately 30 centimeters in diameter. Its surface is as smooth as a mirror, exuding the unique, profound luster of the Lin Ye alloy, with occasional glimpses of ethereal blue energy patterns flickering across it, reminiscent of a slumbering eye. On the right side of the workbench lies a deep blue and gray interwoven Lin Ye belt, its streamlined design captivating. The flat spherical luminescent device at the center of the belt reflects a cold, piercing light under the laboratory's illumination. The audience is instantly captivated by these two unprecedented objects. Chapter 55. Are you going out, Great One? Wow. What is that? A new device? What is that sphere on the left? It looks so advanced. Is that belt on the right merely decorative? Or does it possess some special function? Where's the promised iron battle armor? Is this the grand toy to be unveiled today? A sphere and a belt? Has it flopped? I knew it. The iron battle armor cannot be so easily constructed. Surely. It's just boasting. Are we being fooled with a sphere and a belt? Unsubscribe. Fraud. Silence. Naysayers. The Great One hasn't even begun. The voices of doubt, disappointment, curiosity, and defense clash fiercely in the barrage. Lin Ye's figure appears before the camera, still embodying the cartoonish visage of the nebula. He smiles and waves at the camera, his processed magnetic voice resonating with its characteristic languor and cheer. Hello everyone. I am the Wisdom God. He pauses slightly, his gaze seemingly sweeping across the corner of the screen where the numbers pulse wildly. 1 billion, and still climbing. The curve of his lips becomes more pronounced. Oh, quite a crowd today. His tone carries a hint of jest. Indeed, it seems many are eager for the grand toy the streamer is set to unveil today. The barrage responds immediately. Anticipation. Super excited. Great One, please begin. Don't keep us in suspense. So where is the grand toy? Is it just this sphere and belt? Where's my iron battle armor? Could the host truly be on the verge of a mishap? Lin Ye pondered as he observed the rapidly scrolling barrage of comments, seemingly able to discern the pivotal queries within. He nodded affirmatively, the data streams on his nebulous visage swirling with delight. Indeed, the two items intended for display today were present. He turned slightly, his arm gracefully sweeping across the workbench, directing attention towards the two artifacts, his tone imbued with a sense of pride akin to unveiling treasures. And here we have the live-streaming drone and the ethereal belt, he declared, deliberately adopting a light-hearted and playful tone. Upon the utterance of these words, the sentiment within the comments shifted dramatically. A drone? That sphere is a drone. Ethereal belt? Quite a charming name. What exactly is its purpose? And what about the steel battle armor? I knew it. The host clearly hasn't constructed the steel armor. What a letdown. Last time, he boasted far too much. Is he trying to bamboozle us with a mere drone and belt? Do we look like toddlers to you? Disperse. Disperse. This is pointless, just another clickbait. Could those above exhibit a modicum of patience? The Great One mentioned it as a tool. A wave of disappointment and skepticism surged once more, interspersed with numerous gleeful remarks. Lin Ye regarded these interactions with a soft chuckle, shaking his head as if observing a gaggle of unruly children. The steel battle armor will be presented shortly, he stated with a steady tone, exuding an undeniable calmness. For now, let us first introduce the tools for today's live stream. Without them, our outdoor broadcast would be impossible. Outdoor live stream. These four words landed like a boulder in a tranquil lake, instantly stirring tumultuous waves. The comments momentarily paused before refreshing with frenzied speed. Wait, outdoor live stream. Is this for real? Are you heading outside, Great One? No longer in the lab. Going out to test it? Is it truly a live demonstration of the steel armor's capabilities? A practical test. Oh my goodness. This is quite the undertaking. I can't wait. But wait. Aren't you worried about revealing your location during an outdoor live stream? Be careful, Great One. Can the goddess of zero handle signal tracking? I'm so concerned. Countless comments expressing shock, worry, and extreme excitement flooded the screen in an instant. Lin Ye beheld these remarks, a smile once again gracing his features, his nebulous visage appearing even more animated. Indeed, my dear friends, you have a point, he addressed them with a hint of affectionate jest. To properly test and showcase the steel armor's performance, one must venture outdoors. His tone remained casual, as if discussing the most natural of matters. Yet, to some ears, this declaration was akin to a thunderclap. In the Dragon God Nation's special department, at the command center for the Divine Search Project, the head official nearly leapt from his chair, issuing commands into the communicator with urgency. Target confirmed to be conducting an outdoor live stream. I repeat, the target is to engage in outdoor activities. Activate secondary alert status immediately. All monitoring units, pay attention. All monitoring units, heed this call. Maintain strict surveillance over all domestic airspace. Engage radar, optical, infrared. Activate every method at our disposal. Focus intently on any unidentified aerial signals, especially for low altitude, high speed, and anomalously maneuvering targets. Once an anomaly is detected, immediately track its trajectory and analyze potential takeoff and landing zones. Swiftly, the analysis department, based on the live broadcast background, prepare to attempt geographical positioning. The entire command center instantly shifted into a state of rapid operation, the atmosphere taut as a drawn bowstring. Within the Dragon God Nation's Research Institute, chaos reigned as well. The director abruptly stood up, steadying himself against the table. The outdoor test. He was truly going to test the steel battle armor. Quickly, notify all relevant units to activate the highest level of monitoring protocols. Record all data, flight trajectories, energy fluctuations, speed parameters. None may be overlooked. The analysis team preloads all possible battle armor models for real-time comparison. The scholars, faces flushed with excitement, issued commands while intently gazing at the screen, terrified of missing a single frame. Simultaneously, intelligence agencies and military command centers from the Free Nation, the Europa Alliance, and Sakura Nation received urgent intelligence almost at the same moment. The target is about to conduct an outdoor test. All reconnaissance satellites prioritized the Dragon God Nation's region. Activate all undercover observation points within the territory, employing optical devices for ground observation. At any cost, attempt to locate the signal source in an outdoor environment. A flurry of commands raced through encrypted channels, the gaze of the entire blue planet converging here, an invisible network quietly unfurling. In the live broadcast room, however, the audience was immersed in immense excitement and anticipation, blissfully unaware of the brewing storm behind the scenes. How thrilling! Outdoor testing. The host should finish introducing the drone. We want to see the steel battle armor. Can't wait to see it soar. How does this spherical drone fly? So curious, regardless of how it flies. With the genius in action, it must be black technology. I feel like I have a hint about the Lin Ye belt. The comments flooded with various prompts and speculations. Chapter 56, The Thousand-Eyed Monster. Lin Ye observed the eager comments on the screen, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. This was precisely the effect he desired. No longer holding back, he gently tapped the hovering silver-gray sphere, producing a crisp sound. Are you all curious if this sphere is the drone? He rhetorically asked, with a hint of pride in his tone. Indeed, it is a drone. The host has named it the Eye of God. He raised his voice slightly, infused with a youthful fervor. What do you think? Isn't that name exceptionally cool and imposing? The comments immediately filled with both ridicule and agreement. The Eye of God certainly has grand ambitions. The name is impressive. I wonder if it lives up to it. A divine perspective? Does that mean it can capture everything? Lin Ye chuckled at the comments and continued his presentation. Yes, that is precisely the meaning of a divine perspective. He puffed out his chest, adopting a tone as though introducing his prized possession. Its capabilities are truly formidable. Now, let me give you a brief demonstration. He stepped back slightly to create space and issued a command. 0. Activate the Eye of God. Understood, boss. The crisp, melodious voice of the girl resonated without the slightest delay. As her words faded, the surface of the silver-gray sphere, the Eye of God, suddenly shimmered with a ghostly blue luminescence, as if infused with life. Almost immediately, it emitted an exceedingly deep, barely perceptible hum. Under the astonished gaze of billions, the Eye of God began to ascend slowly and steadily, hovering approximately 1 meter above the workstation. The live broadcast camera zoomed in sharply, providing a close-up. All viewers could see clearly that several tiny nozzles arranged in a circular formation at the bottom of the Eye of God had quietly opened. From these nozzles, a soft and stable light of pale blue, reminiscent of ions, was emitted, forming fine yet distinctly visible streams of particles that illuminated the air below. Simultaneously, The sphere's smooth surface silently revealed dozens of openings of varying sizes, akin to a blooming lotus. Each opening was embedded with a different set of lenses: telephoto, wide-angle, macro, infrared, LiDAR, glimmering with a cold, metallic sheen. As if a frigid, technologically advanced compound, I was apathetically surveying everything around it. This scene was both dazzling and imbued with an unsettling, otherworldly eeriness. The barrage of comments in the live stream momentarily paused before erupting into a tsunami of exclamations. Wow, it's floating, silent, and stable. What is this? So many eyes. A thousand-eyed monster. My fear of clusters is kicking in. Terrifying yet incredibly cool, but also slightly creepy. There are too many cameras. Comprehensive and without blind spots. What kind of thruster is this? Not a propeller. Not a jet engine. What is that blue light at the bottom? Particle stream. I feel like it's staring at me, sending chills down my spine. Is this really a drone? It feels like alien technology. Just then, a prominently displayed comment, shimmering with the certification of a research institute, hurriedly floated by. Mr. Xiyuan. May I inquire if the bottom thrusters are Hall thrusters or ion thrusters based on similar principles? What are their thrust parameters? How does the specific technology work? Lin Ye glanced at the comment, merely chuckling casually, without directly addressing all the inquiries. This is a high-energy vector particle thruster developed by the broadcaster, he casually remarked, as if discussing something trivial. Based on the thruster's size and output power, a single thruster can provide approximately 0.5 to 1 ton of thrust. He paused for a moment and added, as for other parameters and principles, I won't elaborate, as it involves some core technology. His words struck like another thunderclap in the minds of those knowledgeable viewers. 0.5 to 1 ton of thrust. From such a small volume. Are you joking? How much thrust does a Hall thruster produce? This efficiency is off the charts. A high-energy vector particle thruster sounds incredibly impressive. The expert's casual mention once again reveals cutting-edge technology. The esteemed figures within the research institute must be on the brink of madness. Lin Ye disregarded the barrage of technical inquiries, his gaze fixated on the hovering eye of God, a mischievous glint dancing in his eyes. 0. Demonstrate the transformation for everyone. He commanded softly. As his words fell, the eye of God, suspended in midair, underwent yet another metamorphosis. Under the astonished gazes of billions, the surface of the silver-gray sphere began to undulate, stretch, and morph like liquid mercury. It fluidly transitioned from a perfect sphere, rapidly expanding and reshaping itself. The process silent yet imbued with a beauty that transcended modern industrial comprehension. In a mere 2 to 3 seconds, a sleek, aerodynamically designed shuttle-shaped craft replaced the previous sphere, quietly hovering in its place. The eye of God in its shuttle form eliminated the clumsiness of its spherical state, instead exuding an exhilarating sense of speed and sharpness. The entire livestream room seemed to have been muted. Whether among ordinary viewers or the seasoned scientists, engineers, and military experts before their screens, all were left dumbfounded. The barrage of comments erupted into chaos following their astonishment. It transformed. Liquid metal reshaping. What am I witnessing? This cannot be special effects. How is this possible? No mechanical structure? It just flowed like that. Science fiction has become reality. This transformation is astonishingly smooth. So beautiful. Observing from a spherical state to high-speed flight in shuttle form. This design is divine. My worldview has shattered. How many years ahead is this technology? In the Dragon God Nation's Research Institute conference room, a fervor had erupted. Several elderly scientists were so exhilarated they nearly lunged at the screen. Shape memory alloy. No. This fluidity. This speed. It far exceeds current liquid metal technology. One materials scientist exclaimed, trembling, pointing at the screen, his excitement rendering him incoherent. This transformation method completely discards traditional mechanical transmission. It is a material-level deformation. The eye of God truly deserves its name. Zhang, the scientist, murmured, his eyes brimming with fervor and shock. Record. Quickly document. The technological value encapsulated in this transformation process is immeasurable. The director commanded loudly, his voice hoarse with excitement. The entire conference room resembled a boiling cauldron, filled with incredulous exclamations and fervent discussions from the experts and scholars. All realized that the technology demonstrated by this Eye of God drone had already far surpassed their realms of understanding. Chapter 57. Type your answers on the public screen. For Tong Zun's gift, additional updates. In the live stream room, Lin Ye observed the comments ignited into a frenzy, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. The results were splendid. He extended his hand, and the shuttle-shaped Eye of God, like a docile pet, gently lowered its altitude, hovering beside him. Then, gazing at the comments surging like a volcanic eruption on the screen, his lips curled into an uncontrollable smile, forming an exquisitely joyful arc. Upon his cartoonish, nebula-like visage, data streams joyfully accelerated, mirroring the pride within him. He raised a hand and gently waved towards the camera, making a gesture that suggested patience. His processed, magnetic voice resonated with a clear hint of mirth. Dear family, are you utterly astonished? He deliberately elongated his tone, imbued with a teasing quality and a sense of boasting that implied this was merely the beginning. There are still many more thrilling moments ahead. So let us all calm our excited hearts, lest they leap from our chests. His words carried an affectionate banter, instantly flooding the comments with laughter and exclamations of his cleverness. In a swift shift, his expression grew serious. He directed his gaze towards the hovering, shuttle-shaped eye of God beside him, his tone becoming precise and resolute. 0. Demonstrate what true stealth drones are capable of. Understood, boss, came Zero's crisp, youthful voice, responding almost instantaneously to the command, cool and efficient. In the next moment, under the rapt attention of the audience, the hovering eye of God underwent a remarkable transformation. Its sleek, silver-gray exterior rippled as though it had been cast into water, beginning to undulate and twist. A visible layer of rippling waves swiftly traversed its entire surface. As the ripples expanded, the contours of the craft began to blur, its colors fading as it seamlessly merged with the laboratory's backdrop. The entire process was silent, yet brimming with an exhilarating sense of advanced technology. Within mere seconds, the futuristic drone vanished entirely before the eyes of millions. On the live stream, the spot where the drone had previously hovered now lay barren, leaving only the laboratory's background, as if it had never existed at all. After a brief moment of stunned silence in the comments, a frenzy of question marks and exclamation points erupted. What? It's gone. Really gone. Is this a special effect or optical invisibility? Am I seeing things? What about the radar? Can it detect it? This is absurd. It's definitely a special effect. If this were used in the military, I can scarcely imagine. The Eye of God, true to its name, it can indeed observe everything from the shadows. From the Dragon Kingdom's Research Institute, a golden comet, verified by the Institute, swiftly rose to the top, brimming with incredulous astonishment. Is this based on electromagnetic wave manipulation or utilizing metamaterial structures to achieve such rapid and flawless invisibility in the visible light spectrum? This technological breakthrough is monumental. May I inquire about its stealth effectiveness against radar, RF, and infrared, IR, waves? Within the command center of the Dragon Kingdom's Special Operations Division, an expert specializing in radar detection fixated on the now empty space, beads of sweat forming on his brow. He murmured to himself, impossible. The effectiveness of this optical camouflage is too perfect. What materials or technology has he employed? The existing wave-absorbing materials are utterly incapable of achieving such a level. His voice, though low, resonated with remarkable clarity in the silent conference room, prompting several colleagues around him to nod in unison, their faces etched with a shared astonishment and confusion. The person in charge fixated intently on the blank screen, his pupils sharply contracting, his fists instinctively clenched, knuckles whitening under the strain. A chill crept up his spine. He inhaled sharply, realizing that optical stealth radar was likely to achieve similar invisibility. His brow furrowed tightly, the muscles in his face twitching slightly, revealing his inner gravity and a hint of helplessness. He abruptly turned to the technician beside him, barking with suppressed urgency. Analysis team, immediately hypothesized the potential principles and countermeasures of this stealth technology. What about other detection modes? Infrared, acoustic, can they capture it? Begin analysis at once. We cannot afford to leave a single trace unexamined. He gazed at the screen, his eyes sharp as a hawk's. Inwardly, he mused. Is this technology designed to leave us no opportunities whatsoever? Can even infrared detection be evaded? In the live broadcast, Lin Ye seemed capable of perceiving the shock and skepticism through the screen. He observed the rapidly scrolling comments, especially those inquiring about the principles of stealth, and let out a soft chuckle once more. The visage of the nebula turned towards the camera, exuding an air of nonchalance, as if to say, "You are all overreacting. Dear viewers, look at how astonished you are," he remarked, shaking his head with a tone of relaxed pride. Of course, if optical invisibility has been achieved, would radar invisibility pose a challenge? He shrugged, as if stating the obvious. As for the other stealth capabilities, he deliberately left it hanging, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. You will naturally discover it during the outdoor tests later. He waved his hand, as if to gently dismiss the topic of drones. All right, enough about this drone. It merely serves as a tool for filming. His gaze shifted to the right side of the workstation, resting on the deep blue and gray interwoven resonance belt lying quietly. His expression transformed instantly, brimming with fervor and a near craftsman's affection for his masterpiece. He approached cautiously, cradling the belt in both hands, his movements tender as if handling a rare treasure. He lifted the belt before the camera, allowing every detail to be vividly displayed to the audience. The belt's smooth lines and the central spheroidal device, glimmering with a faint blue light, shimmered enticingly under the illumination. Now, let's focus on introducing this resonance belt. His voice, modulated through a voice changer, brimmed with an anticipation akin to revealing a mystery. I trust that by now, some astute viewers have already guessed what this is. He paused, scanning the comments as if awaiting a response. Come, type your answers on the screen. Upon hearing Lin Ye's words, the comments momentarily froze, as if countless minds were racing at high speed. Suddenly, a flurry of question marks descended like snowflakes. Chapter 58, a legendary scene recreated. What is Lin Ye? A decorative item? It appears rather cool. Could it be a cosplay prop? Which character is the master intending to portray? Subsequently, more specific speculations began to surface. Is the Lin Ye belt a physical enhancer? I surmise it is some form of portable energy source. Suddenly, a comment flashed across the screen like lightning. Wait. The drone is made of liquid metal. Could this belt possibly be the iron armor? This conjecture, akin to a stone cast into a tranquil lake, instantly stirred up waves of excitement. What? Is the truth revealed? Iron armor. In storage form. Is this for real? This is utterly sci-fi. Lin Ye belt. Lin Ye armor. I understand. Master. Is it true? Please tell us. With the first bold guess, more and more individuals began to catch on, and the sentiment in the comments shifted dramatically. The screen was suddenly inundated with terms such as iron armor, Lin Ye armor, nano armor, interspersed with countless expressions of shock and disbelief. A few hesitant comments floated by. Is it truly iron armor? Wow. Have we skipped the cumbersome early models of iron armor and gone straight to the nano stage? The golden comment from the Research Institute reappeared, brimming with inquiry and excitement. May I ask, Mr. Wisdom, is this indeed iron armor? Is the material used the same as that of the previous drone? Is it that liquid metal capable of free transformation? This is simply an epic-making concept for individual combat equipment. Lin Ye held the belt, carefully observing the rapidly scrolling comments on the screen. As he noticed the keywords iron armor and nano armor being repeated by an increasing number of viewers, the cartoonish nebula pattern on his face seemed to radiate even more brilliance. He nodded with pride, a radiant smile spreading across his face, unabashedly displaying his satisfaction. It appears there are indeed many astute minds among you. His voice rose slightly, imbued with a tone of approval and pride for their correct guesses. Indeed, he affirmed with unwavering conviction, lifting the belt once more before him. This belt is the true star of today's live broadcast, the storage form of the Lin Ye armor. He deliberately emphasized the words Lin Ye armor, each syllable resonating powerfully. His declaration was akin to a final verdict, igniting the atmosphere of the live stream. The comments erupted into a frenzy, sweeping through everything like a tsunami. Ah, it truly is iron armor. The master is incredible, directly at the nano level. Lin Ye armor. What a melodious name. I implore you to show the transformation. I am trembling with excitement. My mother asks why I am kneeling to watch the live stream. All friends, come quickly to witness the divine. Master, please don the Lin Ye armor. I can hardly wait. Lin Ye gazed at the fervor that seemed ready to burst through the screen, his smile growing ever more radiant. He could almost envision the countless viewers before the screen, their eyes wide and breath held in anticipation. The sensation of commanding the audience's emotions and leading their anticipation filled him with immense enjoyment. He inhaled deeply, as if to cultivate the atmosphere. Then, facing the camera, he revealed a smile that was both slightly bashful and imbued with mischief. Now, everyone, pay close attention, he proclaimed, beginning to adjust his posture. Allow me to reenact a classic scene from a certain film. As soon as he uttered these words, the barrage of comments erupted with laughter and exclamations of indeed. How typical. Is it that one? Is it that move? Anticipation builds. A memorable moment is about to be revived. Lin Ye disregarded the comments. Fully immersed in his desire to perform, he positioned his feet slightly apart, shoulder-width apart, his body erect. First, he clenched his right fist and bent his arm at the waist, assuming a pose of gathering energy. Then he thrust his left arm forward, palm open and fingers aligned, pointing towards the void at a diagonal angle. Simultaneously, he lowered his head slightly, as the cartoonish nebula's facial data swirled frantically, as if coalescing energy. The entire movement flowed seamlessly. Although his true expression was obscured by the cartoonish figure, the posture, exceedingly standard, brimming with vigor and a hint of youthful exuberance, spoke volumes. He held this pose for a full 2 seconds, as if building momentum. Then, he abruptly lifted his head, gazing into the camera, and with all his might, bellowed the iconic line, "Spirit, armored." He paused for a mere tenth of a second, seemingly awaiting a sound effect, before erupting with the final 2 words, "Transform." At the very instant his voice fell silent, the flat spherical luminous device at the center of his spirit belt suddenly illuminated. A profound and dazzling azure light erupted, instantly illuminating his waist and abdomen. Following this, the deep blue and gray intertwined belt seemed to be infused with life. The liquid metal spirit alloy that formed the belt animated as if possessing a consciousness of its own. It surged forth like a rushing river, or like ink unfurling, racing upwards and downwards along Lin Ye's torso in a swift, orderly fashion. It resembled the growth of living tissue, imbued with a fluid yet eerie beauty. Wherever the liquid metal flowed, the components of the battle armor rapidly took shape and solidified at a visible speed. Initially, it enveloped his torso. The azure liquid metal surged over his chest and back like a tide, swiftly sculpting a robust chest plate and back plate that exuded strength. At the center of the chest plate, a circular unit glimmered subtly, resonating with the luminous device at his waist. Next came the limbs. The liquid metal cascaded from his shoulders and hips down to his arms and legs. Smooth shoulder plates, sharply defined arm guards, and intricately designed leg armor emerged one after another. The metallic components shimmered with a cold luster as they formed, the seams nearly imperceptible, as if they were born as a single entity. Throughout the entire coverage process, a peculiar visual spectacle unfolded before all spectators. The areas enveloped by the ethereal alloy revealed a stark, frigid, and technologically advanced metallic armor. Meanwhile, the sections yet to be covered retained the whimsical, cartoonish visage of a swirling nebula. This juxtaposition of authentic armor and virtual imagery created a scene imbued with a surreal sense of awe. Ultimately, the last to be covered was the head. Like liquid metal flowing, it ascended along the neck, swiftly encasing the cartoonish head. In the final moment, as the metallic surfaces converged, the nebula face appeared to wink at the camera before being completely obscured. A complete, sleekly designed, sci-fi-inspired steel battle suit stood resplendently at the center of the laboratory. Chapter 59. If you have the skill, fly around the sky. The battle armor boasted a striking black and gold color scheme, adorned with matte azure energy patterns. Its lines were fluid and sharp, exuding a palpable sense of power and speed. The joints were intricately connected, betraying no hint that it had instantaneously formed from liquid metal. The surface of the armor shimmered with a glossy sheen, occasionally revealing azure energy pathways that flickered like breathing, emanating an unsettlingly cold aura. The faceplate was a singular expanse of profound black mirror, concealing its interior and merely reflecting the laboratory's lights and a fragment of the camera. Adding an air of mystery and authority, it stood silently, tilting its head slightly, as if acclimatizing to this newfound form. Then, it lifted a hand, encased in armor, and flexed its fingers. The joints of the armor emitted an exceedingly faint yet potent metallic friction sound. Lowering its gaze, it examined its tightly encased hands, slowly forming a fist. In that moment of clenched determination, the armor at the knuckles fitted seamlessly, radiating an invisible sense of power. In the livestream chat, an unprecedented, several-second-long silence enveloped the audience, as if nearly 200 million viewers collectively lost their ability to articulate. This was swiftly followed by a torrent of messages akin to a cosmic explosion, utterly inundating the entire streaming screen. Oh my goodness, what did I just witness? A steel battle armor. It's a living steel battle armor. This is not CGI. This is not special effects. This is live streaming. The transformation process. So smooth. So cool. I can't breathe. The speed of this coverage. The fluidity. It surpasses cinematic effects. Mom, I'm witnessing history. From a belt to a full-body armor, my worldview has shattered. Great One. Take my knee. The Lin Ye armor. What an exhilarating name. Great One. Can it fly? Demonstrate it quickly. The Dragon God Nation Research Institute. Come learn the technology. The golden messages from the Dragon God Nation Research Institute appeared with vigorous excitement. One could even sense the fervor through the text. I cannot articulate the perfection of this material technology, this power technology, this control system. It is nothing short of flawless. This is no longer merely armor. It is a mobile fortress of technology. Mr. Xiyuan, how on earth did you accomplish this? Has the issue of buffering and shock absorption been resolved? Inside the command center of a special department, the head, Zhang, stood agape. Unable to close his mouth for a long while, he gazed at the screen displaying the imposing, deep blue battle armor, his throat feeling parched. Unconsciously, he muttered to himself, the nanometer-level liquid metal full-body armor. Suddenly, he snapped back to reality and shouted hoarsely into the communicator, "Analyze. Quickly analyze the potential capabilities of this armor. Speed, defense, firepower. Quickly." His heart was filled with immense shock and urgency. In the livestream, Lin Ye, transformed into the ethereal battle armor, slowly raised his head. The profound black faceplate seemed to gaze into the camera, as if piercing through the screen to look directly into the hearts of every viewer. He lifted his hand, the armored fingers delicately tapping the camera. A voice, processed through the armor's built-in voice modulator, resonated in a deeper, metallic tone. "How is it, family? Are you satisfied with this grand toy?" After a moment of profound astonishment, the barrage of comments erupted like a flood, overwhelming the screen with a torrent of text. "Satisfactory. Extremely satisfactory. The master is incredible. I could watch this transformation 100 times and never tire of it. May I inquire, master? Does the armor have air conditioning? Is it hot to wear in summer?" The golden top comment from the Dragon God National Research Institute quivered into view. Mr. Wisdom, I am Zhang Jinghan. I implore you to clarify. Has the aforementioned buffering and shock absorption issue been resolved? How does the human body withstand immense overload during high-speed maneuvers? Furthermore, what about the fatigue strength and energy conduction efficiency of this liquid metal material? Following closely was an official comment from the Dragon God National Special Department. Mr. Wisdom, please be sure to inform us of the basic performance parameters of the ethereal battle armor, such as defense level, maximum speed, and sustained combat time, as this is of paramount importance. A comment from a well-known private laboratory interjected. Mr. Wisdom, our Yuanshiji laboratory is willing to invest 100 billion, simply seeking an opportunity for close observation and learning. Another message from a top international technology company appeared. Mr. Wisdom, we are quantum cutting-edge technology, sincerely inviting you to serve as chief technical consultant, with conditions that will surely satisfy you. Amidst these inquiries and invitations from reputable institutions, the fervent urgings and curiosity of ordinary viewers surged forth. Don't just stand there, master. Move. Show us a flight. What about the outdoor testing? Let us see just how formidable this armor truly is. Forget those asking for parameters. Fly for us first. However, within this sea of comments, some urgent and even inciting remarks were highlighted with precision. Their IP origins had undergone multiple disguises and redirects, yet they could not escape the control of Zero. What is the point of just posing in the lab? Bring it out and show us. I bet it's just for show. It can fool people in the lab with special effects and props, but once it's outside, it will surely be exposed. Dare you not venture outside? Fearful that once airborne, you would be locked onto by radar, exposing your lair? If you possess the audacity, take to the skies and soar. Mere words without action are but empty bravado. Lin Ye's profound black visor subtly shifted, as if it could pierce through the screen, accurately capturing the insidious barges marked by Zero. Beneath the visor, a smirk curled at the corners of his mouth, hinting at mischief. He raised a hand clad in armor, fingers poised in the air, as though he were gesturing towards those buffoons from afar. The voice modulator of his armor amplified his light chuckle, tinged with a metallic resonance. Huh. He first let out a soft laugh, drawing the attention of all spectators. His gaze appeared to settle on the golden barrage from the research institute. A friend from the institute inquired whether the shock absorption issue had been resolved. He paused, his tone laced with playful mockery. Well, you shall find out during the upcoming test. He deliberately elongated his words, creating a suspenseful air. Then, his voice abruptly turned cold, tinged with unmistakable derision. The visor swept across the entire frame, as if scrutinizing those lurking in the shadows. It seems everyone is eagerly anticipating the test of the Lingyun battle armor. He remarked leisurely, each word crystal clear, particularly emphasizing the phrase those with ulterior motives. Is this your way of compelling the host to reveal his position? His tone brimmed with jest and unabashed scorn. Quite the clever thoughts you possess. Chapter 60, A Meeting on the High Seas. The live chat was instantly inundated with laughter and praises for the master's keen insight. Supporters gleefully attacked the drowning rats. Lin Ye observed these interactions, nodding in satisfaction. He continued in that tone of one who commands all, stating, however, since the host has declared an outdoor test, assuredly it will be conducted, and appropriate protective measures have been taken. Leaning slightly closer to the camera, his deep black visor seemed to absorb all light, instilling a sense of immense pressure in some viewers before their screens. You, with your ulterior motives, he enunciated slowly, dripping with contempt. I fear, you shall be disappointed. His words ignited a fuse, sending the supporters' barges into a frenzy once more. Well said. I relish watching the master confront these vermin. Delightful. The master has long seen through you. The goddess of Zero is watching. Still wish to pursue? Dream on. Eagerly awaiting the sight of certain individuals in despair. The master is formidable. Protect yourself well. Those with their thoughts exposed. The lurking spectators instantly wore grim expressions. Some instinctively clenched their fists, while others broke into a cold sweat. Yet, predominantly, there was an overwhelming sentiment of anger and powerlessness upon being unmasked. Lin Ye gazed at the increasingly frenzied storm of barges on the screen, nodding in satisfaction. He could envision the frantic yet helpless expressions of those orchestrating the schemes behind the scenes. This sensation of holding everything in his grasp, witnessing his adversary struggle in vain, brought him immense comfort. He shook his head, the armor's headpiece emitting a faint metallic whir. A smile, tinged with a mixture of resignation and the sense of helplessness, graced his face. All right, he proclaimed, suppressing the surging barrage of comments. Since everyone is so eager, he deliberately paused, heightening the suspense. The barrage and the live stream momentarily fell silent. Nearly 200 million viewers held their breath, awaiting his next utterance. Whether fervent admirers, inquisitive scholars, or those with ulterior motives, all ears were attentively attuned to him. Lin Ye inhaled deeply. Despite the excellent soundproofing of his combat suit, he could still perceive the subtle quickening of his heartbeat. a blend of excitement and anticipation. He announced with clarity and strength, his voice resonating through the voice modulator across the live stream. Thus, as you wish, the host shall comply. With a decisive flourish of his arm, he exuded an aura of determination. Let us proceed outdoors for the test. Before the barrage could erupt anew, he quickly uttered words that left everyone in astonishment. Please wait a moment, everyone. His tone shifted to one of mystery and urgency. We shall meet at the open sea in 1 hour. The phrase open sea reverberated like thunder in the minds of all viewers. No time was given for anyone to react. The screen abruptly turned black. Live stream has ended. 4 stark, cold characters appeared abruptly at the center of countless screens. In the underground laboratory, the notification of the stream's conclusion echoed. The dazzling combat suit, akin to retreating tides, swiftly dissolved from Lin Ye's form. The cerulean liquid metal flowed smoothly along his body, emitting a soft rustling sound as it reverted to the form of the resonance belt, snugly encircling his waist. The faintly glowing device at the center of the belt dimmed, regaining its profound and understated appearance. Lin Ye moved his body, recently freed from the armor. With no signs of fatigue, instead, a satisfied smile, indicative of a plan executed successfully, adorned his face. He did not remove the resonance belt, but instead adjusted his somewhat faded old t-shirt, cleverly concealing the belt beneath the still loose fabric, leaving only a subtle outline visible. He hastily ascended the staircase, returning to the ground floor of the villa. Sunlight streamed through the windows, creating a stark contrast to the cold, technological ambience of the underground laboratory, filling the air with tranquility and serenity reminiscent of the mountains and fields. He made his way directly to the storage room, retrieving a somewhat worn bamboo basket, slinging it over his shoulder. He also picked up a weathered but still sharp machete, securing it on the outside of the basket. He glanced at his reflection in the mirror by the door. The young man appeared unpretentious, with the basket on his back and the machete in hand, wearing an expression that bore the simplicity and languor of rural life. He embodied the image of a diligent villager, ready to venture into the mountains for work or to gather wild produce. Who would have imagined that this seemingly ordinary young man harbored technological marvels capable of altering the world's balance? Having just incited a sweeping frenzy across the entire Blue Star Online, Lin Ye regarded his reflection with a knowing smile curving at the corners of his mouth. Taking a deep breath of the crisp mountain air, he pushed open the door of the villa and stepped outside with a composed gait. The afternoon sun was somewhat blinding as he squinted to gaze at the sky. A gentle mountain breeze wafted in, carrying the refreshing scent of flora. After discerning his direction, he set forth, ambling leisurely along the winding path leading to the back mountain. His steps were steady, his silhouette unremarkable, quickly blending into the verdant embrace of the forest. Simultaneously, within the dimly lit realm of the Xiyuan live broadcast, chaos erupted. Following a brief silence, a tidal wave of fervent comments surged forth, more tumultuous than ever before. What? Is it happening now? The high seas? What does that mean? See you in an hour at the high seas. Is the master going to live stream directly from the high seas? Goodness, is this truly happening? Only 1 hour. I must hurry and call my father to watch. Are the detractors dumbfounded? They wish to track him? The master is heading straight for the high seas. The high seas? A place beyond the law. Does the master intend to test some formidable weapon? I can hardly fathom what we shall witness in an hour. In the special department of the Dragon God Nation, the Research Institute of the Dragon God Nation, urgency permeated the air. We have but 1 hour to prepare. All media outlets, rise and get to work. A significant story is unfolding. I am already trembling. This Xiyuan live stream grows ever more thrilling. The comments section refreshed at a staggering rate, inundated with a cacophony of speculation, astonishment, urgency, and apprehension, placing immense strain on the servers. However, the response from various factions was even more fervent than that of the ordinary viewers. In the command center of the Seeking God project, the leader slammed his fist upon the console as the live feed flickered to black, producing a resounding thud. The high seas. He intends to venture there. His voice, hoarse from shock and urgency, rang out. Activate the highest level of emergency response immediately. He turned, bellowing at the entire command center, his eyes bloodshot. Attention all units. The target is suspected to engage in long-range, high-speed maneuvers. Direction, coastal region. Deploy all reconnaissance satellites in orbit, with a focus on monitoring the skies above the eastern and southern maritime zones. Activate the ground radar array at full power. Optical observation stations, stand by. Keep a vigilant watch on the sky. Any unidentified aerial object, even a single bird, must be thoroughly analyzed. Notify the Navy. Dispatch nearby vessels to the periphery of the relevant high seas area for standby. Note, this is for observational purposes only. No provocation is permitted. Our objective is to observe, record, and analyze. Analysis team, immediately hypothesize the possible testing zones and routes. The entire command center buzzed with frantic energy. akin to an ant nest tossed into boiling water. Everyone's eyes were wild, fingers dancing frantically across keyboards, the communication channels alive with hoarse shouts and confirmations. Each person felt the tension of a taut string. 1 hour. Only 1 hour. We must seize this potential, singular opportunity. In the conference room of the Dragon God Nation's Research Institute, the atmosphere was equally chaotic. Several senior scientists stood agitatedly, encircling the large screen, pointing at the last frozen image of the Lin Ye battle armor, engaging in fervent debate, their faces flushed with excitement. The high seas testing was imminent. He must be testing the limits of speed and weapon systems. Quickly, contact the relevant departments. We must obtain first-hand monitoring data. An hour from inland to the open sea necessitates a reassessment of the propulsion system of the battle armor. Shock absorbers. He just mentioned that testing will reveal everything. Is he planning to conduct extreme maneuvers or collision tests in the open sea? Record everything. All units, prepare for documentation. This may be our sole opportunity to acquire crucial data. The director, holding a communicator, urgently reported to higher-ups, requesting the mobilization of all possible observation resources in coordination with special departments for monitoring. A similarly tense atmosphere unfolded among the intelligence agencies and military command centers of other major countries around the globe. In the conference room of the Free Nations National Security Bureau, a map of the Dragon God Nation's coastal area was displayed on a large screen. The target was announced to conduct testing in the open sea in 1 hour. The intelligence chief spoke gravely. Immediate orders were given for all reconnaissance units in the Asia-Pacific region, including satellites, reconnaissance aircraft, surface vessels, and underwater listening arrays, to enter a state of maximum combat readiness. Keep a close watch on the eastern and southern airspace of the Dragon God Nation. Should any anomalous high-speed targets be detected, pursue and identify them at all costs. Notify our allies and share intelligence. Analysis teams, calculate the possible departure points and means of reaching the open sea. I refuse to believe he can simply appear out of nowhere. Technical officers swiftly reported, Commander. The Blackbird high-altitude reconnaissance aircraft deployed around the Dragon God Nation has been urgently launched to stand by in the designated airspace. The Cobra radar system stationed on Guan Island is also operating at full power. Countries such as Sakura Island, the Europa Alliance, and the Arctic Bear Nation were mobilized in that moment. Countless satellites adjusted their orbits and focal points. Countless radar antennas turned towards the east. And numerous reconnaissance aircraft took off from bases, silently infiltrating various airspaces over the open sea. An invisible net of monitoring, covering the entire blue planet, was being cast with unprecedented density and intensity. The target was set for that mysterious encounter an hour later in the open sea. Meanwhile, the architect of all this was leisurely walking along a mountain path, casually cutting through obstructing vines with a machete, even humming a tuneless folk song, as if the upheaval in the outside world bore no relevance to him. Just after Lin Ye left the villa, a patch of grass in the backyard, seemingly indistinguishable from the surrounding lawn, silently slid away, revealing a deep passage approximately 1 meter in diameter. The inner walls of the passage were smooth, emanating a metallic glow. A silver-gray, streamlined shadow shot out of it silently, soaring into the sky. It was none other than the Eye of God, now transformed into its shuttle form. Upon exiting the passage, it immediately entered full-spectrum stealth mode, the surface of its body distorting light, swiftly merging with the azure sky. The nozzle of the propulsion system emitted a stable and faint bluish particle stream, producing almost no visible trail. The Eye of God ascended with astonishing acceleration, soaring straight upwards, its speed rapidly climbing to a stable subsonic limit of 0.95 Mach within mere seconds, as it did not breach the sound barrier. No thunderous sonic boom reverberated across the landscape. Throughout its flight, the Eye of God's unique surface material not only deflected radar waves and visible light, but also absorbed nearly all the heat generated by friction. This thermal energy was then converted into electrical energy via an embedded efficient energy recovery system, achieving a conversion efficiency exceeding 90, including the heat produced by the propulsion system. The residual heat was consistently maintained below 30 degrees Celsius, seamlessly blending into the ambient atmospheric temperature, leaving no trace. Zero meticulously processed each data stream, ensuring this clandestine journey was flawlessly executed. Within the borders of the Dragon God Nation, all radar stations, infrared detection arrays, and reconnaissance satellites in space remained oblivious to this rapidly moving specter. The Eye of God glided through these detection networks like a true phantom. 1 minute later, the Eye of God reached an altitude of 10,000 meters. It then made slight adjustments to its course, heading towards Zhushi, located 600 kilometers away, while maintaining its subsonic limit of 0.95 Mach. The 36-minute journey elapsed in absolute silence and concealment. The Eye of God had quietly arrived at 10,000 meters above Zhushi. At that moment, Zero lifted the speed restrictions. The exhaust of the high-energy vector particle propulsion system blazed with sudden brilliance. Its output power was instantly pushed to the limit by zero. A thunderous roar, deep like distant thunder, yet sharp and piercing, erupted above Xiyuan. A visible conical sonic boom cloud enveloped the intangible shuttle in a shroud of white, abruptly bursting forth against the azure sky. The eye of God had instantaneously broken the sound barrier. Its speed began to skyrocket. 1. 5 Mach, 3 Mach, 5 Mach, 10 Mach, ultimately stabilizing at a staggering 30 Mach, reaching its designed maximum velocity. The supersonic flight at 30 Mach generated intense aerodynamic friction, rendering the eye of God unable to completely mask its thermal signatures and shockwave trajectories even in stealth mode. It traced a conspicuous white line across the sky, akin to a divine artist inscribing a scar upon the blue canvas above. A continuous, terrifying roar echoed, reminiscent of 1,000 thunders clashing simultaneously. This sound reverberated, causing even those 10,000 meters below in portions of Xiyuan to experience a sensation of chest tightness and ear-piercing discomfort, prompting many to gaze skyward in alarm. Almost simultaneously with the sonic boom, a violent fluctuation in energy signals occurred. Within the command center of the Dragon God Nation's Special Department, a piercing red alarm instantly drowned out all other sounds. On the main screen, an enormous, astonishingly intense energy response point was captured, marked, and magnified above Xiyuan. Chapter 62. Track it. We must not lose it. Report. At an altitude of 10,000 meters above Xiyuan, severe sonic boom shockwaves have been detected. An unidentified supersonic target has been discovered. Its speed is rapidly ascending. A technician nearly shouted, his voice cracking with sheer astonishment. The supervisor dashed to the main screen, eyes fixed intently on the rapidly moving point of light, his pupils constricting sharply. Lock onto it. Utilize all detection methods and lock it in with full force. Analyze its trajectory. Calculate potential points of origin and destination. His voice was hoarse, veins bulging on his forehead. The speed has already surpassed 10 Mach. It's still climbing. My God, 30 Mach. It has stabilized at 30 Mach. Another monitor operator exclaimed, staring at the fluctuating data on the screen. A collective gasp filled the command center. The infrared monitoring system has locked on. The heat signal is extraordinarily strong. Tracking has been established. The optical satellite has adjusted its focus, attempting to capture an image. Capture failed. The target is suspected to be utilizing optical stealth. The technician, eyes glued to the screen, trembled as he typed. Track it. We cannot lose sight of it. The supervisor suppressed the tumult of emotions within, issuing rapid commands. Analysis team. Immediately reverse engineer its concealed flight path and potential starting area based on the coordinates of the sonic boom and current trajectory. Move swiftly. He then pivoted sharply to his deputy, his gaze as piercing as an eagle's. Notify all ground units in Xiyuan and surrounding areas to heighten alertness. Conduct discreet investigations of any suspicious locations, abnormal energy signatures, or movements. Focus on mountainous regions, abandoned factories, and large warehouses. The entire command center erupted like a detonated powder keg, the cacophony of ringing phones, clattering keyboards, and urgent directives intertwining as everyone operated with frantic intensity. They felt both the exhilaration of the target finally manifesting and the immense shock and pressure brought on by its terrifying capabilities. They were acutely aware that the enigmatic deity might very well be within that vicinity. At the Longshan National Research Institute, 30 Mach, still within the atmosphere. This structural integrity, this thermal management system, it's insane. An aerodynamic expert observed the real-time data, abruptly removing his glasses and vigorously rubbing his temples, disbelief etched across his face. It evaded all our monitoring and directly entered supersonic flight. This stealth technology, another signal analysis officer murmured, his eyes filled with frustration and a hint of fervor. The director took a deep breath and spoke into the communicator with solemn resolve. At all costs, record every piece of data from its flight. Every fluctuation is invaluable. Simultaneously, intelligence agencies worldwide, including those from the Free Nation, the Polar Bear Nation, the Europa Alliance, and Sakura Country, were engulfed in uproar and chaos. 30 Mach. An unidentified flying object has appeared within Longshan's borders at 30 Mach. Immediately deploy all reconnaissance satellites in the Western Pacific to focus on that airspace. Can our radar track its trajectory? Hurry. Analyze its flight path. Determine the point of origin. The attention of the entire blue planet and countless detectors remained fixated on the divine eye that had created such a monumental disturbance above Xiyuan, racing toward an unknown destination at the extreme velocity of 30 Mach. All analyses converged on one conclusion. This was likely the deity itself. An array of intelligence operatives and analysts commenced their frantic endeavors, with a faction diligently tracking the enigmatic hypersonic object, while another urgently scrutinized its trajectory, striving to unearth traces of the Xiyuan laboratory. Unbeknownst to them, however, They had misidentified their target from the very beginning. Rewind 30 minutes prior. Lin Ye ambled leisurely through the secluded hills, taking approximately 10 minutes to arrive at a rarely frequented valley. He paused, scanning his surroundings with vigilance. The dense forest and jagged rocks enveloped him, accompanied only by the melodious chirping of birds and the whispering wind. After listening intently for a moment, he cast his gaze over every potential hiding spot. Once satisfied that he was absolutely safe, he swiftly stowed his backpack and machete into a concealed crevice of stone, meticulously covering them with dry leaves. Having completed this task, he inhaled deeply. Ling Yun, armed, he murmured, his tone serene. At that moment, the Ling Yun belt at his waist was activated, and a cascade of azure liquid metal surged forth once more. However, unlike the dazzling display during the live broadcast, this time the liquid metal enveloped his entire being, while the surface of his armor distorted the light at an alarming rate. Almost simultaneously with the formation of the armor, his figure vanished entirely from the air, entering a state of complete invisibility. In the next instant, he lightly propelled himself upward, levitating several meters above the ground. Subsequently, he glided silently toward the open sea, 500 kilometers away, adopting a subsonic stealth mode to elude all detection. 30 minutes later, he found himself amidst the vast expanse of azure ocean. Here, with a mere thought, he initiated acceleration. The thrusters in his armor's legs and back surged in power, causing the surrounding air to warp. Yet, the anticipated sonic boom heralding his transition to supersonic flight did not disturb the tranquility of the sea. Zero, this intangible guardian, revealed its unprecedented control over the network at this moment. It silently commandeered all detection systems across the Blue Star. Whether it was the advanced detection apparatus of the Longshan Kingdom, the reconnaissance vessels of the Free Nation patrolling nearby, or the data flows from space surveillance satellites, all had been subtly infiltrated by Zero through various means over the years, such as device maintenance updates and preset factory programs, laying the groundwork for a stealthy incursion of intelligent viruses into all physically isolated electronic devices. All equipment capable of capturing the sonic boom signal had its data deftly modified and obscured by Zero the moment it was generated. On the monitoring screens and recorders, only the conventional sonic boom signals produced by a military aircraft from a certain nation engaged in routine training nearby were displayed. Moreover, with the entire Blue Star's attention firmly captivated by the god SI, which had soared to a staggering speed of 30 Mach, this minor training noise was completely overlooked. A flawless substitution. Lin Ye merely needed to maintain a speed of 2 Mach, ensuring efficiency while minimizing exposure risks. 20 minutes later, he arrived punctually above the designated coordinates in the open sea. The thruster's radiance converged as he hovered steadily above the azure sea. At the very instant he came to a halt, the Eye of God, which had remained cloaked and had arrived ahead of time, faithfully directed its lens towards him. Lin Ye deactivated the invisibility of the spirit rhythm battle armor. The sleek armor, adorned in shades of black and gold, glimmered under the bright sunlight, reflecting a cold yet powerful metallic sheen, suddenly manifesting amidst the vast blue of the sky and sea. Chapter 63. This is an unabashed provocation. Just as Lin Ye revealed his form, the detection systems of various nations, which had been diligently searching for the Eye of God that had vanished 10 minutes prior when it decelerated from supersonic speed, simultaneously emitted the highest priority capture alarms. Target acquired. At the coordinates XXXXXXX on the high seas. It is the Wisdom God. He has appeared. The Spirit Rhythm Battle Armor. Footage confirmed. Consistent with the live broadcast image. Immediate recalibration. All units, lock onto the new coordinates. In that moment, the gaze of all powers, whether through satellite imagery, radar signals, or the optical devices of high-altitude reconnaissance aircraft, converged sharply upon Lin Ye and his Spirit Rhythm Battle Armor. The image was swiftly magnified and clarified. The futuristic battle armor floated serenely beneath 10,000 meters above the azure sea and pristine clouds. Its visor was deep, obscuring any discernible expression. However, the next scene caused the pupils of all who beheld it through their screens to constrict sharply. The Spirit Rhythm Battle Armor raised its right arm, clad in armor, and with a gentle, casual wave, directed itself towards the invisible eyes of various nations' satellites and reconnaissance devices above. That gesture was imbued with an air of nonchalance, yet it radiated a profound sense of mockery and provocation, as if to say, "Look, I am here. Have you found me?" Provocation. This was a blatant provocation. On a reconnaissance vessel of the Free Nation, an officer, upon witnessing the transmitted image, slammed his fist against the control panel, his face ashen. Within the command center of a special department in the Dragon God Nation, the head watched the figure waving on the screen, his lips twitching as a tumult of emotions surged within him. Is it truly subsonic and completely cloaked? Simultaneously, the pitch-black Wisdom God live stream suddenly illuminated. The backdrop was a cerulean sky and boundless ocean. In the center of the frame was the Spirit Rhythm Battle Armor, suspended between sea and sky, having just waved at the heavens. Dear viewers, the metallic and magnetic voice embedded within the spirit rhythm battle armor resonated clearly through the live stream, reaching every corner of the globe where spectators awaited before their screens. Have you been waiting long? This brief utterance ignited a long simmering volcano. The audience, which had been waiting for over an hour, numbering over 200 million, an increase rather than a decrease, erupted in the live chat and comment section as if 1,000,000 tons of explosives had been detonated in the deep sea. Oh, he's here. The wisdom god has arrived. Oh my goodness. It's truly in international waters. What about those who sought to pursue him? Did they manage to track him? Testing. Let the testing commence. All naysayers, come witness the divine. In just 1 hour, the vast expanse of the open sea awaited. The golden barrage of the Dragon God Nation Research Institute erupted instantaneously. Spirit Resonance Battle Armor. The astonishing agility and stealth capabilities left everyone astounded. At this moment, the emotions of over 200 million viewers from the Dragon God Nation were ignited, reaching a fever pitch. As he gazed at the live broadcast through his visor, Lin Ye smiled, his magnetic voice resonating. Enough of the preamble, let us commence the testing directly. First, shall we assess the flying speed? What do you think? Are you excited? The barrage exploded in response, with countless comments streaming. Anticipation. Hurry up and take flight, Great One. Speed test. I can hardly wait. I just want to see how fast the Spirit Resonance Battle Armor can soar. Be careful, Great One. Charge forth. Take off. Great One, please provide a first-person perspective. Let me experience the sensation of flight. Dragon God Nation Research Institute. Are you prepared to record the data? This is a historic moment. One comment even reminded the professionals. Observing the affirmative replies on screen, a smile crept upon his lips beneath the black visor, and he nodded slightly. Good. Let us begin. As soon as the words left his mouth, he focused his thoughts and issued the command. The main thruster array on the back of the Spirit Resonance Battle Armor illuminated with an ethereal blue glow. Following this, the auxiliary thrusters at the feet emitted a deep hum. The energy within the high-energy vector particle thrusters surged violently, the light at the nozzle transforming from gentle to brilliantly intense. Whoosh! A sharp and fleeting sound of breaking the sound barrier resonated. The Spirit Resonance Battle Armor seemed to break free from invisible constraints, transforming into a black and gold meteor that shot forward with ferocity. The immense acceleration caused the surrounding air to visibly warp, creating discernible ripples. The Eye of God drone, which had been stealthily tailing, immediately responded. Its shuttle-like form elegantly veered in the air, and the high-precision lens firmly locked onto the swiftly advancing Spirit Resonance Battle Armor. The live broadcast was split into two primary perspectives. One was the third-person long shot captured by the Eye of God, while the other was Lin Ye's shared first-person view. Through the first-person perspective, all viewers felt as though they were immersed in the experience, witnessing the rapidly approaching azure sea ahead, and experiencing an unparalleled sense of speed. The barrage in the live stream reached its first climax at that moment. Oh my, we have taken off. Wow, what a powerful launch. The first-person view is exhilarating. I feel as if I am flying. The Eye of God is incredible. The tracking is so steady. Sonic boom. Awaiting the sonic boom clouds. Countless comments expressing excitement, awe, and screams cascaded down like a waterfall, nearly obscuring the screen entirely. At this juncture, a clear data window appeared in the lower right corner of the live stream, displaying real-time speed parameters. Current speed, 0, 95 Mach. Altitude, 8, 500 meters. As the speed continued to escalate, the air in front of the Spirit Resonance Battle Armor began to compress violently, under the watchful gaze of billions. An ethereal, milky white mist resembling a conical cloud suddenly enveloped the battle armor. Sonic boom cloud. Boom. The thunderous sound of the sonic explosion reverberated through high-quality microphones, rolling into the live broadcast room. This sound seemed to possess a tangible force, striking at the hearts of every viewer. Immediately following, in a first-person perspective, Lin Ye's unrestrained and wild screams of exhilaration erupted. Wow, so exhilarating. The voice, transformed by the armor's voice modulator, resonated with metallic echoes and the passionate tearing of air, instantly igniting the emotions of all spectators. The barrage of comments went utterly wild. Charge. Sonic boom cloud. It's the sonic boom cloud. So cool. The master has shouted. Even I am filled with fervor. Is this the feeling of free flight? Envy brings me to tears. The speed is still increasing. Look at the data. The speed display in the corner of the live stream went haywire. 25 Mach, 58 Mach, 12 Mach, 20 Mach. Chapter 64. Is this the prototype of anti-gravity technology? Lin Ye was immersed in the thrill of high-speed flight. He maneuvered the armor, sometimes skimming the sea, splashing up clouds of mist, at other times soaring into the sky, weaving through the pristine clouds and leaving a long trail behind. He rolled and dove, executing various complex maneuvers, The Lingyun armor responded to his every subtle thought, acting as an extension of his body, precise and fluid. He felt the airflow parting under the armor's invisible force field, felt the scenery racing backward beneath his feet, his heart brimming with the ultimate joy of unrestrained freedom and control. This exhilarating sensation of breaking free from gravity and soaring between heaven and earth compelled him to let out another long howl. Woo! Meanwhile, within the monitoring centers of all nations across Blue Star, the recently subdued alarms shrieked once more. Report. The target has accelerated again, speed surpassing 2 Mach. It continues to climb. The monitors nervously focused on the screens, reporting loudly. Soon, they noticed 2 swiftly moving points of light clearly displayed on the radar screen. 2 independent supersonic signals detected. One belonged to the Lingyun battle armor, the other to the drone. God's eye. An analyst immediately reacted, exclaiming in shock. They are both moving rapidly towards the northeast. In the command center of the Dragon God Nation's special department, the head stared intently at the 2 distinct points of light on the main screen, furrowing his brow. He abruptly turned to the analysis team. Immediately compare the characteristics of these 2 signals. Cross-reference with the 30 Mach signal that appeared over the stock market. The technicians swiftly operated the equipment, and data streamed rapidly across the screen. Moments later, the results emerged. Chief, matching degree of 907. The 30 Mach signal over the stock market is highly consistent with the current drone signal. The analyst lifted his head, a look of realization and a hint of defeat crossing his face. We were misled. The one that soared to 30 Mach over the stock market was not the god of wisdom at all. That is his god's eye drone. It is deliberately diverting our attention. The leader struck the control panel with a fist, producing a dull thud. The cunning individual has taken the laboratory far from the stock market. Everyone, adjust the investigative direction. Shift the focus away from the stock market area. Similar analyses and conclusions quickly emerged within the intelligence agencies of other major nations. Many gazed at the 2 signals on the screen, racing with terrifying speed, filled with a sense of being toyed with and a deep-seated apprehension towards the tactics of the mastermind. On the screen, the speed value representing the Lingyun battle armor was soaring uncontrollably. 10 Mach, 15 Mach, 20 Mach. In the live broadcast, the battle armor seemed to transform into a brilliant streak tearing through the sky, with a continuous sonic boom trailing behind, resembling a white tail. The audience in the live stream watched the rapidly ascending numbers, their emotions reaching a fever pitch. It hit 20 Mach. My heavens, it's still accelerating. Is this truly flying within the atmosphere? It's utterly terrifying. The existing record for the fastest manned flight has been completely shattered. The golden barrage from the Longshan National Research Institute appeared just in time, the text vibrating vigorously. 25 Mach. Stable flight within the atmosphere. This surpasses the limits of any existing aircraft. The material science and propulsion system of the Lingyun battle armor are nothing short of miraculous. Another barrage certified by the Physics Research Institute added, the key is the overload. How can the pilot withstand it? Is the cushioning system truly perfect? Finally, under the gaze of countless eyes, the speed of the Lingyun battle armor stabilized at a jaw-dropping number, 30 Mach. The barrage in the live stream momentarily froze, as if everyone was breathless at this figure. Then, a more fervent eruption followed. 30 Mach. Incredible. 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 Other than incredible. I know not what to say. A historic moment. We are witnessing history. Great one. You are my deity. The barrage from the Longshan National Research Institute once again topped the list, filled with excitement and disbelief. 30 Mach. Moreover, its flight posture is remarkably stable. This cushioning and shock-absorbing technology far exceeds expectations. The overload endured by the pilot internally is likely negligible. Is this the embryonic form of anti-gravity technology? Just as the research institution speculated, Lin Ye, within the Lingyun battle armor, experienced the ultimate speed of 30 Mach. Everything outside the window blurred into a mosaic of colors, with only the clear data stream on the helmet and the stable bodily sensations informing him of the terrifying speed he was enduring. The dual-layer magnetic levitation cushioning system operated efficiently, nearly isolating him from the immense inertial load of the external environment. He felt as if he were in an independent, stable space, sensing no discomfort whatsoever. This feeling of gliding smoothly at such extreme speed stirred his heart profoundly. Yet, at this moment, it also reached the limit of the cushioning system. He maneuvered the battle armor, executing gentle turns above the sea of clouds, experiencing the precise and powerful response of the vector thrusters. He was utterly captivated by the mastery of power and the freedom that transcended limits. In the span of 10 minutes, the rapid flight felt like a mere heartbeat. Lin Ye slightly reduced the thrust of the propulsion system, and the speed of the battle armor began to decelerate smoothly. He adjusted his course, heading towards a predetermined coordinate. Soon, a clearly defined coastline appeared in the distance below. The battle armor gradually slowed down, eventually hovering over the open sea, several dozen nautical miles away from the shoreline. Through his visor, Lin Ye gazed down at the familiar outline of Sakura Island. Taking a deep breath, he refocused his attention on the live stream, glancing at the barrage of comments displayed within his visor. At that moment, the viewers were still immersed in the astonishment of the recent extreme speed. With a flurry of awe, analysis, and reverential remarks flooding the screen, Lin Ye chuckled softly. His voice, altered by a voice modulator, carried a hint of mischief. Well, the extreme speed test is concluded. He paused deliberately, seemingly savoring the audience's reactions. Then, his tone shifted to a more formal, yet undeniably enthusiastic pitch. Next, we shall test high-speed maneuverability and evasion capabilities. His visor dipped slightly, as if he were peering down at the land below. His voice resonated through the live stream. Clear and exhilarating, ladies and gentlemen, look below. This is Sakura Island. He extended a finger, armored and poised, pointing at the distant coastline. Then, in a relaxed tone reminiscent of casual weather commentary, he announced, "Now, let us allow it to assist me in completing this testing phase." Chapter 65. Do you really think you are invincible? This statement was akin to dropping a nuclear bomb onto a tranquil lake. The barrage in the live stream erupted instantaneously. What are you planning, Master? What? Did I hear that right? Testing in Sakura Island? Are you serious? Is this meant to breach their air defense zone? Playing this big? How thrilling. Haha. Using Sakura Island as a practice partner? What a brilliant idea. No, Master. This is too dangerous. You'll be seen as an intruder. I knew it. The Master came to the high seas to stir up trouble. Dragon Kingdom's Special Department, please advise the Master. Don't go too far. Almost simultaneously with the barrage exploding, a golden-framed comment representing the Special Department of Dragon Kingdom vibrantly appeared. The text was clear, and the tone was serious and urgent. Mr. Intelligent God, please cease this dangerous behavior immediately. Entering foreign airspace without permission can easily lead to severe misjudgments, resulting in unpredictable security risks and international disputes. We cannot provide effective protection in foreign territory. Please prioritize your safety and regional stability, and choose to conduct subsequent tests in international waters or other secure airspaces. We can also provide all necessary safety testing conditions and venues. Lin Ye observed the stern, even pleading, official comment, yet beneath his visor, a smirk played at the corners of his lips, revealing a more audacious demeanor. He not only disregarded the warning, but also flexed his armored wrists and ankles, producing a subtle sound of metallic friction as the thrusters illuminated once more with a ghostly blue glow. Though not as dazzling as when operating at full power, the light was imbued with a sense of eager anticipation. He faced the direction of the Sakura Nation, slightly lowered his body, and assumed a textbook assault stance. This posture was clearly transmitted through the live broadcast to billions of viewers across Blue Star. The barrage of comments in the live chat erupted instantaneously, akin to a beehive disturbed by a boulder, igniting a frenzy of reactions. Wow, the Master is serious about this. How thrilling. The Master is incredible. Take them down. Let them be arrogant every day. Haha. Let the Sakura Nation be the target for testing. I give this concept full marks. Think twice, oh wise one. This is too dangerous. That's foreign airspace. Heh, getting a bit too cocky, aren't we? Does he really think others' air defense systems are mere decorations? Just waiting to be shot down. I'll bet 5 coins that the wise one won't escape unscathed. Is anyone following this? Dragon Nation officials, hurry and intervene. Something big is about to happen. The comments overflowed with extreme excitement, grave warnings, schadenfreude, and a few sarcastic remarks. Just as the barrage reached its zenith, amidst the chaotic storm of comments, a message bearing the official certification of the Sakura Nation, framed in glaring blood red, was forcibly pinned to the top, standing out prominently above all others. Ministry of Defense of the Sakura Nation, Mr. Wise One, we solemnly warn you. Your planned actions are a blatant provocation and infringement upon our sovereignty. Any attempts to breach our airspace will be considered hostile actions. We reserve the right to take all necessary measures to defend the integrity of our territory and airspace. You alone will bear all serious consequences arising from this. Please cease immediately and withdraw. This stern, threatening official warning intensified the frenzy in the live chat. However, within the internal command center of the Ministry of Defense of the Sakura Nation, the atmosphere was starkly different from the righteous indignation of the warning. Several high-ranking generals were fixated on the image of the ethereal battle armor hovering over international waters, their faces betraying not anger, but an uncontrollable excitement and greed. Oh, he is walking straight into a trap, exclaimed a meticulously groomed general, his gaze sharp as an eagle, unable to suppress a smile brimming with ambition. He slammed his hand on the control panel, his voice trembling with excitement. Issue orders. The entire nation is to enter a state of heightened combat readiness immediately. All air self-defense force bases, scramble fighter jets into the sky, form an interception net in the designated airspace. All ground air defense units, activate radars, prepare missiles. The naval fleet converged towards the predicted maritime target. Remember, he emphasized with a near growl, his eyes gleaming with cold intensity. Our primary objective is not destruction, but capture. As long as we can bring him and that suit of armor down, even if it's just wreckage, we can interrogate and study it openly. At that moment, all his technology would serve as the cornerstone for the rise of my Sakurajima empire. The orders were swiftly disseminated. The chilling sound of battle alarms shattered the tranquility over Sakurajima and its surrounding islands. Aircraft, such as the ZY-15J and ZY-2, ascended urgently from various military bases like agitated hornets, streaking toward their designated airspace. Ground-based missile launchers elevated their tubes, while the destroyers on the surface adjusted their courses. With phased array radars scanning the skies like enormous compound eyes, a meticulously woven net, designed for capture rather than destruction, was rapidly unfurling at the edges of Sakurajima's airspace. Such grand maneuvers could hardly escape the vigilant eyes of nations across the blue planet. Within a strategic command base of the Free Nation, a three-star general scrutinized the real-time images relayed by satellites, stroking his chin with a glint of intensity in his eyes. Did the Sakurajima forces intend to monopolize this lucrative prize? Such audacity was remarkable. He turned to his aide and commanded, "Order our 7th Fleet to approach the area and maintain a watchful distance. Dispatch the ZYRC-135 reconnaissance aircraft to follow. I require the most detailed battlefield data. Furthermore, notify the intelligence department to analyze all potential outcomes should the intelligent goddess armor be shot down or captured, as well as how we might claim a share of the spoils." Simultaneously, major powers such as the Europa Alliance and the Arctic Bear Nation made comparable decisions. Whether mobilizing reconnaissance satellites to focus on the area or commanding nearby fleets to advance for observation, they converged like sharks sensing blood in the water. In the Dragon God Nation's Special Department, the Divine Search Project Command Center's head gazed at the dynamic indicators of Sakurajima's aircraft launching en masse, along with intelligence on the movements of surrounding nations' vessels and aircraft. His face turned ashen. He slammed his fist down on the control panel, producing a dull thud that caused the water in a nearby cup to ripple. Damn it, he nearly growled through clenched teeth, veins throbbing at his temples. These bastards are just waiting to scoop up the leftovers. And this intelligent god, are all geniuses so egotistical? Do they truly believe themselves invincible? Chapter 66, Intelligent God. Have you gone too far? Taking a deep breath to quell his rising agitation and fury, he focused his gaze, sharpening with determination. He seized the secure communicator, his voice resolute and commanding. "Connect me to the Naval Command. Order the Deep Blue Fleet currently operating in the XXC area to immediately change course and advance at full speed. Position them at the edge of Sakurajima's territorial waters on standby. Prepare for all emergency contingencies. Should the intelligent god encounter any mishap, we will execute a rescue at all costs." His voice carried an undeniable resolve, his gaze fixed intently upon the luminous point on the screen. All these national-level mobilizations, calculations, and tense preparations transformed into clear data streams under Zero's all-encompassing network surveillance, synchronously relaying real-time feedback to the display of Lin Ye's battle armor. As he observed the luminous dots on the map, which embodied hostility, greed, and excitement converging, Lin Ye's lips curled into a cold and disdainful arc beneath his visor. He leisurely adjusted the floating posture of his armor, as if stretching his limbs. Subsequently, he cast a nonchalant glance at the signals indicating the swift approach of the Dragon God Nation's naval fleet, disregarding them entirely. His gaze penetrated through the visor, as if he could already envision the distant airspace brimming with readiness. He adjusted his breath, attuning to the surging yet subdued sense of power emanating from his Lin Ye armor. Turning towards the live-streaming camera, his voice, modified by a voice changer, resonated with unabashed mockery. "Ladies and gentlemen, did you see that?" He gestured towards the direction of Sakura Island. "It seems our friends from Sakura Island are quite enthusiastic." His tone elevated, brimming with playful amusement. "They've gone to such lengths to welcome me." The third-person perspective of the live stream reflected the preparations unfolding in Sakura Island. Lin Ye deliberately paused, seemingly relishing the tranquility before the storm and the palpable anticipation of millions of viewers before their screens. At that moment, the barrage of comments in the live stream appeared to slow down, with countless individuals holding their breath in suspense. Suddenly, his voice soared, imbued with an ardent battle spirit and unwavering confidence. The main thruster on the back of his armor erupted in a blinding cerulean glow, the hum of energy gathering faintly audible even through the stream. "Let us commence this contest." The final two words were nearly a roar. "Charge!" Before his words had fully dissipated, the high-energy vector particle thrusters of the Lin Ye armor erupted with a resounding blast. The cerulean tail flame traced a brilliant, yet lethal trajectory through the air, transforming into a black golden lightning bolt that shattered the tranquility between sea and sky. surging forth with relentless momentum towards the airspace of Sakura Island. In that instant, the barrage of comments in the live stream was inundated with a torrent of extreme emotions. Ah, he is charging. He really is charging. The Great One is amazing. Let us do this. Defeat them. The genius is incredible. Stay safe. Ha ha ha. Let the fight begin. Insane. It's absolutely mad. The Dragon God Nation's navy. Prepare. Support the Great One. The Goddess of Zero must protect the Great One. Countless comments, infused with screams, prayers, excitement, and fear, surged like a tsunami, completely overwhelming the livestream visuals. The speed of the Lin Ye armor surpassed the sound barrier once more within mere seconds, continuing to soar. A minute passed in the blink of an eye amidst the rapid flight. On the livestream, the cursor representing Lin Ye effortlessly crossed the invisible line demarcating the sovereign boundaries of Sakura Island's territorial W. However, in the next moment, the command center was not filled with the triumphant sound of a successful lock-on, but rather an atmosphere of astonishment and frantic reports. Report. The radar is unresponsive. No signals detected. The infrared detection array fails to capture any stable heat sources. The infrared signal strength of the target is alarmingly low. The optical observation system has identified the target. Confirmed. It is the spirit armor of the divine intelligence. Its speed is astonishing, rapidly approaching the coastline. The technicians, gazing at the empty radar interface on the screen and the striking black and gold figure surging forward at high velocity in the optical lens, were expressions of disbelief and frustration. Damn it. Once again, this cursed stealth technology. The commanding general's face darkened instantly, and he slammed his hand on the table. We can no longer rely on radar guidance. Order the JMSDF destroyer Congo to launch the Type 03 surface-to-air missile immediately. Utilize optical locking mode. Bring it down. All airborne fighters, proceed to the target airspace for visual identification and interception. The salvage vessel, full speed ahead. Ensure you reach the predicted landing point at the earliest. The orders were executed with remarkable swiftness. In the live broadcast's third-person perspective, all viewers could clearly see the colossal figure of the Congo-class destroyer from the Sakura Nation, as its vertical launch system hatch abruptly opened. In the next instant, a slender missile with a sharp warhead erupted from its confines, accompanied by thick white smoke and a blazing tail, piercing the sky with a thunderous roar. The missile, trailing a long plume of smoke, carved a swift arc through the air, its guidance system evidently locking onto the conspicuous target of the spirit armor through optical means. Simultaneously, dozens of ZY-15J fighter jets, already airborne, accelerated as if they were vultures sensing blood, encircling the target from various directions. On the sea, more vessels began to turn, converging towards the anticipated interception zone. Within the live stream, as the missile took off from the Sakura Nation's warship, leaving a prominent trail of flames against the backdrop of the azure sea and sky, the viewers' emotions surged to a crescendo. A missile. It's a missile. The Sakura Nation has truly launched a missile. My God. It's coming. It's coming. Divine intelligence. Quick, dodge. Eye of God. Keep up. Don't miss the shot. Can the spirit armor withstand this? Zero Goddess. Do something quickly. My heart is racing. Haha, divine intelligence. You've gone too far. It's a disaster waiting to happen. Truly, one reaps what one sows. The comments section of the live stream was instantly inundated with endless panic and concern, interspersed with a few taunts, causing countless viewers' hearts to leap into their throats. Chapter 67. This is not a time for lessons. In the command center of the Dragon God Nation's special department, the head official stared intently at the missile ascending on the screen, his fists clenched tightly, cracking with tension as he shouted into the communicator. Deep Blue Squadron. Heightened alert. Prepare to advance at any moment. On the reconnaissance aircraft of the Free Nation, the observer excitedly reported, Commander, the Sakurajima has launched the Type 03. Target lock confirmed. Meanwhile, officials from the European Union exchanged anxious whispers. The critical moment has arrived. Let us see how the divine intelligence responds. Beneath the waves, several salvage vessels adorned with the Sakurajima flag were racing towards the missile's pre-designated interception point, their engines roaring with fervor. The crew members wore expressions of anticipation and tension, as if they could already envision the glorious future of capturing the divine intelligence and acquiring unparalleled technology. All eyes, whether filled with worry, expectation, or schadenfreude, were fixated on the missile that symbolized death and destruction, as well as the swiftly moving black and gold figure in the sky. This test, instigated by Lin Ye, had abruptly entered a tense and perilous stage of actual combat. The black and gold meteor, transformed from Lin Ye, hurtled through the azure sky at a terrifying speed. Below, the Type 03 surface-to-air missile trailed a deadly plume, resembling a venomous dart, as it accurately surged towards him. The relative velocity between the two was astonishing, the distance closing rapidly. In the streaming room, the heartbeats of countless viewers nearly ceased, the comments flooded with cries of dodge. It's over. and similar exclamations. At that moment, the speed of the Lin Ye battle armor suddenly diminished, the brilliance of its thrusters retracting. Lin Ye, astonishingly, came to a complete halt mid-sprint, hovering steadily in the air. He even leisurely adjusted his angle towards the camera, his profound black visor locked onto the streaming lens. With a voice processed through a voice modulator, imbued with a hint of relaxed mirth, he announced, "Family, look quickly." He raised his armored right hand, pointing towards the increasingly approaching missile, now accompanied by a chilling shriek. "Let me teach you how to face a missile hurtling towards you at high speed." The nonchalance and mockery in his tone stood in stark contrast to the dire situation at hand. The chat room was instantly inundated with incredulous remarks. "No way. He stopped? What are you doing, Master?" "Teaching. Now. Wake up. My God. The missile is almost on his face. What kind of teaching is this? Run." Laughter erupted. "What composure. I'm impressed. Isn't he being a bit too cocky? Just wait until he gets blown to pieces. Why do I feel like he really isn't afraid?" The golden barrage of the Dragon God Nation's Research Institute quivered as it appeared. "Mr. Divine Intelligence. Danger. Please evade immediately. This is not the time for teaching." Under the gaze of billions, rife with fear, confusion, and ridicule, Lin Ye seemed to catch sight of these comments, a light-hearted chuckle escaping from beneath his visor. He raised his right hand, flexing his fingers playfully, and then made an exceedingly classic gesture of a pistol. He even playfully waggled his fingers, mimicking gun barrels towards the camera, his tone embodying a childlike jest and unwavering confidence. Like me, he paused deliberately for half a second, savoring the oppressive sense of impending doom, accompanied by the nearly halted heartbeats of billions of viewers before the screen. Then, he directed his gaze at the missile. Now almost within arm's reach, its details nearly discernible, and softly uttered a single word, "Bang." At the very moment the word escaped his lips, an intense distortion rippled through the air just beyond the tip of his middle finger. An invisible wave of distortion, edged with the violet-blue glow of ionization, surged forth like a bullet unleashed in an instant. Whoosh! A faint yet piercing sound of air being torn apart echoed, as if the fabric of space itself were being rent asunder. This wave of distortion, moving at a speed beyond visual capture, struck with impeccable precision the missile's warhead, hurtling towards it at high velocity, several hundred meters away. With a sharp hiss, the struck missile's surface erupted in a dazzling display of electric sparks, spreading like a spider's web. The concentrated blue arcs of electricity danced wildly across the missile's silver-gray exterior, flickering and emitting a jarring electric hum. Immediately thereafter, the once menacing missile seemed to lose all vitality in an instant, its thruster flames extinguishing abruptly, losing all power and control, plummeting like a heavy iron mass, trailing black smoke, awkwardly spiraling downward towards the azure sea below. Plop! A muffled sound of impact reverberated, as a small splash erupted on the surface, which quickly returned to tranquility. It was as if that deadly missile had never existed. At that moment, the barrage of comments in the live stream fell into an utter silence, as if over 200 million viewers had simultaneously been rendered voiceless, their throats constricted. The next second, a torrent of information, akin to a nuclear explosion, completely engulfed the entire live streaming interface. What the hell? What did I just witness? Using fingers as a gun. Just like that, it vanished. What sort of black technology is this? Bare-handed EMP. Or is it directional? Haha. Is this all there is to the missiles from Sakura Island? Just this. Where are those detractors who were boasting earlier? Come out and see. Does your face hurt? This maneuver. Absolutely audacious. So impressive. I am utterly infatuated with this man. The golden comments from the Dragon God Nation Research Institute trembled intensely, filled with disbelief. Directional EMP pulse. Triggered by hand. Such precise control. Instantly incapacitating electronic devices. The efficiency of energy utilization and the launching mechanism are unimaginable. Revolutionary. Absolutely revolutionary. Following closely, another comment certified by the High Energy Physics Research Institute emerged. This is not merely an EMP. Did you notice that ionized glow? The energy level is extraordinarily high, yet it can be emitted within such a compact range. The requirements for magnetic field manipulation are simply astounding. In the command center of the Special Department of the Dragon God Nation, the previously tense figure of the leader suddenly relaxed, instinctively leaning back against the chair. He opened his mouth, intending to speak, but found his throat a bit parched. Beside him, a young analyst could not help but exclaim in astonishment. The leader exhaled a deep breath, massaging his throbbing temples, revealing a hint of a bitter smile, and murmured into the communicator, "This fellow is truly a monster." He soon regained his composure, his gaze sharpening. Record. Document all the data. This attack pattern is exceptionally unique. Chapter 68. They are determined to strike hard. Within a reconnaissance base of the Free Nation, an observer, stammering, reported, "Commander, the target is employing an unknown energy weapon, suspected to be a directed high-energy EMP. One shot has downed the 0-3 missile we assisted in developing. A senior officer in front of the screen abruptly stood up, his expression darkening. Immediately analyzed the energy characteristics. Focus on the Pulse-S energy features and release method. In the intelligence analysis room of the Euroborian Alliance, several experts exchanged glances, one murmuring, "Is he treating war as a game? We must reassess the threat level of the intelligence god and its battle armor. Not just in terms of tactics, but also in technology." Meanwhile, in the command center of the Sakura Nation's Ministry of Defense, an eerie silence enveloped the room. The excitement and greed that had once illuminated the face of the hawk-eyed general were abruptly replaced by pallor and astonishment. Clenching his fists so tightly that his nails nearly pierced his flesh, he gritted out, "How could this be possible?" On the surface of the sea, the salvage boats, which had been eagerly racing toward the predicted impact point, began to slow down. The crew gazed at the figure in the sky, still as steady as a mountain, then glanced at the direction of the falling missile, their faces etched with confusion and helplessness. In the live broadcast room, Lin Ye seemed to have accomplished a trivial task. He even gently blew on the tip of his middle finger, which still emitted wisps of smoke, before looking into the camera. His voice laced with mirth beneath the mask. "How is it?" "Quite simple, isn't it?" He paused for effect, adopting a tone reminiscent of a teacher inquiring of a student, clearly teasing, "Has everyone learned it?" This remark ignited the final fuse, causing the barrage of comments in the live stream to erupt once more. "I've learned nothing. My eyes have learned. My hands are begging to be chopped off. Great one, do you have some misunderstanding of simplicity? I need fingers like yours. Where can I claim them? This teaching threshold is too high. Refund. Ha ha. Have the trolls suddenly lost their voices? Ha ha ha. Here it comes again. The familiar Versailles." Lin Ye watched the rapidly scrolling comments filled with both ridicule and admiration. Nodding in satisfaction, he even shrugged, as if to say that if they hadn't grasped it, there was little he could do. He then disregarded the cacophonous sea of comments. The thrusters on his back and feet glowed with an ethereal blue light as his body leaned slightly forward. "All right. The teaching segment is concluded," he declared with a relaxed tone, as if he had merely swatted a fly. "Let us continue." The black and gold battle armor transformed once more into a streak of light, continuing its flight toward the interior of Sakura Island. Lin Ye's effortless and carefree demeanor, akin to a leisurely stroll, along with his teasing question of whether everyone has learned, resonated clearly through the live broadcast and satellite signals, reaching the ears of the high-ranking officials in Sakura Island. This was undoubtedly akin to adding fuel to the fire, a blatant and extreme act of disdain. Inside the command center of the Sakura Island Ministry of Defense, the face of the hawk-eyed general shifted from a pallid hue to a deep crimson, ultimately contorting into a mask of fury. He violently kicked the nearby control console, producing a thunderous clang, and bellowed into the communicator with all his might, "Baka Yuru. How dare they humiliate us so? This is intolerable." His eyes were bloodshot, nearly ablaze with rage. "Order. All nearby vessels. All aircraft in the sky. Lock onto the target." A glimmer of fierce determination flashed in his eyes as he nearly roared, "Fire at will. Saturation strike. All missile types. Launch everything. Bring him down." He fixed his gaze on Lin Ye on the screen, growling each word with intensity. "I don't care about the technology. I just want him dead. Dead." This command was akin to unleashing Pandora's box. In an instant, the vertical launch systems of several Sakura Island destroyers and frigates opened one after another. Boom, boom, boom. The incessant sound of missiles igniting and ascending echoed through the live broadcast microphone, resembling the drumbeats of death. In the sky, the ZY fighter jets, which had been attempting to encircle and close in, unhesitatingly pressed the launch button. Air-to-air missiles detached from their racks, trailing flames as they joined this deadly feast. Within mere seconds, dozens of missiles of varying sizes and types, each with differing power, traced a dense and nerve-wracking pattern in the sky, weaving a colossal net of death towards the airspace where Lin Ye resided. This scene, viewed from the high vantage point of the god's eye, was vividly presented to all viewers in the live broadcast. The multitude of missile trails intertwined to form a visually striking tableau of destruction, delivering an overwhelming visual impact. The audience in the live broadcast room, who had just been immersed in the shock of Lin Ye effortlessly shooting down a missile, now felt their spirits plummet, as the barrage of comments was drowned in endless panic and despair. "My God, so many missiles. It's over. Saturation attack. How can we evade this? Great one. Run. Stop playing. We can't withstand this. Sakura Island has gone mad. They mean to kill. Where's the goddess? Quickly save the Great One. Ha ha. Have you gone too far with your bravado? Let us see if you survive this time. Let him go wild. This time he's in over his head," waiting for the live broadcast to turn into a fireworks show. Amidst the concern, there were also many who reveled in schadenfreude and uttered malicious curses. In the command center of the Dragon God Kingdom's special department, the person in charge, witnessing the sky filled with ascending missiles, felt his pupils constrict. "Damn it," he cursed. abruptly seizing the dedicated line to the naval headquarters, ready to order his own vessels to intercept and provide cover. Although this endeavor is fraught with peril and could potentially incite direct conflict, they cannot simply stand by and watch as the nation's prodigy is besieged in such a manner. Just as his finger was poised to press the call button, a crisp, calm, and uniquely synthetic feminine voice unexpectedly resonated through the communication channels of the Dragon God Nation's Special Department Command Center, the naval headquarters, and various decision-making nodes. It also simultaneously appeared in the public channel of the live broadcast, audible to all viewers. Ladies and gentlemen, there is no need for alarm, nor for interception. This voice, serene and unwavering, seems to declare an established fact. Such a degree of assault poses no substantial harm to our boss's ethereal battle armor. Please remain calm and enjoy the viewing. It was Zero. She had intrusively infiltrated the highest military communication channel of the Dragon God Nation. Inside the command center, everyone, including the leader, froze in disbelief. A fleeting expression of shock and confusion crossed the leader's face, quickly transforming into a profound sense of helplessness and a tinge of being exposed. His finger lingered above the call button, hesitating to press it. As he surveyed the uncertain expressions of his colleagues, a chill crept up his spine. Their pride, the intricately encrypted and isolated internal communication network, was rendered transparent before Zero. She could not only breach it at will, but also possessed an uncanny awareness of their every move, while they remained oblivious and powerless to intervene. This overwhelming technological superiority elicited not just astonishment, but a chilling dread. With a heavy sigh, the leader finally lowered the communicator, his face etched with resignation. This intellect had truly elevated reckless behavior to new heights, and yet his AI remained so resolute. Rubbing his temples, he gestured to his deputy, his voice weary. Inform the Deep Blue Fleet to halt their actions, remain vigilant, and observe closely. He was eager to witness what this purported lack of substantial harm would manifest as. Chapter 69. Where is he headed? In the live broadcast, the audience was equally taken aback by Zero's sudden pronouncement. The barrage of comments momentarily stagnated. Goddess Zero. Is that the voice of Goddess Zero? No way. Goddess Zero can freely access the Dragon God Nation's military channel. Is this for real? So many missiles. Goddess Zero. Please don't deceive us. I trust Goddess Zero. If she says it's fine, then it must be. But those are dozens of missiles. How could that be possible? Show us your might, Great One. Destroy their missiles. Amidst a multitude of fearful, expectant, and schadenfreude-laden gazes directed towards him, Lin Ye merely smiled once more and shook his head. He did not opt to evade. Instead, he remained steadfastly suspended in place. As if awaiting the tempest of missiles to descend, he gently raised his hands, and on the surface of the soul rhythm armor, the gaps in the black and gold armor suddenly revealed a myriad of fine, dense, azure blue electric sparks. These sparks, as if imbued with life, swiftly spread, coalescing and intensifying. Emitting a faint crackling sound, the air surrounding the armor began to visibly distort and ripple, as if one were standing atop a high-temperature furnace. Energy rapidly accumulated, and the electric sparks on the armor became increasingly dense, their brilliance escalating to the point of casting an eerie blue-violet hue across the surrounding sky and sea. Lin Ye gazed at the missiles, trailing death's fiery tail, that approached him, and slowly raised his right hand. This time, he extended his middle finger, gently shaking it with the utmost mockery directed at the overwhelming swarm of missiles. He then slightly tilted his head back, his faceplate aimed skyward, as if gathering strength. Immediately after, he let out a short, yet powerful growl. Ha! A deep, soul-shaking hum enveloped the entire airspace. Centered around the soul rhythm armor, an invisible, yet tremendously powerful, visibly spherical distortion rippled outward, reminiscent of the intense electromagnetic pulse storm produced by a nuclear explosion, rapidly expanding in a spherical manner. Wherever it passed, the air seemed to ripple violently, as if disturbed by a stone cast into water. The edges of the wave were likewise entwined with a brilliant, yet lethal blue-violet ionizing glow, vast in scope and swift in speed. The supersonic missiles, upon being swept by this spherical electromagnetic pulse storm, appeared to collectively collide with an invisible wall brimming with destructive energy. Boom, 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 boom. A succession of dense explosions erupted in the sky. Some electronic components within the missiles were obliterated by the overloaded energy in a billionth of a second, resulting in immediate explosions, transforming them into fiery orbs. Others seemed to have their very souls instantaneously siphoned away. After a brief yet intense arc of electricity danced across their surfaces, their guidance systems became incapacitated, and their thrusters extinguished, losing all control. Plummeting towards the vast sea below like dumplings, trailing black smoke, lifelessly cascading. Splash, 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 splash. The sound of relentless splashes resonated, creating countless fleeting white waves on the surface of the sea. In the span of a mere second, the dozens of missiles, whether short-range, medium-range, air defense, close combat, or anti-ship, flying fiercely through the sky were utterly annihilated before the might of this artificially generated, supercharged electromagnetic pulse storm that enveloped a small section of airspace. Not a single one survived. The sky was cleared, leaving behind a vast expanse of open air, scattered debris, and lingering smoke. The sea appeared as if it were showered with a rain of steel mixed with fire, splashing up immense water jets. The camera of the divine eye in the live broadcast flawlessly captured this extraordinarily shocking scene, akin to a cinematic portrayal of war. A tempestuous eruption unfurled. Unlike anything ever witnessed before, an eruption so frenzied and hysterical, akin to a volcanic explosion. Oh my God, is everything truly lost? An EMP of nuclear proportions? Or is it manageable? I am losing my mind. This world has gone mad. The magnitude, the power, it is utterly terrifying. It resembles a mobile, human calamity. The goddess of Zero has not deceived me. This level of attack is merely a tickle. Has the Sakura nation's visage not been bruised? Dozens of missiles? Utterly useless. Delightful. Exhilarating. It stirs the very blood within me. Long live the Dragon God Nation. The intellect of the divine mind is unparalleled. The golden barrage from the Dragon God Nation Research Institute shimmered forth, a massive electromagnetic pulse released. The energy level is beyond estimation. This is already on the scale of strategic weaponry, achieved by a mere individual S equipment. The certification number from a certain energy weapon research center swiftly followed, instantly incapacitating dozens of missiles of various types. The anti-jamming capability and directionality of this EMP truly subvert existing electronic warfare concepts. The barrage engulfed the screen like a tsunami, an avalanche of exclamation marks, praises, and emoticons surged forth. All factions witnessing this spectacle through satellites, radar, and optical devices, be it the Dragon God Nation, the Free Nation, Europa, or the enraged Sakura Nation, fell into an eerie silence. On their screens, only the silhouette of a black gold armored figure remained, suspended beneath the clear sky, surrounded by receding electric light, as if it had merely taken a deep breath. In the live broadcast, an unwavering roar of fervent applause erupted from nearly 300 million spectators, akin to a pilgrimage. Lin Ye floated in the air, the blue-violet electric light gradually receding into the seams of his armor. Beneath his visor, a slight smile of composure and mastery graced his lips. His gaze swept across the remnants of missiles still smoking and splashing upon the sea below, as if surveying a heap of useless scrap metal. The warm-up had concluded. He murmured softly to himself, his voice tinged with metallic chill through the voice modulator. Following this, the main thruster of the Lingyun battle armor surged with a deep blue radiance once more. Boom. A brief yet powerful sonic boom echoed. The black gold armor instantaneously shattered the sound barrier, transforming into a streaking light that tore through the sky, unhesitatingly racing toward a target deep within the Sakura Nation. Within the command center of the Sakura Nation's Ministry of Defense, a profound silence reigned. The hawk-eyed general stared aghast as dozens of missiles were effortlessly obliterated, his complexion shifting from ashen to a pale white, and then to a furious crimson from the depths of humiliation and rage. He slammed his fist onto the control panel, causing the entire surface to reverberate. Baka, where's he headed? That direction. He fixated on the swiftly moving cursor on the screen, his voice contorting in extreme anger. Is he going there? Bakayuru. Such disgrace. He must not succeed. He must not. He nearly lunged toward the communicator, his voice hoarse from the fervent roar, spittle flying. Order. All units. Open fire. Missiles. Anti-aircraft guns. Fighter jets. Launch every projectile at my command. At all costs. Bring him down. He must not desecrate this sacred land. This nearly frenzied command reverberated throughout the entire air defense system of the Sakura Nation. Chapter 70. This is truly alien technology. In the live broadcast room, all viewers beheld a breathtaking scene from the vantage point of the Eye of God, as Lin Ye surged forward at breakneck speed. Countless flames erupted from the land of the Sakura Nation below. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. A multitude of surface-to-air missiles, trailing fiery tails, ascended from various military bases and vessels, weaving a deathly net across the sky. Boom, 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 boom. The ground erupted as numerous anti-aircraft positions unleashed a relentless torrent of fire, their scorching bullets resembling venomous serpents attempting to ensnare and tear apart the black and golden figure. In the sky, dozens of ZY fighter jets converged like hyenas drawn by the scent of blood, their cannons roaring, while air-to-air missiles were launched in rapid succession. Simultaneously, more ZY-35 fighter jets scrambled from bases across the land, their engines thundering as they joined the fray. Some pilots, driven by fervor, recklessly piloted their aircraft directly at Lin Ye in a desperate bid for a suicide attack. The entire sky seemed to be filled instantaneously with the trails of missiles, a dense barrage of fire, and the roar of fighter jets. The live chat was swiftly inundated with panic and concern. My goodness, the density of firepower. It's terrifying. Great deity, flee. Has the entire air defense force of the Sakura nation mobilized? Are we headed for mutual destruction? Faced with this overwhelming, saturating assault capable of obliterating any conventional aircraft, Lin Ye instead emitted a light-hearted chuckle. His laughter, filtered through a voice modulator, carried a hint of excitement and anticipation, resonating clearly in the ears of every viewer in the live stream. Indeed. He even took a moment during his high-speed maneuver to adjust the camera angle. His tone as relaxed as if commenting on a fireworks display. This is precisely the effect I desired. He paused, his voice suddenly rising with a triumphant exuberance. Now, dear friends, witness the high-speed maneuverability and evasion capabilities of the Lin Ye battle armor. As soon as he finished speaking, he deftly maneuvered the armor into a sharp roll. Whoosh! A combat air-to-air missile whizzed past the armor. Without hesitation, he transitioned seamlessly from a roll to a dive, slipping through the narrow gaps between two intersecting missiles at an exceptionally acute angle. His movements flowed with the grace of a fish gliding through water, embodying a beauty that transcended the laws of physics. Wow! The live chat erupted with a wave of astonishment. But this was merely the beginning. Lin Ye seemed to transform into a sprite dancing amidst a hail of gunfire, pushing the maneuverability of the Lin Ye battle armor to its limits. At times, he executed instantaneous turns that defied physical logic, weaving through the encroaching circle of missiles just as they were about to converge. At times, it decelerates abruptly like a wraith, causing the swiftly approaching missiles to miss their mark, only to accelerate once more. Occasionally, it performs high-speed spiral maneuvers, while the missiles in pursuit detonate mid-air due to excessive overload, transforming into a dazzling yet lethal backdrop. Each maneuver, seemingly fraught with peril, is executed with exquisite precision, narrowly evading deadly assaults. It even possesses the leisure to showcase additional offensive capabilities of the Spirit Resonance armor. Do you see those large targets? He inquires, as the armor's shoulder plates silently slide apart, revealing two intricately designed laser rotating turrets. In the next instant, two slender beams of blue and white light, refined to perfection and emanating terrifying energy fluctuations, are unleashed. The high-energy laser beams traverse several kilometers at nearly the speed of light, striking two massive long-range anti-aircraft missiles with pinpoint accuracy. The missiles do not even have time to explode. They are vaporized and perforated under the extreme heat of the laser beams, disintegrating into two plumes of molten metal. High-energy laser cannons. Laser weaponry. The knowledgeable viewers in the live stream immediately erupted in excitement. Following this, Lin Ye raised his right hand, palm directed at an oncoming ZY-15J fighter jet. Countless tiny electric arcs converged and compressed in his palm, forming a basketball-sized, crackling blue-white sphere of plasma in an instant. Go! He exclaimed, forcefully propelling the plasma sphere forward. The sphere, trailing a blue-white wake, seemed to possess a life of its own as it eagerly advanced towards the missile. With a resounding crash, the armor of the ZY-15J fighter was instantaneously vaporized and detonated by the ferocious plasma, erupting into a massive fireball in the sky. The shockwave even toppled another nearby Sakura Island fighter that was unable to evade in time. Palm lightning. Plasma weaponry. The precision of control is simply divine. The barrage of comets surged once more. Faced with the overwhelming array of anti-aircraft shells of varying sizes, Lin Ye couldn't be bothered to dodge individually. The Spirit Resonance armor instantly expanded an invisible, light-bending spherical deflection field with a diameter of 10 meters around him. The rapidly approaching shells, upon entering the field's vicinity, collided with what felt like a slippery wall, their trajectories forcibly deflected or repelled. The electromagnetic deflection field, capable of diverting both high-energy lasers and solid projectiles. The certification number from a certain electromagnetic physics research institute excitedly commented. The strength of this field and the precise control over energy are still in the theoretical phase for us. As for the various aircraft buzzing around like flies, incessantly launching missiles and cannons, Lin Ye merely cast a sidelong glance with the edge of his visor. Noisy, he muttered softly, yet did not immediately respond. He had use for these aircraft later. Lin Ye's fluid performance, seamlessly integrating attack, defense, and maneuverability, seemed less a desperate struggle for survival and more a meticulously choreographed military drill. The audience within the livestream room has undergone a profound transformation. Their initial trepidation has given way to fervent adoration and an ineffable sense of awe. The barrage of comments flows like a tsunami, filled with exclamations of astonishment, analysis, and reverent praise. Goodness! The mobility, the evasion. No film would dare depict such feats. Laser cannons, palm thunder, deflection force fields. This master is a veritable mobile arsenal. The land of Sakura has been utterly humiliated. Not even the combined might of the nation can touch this genius. The intelligence god is magnificent. The Lin Ye battle armor is invincible. The golden comments from the Dragon God Nation Research Institute tremble with intensity. Incredible. Such high-intensity continuous maneuvers impose a catastrophic physical burden on the pilot. How does the Lin Ye battle armor's cushioning system achieve this? The control is as effortless as an extension of one's own limbs. The comprehensive performance of this armor has entirely surpassed existing military technology. Following closely is another comment certified by the High Energy Physics Research Institute. The miniaturization of high-energy laser weaponry, plasma confinement and delivery, along with the electromagnetic deflection force fields. Each represents a revolutionary breakthrough. Unbelievable. In the command center of the Special Department of the Dragon God Nation, the responsible official gazes at the screen. Where a figure dances on the precipice of death, his mouth agape. He murmurs unconsciously, "This fellow is nothing short of a monster." Meanwhile, in the observation centers of various forces, including the Free Nation, Europa, and the Arctic Bear, an oppressive silence prevails. Officers and analysts watch the phantasmal figure on the screen. Their faces grave with concern. The target's exhibited agility and weapon systems transcend our comprehension. This is akin to extraterrestrial technology. An immediate reassessment of the threat level posed by the intelligence god and his technology is imperative. Nay, we must redefine the very nature of modern warfare. The emergence of such a solitary platform signifies a potential upheaval of traditional air defense systems and aerial combat concepts. Chapter 71. Trash belongs in the trash heap. Concurrently, within the borders of the land of Sakura, particularly in the cities beneath Lin Ye's flight path, the shrill sound of air raid sirens reverberates through the air. The once orderly streets are thrown into chaos as panic ensues. People gaze skyward in terror at the figure soaring like a malevolent deity, effortlessly weaving through a myriad of explosive fireballs and intersecting projectiles. Run. There's a monster. Hide. Seek cover. The cacophony of screams, cries, and the sounds of colliding vehicles fills the air. Individuals scramble frantically, seeking refuge in subterranean facilities, plunging the city into a maelstrom of confusion and dread. Debris from destroyed missiles plummets, trailing black smoke, while deflected shrapnel whistles ominously as it crashes into buildings and streets, igniting secondary explosions and fires, further intensifying the atmosphere of panic. Lin Ye, through his visor, cast a detached glance at the tumultuous scene below. The terror and screams of the populace stir no emotion within him. His objective remains crystal clear, whether evading, destroying, or deflecting all incoming attacks. Lin Ye's speed surges once more. The shimmering black and gold radiance resembled a razor-sharp sword, cleaving through layers of obstruction, racing towards its ultimate objective. Soon, an expansive architectural complex, distinguished by its unique style, emerged on the horizon. The familiar silhouette was none other than the abominable divine toilet loathed by the citizens of the Dragon God Nation. At that moment, behind Lin Ye, over 100 frenzied Japanese warplanes pursued relentlessly like parasites. They exerted their utmost strength, launching every missile from their wings and bays in a singular, overwhelming barrage. Whoosh! Hundreds of missiles, akin to a swarm of bees escaping their hive, surged forth with the last vestiges of Japan's madness and despair, converging upon Lin Ye's back in a dense array. Despite the cacophony of chaos behind him, Lin Ye did not hasten his escape. Rather, he commanded his battle armor to ascend sharply. With the thrusters at full power, he propelled himself skyward like a rocket, soaring higher into the azure expanse. The missiles, relentless in their pursuit, clung to his fiery trail, tracing upward trajectories in the sky, resembling venomous serpents lunging towards a colossal dragon. The live broadcast captured every moment, holding viewers breathless as they beheld the figure ascending, leaving a long trail behind. 5,000 meters, 8,000 meters. Soon, Lin Ye pierced through the clouds, hovering at a pristine altitude of 10,000 meters. He slowly turned, his helmet gazing down upon the dense swarm of missiles rushing upward with a howling fury. The thrusters' glow momentarily dimmed, and the armor reflected a steely sheen under the sunlight. Addressing the live stream, he gently tapped the circular structure on his chest, his tone laced with playful mockery and the thrill of impending power. "Next, my friends." He deliberately elongated his words, tantalizing the audience, preparing them to witness the most formidable attack method of the Lin Ye battle armor. As his words fell, the circular structure at the center of the armor's chest, which had merely emitted a faint luminescence, suddenly blazed to life. A profound, abyssal blue light, as if capable of consuming all illumination, radiated from within the unit, intensifying at a visibly rapid pace, dazzling in its brilliance. Countless delicate, ghostly blue arcs of electricity were drawn from the seams of the surrounding armor, converging like rivers flowing into the sea, all directed into that circular structure. A heart-stopping, Overwhelming wave of energy began to emanate from Lin Ye, expanding outward in all directions. Even the city 10,000 meters below could faintly perceive the soul-chilling pressure of that energy. In the live stream's chatroom, a momentary stillness enveloped the barrage of comments. All eyes widened, fixated on the increasingly radiant core of energy at the armor's chest, resembling a miniature blue sun. Wow! The chest cannon. A classic scene from the movies. The strongest attack. Could it surpass the EMP and laser from earlier? This energy fluctuation sends shivers even through the screen. The master is about to unleash his ultimate move. The golden comments from the Dragon God Nation's Research Institute burst forth with unprecedented gravity and excitement. Ultra-high energy particle convergence reaction. The energy readings have exceeded our monitoring limits. This could possibly be some form of an unknown high-energy particle beam weapon. Under the scrutiny of 300 million live viewers and countless satellites and detectors from all nations of Blue Star, the deep blue radiance emanating from the chest of the Lingyun battle armor reached its zenith. The circular structure transformed into a veritable azure star, shimmering brilliantly upon the armor's chest. Lin Ye slightly leaned forward, locking onto the rapidly approaching missile swarm below, along with the conspicuous outline of the restroom building beneath. Beneath his helmet, a cold and unrestrained smile curled at the corners of his mouth. Farewell. No roar, no build-up, merely two calm words. In the next moment, buzz. A low, soul-shaking hum, reminiscent of space itself being torn asunder, enveloped the entire airspace. A deep blue high-energy particle beam, with a diameter of 20 centimeters, shot forth from the chest of the Lingyun battle armor like a sword of divine retribution. The edges of the beam, entwined with dazzling and lethal violet-blue light due to violent ionization, radiated an aura of annihilation, tearing through the sky in an instant. It collided ferociously with the dense swarm of missiles below. Boom, 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 boom. Wherever the beam passed, it effortlessly pierced through missile after missile, as if slicing through butter. The missiles that were directly struck vaporized instantaneously, while those merely grazed were ignited by the intense heat. In the sky, it resembled a series of colossal, unending firecrackers, exploding into fiery orbs. After effortlessly shredding all the missiles, the particle beam, with its momentum unabated, surged towards the targeted building. Under the watchful gaze of countless astonished, horrified, and incredulous eyes, it struck the main hall of the divine restroom with pinpoint accuracy. The moment the beam made contact with the structure, the sturdy bricks and timber melted away like ice beneath the sun, vaporizing without obstruction. It penetrated the roof, traversed through layer upon layer of structure, and breached the foundation. Then came the energy, compressed to its utmost limit, erupting with a force that defies description. A blinding white light burst forth from within the building. Boom! Following this was an earth-shattering explosion. The furious flames and shockwaves, akin to a blossoming flower of death, instantaneously engulfed the entire restroom building, rapidly expanding outward, devouring everything within hundreds of meters: trees, roads, ancillary structures. And even the vehicles and personnel caught unprepared. All were obliterated, torn apart, reduced to dust. A small mushroom cloud, mingled with flames and thick smoke, slowly ascended. The glaring light illuminated half the sky even in broad daylight, casting a silhouette of a black and golden figure, quietly suspended at an altitude of 10,000 meters. The live broadcast showed nothing but the blinding white light and the rising mushroom cloud. Lin Ye gazed down at the scene of devastation, and a barely audible chuckle escaped from beneath his helmet. Addressing the camera, he slowly and clearly uttered, "Trash belongs in the trash heap." Chapter 72. The demon must be defeated. The blinding white light gradually faded, giving way to thick smoke and rolling flames that surged skyward. The once sacred temple and its surrounding structures had transformed into a charred pit, several hundred meters in diameter, emitting dark plumes of smoke and plunging to depths of several dozen meters. Ruins and debris were scattered around, and some wooden structures, not entirely destroyed, continued to burn fiercely, crackling with sound. The live broadcast faithfully captured this catastrophic scene, while satellites from various nations transmitted these shocking images to every corner of the blue planet. After a brief silence in the chat room, comments surged forth like a tsunami, overwhelming the screen with a torrent of messages. Wow, it really exploded. My heavens. The deity has obliterated that cursed toilet. How ruthless. But why does it feel so satisfying to watch? Ha! Well done. It was long overdue. The wise god is magnificent. I'm in tears. Did you see this, seniors? This is a historic moment. We are witnessing history. The deity is about to pierce the heavens. Dragon God Nation's officials, speak up. This is monumental. Simultaneously, various concerns and criticisms mingled with the fervent cheers, creating a stark contrast. Was this too extreme of a measure by the wise god? This could spark a war. It severely damages the relations between the two nations. The international image of Dragon God Nation will be tarnished. What now? How will this be resolved? Sakura Island will surely retaliate fiercely. Just a terrorist. Deserve no mercy. Traitors, get out. You are not welcome here. Support the wise god. Thunderous methods are necessary against certain entities. Those cursing the deity. Who are they? An IP check is suggested. Within the command center of the Special Department of Dragon God Nation. The head watched the rising mushroom cloud on the screen, gasping sharply, instinctively leaning back against the chair. The color drained from his face, his lips quivering slightly. He murmured, "This lunatic really did it." Grabbing the communicator with urgency, his fingers turned white from the pressure. His voice, hoarse, roared into the microphone. "Quick. Report to the highest authority immediately. Activate the highest level diplomatic emergency protocol." Taking a deep breath to regain composure, he added, "Notify all relevant departments to enter a state of emergency readiness. Closely monitor all reactions from Sakura Island and the international community." In the Oval Office of the Free Nation, the Supreme Leader gazed at the real-time images relayed by satellites. His coffee cup clattered to the floor, brown liquid splattering everywhere. His eyes widened in disbelief as he stood abruptly, pointing at the screen. He actually blew that place up? Turning to his aides, his voice quivered slightly. "Immediately convene a national security emergency meeting. Assess the impact of this event on the strategic balance in the Asia-Pacific region." His gaze flickered as he added, simultaneously, "Condemn this act of terrorism in the strongest terms. However, it is imperative to maintain flexibility and leave room for future engagements. We must not provoke him." The leaders of the European Union convened an emergency video conference at the earliest opportunity, during which discussions were rife with astonishment and concern. This has transcended the realm of a mere technical demonstration. It is an overt act of war. We must promptly issue a joint statement urging all parties to exercise restraint to prevent further escalation. The Dragon God Nation must be held accountable. They must surrender the wisdom deity. Surrender? Such a simple notion. Where would one even begin to search? Even the Dragon God Nation cannot locate him. Within the Ministry of Defense of the Arctic Bear Nation, several senior generals gazed at the screen, their expressions revealing a complex mix of emotions. An elderly general, his hair grizzled, stroked his chin, a glimmer of insight flashing in his eyes as he whispered to his aide. "It appears that the strategic landscape in the Far East is poised for a profound transformation. Command the Pacific Fleet to elevate their alert status, but refrain from hasty actions. Let us first gauge the prevailing winds." In the leader's residence of the Cherry Blossom Nation, a chaotic meeting room lay in disarray, teacups and papers strewn across the floor. The leader's complexion was ashen, veins bulging on his forehead, his body quaking with intense fury. He fixated on the screen, displaying a scorched earth, symbolizing disgrace and destruction. With a sudden, forceful strike of his fist upon the table, a resounding thud reverberated through the room. "Bakayuru! Bakayuru! Such a profound humiliation! Such a profound humiliation!" He nearly roared, his voice contorted with rage, bloodshot eyes seeming to blaze with fire. "Immediately, convene an urgent National Security Council meeting." He turned to the Minister of Defense, his gaze fierce enough to kill. "Order all self-defense forces to enter the highest state of readiness. Authorize the use of all necessary means. I shall not care what the cost may be. We must bring this demon down. We must shatter him to pieces." He gasped for breath, his chest heaving violently, adding, simultaneously, "Summon the ambassador from the Dragon God Nation to the Cherry Blossom Nation forthwith. Present the strongest and most solemn protest. Demand that the Dragon God Nation immediately surrender the perpetrator and bear all consequences." The Minister of Defense, his complexion pale, nodded repeatedly. "Yes, yes, I understand. I will attend to this immediately." At that moment, the live broadcast revealed the ethereal battle armor hovering at an altitude of 10,000 meters. Slowly turning to face the camera, its deep black visor once again aimed at the lens. Beneath the visor, Lin Ye's magnetic voice, laced with a hint of playful mirth, emerged. "How is it, dear family?" He even shifted his armored shoulder, producing a faint metallic scraping sound, his tone brimming with mockery and anticipation. "Do you find the ethereal battle armor, the most formidable weapon, impressive?" The barrage of comments in the live chat erupted instantaneously. "So cool. Stunning beyond belief. The great deity is invincible." And other fervent praises flooded the screen. After a series of visual shocks, the audience had developed a slight immunity to Lin Ye's ostentation. Yet their excitement remained undiminished. However, amidst the accolades, many discordant voices emerged. "What nonsense! You are bringing calamity upon the nation. This is extreme nationalism. To indulge in self-aggrandizement. Disregarding the bilateral relationship and the larger picture. Selfish. The face of the Dragon God Nation has been utterly tarnished by you. What does the world think of us? May the God of Wisdom meet a wretched fate. Executioner. Demon. Has the dog of Sakura come barking again? Return to your Sakura Island. We stand with the God of Wisdom." Certain historical remnants, toxic as they are, must be eradicated completely. Divine One, pay no heed to those fools. We shall always support you. In the live broadcast room, the discourse between the two factions erupted into chaos, the barrage of comments becoming a thick fog of vitriol. Lin Ye's gaze swept across the rapidly scrolling screen, where negative and derogatory remarks had been deliberately highlighted by Zero. Beneath his mask, a cold, mocking smile formed at the corners of his mouth, followed by a clear, dismissive snicker. He refrained from engaging in the verbal skirmish, instead calmly commanding in a voice imbued with a metallic resonance. Zero, record these individuals' remarks, along with the corresponding identity information linked to their IP addresses. He paused, his tone laced with a playful taunt akin to a cat toying with its prey. We shall settle the score later. This statement resonated clearly through the live broadcast, instantly igniting a new wave of public uproar. Haha, here it comes. Time for reckoning. Better late than never. Zero, my dear, make sure to jot it all down. Leave no one unaccounted for. Those who hurled insults must be dumbfounded now, truly believing the Divine One has no temper. Record it all. Are you afraid? Come and catch me if you can. Those above, don't be so cocky. Wait until Zero reveals the color of your undergarments, and then see if you can still muster a laugh. As Lin Ye focused on the tumultuous discourse in the live stream, where fans and detractors clashed vehemently, the counterattack from Sakura Island arrived in a manner even more frenzied and reckless. Although the ZY fighter jets had returned or withdrawn from combat due to depleted ammunition or damage, the fury on land and sea had yet to subside. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. An avalanche of surface-to-air missiles and land-based tactical missiles ascended from bases, launch silos, and mobile launchers scattered across the nation, as if they were of no cost. Countless missiles, trailing fiery tails, surged towards the airspace occupied by Lin Ye, enveloping vast areas around him. Concurrently, numerous anti-aircraft artillery positions unleashed a more concentrated cacophony of wrath. Boom, boom, boom. A torrid barrage of metallic fire formed an almost impenetrable web of death, shrouding the skies. Even with a low hit rate, they aimed to disrupt Lin Ye's movements, attempting to exhaust his energy or create opportunities for attack. Faced with this relentless onslaught, much larger in scale than previous waves of assault, Lin Ye chuckled once more beneath his mask. His laughter resonated with a sense of inevitable mockery and unrestrained exhilaration. He raised his hand, pointing at the missiles soaring and the dense barrage below, addressing the live stream with a tone as casual as inquiring about dinner plans. My friends, it seems our acquaintances from Sakura Island are rather discontented. He deliberately elongated his tone, as if soliciting the audience's opinion. Shall we continue to indulge them in this playful engagement? The barrage of comments in the live stream immediately splintered into two factions. Play. We must play, until they surrender. Divine One, do not stop. Let them witness the true essence of despair. Farewell, great deity. It is wise to know when to retreat. The danger is immense. One of the special department of the Dragon God Nation. Hurry and persuade the deity to cease further provocations. Almost simultaneously with the passing of this barrage, a golden message from this special department of the Dragon God Nation was urgently pinned at the top, its tone unprecedentedly grave and urgent. Mr. Wisdom, please cease all offensive actions immediately and disengage at once. Your actions have resulted in exceedingly severe international repercussions and unpredictable strategic risks. We strongly advise you to consider the bigger picture, terminate the testing immediately, and seek a safe exit from the conflict zone. Any subsequent issues can be deliberated at a later time. Lin Ye observed this official warning, a light chuckle escaping from beneath his mask, tinged with a hint of disdain. Very well, he responded cheerfully, as if granting the other party an immense favor. Once I clear this wave of attacks, I shall cease all activities. Upon finishing his words, countless fine, dense, azure sparks of electricity once again emerged around his battle armor. The sizzling intensified, with arcs of electricity jumping and coalescing with even greater brilliance and density than before, frantically leaping through the seams of his armor. The air surrounding the armor began to warp violently, emitting a deep, resonant hum, as if it were emanating from the abyss. An energy fluctuation, far more formidable and disquieting than before, radiated outward from Lin Ye like a tangible force. In the city 10,000 meters below, numerous electronic devices began to flicker wildly, their signals becoming exceedingly unstable. Upon witnessing Lin Ye's familiar charging stance, all viewers of the live broadcast, along with military and intelligence agencies from various nations monitoring the airspace via satellite, felt a sudden jolt of apprehension. They all understood what Lin Ye was about to unleash. Here it comes, an even larger EMP storm. Just how extensive will the range be this time? It appears even more terrifying than before. Flee, Sakura Nation. Your electronic devices are doomed. The deity intends to utterly incapacitate their air defense capabilities, particularly in the command center of the Ministry of Defense of the Sakura Nation. An eagle-eyed general, upon witnessing the exceptionally colossal energy response emanating from Lin Ye's armor on the screen, turned pale, shouting hoarsely, "It's that electromagnetic pulse. Quickly, all units. Activate the highest level electromagnetic pulse defense protocols. Shield critical equipment as much as possible. Do not cease missile launches. Continue firing. Strike him before he can unleash it." However, their preparations appeared utterly futile in the face of an overwhelming technological disparity. Another rapid-fire short-range anti-air missile, trailing a mournful wail, was already closing in on Lin Ye. The warhead now clearly visible. At this critical moment, Lin Ye slightly tilted his head, his mask directed towards the heavens. Then, he issued a brief yet powerful growl. "Huh?" Buzz. A sound far more profound and grand, seemingly originating from the depths of the cosmos, erupted violently. Centered around the spirit resonance armor, a colossal, visibly distorted spherical shockwave, akin to a supernova explosion, expanded uncontrollably in all directions at a breathtaking velocity. The electromagnetic pulse storm this time is broader in scope and more potent in energy. The blue-purple ionized luminescence entwined at the edge of the waves dazzles to the utmost extent, where the spherical shockwave passes. The sky appears as if a colossal stone has been cast upon the surface of a lake, creating violent ripples visible to the naked eye. The missiles racing towards their target, in the instant they are swept by the shockwave, seem to be grasped firmly by an invisible giant hand. Boom, boom, boom. The continuous and deafening explosions resonate through the air. The majority of the electronic components within the missiles are incinerated and detonated in a billionth of a second, transforming into fleeting and searing fireballs. A few that narrowly escape direct detonation instantaneously lose all control. Their boosters extinguish, and like marionettes with severed strings, they tumble aimlessly toward the ground. This devastating spherical shockwave does not pause, swiftly sweeping across the earth below, where the electromagnetic pulse storm passes. Cities appear to have been muted. The enormous electronic billboards on skyscrapers freeze momentarily before erupting into a burst of electrical sparks, extinguishing entirely. Cars traversing the streets experience sudden engine failure, their electronic systems collapsing, coming to a halt, while piercing alarms blare before swiftly falling silent. The lights in every household flicker frantically a few times before plunging into complete darkness, with televisions, computers, and all screens instantly blacking out. Communication signals are utterly severed, and mobile phones lose all reception. More perilously, those land-based missile launchers frantically launching missiles see their electronic control systems incinerated in an instant. The launch tubes droop helplessly, unable to emit a roar. Concealed air defense radar stations find their massive antennas ceasing to rotate, their screens filled with static, rendered blind. Within various military bases, the computer screens and command centers collectively black out, emitting wisps of smoke, as the acrid scent of burnt circuitry fills the air. Backup power systems, after valiantly sustaining for a few seconds, also succumb to overload and destruction. Some ammunition depots, due to circuit shorts or failures in control systems, trigger chain explosions, thunderous roars. Enormous fireballs mixed with thick smoke rise from within the bases, as intense explosions continue to erupt, devouring and tearing apart nearby facilities, transforming them into a hellish sea of fire. Within a radius of 30 kilometers, whether in cities or military bases, nearly all power-dependent equipment lies incapacitated. Flickering arcs of electricity and the burnt odor of fried chips permeate the air, as thick smoke billows and explosions echo ceaselessly. This area seems to have instantaneously regressed from modern civilization to a primitive era, leaving behind only burning flames, pervasive gunpowder smoke, and a deathly silence.